Okay, so we're streaming again. This second stream, I don't know how to delete the first after they changed the format. So the option to delete the first stream is not there. So we should be live now. Everybody throwing in upvote. We'll try and delete the preceding stream as soon as possible. Let me refresh. Hopefully everything's uploading now. And then we'll make our call. Fucking Skype. Of course, Brooke says it's the internet, and because I do have a slower internet now. And everybody stick an upvote here. And I mean, like, hit the upvotes right now on the new stream. And we'll try and delete the old stream as soon as possible. I don't know how to do that. New formats fucked everything up. And so YouTube changed everything to make everything inaccessible and just plain unworkable. All right, so going to call her now. Okay. Okay, honey, so that's a nightmare start to a day. And
oh my God, are you fucking here? No.
Can you hear me? Okay, all right. So you can't hear me, right? Is that the new problem?
No, I'm putting it in. Now I put the earpiece in. I mean, it's not like I've been sitting here for fucking an hour and a half listening to you fucking not be able to get online because you want to save $10 a month.
Right. Well, 15 minutes, but it feels like an hour and a half. So let's try calling Sammy.
I'm giving you hell. Oh, listen to you. Oh, poor baby. I'm sorry. I'm giving you hell, and I can tell you don't need it right now. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yes. Do me a favor.
I'm gonna level.
Yeah. Don't call either when I tell you something like that because it just interferes with the whole process. Sucks as is because what happens is I have to delete the I don't know how to explain it. The producer channel. For the YouTube.
Here's the thing. It's cheaper for me to fly out there
yes.
and fix your computer situation, even buy you a new one and fix it all and not even come back on the show. Then you continue to do this. So we'll talk about it later, okay?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's important to explain to the public as well so they know what's going on. So let's add on Sammy and everybody else that we can.
Yes, add on people that will take up for you because I won't.
Yeah, that's cute. So, such being what it is, maybe if we get, the guy who claims to be the real tech geek on here, then he might be able to help with the deletion of the original stream.
Oh shit! I'm gonna mute myself fucking now.
No, and
did you get your Did you get your new microphone?
No, of course not.
Okay, then that's what I'm trying to say. The real tech geek. I love you, real tech geek, but like we couldn't figure out. Like, I have a broadcaster. It's okay.
Yeah. Brianna Rand, let's see what we can do now. She was on live the other day, just kind of rating the channel.
Oh,
okay, let's press add.
God.
What's that?
Cheer up. Be happy.
Jesus Christ, it was a somber day as is. The day of the dead.
Trust me, if you knew my day, I'm so jacked because my day has been nonstop since I won't say when. Actually, you already know when, but like I have nonstop since, and I couldn't even describe it. It would be like, what's that Loathing in Las Vegas? What was that book? Writing in Las Vegas? Whatever the fuck it was.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, like that book. If you were just to take that book, and then just try to turn the craziness, not like saying the drug and all that, but just turn the craziness and then just like, let me tell you my day, just write it all down. You could have another fucking bestseller. Like the day is not over. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like when you said your shit was not working, I was like, oh, this just makes sense with the day. Like I couldn't even describe like so many things.
Yes, understood. Wonderful. I mean, well, you have my permission to describe them all night.
Oh, trust me, I am not going to describe them all night.
Just going to be you, me, Sammy, some other people who might join us later.
Sammy called me during a little bit of it, so Sammy knows a little bit, but he won't say anything unless I let him know. So
he knows a little bit of what? Well, sure,
just some
Sammy.
of what I was going through. No, he won't, because he's a good person, and he won't.
Your stuff. Okay, right. Well, Sammy's
Oh
with
yeah,
us now.
like Sammy called me. I talked to Sammy for a little bit.
Okay, so let's see now. just let me make certain that everything is standing in terms of screen and all that. So we are streaming, and so the it's so let's explain to everyone what happened. Real Tech did not join us, so he's obviously not going to be technically. But let's see if Sammy's with us first. Sammy, can you talk?
Oh, please, Sammy, talk.
There. See, I started to laugh.
Hello.
Oh, God, thank God. I lost him earlier because of the doctor, and I just wanted to hear his voice again.
Doctor?
Yeah, I was in ICU half the fucking day. I'm not going into it right now.
Oh,
Anyway.
okay. Oh, that's
Hey,
right.
what's going on?
Right. Well, what's going on was she was in ICU. She's not going to go into it right now, but it's not about her or her son.
It is not about me or my son. That is true.
Yes. So it's some kind of extended
that's
family
good.
thing. Right.
Yes.
So,
I mean, the part of her and her son. Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, they are blood related. So, yes, it is a very close person, but no.
Oh, my God. So, our man Sammy, thank God you're on. And by God, the two of you are going to be holding the stage while I do something to basically take a bunch of vitamins and maybe even some, at this point, probably.
So you're doing what you're doing basically the vitamins Ian West sent you?
Yeah.
With the
No. Ian West sends me straws. Straws.
Yeah, that's what I mean. The straws with the vitamins. They come with it. It's like it's the only vitamin pack that comes with a straw.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to share screen. So here's what I'm going to do. Both of you are you in front of a computer or a phone where you can see this?
Yes, I'm in front of a computer, baby boy, because I have one.
I'm on the phone though, Doug. I see it.
You do see it. Okay.
Yeah.
So just to kind of explain, this is the stream. Okay, that's fine. We've got the stream up. So how do I do that?
That's not you, is it?
Yes, that's me, and that's exactly how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. Basically, what I've had over the past several days is a malaise of a chronic just low cold, and so what I'm trying to figure out is how the cold will go away. It's just a cold, and it's just, but for me, a cold is.
Have you taken your temperature at all?
No, I mean, I'll try that later. I don't feel like I have a temperature, but I'll every once in a while I took Tylenol just to, preempt it in case there was one. It was like, but thank you for asking. I'll do that later. I haven't felt that bad. It's not bad. It's just malaise. Okay. It's just the irritation. Yeah, I
can just tell a different in your voice. Like it is different for sure.
Yeah. So it's, so I've been trying to sleep it off, which thankfully I just want people to understand that would have been impossible without the electric blankets provided by Sammy Romero. And I swear to God, there was one night in the recent past where, just so people understand it, I use his weighted blanket. He sent me a weighted blanket. I use it very productively. It is, I couldn't live without it. It basically balances my screen on my little stand on which I put the monitor on my bed. Normally, this is what it's used for. It's used during these shows, and without it, the screen would flip back because I have it on this little plastic stand that's meant for, like, I don't know, children who are spending a day in bed and are eating in bed or something. It's like breakfast in bed for children stand. And the reason
for like a 2-year-old.
Yeah. And the reason I say that is because it literally has Tinkerbell on it. And it was purchased for me by Laura Lee Solomon, my former manager, as basically a smart-ass, you're a fairy comment bullshit, backhanded, you're a fairy bullshit statement. And so she bought me this tray, which is of invaluable use since my old stand, collapsed over the years. So this one is now being put into motion. It's much more indestructible. It's plastic, but it's got Tinkerbell all over it, and maybe some other princess, Disney princesses or something.
I'm going to upgrade you and send you an Aladdin one.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. So normally it would flip back, except I use the weighted blanket against it to balance it off. But other than that, one night I had to use the weighted blanket. I would have died without it simply because of the cold. I don't usually prefer it because it does make you feel like you're suffocating. But one night it was so cold.
That's what I wondered. That's what I wanted to ask you. Like, I've always wondered about the weighted blanket. Like, how does it feel? Because I've never gotten one.
Well, the only reason that it was life or death was because that night it forced the electric blanket to basically it distributed the warmth everywhere because it's weighting down on the electric blanket, right? So that way it makes the electric blanket more effective in its heating. So without that was one night I would have died without it. It's pretty effective for that. Other than that, you feel like you're suffocating, and you're you're just like, it's a feeling that is similar to when if you were at a beach and suddenly you were attacked by a swarm of kids who buried you alive in the sand.
See, I didn't get that. Like, people were saying this is so like comforting, and I thought, okay, I want my blanket to be warm, but then I want my blanket to be heavier. Like, yeah, put put a couple pounds on top of me after you put the blanket.
It's like, honey, for you, the best way to describe it is if Sammy were fucking you and he's on top. So the weight is there. And it's just like.
Are you talking about when Sammy fucked me last week or when he fucked me a few years ago?
Oh God, now. This might get, we don't want word to get out. If word gets out, I mean, Jesus Christ, but
Wow.
it's like he's on top of you, and it's just like oppressive. It's just oppressive. That's
If a man cannot hold his own up with his own shoulders, he should not be fucking. He should just be on bottom.
Doug, by the way, that's Maria's. That was her.
Okay, that's right.
idea.
That's right. God bless her. God bless. She thought of so much.
I'm not that thoughtful.
Yeah, she also didn't know that we fucked last week or the other month. So
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
No, Maria's an angel. Maria's an angel, so we don't want to torment her with any silly little rumors. Let's not be too outrageous. But
come on, Tiffany's laughing, and I'm sure she would laugh too. I mean, I fucked her a couple times.
She doesn't care.
So so they've reformatted all this stuff. So here's the horror story. The horror story is that when I was like, when I turned on the streamer and I turned on the okay, why isn't that showing? Okay, that's weird because it doesn't show. In other words, this little OBS should be highlighted because we're streaming, right? And then when we go over here,
we're probably not streaming because your internet sucks. We're probably just talking to each other.
No. It's it might have been the internet, but it's never happened before. But basically, what happened was that with Skype, all that was coming up was a white screen. And there's nothing I could do about it because there's no buttons to push. When it's a totally white screen, there's nothing you can do.
Okay, I want to interrupt you, though. You told me not to call you. The only reason I did a call is to test call you to be sure it wasn't Skype, because I thought it was going to be like Skype is down. I was test calling to be sure Skype was down.
Yeah, the reason, just don't do that again, because I had the earbuds in and then the ring blows my eardrums out, and with everything else I was dealing with, it's just an added stressor. But believe me, when, give me some credit.
I'll trade you a fucking day. Any day. I'll trade you today, any day. I'll take your day over my day.
Look, I believe you. It's like the one time I was talking to the gay guy that I knew, Michael Matthews. Gay friend at one point, then he became a bitch on wheels when he got some highfalutin job over at Berkeley, and then after that he was just intolerable.
You're comparing me to some gay guy that became a highfalutin piece of shit. Like,
you know what? He was bitter. He was bitter because I was never gonna have sex with him. That was that too. And
well, that's me. I'm bitter too because I know you're not gonna have sex with me. To be honest, that's why I'm always grumpy with you.
There's no certainty there, honey. There's no certainty. The potential for that is still there. Okay, that's much higher than with him. I assure you. But
Sammy won't allow it though. Sammy will beat your fucking ass.
Yes, that's right. That's right. It'll be like being suffocated under the weighted blanket. Yes, that's right. He'll envelop me. Yes. Oh my God. So, what was my point? Oh yes, I can't remember now. You totally took.
That's my job. It's my job, baby boy.
Yeah, it was. So he was all. But what is his being pissed at me? What did that have to do with something? It had something.
I don't know, but you're going back to the internet and it's not working right, and you're just trying to explain why you can't see something.
Oh, that was it. It was his day. That was it. One time he and I got into, he was telling me how bad his day was. Oh, at Berkeley, because or maybe it was the school. He used to work at the California College of Podiatric Medicine. He was the dean of financial aid counseling there. When he went to Berkeley, he was just...
Or do you mean podiatry, like feet?
Yeah, like feet. Yeah, there's only 2 podiatry universities in the United States, believe it or not. And
one of them, who went there was that crazy guy, the alien dude.
Which one?
Remember we talked about the alien guy?
Oh, yeah, Doofus. Yeah. Oh, God, the guy who I met. Yes, that's right.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dr. Greer. Dr. Stephen Greer or something like that.
No, it's not Stephen Greer. It's the other one. Stephen Greer's the one on now alive, but yeah.
So he's dead now. The podiatrist is dead now. What's his name? What was his name?
I don't know. I'll look it up while you talk. Keep talking.
Yeah, podiatrist who pulled out alien implants. You'll find it.
Yeah.
And there's only two of them, and one of them was in San Francisco and was going through all kinds of problems, and he was at that one. And the point was, he was telling me how bad his day was, and then I told him about the day that I had with my dad at the VA and how we had to go into the shuttle. And then when we went to the shuttle, by the way, where are you, Sammy? Are you at home or at work?
Oh, his name was Roger Lear.
Roger Lear. Yeah, and it's so
I'm
confusing.
at home.
Yeah, you're what? Home. You're at home.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Why is the reception so kind of twerky?
Because we're in the
Sorry,
same room and we're
I
trying
had
to
you
like
on
not have it muted
Oh,
together.
I had you on speaker.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
Oh,
Yeah.
By the way, R.I.P. to the Green Power Ranger. He died today of suicide. Terrible.
Who did?
Who?
Who?
Power Ranger.
The Green
A
Power
Power
Ranger
Ranger?
died. Who? Why?
Yes, Justin Franks.
Yeah.
I don't know. He committed suicide, Doug. It's crazy. And he was actually a real martial artist.
Oh wow.
Oh.
And
he-
he ended up
That's
committing
kinda sad.
suicide.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. Yeah.
Was he Asian or white?
He looked white, but he might have had some Asian in him. He kind of has similarities to you,
Okay.
but I can't tell. It's just
Okay.
I just know he committed suicide. So
Gee, that's
You know,
I'm
it's
telling
my-
you, there
my
is some
childhood.
crazy energy going around. That's why it doesn't surprise me. Doug's feeling it. Like, to have my cousin in the hospital is, like I said, the only thing I will say is, like, she's almost 10 years younger than me and has complete
you know what?
in ICU adrenal
You know
non-function.
what, Brooke? He's actually born in 74, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So he's a little bit older than you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but not that old, not enough to like do that. Like, so what I'm saying is, it's just weird, the energy going around.
74
Like,
is older than Brooke? I mean, Jesus Christ, the guy's obviously...
Somebody's older than Brooke? I mean, you mean older than Douglas? Fucking
No, he's younger than Douglas, honey. He's younger than Douglas, honey. But this means that, I could probably be your father.
Oh, you're right. He is older than me. He's younger than you. God,
Actually,
fuck, I've been up.
actually-
I've been up since 6 a.m. Somebody texted me at 4 something a.m. I'm not gonna say who.
Okay, Sammy, hold on. That's very funny.
Go ahead,
By the way,
go
I'll
ahead.
tell you about that later, Sammy. But go on, Sammy. Poor Sammy's not getting a chance to talk.
No, I have a sister that's only 2 years older than Doug. I mean,
Yes.
that's actually my older sister was born in 68. So
Wait, listen, isn't she the really it's the accomplished one, the one with the mortuary and the restaurant chain?
No, that's another one.
Oh,
That's another one. Yeah,
Right. By the way,
but not her. She's my the oldest one is like 2 years younger than you.
right.
And then my half sister, I have a half sister I believe she was born in either 61 or 62, around there. So
Right.
She's a lot older than me. God, these people are older than me. You made me feel young. I like it. Keep talking.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I'm much older than you. Probably old enough to be your father, but we'll see. We'll find out.
No, you could be my father, but I would never call you daddy.
So cute. At any rate, of course, it's hard for people to tell my age because the vampirism and the nanoplasma. But all that being said, I was going to say about the bad day. So the gay guy, he was going on about his day, and I told him, well, I had to go to the VA with my dad, and then on the way home, it took forever because oftentimes these shuttle drivers that they hired were completely illiterate and they couldn't read street signs, so they had to basically be directed by us as to where to go, and it was all like this horrible guessing game, and they would bring home like half a dozen people, so we had to do half a dozen stops, and we were in the same van in the back. Of course, these are medical shuttles from the VA to and back, but they're not like ambulances.
Yeah.
You're all sitting like it's an armored personnel carrier. You're all sitting facing each other, so you all see each other. And of course,
that sucks.
yeah, one of the guys was this black guy who had embolism stockings, which embolism stockings are, in case you didn't know it, to keep your legs from bloating.
No, my cousin had she had them on tonight, but they were the ones that blow up. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, these were the ones that you just have them. They're all tight. They're really tight, and they keep your legs tight to keep your blood pressure flowing and to keep all that shit. And so,
Yeah, they just look like the dark pants, like really thick pantyhose.
yeah, it's like really thick pantyhose. Nothing sexy about them on a
If
black
they're
man.
disgusting looking.
Yes.
They're disgusting looking on anyone.
Yes,
Wow.
yes. And now imagine a black guy who had edema, or not just edema, but eczema and various skin conditions. So he peels his stockings off. He peels his stockings off because
God.
they're uncomfortable. So he removes his pants in the shuttle.
So
And
this
takes
is like
his
you telling your
stockings
shit
off.
story. I'm about to fucking throw the mic.
Yes,
right now.
and all that skin dust, a black man's white skin powder, all that skin powder because of his decaying flesh is all powderized, gets into the air, so we're all inhaling it.
Well, no, you're being racist. Like everybody has this cane dust.
You know,
like that.
there's powdered
You're fucking
donuts going in the trash can. I can eat them.
But yes, if you have like a skin disease, that's different. But like you can't think it's black like that. It was that.
Yes. No, it was the reason that it matters is because it stands out in so much more contrast.
You just see it all, yeah.
Yes, you see it all so much clearer. And so he peels all that off and he says, "Suck this up, Whitey," to all of us in the shuttle while we're all inhaling his skin powder. That's it's
gross.
not baby powder. This is not baby powder. It's his skin. Yes.
Yeah.
So when I described that to my gay friend about how bad my day was, then he said, "You win." He said, "There we are." He just had to surrender that to me, and he never forgave me for it. But that being said, all that being said,
I could still, let me tell you something. I can win your day, not only today, because I won't even go there because you wouldn't believe it all. But I could win your day right now with a story of me leaving Cancun, of all places, Cancun, Mexico, and I can make it very short. I go on the night fucking before Cancun. I was with a girlfriend, and I decided to go out. There had been a guy that kept hitting on me, and he was like, "We got the bar," and that was his last fucking night. And we decided to go places, and we went to where they had unlimited. This is what you don't do, okay? Don't go in a bar in Mexico where it says if you enter $20, you get unlimited alcohol, unlimited tequila. It's not going to be a good tequila, and you're not going to. So I obviously woke up the next morning and thankfully did not fuck this guy because for two reasons. Number one, he was younger than me. I was still a baby and he was like 18 or 20, 19. I was fucking 20. And I was like, no, but we had fun with him. We had fun together and we were both from the US. Anyway, I woke up that next morning. She's like, "Get up. We got to go. We got to get on the bus." Same type thing. To get to the airport, you had to get on this little bus. We'd face each other, exactly same thing you're fucking saying, right? I told her, I said, "I don't care. I can't move. I'm dying. I've never been that day. I'm going to die. Kill me. Blow my fucking brains out. Dry heaving. I can't pack my shit. We should have packed my shit, thank God. I get down to the fucking bus, and then they put us on the fucking back of it. I'm just I'm not gonna fuck. And here's the problem. It probably wasn't me that had the worst. I mean, I had the worst fucking day, but they had the worst day because the entire way to the Cancun airport, I am in the back of the fucking van full of people throwing the fuck up the entire fucking time. Just throwing up. They're handing me bags and filling them the fuck up.
Oh my God.
Dry heaving. And then I finally get to the airport and we get on the fucking plane. And I looked at the fucking person and at upgraded first class. I said, "Give me a fucking drink. I don't care what it is. Just give it to me." By the time I got to the fucking Atlanta airport, they're like, "She's too drunk to fly." And I'm like, "It's fucking fine." But I do not feel the fucking hangover anymore. So then I got stuck in Atlanta for a fucking night.
Oh my God.
But
yeah,
it was a bad night.
Jesus, that's awful. Yes, thank you.
And that was a better day than today. But it was very interesting.
Well, thank you for that. Yes. So, okay. So the nightmare here was, and hello to everyone. David Fitzsimon says loud and clear from Atlantic City. T Tank Berry says, "What up, Doug? Loud and clear from Mendocino, California. God bless you, T Tank Berry. Hugs. Both of these are wonderful men. T Tank Berry is truly a savior." And Aloma Albert says, "Glad you are broadcasting loud and clear. God bless you, honey." Mwah. And so here was the nightmare is that basically whether it's the internet, which I'll talk to the people at Comcast about when I have to do.
Send you. Me and T Tank Barry are gonna send you enough money, 2K, to just upgrade the shit.
Well, that would be monthly. See, that's the problem. I don't know.
Okay, but it's only an extra $20. You downgraded for $10 or $20. It's not a lot.
True. But let me get on that stupid government accountability program first. There's that program to.
Okay, well, get on it, and then
20%.
but then you might not be able to upgrade. Get on it.
You can upgrade. It's just that they pay whatever off the bill.
Hey, well, get on it. What are we doing here? Anyway, go ahead. You're still talking.
Yeah, well,
You should
because
be
we
on the
don't
phone
know.
with the government right now.
We don't know if that's the case. We don't know if that's the case. But here's what happens: is that when I have to stop the stream for some shit like that because there was nothing I could do with the Skype at that moment when it's just giving you a white screen, the only thing I could do is stop the computer and restart, which meant I had to stop streaming everything. So that was part of the nightmare. The other nightmare is when I get the computer restarted, then I have to redo the title and the summary and everything like this new episode, because I had to do the image I had to reload everything in the producer channel or it would count as the same stream and it would muck up. It would like start.
That's probably why you should pay your producer more and she would handle it.
Someday we may get into that relationship. Now that would be, we'll figure out something, and I'll gladly pay you in sex or whatever. But yeah,
I'm sorry. Again, Sammy's not going to allow that. But continue.
Yes, that's right. So that was yes. So such being said, with that, so everybody knows now that portion of the horror. So with that being said, we will transfer over. Here's the other nightmare. The other nightmare is that this causes a confusion where everybody goes here. We got 32 views here. Stream 14 minutes ago. Everybody's gonna hit this because that's the first thing they see, and then that kind of takes off from here until like everybody listens and hears me say fuck. Within 1 minute and 11 seconds, they hear me say fuck the.
Oh, look, you got a 111. And you know what's hilarious about this? Is I had the day that I had, and then I actually had the nerve to post on your remember, because you liked it right before you said you were like, I'm gonna call you in a minute, and I posted on the Facebook link. Yeah. I was like, the song, and I was like, I hate my life. Did you actually hear it?
Oh no, I didn't get a chance, but I'll listen to it.
You should fucking listen to it, because here's the thing. It was perfect for you, especially after what was going on.
Yes.
You should fucking, like, I was like, this is the theme song. And then I was like, oh my God, it truly is the fucking theme song. I was just making fun of it, but I was like, this is his fucking theme song. The theme song.
God. If I was superstitious, I'd say you jinxed me. Yes.
It was a half joke. Like I always joke.
No, I get it. The thing I was going to say about the Skype, the horror was, I did not even notice it until the last minute. When I got up and said, I'm going to call you to Sammy and our lady Brooke, I didn't even know Skype was not on, because it's something you assume. You just assume these things. And so that's the nightmare. So at any rate, now that you're all caught up, everybody's all caught up in the nightmare that is our lives. Sammy, you have some nightmares to share, I'm sure. But, before I go to refresh myself, which is basically, just kind of... picking my teeth.
Sammy actually has told me something, though. He told me something earlier today. He doesn't like how you say Our Lady Brooke and you don't say Our Gentleman Sammy.
That's cute. I'm sure Sammy.
I mean, I'm just letting you know what he said. He didn't want me to tell you, but
that's cute. That's cute. Sammy's a working man. Oh my God, he is so beyond that. Yes, that would be like.
He said, "Our studly man, Sammy." That's what he wanted you to call him.
Yes. Well, he's definitely the man. So, dear Sammy, certainly you must have something to share. Oh shit, he went on pause.
He's like, oh God, shut the fuck, Brooke up.
It's Scorpio baby. It's got to be either that or Maria.
That might be the Scorpio baby.
Yes, and they pulled him aside, so it's just you and me for now, honey, till he comes back.
Or his wife was listening to the broadcast and was like, you fucked that bitch last week. I knew you were out of fucking town. I didn't know.
Oh my God, yeah. Well, just so everybody knows, this is gonna be a rather lackadaisical episode. We're gonna. Basically.
Oh God, is Peter not coming on at all? Please tell me Peter's coming.
Not that I know of, no.
Okay, I'm gonna be calling Peter right fucking now.
No,
Peter,
no, God,
fucking listening.
Yes, God knows what he's going through. I shudder to think.
Actually, you're right. If he's in anyway, I'm not gonna say it. I like me and Peter's got a bad relationship, and I love Peter. I do. I love him so much, and I don't want him to have any bad things. So. I'm hoping he's good. Like, I really am.
Oh, God.
Because he's really helped me a lot, so I'm hoping he's good. Anyway.
I'm so glad things are copacetic. So all that being said, he's trapped in Chicago with... Are
you sure he's still trapped there, though? Like, is he? Really?
I have no idea. They're on their way home, I would presume, and probably going through all kinds of problems driving through the snow, is what I would imagine.
Who goes to fucking... Anyway, I'm not going there.
Yes, of course. None of it makes sense. It's just, the wind.
Peter, if you're listening...
Yeah.
don't take anyone, no matter how sexy they are and how much they'll suck your dick. Don't take them to Chicago in the middle. And you take them in spring or summer, and then the rest of me be like, I'll buy you a plane ticket. You can go. I will be right here when you come back. That's what you tell me.
Yes. Yes. Oh, please. So let's see if man, that guy's really he's really on the pause. So fuck, you and I are stuck with each other until
Okay. Oh
he comes
God,
back.
the two fucking people that just like love each other so much.
Yes. So okay, what are you willing to share about today?
Okay, I'm willing to share. I can't share the whole fucking day, but I did have a text message. The person that gets this, like, curses will know. Like, they sent me a message at like 4 something in the morning. A few of you will know. And I woke up at 6 a.m. I had only gone to bed, like, they sent it at 3:45 a.m. actually. I had gone to bed at 3 a.m. I woke up at 6 a.m. because my dog is like 20. He's 104 years old, but he's 20 in dog years. And he has to get down to get water. He has to then bark. So he wakes me up every 2 to 3 hours because he wants back on the bed. So I'd had 2 to 3 hours sleep. And then I look at my phone beeping in a messenger. And I had a message from a random person that I didn't expect. And they wanted my phone number. So I thought maybe emergency. So I send it. And then that kind of wakes me up. And then when you're awake at 6 a.m., it's pretty much my fucking day. So I had then only had, 2 to 3 hours sleep. And then I get a message that the cousin who basically, I'm not going to get into it. Shit, fuck, how do you not say this? Like, the closest thing I have to a sister who brought her son down, who is upstairs right now, because he's a teenager and he was having issues with his father. She asked me if I could help her with them. And then we got into it because I was sick and she had messaged me and asked if I could help. And then she messaged me this morning, I can't call you back because I'm in the ICU. And that was obviously at like 9 a.m. And so then I'm like, you're in the ICU? What do you mean? I'm calling my mom and blah, blah, blah. I mean, family shit. Do you know? Nobody fucking knew. And her mother, she's the only child. And I was like, my mom was in tears. Like, that's her sister, was like, I tell Dawn, I call my aunt on the way there. The point is, I'm the only one. My cousin has been there since fucking Friday night, and she was in ICU. She doesn't call her mother, and then I know why, because she forwards me the message. She always tells me, I don't know why everyone asks me, what does your mom say? She forwards me the message. To her mother, only fucking child. She said, I'm in the ICU. She said to her last night, I'm in the ICU. I just want to let you know. And her mother's reply back was, and this is when I knew, this is my aunt. We were not raised this way. She said, what for? I have worked all day. I'm exhausted. And then immediate reply back before even Aaron could reply was like, I have to work tomorrow. What is going on? Now, if that's your child and anybody listening as a parent would be like, if your first of all, if I text my mom, like, I'm in the ER, not even the ICU, or your parent, like, you should be, what? I'll be there in a minute. What's going on? Are you okay? Where are you? I'll be there. I'm going to do that. Then she didn't fucking go. Then I have to go because no one else can go. I mean, like, she has no one else except my parents who are too old. I'm not going to make them go. So, I mean, like, they can go too, right? But, like, why would they have, like, her own fucking mother doesn't go. And her father is very sick. I will say that. Her father is very sick. They're divorced. But, so I go there. And on the way there, I'd asked my mom, when I told her, I said, did you know Aaron's in the ICU? She's like, no, I had no fucking idea. My mom didn't even cuss. She's like, I talked to Donna yesterday. This is my aunt. She goes, I had talked to her yesterday. She's like, I hung up on her because I asked her about Thanksgiving. And she's like, no, I'm going to the beach. And when we go to the beach and see my ex-husband, her husband's ex-wife, her husband is an alcoholic, heavy alcoholic. But we're going to stay with his ex-wife like they do. And my mom was like, we haven't gotten together as a family in a while. Don't you think we should? And then Tram's back, her grandson, like, she's like, I just think I want to go to the beach. And my mom got in tears. She's like, I already got in tears with her and I hung the fuck up. She's like, I had no idea Aaron was in ICU. I was like, well, she doesn't care. I said, give me her number, Mom. Give me her fucking number now. This is when Brooke goes in Brooke mode. And my mom went, I'm mad at my sister, but not that mad. I don't know. I don't think you know. So I'm on my way to the hospital, and I literally remember that my fucking aunt called me on fucking my birthday, and because I don't speak to her because of what she's been doing, and I called her, and I said, she answered, she's like, "Hey, how are you?" And I was like, "Fine, how are you?" And she's like, "I'm good." I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I'm at work." It's freaking like 1 o'clock in the afternoon today. And I'm like, "Where are you at? You're working at the VFW bar, right?" "Oh, no, not the VFW bar. I'm at the One Time Mini or One More Time or what the fuck ever bar." And I'm, "Oh, what was it again?" Because I wanted the fucking name. I was like, "Is it One More Time, you said?" I said, "Good." I said, "Have you seen your daughter?" No. I said, "Your daughter that's in ICU, your only child."
Oh, my God.
"Oh, no, I told her I would come when the doctors got there. The doctors came in, I would come." I said, "Donna, this is your only fucking child." And she said, and I said, "First of all, I was in the ER twice this week, just the emergency room." I said, "I walked out to smoke a fucking cigarette for 5 minutes." I said, "When I came back, my son told me the doctor had been in and had been waiting on me, like had already been in the 5 minutes I was gone." I said, "How the fuck are you going to get to the fucking rep? How are you going to get there?" So then I, of course, went off on her, and she was like, "This is none of your business anyway, Brooke." And I said, "Really? Because I'm the only one going to see your daughter, and you aren't there." And so then it was I was like, "Hey." She's like, "Well, your mother." I said, "Hey, guess what? I'm not my mama." I said, "And guess what? When I leave this fucking hospital, I will come to the One More Time, and I will beat your fucking ass. So go ahead and call the fucking cops. You need to call them now because I will fucking be there." Like, that is how done with her I was. I was over. I was like, "You are a piece of shit mother." Because she said, "It's none of your business. That's not how our Mima raised us. Mima was my grandmother." I said, "Really? That's what I said, "When you see Mima, you tell her what you just said. Brooke, it's none of your business." I said, "Because I'm the only one going to see the closest thing I have to a sister, your only daughter, while you sit at a freaking bar." She said, "I have to work." I said, "You have to work because you are married to," wait a minute, "an alcoholic at home drunk." "Oh, but wait. No, he's the second alcoholic because you divorced the first one that was her father, but at least he had money and you didn't have to. But now you're working a $12 an hour job is more important than going to see your daughter in ICU." I said, "Erin," I said, "I want you to realize she's probably going to die before you."
Oh, my God. Uh-huh.
And that's when I went into but go ahead and call the cops because I'm sure I will fucking be there when you fucking come. Hang the fuck up. So that was my beginning. Then I was so mad. So then that just starts the day. So then I have to go in the hospital. And then I have to deal with Aaron. And there was some bunch of fun stuff I won't go into and a bunch of bad stuff and good stuff. And I talk to Sammy. There's just so much. But I come out like 3 hours later. And I'm walking by this cop. And this is what's funny. This makes the story funny. And walking by, like the police cop car. It just happened to be at the front. Because I parked the emergency room because I didn't know where to park. And he's getting out of his car. And it's like this big white Suburban. It says police on the side. And I said, "Hey, I'll trade you cars." He was getting out, and he came around the side because he heard me, and he's like, "No, you don't want to do this." He says, "It's got 300,000 miles." And I was like, "Oh," it looked brand new. And I was like, "Oh," he's like, "Yeah, we used to drive it to Charleston back all the time." Anyway, I said, "Yeah," I said, "I heard him take that." And anyway, and then I said, "Oh shit." I look at my fucking car. I look at my car as I'm walking. The lights are on. And I'm like, "Wait, dude," because he's about to go in. I said, "I might need you." I thought I had left my lights on. I've been in the hospital for 4 fucking hours, right?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, "Oh shit, battery's fucking dead. Bad fucking day." Then I walk up to the car. As I'm walking, I hear it running.
Yeah.
No, my ass was so mad at my aunt when I got out of the car. I had left my car running for 4 fucking hours. And had no gas when I got in it. No gas.
So how did he help? Did he help?
Well, he didn't help. First I didn't want to be like, "Hey, dude, I may have been drinking before I came here and left the car." So I just said, "No, I'm good. It's not the battery." Then he was like, "Cool." Like he wasn't close enough to know it was running. I was like, "Oh no, the battery's good." And then I just got in, and near the gas station, I was like, "We're gonna coast there, and if we don't, somebody will stop and get me gas." I mean, like, it wasn't too far, but I got to the gas station, and that was fine. And it continued on. I mean, like, her son's upstairs right now, the one from up north. Like, I've got crazy kids. I mean, I just found 3 condoms under my son's shit. Like, you want to tell them? You want to tell them online? 'Cause they're all listening. Like, I was just making a joke about you, and then the condoms were all there. What's that word you tell me though? Noah, come here. Everybody needs to know the new word. Noah, these are old people. They didn't. What word you kept saying to me? You said you're being whatever I was.
You're being out of pocket.
Hello.
He kept saying you're being out of pocket.
thank
you're being
God.
out of pocket. You're being out of
Hey,
pocket.
Yes. So our man Sammy is back.
sorry,
Yeah.
I got a phone call.
Sammy, you're being out of pocket.
No,
Being
Sammy.
out of pocket.
Well, let me get in pocket.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Hey, that
Yeah.
sounds pretty suggestive. Yeah. So,
No pun intended.
yeah. So
There you
our Lady Brooke was just bitching about finding 3 condoms under her son's bed or something like that. Yes. I presume that they were unopened, or were they used? I think I'd be a bit more alarmed if they were open and used, honey. So was you might explain a little bit about the condition, or you might not. That being said, Sammy is back, and so she went through her entire day. Share your day with us.
Trust me, I did not go through the entire
Oh
day.
yeah, not even the entire day, bits and pieces of it.
Right.
So Sammy, so what I might do is I'm not going to leave until I get the feeling that you've kind of covered anything you feel is urgent or emergent, or what I need to know first. I take it there's nothing urgent or emergent, but whatever is on your mind that you feel I should know before I.
He really doesn't give a shit. He's just trying to be nice.
That's,
We all
Thank
know
you, bro.
this.
yes. Imagine having her as a receptionist. Go on.
Right.
No, I'm just saying, every time he calls me and he's like, what is going on with your life? And he's like, thank you for sharing that. I told him he was never allowed to say that to me again. Thank you for sharing that.
By the way, I'll go a bit into that, Sammy. It's actually quite funny. But so go on, Sammy.
Right.
Yes.
Well, honestly, what I've been going through today is relationship stuff. Just listening and learning how to listen and take instructions, and kind of dealing with the hormones of a woman. It's about that time where her,
I know somebody else that should be listening. They should fucking get to listen that, learn that.
Yeah. So, part of it is just listening and understanding her, and, trying to just be a good partner.
Yeah.
Like right now, earlier today, I cleaned the place and mopped and did these things. Well, one, because, I like to be to clean the place and make it tidy just like she does, at least to the best of my degree. But, just communication. I think that's one of the things that I'm trying to just establish more as my relationship grows and matures, because women crave reassurance, and it's just they're just being women, and not that it's wrong, of course not. It's just even me talking to I have female acquaintances, and they for the most part it's cool, but to a certain degree I have my boundaries with them, and it's great. But one of the things that I do notice is kind of learning how to just escape certain situations that can be potentially detrimental to my relationship. When that means, with women, when they become.
What Sammy's talking about is when he was here last week and he was wanting to continue to fuck. I was like, no, we're only doing it one time, okay?
Right.
Okay, like
Right,
we're not
just
gonna
right.
go in a relationship with it. It's a one-time deal. Go back.
And then he says,
Right.
Then he says, fucking female hormones, man.
That's what I said. It was like, I got my period.
Right.
Dude.
Right. So, one of the things that I was learning from my friend Mariah is that she goes through the same thing, even being being
A lesbian. Can you say?
a lesbian. She says gay, but it's just to each their own. Because she identifies as the masculine. Like, good for her,
Actually, it was our man, Sammy, who was a female in a past life, but being such a raging lesbian, she said, I got to come back as a man so I can really get into it. Yes.
We've all been different sexes in past lives, but you cannot believe that. Anyway, go ahead.
Right.
That's the masculine.
Right. So,
by the way, just as I can't resist this, just a little bit of a perspective on that. There was a science fiction author by the name of James White, and James White used to do medical science fiction. In other words, he would do science fiction about basically doctors in space generally. And but one story that he wrote was particularly haunting. I think it was titled The Dream Millennium, in which people were basically put into hibernation in order to reach a stellar destination very far away. But within The Dream Millennium, his thesis was that you reincarnate, but only always as the same sex. That he was so homophobic that he could not tolerate the idea. He could not tolerate the idea that people would reincarnate as
that everyone
sexes.
does. He hadn't gotten to the point that everyone has a masculine and feminine, and that's the problem with our world today. Is that like you were saying, look at, well, actually you weren't saying. I was listening to someone else. They actually plan on, and I would like for you to hear it. I'm going to send it to you, although you don't listen to shit I fucking send. You made me listen to a 20-second fucking song or video. But this is going to be a long fucking thing. And this guy is planning on going into, his name is Billy Carson, but he's planning on going into, and he's going to break down, I don't know if it's right or wrong. That's what I'm saying. He said, but I'm going to fucking break down the Islam fucking religion. He's like, and you're all going to be fucking done with it. Like, as far as what he's saying is, not Islam, which you have in America, the American Islam. Like he's anti-religion anyway. He's pro maybe things you'll be or not, but he goes into a lot of history, like what you talk about as far as history. Whether he doesn't go into World War II, obviously that's not his proprietary thing. His is more Egyptian thought, all, things like that. But going into more the esoteric version. But he did say, I'm going to break it down and everybody's going to be stunned. Like as far as Islam, he's like, but I loved what his wife was on there. And she said, look at it. She's like, they were talking about the desert. She's like, when you look at Islam, like look at where they are now, like it's a desert. I never thought of this, right? But you can look at Islam or you can look at fucking Australia in the middle of the fucking desert. Like where's the femininity, right? There's no flowers growing. It's just dry. It's heat, it's desert, and it's not because just I think the climate's there. It's like which came first, chicken or fucking egg, right? And you have to look at what took the femininity, because each one of you that I'm talking to right now that are men have a equal feminine side of you. Feminine doesn't mean woman. Feminine means a different side as far as the action person versus the emotional side.
Right. Two thoughts here before I forget. And then we return to Sammy so he can continue what he's saying out of all fairness. But in terms of what you're saying, it's very important. And it's simply such an overwhelmingly immense subject that it would require, we'll go into it. We've got all night. But one of the things, so I don't forget it, two things that brings to mind. Dr. Carl Gustav Jung, who was the German psychologist who was their answer to Sigmund Freud, who they considered to be a pioneer, who was educated in Germany and therefore contributed to society with his concept of psychotherapy, his kind of foundations, but they also felt that it was his Jewishness that led him to be obsessed with degeneracy, basically his obsession with incest and sexuality on apparently what they felt was a rather decadent or degenerate fixation thereon. And so Carl Gustav Jung was their answer. He was the Aryan psychotherapist, and he brought up anima and animus, and these are the male and female aspects of everyone's balanced psyche, that the psyche is unbalanced without that. The other thing that it brings to mind is Dr. Karl Wilhelm Reich and his, also a German doctor, obviously, his research into orgone inspired some people who did further research based on his studies of trying to combat desertification, the actual climate phenomenon, using forces that mankind otherwise did not yet understand. He felt the orgone energy was more than just personal breath and tai chi, that it was it pervaded the earth, like the Gaia concept. Jaya is the actual pronunciation. But when it came to his thesis, this man...
Are you sure it's Jaya? How do you know? I always don't question you with your pronunciations, but I'm going to have to question you.
Oh, yeah, we'll go into that later. But Greek is a lot different from where it's derived than the English. But when it came to the Sarharasia theory, So what one man came up with was the Saharasia theory. I actually have the book, and it's just immense, but it's like probably fairly, I'd say, kind of redundant in its thematic, and makes its point actually that the from Sahara to the northern Africa, Sahara arid region through to the inner Mongolian desert, and encroaching now on Manchuria towards the coast and into Beijing itself, the sands keep increasing and the desert is growing, and it's just this massive global desert.
Well, that's because there's a bunch of people underneath it living that they're taking off.
Regardless, he said that the surface people living in the desert are prone towards madness. Its lack of life providing essence is basically then conducive to madness, and so the people are all violent and hell bent on conquest and violent. Islam can be argued to be one of the most violent and destructive forms of colonialism there is.
Well, that's what he wanted to argue, was that it's not like Islam like we talk about in America. Like most Islam is not followed in America, the actual true rules of it that we know. And he wasn't even going to go into who is Muhammad, like not even discussing him, like actually where Islam came from. So I thought it would be a very interesting topic. He won't publish it till Thursday, so I really won't know. But again, yes, I think looking at that, what you're saying is correct.
Yeah, it definitely reinforces that or adds on to it. So that being said, returning to Sammy, so he has his chance too. So Sammy's dealing with these personal relationships, and I presume there's some level of frustration to this.
Well, Brother Doug, there's a lot told me. I'm sorry, I'm trying to turn it through Salmon Shake. Anyways,
that's right. Oh, he was awful. He was so full of shit. Yes, go on.
Yes. Anyways, let me switch it.
God, did he talk like that? Is that how he talked?
He talked like he didn't have no emotion, like everything was like it's just bullshit. Go back to the old episodes.
That's right. If you ever review some of the episodes that he's on,
Sammy, you'll have to send me one.
Right. Well, you can look at the one on if anyone is curious, they can look at these days. It shows up as the first thing on the home page because they've gotten rid of the live streams on the homepage, and you have to click live to see the live streams. So one of the first episodes you're going to see within the top 3 to 4 is going to be that Confederate Memorial Day interview with Salman Sheikh. So people can also see him on video and his behavior. And his behavior is very psychophanic, obsequious.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, psychophanic, obsequious, and just basically he tries to be this kind of I'm at peace. That's his affect that he's trying to project. But it was completely artificial, and it showed through, of course, the moment that he snapped. Then he dedicated himself to this very emotional, character assassination campaign that became the purpose of his life, that he was going to spend it attacking myself. And the pathology is just overwhelming. There's so when you have somebody like that who's trying to put this affect of peace and everything out there, everybody just assume that they're full of shit and just walk away. There's nothing they have to offer you. That's the way you can assume it with the overwhelming majority of them. But take it from there, Sammy.
Well, no, honestly, what I was just trying to get into is just honestly just trying to balance myself when it comes to being a good partner, in the sense of even a father and all that, because it is a lot. It's a lot because you see other people how they do it, and it's everybody has their way of how they do it. But from what I've noticed is I try to surround myself with people that have good, at least not good, but they're transparent in where I'm at in life. Yes. That is my father, my partner. I try to be a man of faith, and obviously not a perfect person, but what I try to not be around is what I don't want to be. And even if I do, I'll try to put my positive spin to it. And when anybody's tried to ask me any advice, like, hey, how do you deal with, relationships? I said, well, it's just really, you deal with it. That's part of being a relationship. If you ignore it, and you, especially with men, if we turn ourselves off emotionally, as in, don't communicate or don't at least express ourselves how we're feeling, at least to the person that we were supposed to, then it just turns very ugly.
Yeah.
And that's just the best way I kind of try to at least try to practice what I preach. And it's at times it's not easy because as men we're just prone to just shut off.
Yeah.
And a woman's emotions are very powerful, and part of it is to kind of just be a human being. And if you love somebody, you know, it's selfless. Love is not how do you say it? Love is not selfish. That's what I'm trying to say. You love somebody
Unconditionally. It's an
yeah,
unconditional love. I mean, we
well,
should all technically unconditionally love each other. That's the goal. Like, as far as
Right.
even me and Douglas, who hate each other, we should totally unconditionally love each other because we're all really one, and that's what the goal is, as far as just truly being able.
Well,
But the problem that I will say,
right, right.
Sydney, is in a relationship is to say unconditional. It's very hard in a relationship because
Well,
we do put conditions on it. Like, don't cheat on me.
absolutely, absolutely. Well, that's one of the things about it is I'll be lying to you if there wasn't condition. No, I wouldn't want my significant other to be unfaithful. But
But
at the
that's
same
what I
time,
finally realized, and it took me a long time to realize this, that the love, the relationship can be conditional. The love is unconditional. So
well,
if she cheated
yeah.
on you tomorrow, you would still love her just as much, but you may be like, I can't be with you anymore. I can't
Well,
trust you.
no, and there's some truth to that. You know, there is. And the thing about it is separating is very painful because
It's
it's
pain. It's
like
the worst pain. Yeah, it's
right,
horrible.
right. Well, it's like Velcro. You know, you're gonna separate, but it's just little pieces of this person still with you, and it's just adulthood. Welcome to adulthood. I mean, I understand why.
And no, can you take me back and put me in Scorpio Baby's body? I would like to be there right now.
Funny thing about it is he left me a huge present right now, and
Oh
No,
no.
no, don't tell us
Oh,
this.
that's Doug. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Douglas got in his body at this point.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
well, Doug, while Doug was talking, I was changing his diaper, so it actually came right on time. It's like he knew Doug
It's
was
like
talking.
he knew it was Doug. It's like, time to take a
Oh,
Oh
poop.
my
okay,
God.
Doug is talking. Let me take a huge dump. Yeah,
Yes.
you gotta.
Yes.
But
Yes.
no, it's But honestly, the great thing about even my significant other and I is we make up and we're fine after, and that's great. And we communicate, and you know, she sometimes has choice words for me, but I told her, look, as long as you don't do it to embarrass me in public, that's great.
Right. That was
Yeah.
interesting.
So
What was?
yeah, I don't know, it was an echo.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it was my speaker. I was trying to like cut the volume
Oh,
down.
okay. That makes sense. That's what I thought. It would be
But
something.
it's
Go on.
but it's yeah. So it's part of a relationship, and you know, any relationship's no different. I mean, I've had friends that tell me, you know, that you know, their partner doesn't talk to them. They just pretty much only want interaction when, you know, it's time for them to release. And you know, that's just a relationship. It is what it is.
But by release, you mean like vent emotionally, or just
Sexually.
Okay,
Sexually.
just to have sex then. Yes.
Right,
Okay.
right. So it's one of those things where, you know, in the same time too, it's a very vulnerable position where someone is talking about this, and I just listen, and if they ask my opinion, then I do, and at the end of the day, I tell them, look, I'm not gonna act like I know you just because you shared this with me. It's great, and you know, I try to share a little bit, but at the same time, I tell them, you know, you kind of already know the answer, in a way where if that bothers you, then, you know, do something about it, and I just keep it moving, because that's one thing I try not to, is interject myself into somebody's personal life where, you know, it's just not healthy,
Yes.
and you know, and just try to at least try to center myself where, you know, hey, it's great that I have these hurdles and struggles because everybody else has them too, and you know, and move on from
I'm gonna take him home.
Right. By the way, that's Brooke's children in the background.
Oh yeah, they're coming back. There, hold on.
Either that or there's a home invasion currently going.
right.
And we'll soon
Well,
hear.
that
Yeah. Go on.
that's one of the things that I try to keep in mind is try to find that third space. You talked about in that transmission, Doug.
Yes.
Oh, that's Andy in the background.
Understood.
And you try to find that third space to kind of help you cope with, you're dealing with another human being, and it's just gonna happen where you could, some of that's gonna be projected towards you, and it's okay as long as you both understand that we're gonna get through this, and we can do this as human beings, not just kill each other, and because you I'm sure though you've seen examples where people just cannot interact with each other. It's just napalm, and it's worse, and because you can feel it. You walk in a room, and it's like, oh, what the heck's going on here? You don't even have to. It doesn't have to happen. You just feel it in the atmosphere, So I try to do that because it helps me as a parent.
Hey, Sammy. Sammy, 1 second. My kids wanted to say something.
No, we didn't. You forced me.
Well, they're saying I forced them, so.
And my name is Nemo.
Hi, Nemo.
I'm Tram.
Hi, Nemo. How you doing? Hey, how you doing?
I'm Noah. We're out, I guess.
So they all said, hey, Nemo, and they said, hey, Tram, and then they know Noah because they already knew he was sick.
What's up, y'all?
They're out.
Hey, nice to meet you guys.
Y'all be careful.
Yes.
All right. Bye, boys.
Yes.
I wanted them to be brave enough to be able to say something.
Oh.
I told them they could say their names, or I told them, I said, you can come up with something like Big Dick, Big Dick. I was surprised they all said their actual real name.
Yeah.
Like Nemo, his name is Nehemiah. We always call him Nemo.
I was about to ask if that was his real name. Yeah.
Yeah, Nemo is the best. Like Nemo is Tram is the cousin I'm taking care of, and then Noah's mine, obviously. And then Nemo is he used to be smaller than my baby, and he's a little older. He's black. I mean, like somebody told me the other day you shouldn't describe somebody like color. Like, I don't know why that would be.
I think your daughter's the one who's been politically correctly indoctrinated to that point.
Why did you say black? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure the girl up the street that's black would be like, why the fuck say that? Like, but whatever. But like, I love Nemo. Nemo's like, when he comes over, he's like, I say that's my favorite son. And what's so weird about it is that he was so little. His name's Nehemiah. We called him Nemo because he was so little. And he was the baby of two brothers that were huge. And he now is 6'4".
Jesus.
To 6'5". He is huge. Like I literally am under his like armpit, and he hugs me, and I'm just like, you're still my baby. And I'll just look at my own son. I'm like, this is my favorite son. Okay.
That's cute.
Look at it.
Well,
he's so sweet.
Yeah. Yes, that's so stereotypical. Oh my God.
That was stereotypical.
Black kids, they grow up. Like really grow up.
No, but I mean, like everybody grows up, but like a lot of
black kids get really huge. There's nothing nothing racist about that.
A lot of white kids get huge.
Yeah, a lot, but
I know right now he's got a crush on me, and he's 6'5", and he's like a freaking idiot. He's never played basketball. I asked him, I was like, did you play basketball? He lived in Colorado and whatever. I'm not saying he's an idiot. I actually like him as a friend. Like he's very his politics, if he could just be like more spiritual and maybe sporty, but his politics I get, like we're totally on board with politics. But I'm like, did you ever play basketball? He's like 6'5". No, I just wasn't coordinated enough. Did you play anything? No, I didn't play sport. I'm like, you're almost 5 or what the fuck ever. You never played a fucking sport, like ever?
Yeah, it's amazing. Well, that's to be admired that he can come to grips with the fact that he's just not coordinated enough. So Aussie Spider says, good day. How about flesh-colored kids? Laugh out loud. Well, there you go. I mean, what do we make of that?
What is flesh color, though?
Yeah, there you have it. By the way, back in the old days, the first thing people would assume would be a Caucasoid pink, because that would be the color on the crayons. The crayons used to be flesh, would be the Caucasoid pink, would be the flesh.
I remember that because you know what? Back when we were for young girls, back in the 80s, before makeup, we would go buy the Caucasoid makeup that turned our skin pink. And so you'd look at our neck, and it was white, and our skin was pink on the top if you wanted to put foundation on.
That's cute.
And then it was like, no, it wasn't cute. God, you don't get it. Shut the fuck up. I hate your cute stories. You don't need. I'm never talking again. Just I'll be on here. Just shut up.
Oh, so such being said, fuck, Sammy, I praise with. Yeah, he is. Thank
Exactly.
God.
See, he's
Yeah.
crying because I'm never talking again.
Sorry.
Andy, that's
Go
fine.
ahead,
We,
go ahead.
that's we adore Andy crying. I mean, it's the same as Nemo and Noah and NORAD coming on
Right.
and saying their bit. By the way, for
No,
those,
I know he's crying, but what I'm saying is they were saying, "Hey," and this baby was saying, "You're a bitch for
Yeah.
making Brooke mad, and you
Yeah.
should not make my Aunt Brooke mad because it makes me cry, and I'd rather laugh."
Okay, so what I'm going to do, Sammy, please talk. Sammy, Jesus Christ.
No, he's fucking agreeing with me. He's like, the baby didn't cry
Yeah,
until
he's
you started
pouting
putting
too.
it, bro.
Yes, Sammy's pouting too. Yes. Oh my God.
Well,
Well,
Sammy knows he's not getting laid when he flies back to South Carolina now.
well,
If he doesn't, if he says anything agreeable with you, he's not, obviously.
yeah, well, oh, thank God, Andy. I'm
Yeah,
sure.
sorry.
Okay, excellent, excellent. No, I mean, we don't. Yeah, honestly, Andy crying is fine. He's fine. It's just I figured, God, he already took he already took a big shit, so you should be free from that responsibility for a little while. And such.
Oh no, he wants to now he wants to snack, Doug. They have to snack.
Yes, it's an
Yeah,
endless
he needs
cycle.
a booty. Put your nipple in his mouth and let him snack.
Oh God. Well,
No.
Sammy doesn't have man boobs, thank God.
Yeah,
That would be bad.
unfortunately, no.
Yes, that would be bad. Mike Ringley, on the other hand, who owned Revolution Radio, he had tits that were bigger than your average female. So such beings.
That is so bad when you see that, though. I feel bad for men that, like, do they not notice?
You know what, Doug? I actually wanted one of those cutting boards he was selling. I never got a chance to order one.
Yeah,
Anyways.
that's sad. That's sad. I wonder if anyone ever. I
Was
guess-
it cutting board to cut your boobs off? I mean, what are you talking about?
No, it was like a book. He used to make like knickknacks, like just like a
And you
cutting board.
really wanted one, Sammy? Are you serious?
Yeah,
Or
he
you
used to
being-
do this weird wood craft. He used to do woodcraft.
Yeah.
So it would sound like it was. It would sound almost like it was appealing.
Yeah, he used beeswax and
Yeah.
stuff to, I guess, seal it or something. And you look, Doug, believe it or not, Doug can promote the hell out of something.
Yeah.
So it did sounded like Doug actually used it, but no, Doug was just like whatever.
Oh my God, Doug,
this
we're
is-
gonna like literally. I make cutting boards, and I didn't know this was a thing. But like I make small ones. They're the smaller cutting boards. I make them out of wood. I use natural pine wood that we have land up here in South Carolina, like in Salem, that we use to cut. And then I actually cut those, and then I used beeswax is what we coated in. So, I can put somebody's initials in it and totally, like, we can sell it, for like $45 a little thing.
Mhm.
30.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah, that's cool. And I
Or
am.
I can just buy one at the dollar store and tell
Yes.
everybody that and carve their initials in.
Hey,
Either way.
that's even better.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave both of you holding the stage for a few minutes. This shouldn't take too long. Literally, I'll be gone for about 10 minutes. So I do want everyone
You know what? You don't do. No, it's not fair because
Yeah.
you know what time it is. Look at the time. Look at the time. Look at the fucking time. What time is it?
I have good
What
news
time
to
is
share.
it?
I have good news to share.
Say the time. Say the time out loud.
I was able to delete that stupid live stream that was 1 minute and 11 seconds long. So I was able to delete that. And so that will stop distracting people. It is alarming that had like 33 views. And then we're
We
evening
have
up.
like 11 on this one. I know.
Yeah, well, it sometimes it doubles up. I mean, if I were to share a screen now, then it'd say 24, then it goes down to 20, then it's like now it's at 12. Yeah, you can't trust those numbers at all. And like I said, it's always orders of magnitude.
That's
above
why I'm always like, how do we get to 1224 and then when you hang up, it's like 430?
Yeah, it's like I said, that's the actual number during the show, really. And so during the show, their aggregate is like almost designed to like demotivate you. Okay, so I just killed the sex bot.
You should to let them know that you already have someone online to do that for you.
Yes, no shit. Yeah, so we're up to quote unquote 20 now, which means we're about 200. So it's orders of magnitude about 10 at least above what it shows. But
I've already messaged my guy that needs to be on here, so I don't know what the fuck he is.
Okay, well, whoever that might be. Such being said, we are now going to leave it to Sammy and Brooke for a matter of minutes. I'll be back in 10 minutes. and then we'll really get started. But notice that we've been lackadaisically processing for about, it feels like we've been on for an hour and a half, but no, we've only been on for basically an hour.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
so we need Peter Moon, and
no,
where
no,
is he?
No, we don't need, I mean, he's fine when he's here, but he's not here tonight.
I know. I just need to know where he is.
Yes.
Now I'm very curious.
He's driving home in the snow, probably dealing with all of the problems that are, collateral to that activity. And it's one of those things where let's just pray he makes it home safely.
Why didn't he fly? He's a Republican. He's got money.
He might be flying. I guess that's it. They're probably flying.
I would assume they're flying. Yes, I think he would fly. I would hope he would fly.
Yeah. So in which case, there's all kinds of attendant problems there. At some point they have to transfer to a car, etc. So it's just such being.
Or he just doesn't like you anymore and doesn't want to come on your show.
Yes, that it could be that as well, but I doubt it's that. So such being said, Sammy and Brooke have this. They've got this. I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Pretty sure Douglas is going to blow his brains out.
If I survive the next 10 minutes without the chamber in the round that's loaded going off into my head, then I'll be back. Okay, so I'm going to go mute. And
good luck, baby boy.
Thank you, honey. Stage is yours.
Oh, I love you.
Oh, fuck! Fuck, what did I just do? Shit. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. That is... Okay. I do hope she picks up. Brooke swears too much, he says. Oh, thank God. I hung up. I hung up because you had me so upset.
Don't want everybody to hear this. Just say it
I
again.
blame you. I blame you for everything.
Just say I fucked up. Say it again.
I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up by the numbers. And I'm good at that. So I'm just once again going to call everybody, including Sammy. And only Sammy's going to come on, but and he's the one that counts.
So we need to go to another cast. So you're saying this is the new one? And I just answered
No, it's not a new stream. Thank God. No, it's a new call. It's separate.
That's what I'm saying. So I've got to hang up this other call that I'm on with Sammy.
Oh yes, hang up the one you're on with Sammy. Tell him to hang up.
My phone. So you need to call me back again, so it will go through on my computer because I'm not sitting here. My phone is going to die. So hang up.
Hi. So what you're saying is
maybe I can switch
pick up on the computer.
Hello?
Well,
Yeah, hi. Yes, Sammy, I hung up by accident instead of pressing the mute. I pressed the hang up button because she drives me. I blame her. Because she drives me nuts.
He blames me when he can't get his dick hard. Like all the time he'll call me on and be like, I got 3 fucking prostitutes every year and it's all your fault. Like they're paid for and I can't even get off. You know what? If you can't get off, just send me pictures of them because they're probably hot.
So I got this envelope in the mail that I was hoping was a money order. It turned out to be addressed to a different address, but it's the holiday season, so I figured, well, people might send money to each other anyway, so I opened it up anyway because I was going to steal the money and then put whatever it was, like a card or whatever, back in the mail for them by taping it up and putting it back in the mail after taking the money out because, I do that. I am not above that. But it was just pictures of their kids, their family.
I just love that you just said that. I love that you're about as much as they said, like, what was that fucking comedian on Saturday Night Live the other night? I love him. But, like, he's the one that everybody says is, like, transphobe or whatever. The black guy.
That idiot. I forget. The bald black guy. Yeah, bald black guy.
Dave Chappelle. I actually like Dave Chappelle. I think he's fucking hilarious because I don't think he's scared to go anywhere. And I don't really think he's transphobe. But either way, I think he's hilarious because he's like, you don't understand. You think these fucking white people, he's like, they fucking saw Trump. You wonder why they fell in love with Trump. It's just like what you fucking just said. They fell in love with him because he sat there and they were like, and he was like, the whole system's rigged. The whole system's fucking rigged. And there were Hillary Clinton and Obama across the stage. And they were like, no, it's not. It's not rigged. And they're shaking their head. I'm like, okay, it is rigged, but you shut the fuck up. Like, these are people that, like, he's like, being like, okay, we all know it's fucking rigged. And then the moderator goes, well, Mr. Trump, if it is rigged,
then what would you propose you would do about it? And how would you know that it was rigged? He goes, well, I know it is rigged because I use it. I completely take advantage of it. And I know they aren't going to do shit to change it because all of the people that give them money, all of their voters, are the same people that also take advantage of it. And he was like, and it was the first time that a honest liar became a thing. He was just an honest liar, which I had to say, as much as I hate Trump, at that moment, he was just an honest liar. Like, I take complete advantage of the situation.
There we are. So I get what you're saying. There's a charisma in a open rogue. And certainly when I was working in security and we would recover people's wallets, I got to the point very quickly where I would remove the money before returning them. Nobody minded. They just wanted their wallets back. So there's kind of a tip involved in that regard. I had the same attitude towards this, but like I said, I opened it up and it's just photographs of people's kids, just kids, nothing, no part of the family, just kids. I mean, it's legitimate. It's like family. It's like, they took pictures of their son. It was like the kind you would get in school in the old days.
Why did you think it was money? Just because it was like around Christmas?
Well, it's the holiday season. So I got to take it back up and I've got to.
No matter what, I'm just going to melt it randomly to your address
this shit happens all the time. The mail people, they can't mail anything, right? So I got to mail it to the mail, but I got to remail it. So when I remail it, I'll tape it up again and send it to those people, and they'll probably notice that it's been opened, but who fucking cares? They're lucky to get it at all.
That is a piece of shit. Like, it is a piece of shit to do that, though.
What?
I would be a piece of shit, but to open somebody's shit, like, I just feel like that's karma. Like, I walked in the other day, like, I don't do that. And, like, I walked in the other day, I lost my vape. My vape is, like, it's like $100, right? Couldn't find it. Figured it was around the fucking house. Never fucking found it. So I went and bought, like, a cheap one at the gas station or whatever. And, or smoked a couple cigarettes, actually. And, like, I walked in the fucking place to literally get a cheap, that's when I went to get a cheap vape. And this guy, it had been like a fucking week since I've been in this gas station. Because there's two near me and I go back and forth. I've been like 6 days. I walk in, middle of the fucking day, busy as hell. And he goes, oh my God, your vape, it's here. Like, over everyone. And I'm like, wow. And then he gives it to me. It's a $100 fucking vape. And I never thought it would be there. I apparently laid it down when I was paying.
Uh-huh.
And just didn't know it.
What was this again?
It was just a vape, like
vape. Okay.
Yes, but it was like it's not one of the little cheap ones. Like, it's a expensive, like, $100 one. So, like, and you refill it with the juice. So I had lost it. And like I said, I thought I was at home. I thought I'd find it and I couldn't find it. And I kept thinking, well, it'll turn up because I've misplaced them before and it didn't. And, I was like, well, where the fuck could it have been? And I kind of given up on it. And, number one, to walk in and hear that. Number two, this guy, like, I don't ever remember seeing this guy before, ever. He yelled over people, hey, your vape is here.
Could have been worse.
I'm like, how do you even know who the fuck I am?
Yeah,
like,
that's
I'm obviously
interesting.
coming in here more than I think by beer or something.
Oh my God. So that's intriguing. So, all right, now that we've heard all of that and we've reestablished the call with
my God, I hate how you don't like my fucking stories.
Yes. And so
in World War II, we lost World War II. If everyone
yes, that's right. You lost. So all that being said,
you know what? Yeah. Doug, you know what? Very interesting about it. Now that Brooke has brought that up.
Yes.
One of my coworkers is half black, half Japanese.
Uh-huh.
But he looked Filipino, obviously. Uh-huh. So he always gets confused for Filipino.
Uh-huh.
And he told his father about, the Treaty of San Francisco, what happened, the peace treaty.
Uh-huh.
And his father couldn't believe it. And obviously his father was in the military.
Uh-huh.
His mom being, I believe his mom is black and his father's Japanese.
Okay.
So
you
I
mean
think
Japanese American?
Yes.
Okay. Go on.
Yes, he said, he even asked me yesterday, hey, what was that peace treaty you told me about? I'm like, that's the peace treaty in San Francisco. That's where they signed it in the Presidio. And, I told him, remember, World War II was a United Nations war. It wasn't an American war. This was a United Nations front.
Yes.
And, the UN was founded in the Presidio. And I was telling him, it's like, so you got to, I told him, you have to remember the context of what I'm telling you.
Yes.
Because a lot of people think this is, it's just an American war. No, this was a United Nations front.
Yeah.
And I said,
the way to
one of the
express
reasons-
that, by the way, so
Yes.
that people can use that more usefully, would be the United Nation. The World War II was a United Allied Front. So think of UAF,
Right.
United Allied
Right.
Front. The United Nations was a United Allied Front, and that's why it
Right.
was formed. Okay, so go on. Yeah.
And I had to tell him this in the sense of the reason why there was the peace treaty in San Francisco and why we signed a peace treaty with the Japanese was we completed the cessations of hostilities. This was a negotiation that happened.
Plus the reconstruction they
years.
demanded.
Right.
Yes,
Yep.
met their demands for
Yes, yes.
reconstruction. And
Absolutely.
also, we met the demands for reconstruction, and as well, we dismantled our Department of War forever. We could no longer ever
Right.
wage war again legally, and replaced it with the Department of Defense. And we dismantled the, oh God, what else was it? But you get the point. Those are two big ones.
Right.
Those are big enough.
Right.
Come on. Yes.
So one of the things I told him is, one of the one nation or the one government that we did not was the Third Reich.
Yes.
One of the reasons why, because they were not recognized as a legitimate government by the United Nations. And I said, I gave him the example of the nationalist Chinese or this modern day Taiwan. I said, a great example of that was the nationalists. They were a founding member of the United Nations, and yes, and they replaced them with the communists, and that actual government with a young what's that guy's name? Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes.
Relocated to Taiwan, and I said all this is connected to them. So I kind of had to tell him this because unfortunately, normal Americans
Know
are
any of
illiterate.
this?
They don't know anything, and they don't know the context of what we're talking about. And when I was explaining to this, at a time you kind of have to look at this as war is not a fist fight. War, there's many actual war. There's many talk down processes that happens between two nations because really nobody wants to go to war because it's very costly. And I said, this is one of the reasons why even the Soviets got into the mix because of the Lend-Lease program that they never paid.
Right.
They never paid none of this. They just ripped us off and used our natural resources. We were the modern day Saudi Arabia as far as fuel. We had all the fuel. We had all these resources, and stupidly enough, we gave them away for free.
That's right. That's right. And
Go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, to try and reemphasize the insanity of the conflict, there are, of course, economists who will argue that, I've heard this argument before by some economists, that are considered somewhat radical or somewhat different in their theories. And they were saying that, well, America never really got out of the Depression until the war ended, and but of course they have no concept really of when the war ended, right. And so what they're arguing is not valid. But the point is that if you understand enough about history and economics, then you realize I understand what you said about no one really wants to go to war because it's so costly. Now again, you're thinking from this perspective of logic that you are presuming is extant within leadership, but the reality was the Americans and the British and the Soviets had no such logic. I mean, all three of them were very much the aggressors, and they were very much constantly doing the best that they could to provoke conflict. And that's because they felt they could afford it. This is because they felt that they had enough resources that they could do this. And under Roosevelt, of course, the mania was so extreme. His mania was extreme enough where he felt this truly was cosmic, that this war was cosmic, and that he could basically recreate the earth in his image. He was this determined. Now, for those of you who do not grasp the enormity of what I'm saying, just to put this in brief perspective so that people understand this, one of the most liberal magazines in the world is Mother Jones Magazine. And Mother Jones Magazine names itself after this old, Union marm There was this one woman who was supporting the labor unions, who basically declared herself as kind of like, because she was so communistic in her belief system, that she was kind of like everyone's communal mother. So she called herself Mother Jones, as in a kind of generic sense, like like Uncle Sam. And so that's where the name Mother Jones derives from for that magazine. But Mother Jones even finally just did a very small article in which they basically published some of the information that I leaked. And that was, I was presented at one point with literally 666 volumes. That was the exact number. It was 666 volumes worth of research that the Roosevelt administration during World War II had put solid money into. I mean, if you got 666 volumes worth of research, this is obviously, they put big money into this. And this study was conducted to decide what they could do with stolen German technology, rocket technology, etc., to basically use it to get all of the Jews off planet Earth. So Roosevelt was like Abraham Lincoln in that Abraham Lincoln is falsely remembered as this friend of the slaves because he, quote unquote, let them free, when of course he did not. He released them only in Confederate territory and only where they were not useful to the U.S. Army. Wherever the U.S. Army needed free manpower, not cheap manpower, but free manpower, slaves were kept as slaves. And so slaves were still slaves in the United States. And the United States, the Union, had slaves, for those of you who do not know this. So then he said after the war he wanted to get rid of all the blacks and move them to Liberia, which is basically a nation in Africa which is all U.S. slaves that were dumped there against their will, just deported en masse. So when Lincoln did that, started Liberia, the only thing that stopped that process from consummating, where they would have deported all blacks eventually, was the fact that a Confederate States soldier blew his brains out. With Franklin Delano Roosevelt, if he had lived, he was determined to send all of the Jews off planet Earth. He didn't know where. The study was to say it was either Mars or Alpha Centauri, the nearest star, but get them off Earth completely. This is his idea of starting a new Liberia, except extraterrestrial. I mean, this was the state of this man's madness. And this is the man who people hold as this liberal progressive deity, and he was this individual who also wanted to turn the Sahara green, which is not necessarily a lunatic plan, but obviously was beyond the engineering of his time, etc. He just had all these plans to not only recreate Earth socially, but in terms of
What year was it?
We're talking 1945 is when he died.
No, the year that the guy blew his brains out, that basically saved,
blacks in America. It was that was 1865.
Yeah, it was 1865. So see, do you realize now that you were that guy, like that I was the savior because you blew your brains out, right? I was your wife that made you because you're just so fucking miserable.
I have a comment.
But we saved a lot of lives, man.
Yeah, I had a comment in the chat room, not the chat room, in a private message. Somebody sent me a private message saying, "I can see why she drives you around the bend." Yes. And then there is a comment in the chat room from someone who you're welcome to respond to, Aussie Spider, who says, Brooke swears too much.
Oh God, everybody says I swear too much. Oh God, please don't let Peter Moon be listening right now.
Well, Peter Moon sent me a private message. Fuck, I didn't even think about this. Peter Moon sent
me Because I'm going to be pissed if he fucking did and he didn't send me one.
He said, won't be coming on tonight, but plan to be back Wednesday with Maria. It's cold! All uppercase. It's cold here. Well, what did you expect? It's like saying, I'm going to go to Antarctica. And then saying, man, it's cold here. It's okay. There's certain things where... okay.
I'm not...
Yeah.
I don't feel bad for him because I live in California. I live in Los Angeles, and it's about 65, and we think it's cold here.
Thank you.
you know.
Thank
Well,
you.
yeah.
That's
I mean,
actually
we
one of our
we
truths.
think it's cold. We're in South Carolina. We think it's cold at 50, about 50. We're cold too.
Right.
Thank you. And it's dropping well below 40 in these
But
San Francisco.
but
Yeah,
I
so.
told Douglas today when he told me that
Yeah.
that poor Peter might not be on because he was in Chicago.
Yeah,
I told him about my story of Chicago.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, and
it's
you know
like,
what?
Sammy,
You
it's
can
just different.
you can
Like,
relate that
it's a
while
bad place to be.
I go mute. Let's see if I can do this
Okay, yeah.
without
Why don't
hanging
you
up.
go do your shit and I'll tell Sammy the story.
Yes, let me see if I can do this without hanging
Go
up.
ahead, Brooke.
Yeah, see, this is where I have to see. Brooke does this to me. Brooke drives me mad, and
Right.
you know, if I
Oh
do
my
wind
God.
up with that one loaded chamber blowing my brains out, it's her fault.
Yeah, just
Thank
but
you, bro.
bitch, you better either made it out to me or my dog is all I'm saying.
Yes,
Okay,
that's right.
go on.
That's
Great.
right.
Now Dad's gonna release about Sarka. We're all screwed. Anyways, go ahead.
So
Good.
the story was he told me Peter might not be on tonight, and I was like, and I couldn't even fathom it then because I was like had not gone to the ICU yet, so the day had only half gone, so I'm like there can't. Later on, I'm like, oh my God, like this day cannot be worse if I have to be on a very long time. Like Peter couldn't have picked a worse day, but I was like Peter's
Honestly,
way. He said
it's interesting you say that because I was gonna go make an errand right now, so hopefully someone else can come on.
Oh,
you
no,
know,
you
but
can't. You're
I say
fucking
about
stuck with me.
I say about an hour. Go ahead, keep going.
Oh, you're gonna go for an hour?
About in an hour, I'm going. But go ahead.
Well, fuck you. I'm just gonna leave the fucking cup breakfast.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Brooke. Go ahead,
No,
Brooke.
you liar. Point is, I just said Peter. Like I was in Chicago, been in Chicago several times, but the very first time I went was, I thought it would be fun. Family was there, and I went for Thanksgiving. And if I wore it'd just be like you coming out of LA. Like I wore my heaviest Southern jacket, took my thickest fucking clothes, right? Thanksgiving. And get there, it's like, oh, it's gonna snow. It snowed, next day is Thanksgiving. We're gonna go to the day after Thanksgiving, the museums in downtown Chicago, which Chicago, which is where everybody really goes, that's all near the lake. I think it's Lake Michigan, whatever the fuck it is. The point is, and this in LA you would be used to, I'm sure, in big cities. But to get to a museum, you parked, and then we waited on a trolley to get to the door. So like it was like when in South Carolina, like we pull up, like maybe if we have to walk 70, 50 steps, like that's a long walk.
Right.
Like no, you had to wait on a trolley just to get to the door to do the 50 steps.
Wow.
So the point was, I had my daughter who was only like 1, and she's in a stroller, and I'm in my heaviest coat. I had a hat on, I had gloves, and I literally, it's the only time I can say I even had my ass beat, like literally.
Wow.
By a fucking man. I have never.
Did you wear thermals or anything, or like long johns or something?
Well, no, I was Southern, man. I didn't know about that shit. Like I didn't think about it. And I was just like, and it was like, I wasn't gonna be out there long, right? I'm gonna be inside. My whole plan was to be inside by a fire or inside by a museum.
Right.
But what happened was, even just those 20 minutes of that wind hitting me, or 15 minutes,
Wow.
right? It's not the cold, it's the wind in Chicago.
Yeah.
And I didn't want anybody to see me, because tears were coming out of my eyes, and I couldn't physically stop them. So it was like physical pain, and I never show physical pain. Like no matter how somebody's physically hurting me, I never cry with physical pain. And I like had to turn my head, like I was physically crying, because like it was so like just I couldn't stop the cutting of the wind. Like no matter where I turned or I did, like it was just. I'm telling you, the Chicago wind is no fucking joke, especially being on the lake if it's bad. Like it's cold as shit. It's 20, 30 degrees, maybe 10. Didn't matter. That wind cuts you like a fucking knife. And that's when I said, I don't know what the fuck Peter Mean was thinking. Like, I hope to God he got his dick sucked like 5,000 times if he's gonna go do shit. Like, whoever. Anybody that would do that for somebody. If I had known what I was going into, I'd have never gone. I thought it was gonna be fun. I thought it was gonna be like a Alaskan snow party, like go sit by a bonfire and then, fire in the cabin. No, it is, as long as you don't ever leave Chicago. And then the problem is Chicago's not that pretty. It's not like you're in Alaska. It's pretty ugly.
Right. Right.
So
that's crazy. No, I can understand. I've never been to Chicago, but my twin has, and he told me no, it's it's that cold that pretty much you feel like, at least what he told me, it's like you being abused. Like someone's literally hitting you with a really cold Mack truck.
Yes.
And, you know, it's very painful, but I mean,
Yeah,
yeah.
and the thing is, I've been in there in spring because I had to go back. I would have never gone back. I had to go back for work, for actual
Right.
work, and there was a conference there. Thank God it was in May or June, because I would have swear to God, if they had sent me again, like if it had been in winter, I would have quit the job. I'd have been like,
Wow.
like it was that brutally cold. Which again, even in spring, everybody told me it would be great in spring, and I went, and I was like, this is really not that great a place either.
Right.
I mean, I'm not putting people down in Chicago. Downtown Chicago is pretty, but then the traffic to me is not worth it. So then you're just in the suburbs, and it's just like any other suburb, and you're just in a heavy traffic. So why not just move to the country, and not deal with like sitting in traffic for hours to get home or whatever.
Well,
But I
how
mean,
long
you're
is
in
the
LA
drive?
and you're used to that. Like, at least in LA, you can meet a movie star every now and then. Like, I mean, your chances in Chicago are what, Oprah Winfrey?
Interesting though, Los Angeles is, see, I work with swing shift, so when I go, there's no traffic, and when I come out, there's no traffic. It's because of the hours I work. But if I would work the regular 9 to 5, or here, most people usually work. They're probably in by 8 o'clock. So if you're, especially the freeway that to me that gives me the most headaches, or anybody notoriously that lives in Southern California, has to be the 405.
See, I've never even been there, and I've heard of, like, I know the 405. As soon as
The
you said it, I'm like,
405, there's traffic as we speak right now. 405.
did you hear
it's like-
that, like, nationally all the time?
Right.
It happened on the 405. It happened on the 405.
So actually, one of my school professors, he told us a story where he made a very bad mistake. He said, I had 2 cups of coffee and a big brown bran muffin. Hello?
Yeah, 2 cups of coffee. Oh no!
And a bran
no,
muffin.
This is going to a bad, nasty Douglas.
And he
story.
was on the 405, and his stomach started rumbling very, very bad. He said, I tried to fight it.
I don't
tried to
understand that.
I tried to
understand
resist
men
it.
can't- I think men can't fight it the way women can.
I tried to.
I would never. I could never.
I tried to,
Could
fight
never.
it and try to control my bowels, and my body's all, this is gonna leave your body, whether you like it or not. He
I'm
said,
sorry.
don't.
It's not possible. Like, I have been in the
It's
worst
not.
pain in my life.
It's
No.
I would
I'm
not-
saying
Yes, go
I
ahead.
think it is possible to control it, and that's what men don't fucking get. They have not been like shot. Like, if I can control a baby not coming fucking out of me when the doctor's saying stop because I want you to see it, I can control
Right.
my bowels in the worst fucking moment. And I have had men. I had my husband like say, I couldn't. I had to. I'm like, that is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, control your bowels. But I do get that I've been in that point. Like, everybody's been in that painful moment where like it's like,
Well, like I
would
said,
like, it's just like peeing.
Yeah.
I would like to release it, but I can't release it.
well, he had a bran muffin, so that's already plenty of fiber. Plus, you add on those 2 cups of coffee,
Then
you're
he
just
should have
screwed.
pulled over on the 405 and
Well,
gotten
see,
some bushes.
he forgot. That's the thing about it. He's like, I forgot. I just literally, I'm gonna have a bran muffin and hey, may I have 2 cups of coffee. Like, I was so wrapped up in all my teaching scheduling that when I was heading to go teach, this class, like an idiot, I didn't
Okay,
take
yeah,
in
we've gone far
consideration.
enough. Yeah, it's bad.
So yeah, he pretty much had to go pull over the 405.
I
and
get
he
it.
was
He pulled over. Did he get out of the
And-
car at least, I hope?
he did, and people were honking at him. And
Well, at least he got out of the car. I mean, I'll give him that. Like, I could eat 45 bran muffins and 47 glasses of coffee, and I would not ever shit on myself ever in my life, no matter what. So at least he got out of the fucking car. Like, I'll give him that.
Right. So, it happens. What are you going to do? But anyways, that's great. How are your holiday plans as far as Thanksgiving? Are you going to
Sammy,
do it
I
traditional?
told you earlier when we were talking privately we would do about the holiday plans, okay? Just wanted to pick it up.
My bad.
But yeah, I don't have any at all. Okay.
Okay. You don't celebrate Thanksgiving? Or
I don't, because I think, you know what I think Thanksgiving is? I think it's for a bunch of gluttonous freaking people that just
One
want
second.
an extra excuse to eat. Like we as Americans don't eat enough gluttony every day. And then what are we celebrating? Oh, when we took the land from the original Native Americans that were here first, let's also eat ourselves to death and kill a turkey. That'll make us all feel better about ourselves. Yeah, and then sit
Right,
around
right.
and be stuffed and watch some football while we all also are with family that we don't even fucking like, and we are like miserable with them, and some shit comes up, and then we're like, I also feel bad. Let me go back to the table and eat some more food, and then just
Right,
horrible
right.
tomorrow. Like the whole thing is fucked. Like I have even given my kids to the point. Like my daughter's like, Thanksgiving is just a fucked holiday. Like we all agree. My mom was kind of like, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving anymore. I'm like, yeah, it's because it's fucked. And like I did it all until my grandmother died. Like my mima died. Like she would
Right.
cook. She was a big cook, and we all went over. Like after that, the family
Right.
kind of started to separate, and
Right.
there was just not a big thing. So I cooked it all myself because I was determined to prove I could cook like my mima because she taught me. And so the Christmas and Thanksgiving, I would do it all, cook the entire thing, spend the entire like night before cutting potatoes, peeling the freaking potatoes, like taking the green beans, and, you know, pole beans, and we had to do pole beans, you know, so you have to like, you know, break them and snap them and peel the things, like the whole thing, you know, with corn. And I would do it all, and then they get the next day and have their casseroles cooking all day, you know, miserable. By the time mom got in the fucking room with her kids, like, which she hadn't seen the Thanksgiving Day break because she was cooking. She hadn't seen them. If they came in the room, she was telling them to get out because she had to cook, continue to cook because everybody's coming. And then by the time I finally was around them and sit down to cook, I didn't want, number one, I didn't want to taste the shit. Okay? Because I've been cooking. Number two, I was grumpy as hell to my kids and probably grumpy to anybody that fucking came in the house, to be honest with you. And then I had to clean it all up. And I realized, I looked around at the people eating and I'm like, well, it's my kids.
Right.
My ex-husband, who I really didn't give a shit about one way or the other, like his opinion didn't matter at that point.
Right.
But even had it even mattered, had his even mattered, I think he would have been like, I would prefer to go out to eat than have to deal with you doing this, which I'm pretty sure that's what he said eventually. Because it was just so much. And then, you know, a few people coming over, it was like, it's not worth it. And
No,
then
I mean,
on top of it,
it's a lot of work.
it's a lot of work. Now, when you have people bringing a dish, I think that's the way to do it. Like everybody bring one dish, you know, and yeah, I mean, if you're going to do it, if you're going to be a gluttonous pilgrim, then you might as well at least everybody bring a dish, at least, please.
No,
But don't try to
absolutely.
be like Brooke and prove yourself. I was trying to prove myself too. I mean, it was my fault. I was like, I can do it all. I can do the macaroni and cheese, the green beans, the casserole, the stuff.
Right. No, but I understand. I think it's a big responsibility, but at the same time too, it's like very draining. So I can completely understand. I
Okay,
think
so I totally proved myself, and then I totally was like, and I'm done. I've done it I did it 2 to 3 years in a row, and Thanksgiving and Christmas, and then I said I'm done, completely done.
Oh, I get it. Honestly, I think even then, like if you could, it's a process to even try to attempt it because you kind of have to be in the mood. And the only thing about it takes skill. One thing is to cook for yourself, but to cook.
That's the other thing. Yes, you're right. You got to cook so much at the same time. You got to know when, okay, you got to have the sweet potatoes out at the right time. You only got so many ovens, and I even had a double oven. Right. Yeah, man, it was.
No, it's a skill. It's a skill. It really is, because nothing like tasting crappy food, and you know, it's not that. It's just it's almost insulting if you don't eat it. So no, that's.
Oh yeah, I remember the first year I did the stuffing, like we do sage stuffing. Like we don't do stuffing, we actually do dressing. I don't know if you do dressing versus stuffing. Like our dressing is more like a casserole, so we cut it. Like we have to have that. And so I made that, but like I'm heavy sage. Like I mean everything I learned, because every Sunday church, like we grew up, like you and I grew up at church. I told you every Sunday. My mom dropped me off with my Mima. We went to church. We came home, and me and Mima cooked dinner for the entire family. So I learned everything. But the sage thing, like I just love the taste of the sage. And the audience, when I'm making it, like she would teach me like to taste the dressing. You could taste it before you put the raw egg in. And I'd be like, oh, not enough sage, not enough sage. And then I remember the first year I made it, and my Mima had passed away. My other grandmother came over, and she crushed it. Dude, what, my God, how much sage did you put in this? I'm like, I don't know. I think about 2 bottles.
Right. Well, like I said, it's everybody has their thing, right? So, what
So
are you gonna do?
I learned to cut back my own sage taste for others. Like,
Right. No, I get it. I think that's, for example, like I don't. If I do contribute, I barbecue. So I make. See, that's the thing about it is that we don't really do traditional, because at least most of my family, I mean, they'll eat turkey, but it's not their just not their preferred protein.
well, the turkeys are praising you, I'm sure, at least.
But you kind of mix things up, so I get it. You kind of have to, and it's a lot of pressure too. I mean, for the most part, I have a huge family, so it's one of those things where
I can imagine your family would be even worse. Like, my family, I thought was bad. Now I'm thinking about your family. Oh, fuck.
No,
I would
well,
never even try to cook for all your family. If I married you, if I was married to you, like, I would swear to God, and all you had your sisters coming over, I'd have been like, yeah, I'm going to be in Cancun. Let them know. Like, they can't bitch at what they like or don't like. I'm not fucking here.
Well,
Because
that's the thing
women
about
are
it
going
is
to be like, oh, this wasn't good enough. The potatoes were too dry. They were too soft. Like, no.
Well,
no.
it's almost like a politic with even with my girls. I tell her, look, not like yes, there are a lot, but think about it this way. It teaches you a great way to politic when it comes to my family. It's huge. There's a lot of women. So it kind of teaches you how to politic in a sense of the less you do, in a sense of you just let people be who they are. In a sense, as long as they don't disrespect, obviously, I'm not going to allow them to disrespect my woman. But it's just easier. Don't really, because that's one thing about it.
Don't allow them to rob your joy. You're not allowed to rob my joy. Someone told me that one.
And in a sense, and in a sense too is I kind of I censor a lot of conversations I have with them if they have an opinion. Not all of them are like this, but the ones that are very opinionated about my personal life, I don't tell my girl. That's it's just not necessary. I just think you tend to.
There's no point in creating more drama than needed, right?
You don't, and at the end of the day, it's going to affect me because.
Then she's going to be mad and sad, and then you're going to have to hear it all. There's just no point. Like, here's the thing. You can always look at it this way. We're all energy, right? We're all energy, and even our words are energy, right? So are you putting out, and I need to do this more myself, but like when we think of what we're doing, are we putting out positive energy, whether it's thoughts, like when you called me today, you were putting out positive energy, like, and then when we put out negative energy, okay, if I tell that person that, is that negative, like, is it negative or positive? And you have, and sometimes that can be a fine line, because you can be like, well, if I don't tell this person that they have a hole in the back of their dress, which is going to hurt them, right? Or it looks horrible, and but at the same time, if I don't tell them that, then like they're going to get laughed at. Well, if you don't tell them, then that's which energy are you going with? You're not telling them because it'll hurt you, which is selfish, which is more negative energy. So positive energy means I'm going to override that. So unless you're overriding, to me, one energy over the other, meaning I am going to say, even though this may make them negative, it is more helpful to them. Like, even though it's going to hurt me. But other than that, like, why tell them? Unless they need to know it, why tell them? Because you're just putting out negative energy. Right.
It's just one of those things where, you kind of learn what battles to fight and what not. And really, honestly, Brooke, I'm a very simple man. So if it affects my relationship in the way I don't want it to, and I think you know where I'm heading, then I got a problem. So I'm just not, if it's not important and I can kind of handle it myself, as far as not interpret or pass on the negativeness of my family, then I'm not going to do it, because it's just not conducive to my household. And
you're a smart man, and you learned, first of all, from being raised with so many women, which is two different things. You saw the conflict probably between them, but at the same time, you got that feminine energy to realize what creates conflict and what doesn't, right? So you were able to look at that and be like, this creates like, this is more peaceful. Whereas some men, like, if they're raised without men, like, they don't even get it. They're like, I'm confused. I don't even understand why you're mad.
Well, it's like me coming at you and saying, damn, Brooke, why don't you turn off your emotions and, not be, so expressive.
Right.
And,
Right. Exactly.
It's like, what are you talking about,
feel so
Sammy?
strongly
Like,
about that? Why do you care?
I'm a person, right? I'm a person. Why? What the hell are you talking about? Like, yes, emotions is, I'm a woman, right? So, anyways, so yeah, it's just it's like anything. You have to kind of adult, quote unquote, adult situation.
So I just returned.
I wish we could all go back to being non-adults like Douglas.
Oh, that's so cute. What's that construction noise in the background, honey? Is that
It's my son. Son, what are you doing being so loud they can all hear you? Apparently my speaker's really good.
Yes.
Can you be quieter? What are you doing? Actually, what the fuck are you doing? He's getting milk. But I buy the milk with the glass because I buy like the, the non-GMO, like all that shit. Healthy.
Of course, yes.
The glass.
Yeah, sounds like firecrackers.
Yes, super conscientious, yes.
What the fuck? How do you only have 2 days? You haven't been to school in 5 days. And then you've missed 5 more days earlier, and then 3 days. How the fuck are you going to tell me you only have 2 days this week?
Thanksgiving. We only have Monday and Tuesday. You forgot about how it's Thanksgiving.
I don't know how you're going to make up all your work, but I'm pretty sure you're going to work at McDonald's for the rest of your life. I mean, he's right. It's Thanksgiving. I didn't think about that. Like, he's going back to school with all this work that he hadn't made up from the prior time, and then being out an entire week, and then he's going back, and they're only in 2 days because of Thanksgiving.
Oh my god. So that being said.
Yeah, so anyway, well, my son's going to be working at McDonald's, so when everybody's contributing to Douglas Dietrich, I'm going to need to add Noah Reyes to the list.
I do need people to contribute. Of course, I overextend myself during the holidays.
Noah's actually Douglas's real son, so he definitely does. I'm going to have to take him to court. Anyway.
I want to thank everyone for the upvotes you've all provided. And of course, some fiscal support would also be appreciated. I'm trying to raise at least 100 towards rent, towards, before the end of the month.
And if we get 500, I'll get off the air.
Yes.
If you donate $500, I will hang the fuck up right now.
Oh my god. You are a bit much for some people to take. This is
some people love
it. Yes. So what did I miss with Sammy when I came back? Sammy said something about identifying as a woman or something like that.
I don't know. You always get off subject with me. I don't understand why.
Well, I don't think we were on a particular subject.
Well, for some reason, Brooke kind of brought up like, damn, if I was your woman, Sam, I would have to deal with a lot of personalities when it came to my sisters. I'm like, well, it's mostly you just don't really involve yourself. Just be there. That's pretty much it.
I basically said, oh my God, I forgot. I thought my family was bad. And then I was like, oh my God, you have that many sisters. That would be like dealing with like, how many sisters do you have again? Like 12 or something?
I have we're about 12 total.
Yeah, I was like, that'd be like dealing with like 12 versus 14 Douglas Dietrich. Like, I would just freaking be out. I told him, my words were, I would be in Cancun. I would say, I'm going to be in Cancun. Let your family know that's where I am. They want to put me down, fine. I will be back after the holidays.
Oh my God, that's so funny, and it's just honestly, it's it's difficult. That's why Sammy learned infinite patience. Sammy learned to be what people like Daniel Arola and Salman Sheikh only pretended to be. In other words, he learned the level of patience that it takes, an almost saintly sense of empathy, in order to retain your humanity and your human interactivity with people who are effectively.
Sammy is the best person, I think, as far as
Well, here's the thing about it. Okay, I don't want to apologize. That's the thing. The apology is not worth when I want to, rebuke them with with cuss words. It's just not worth it. Sometimes people try to entrap you, and sometimes it's like I put it this way. I have a sister of mine where she tries to paint herself as a victim, and purposely. And it's like, it's not. I kind of know her game in the sense of, well, I want to piss you off so you can apologize to me, and then I feel empowered. So no, I can't. I'm not. I just kind of have to like let her roll off my back. Yeah. And she's lucky that I love her. That's the thing. I love her. So also I can not fall into it and ignore when I can. But yeah,
But that's because I think that's what Douglas is also saying too, though. You were gifted with both heavy burden and a great burden, that you had so much feminine energy. So feminine energy or masculine energy, there's not a good or a bad energy, right? You had a lot of feminine energy around you, even though you had a father that expected you to be masculine, which like most men do. Or we all are born into our roles and we think that's what we're expected to be. But you had so much feminine energy around you that you were able to be like, this is the good of it. So this is the beauty of feminine energy, but there is a dark side to it. Just like there's a dark side, like war to man's, to masculine. So which both can war, but in different ways. So like you saw that it's more feminine or more, I would say, what would you say that? Like, I don't want to say conniving, but like, yes, it's a way of like, they want to be seen. The beauty is there. They want the beauty in anything to be there, whether it's the beauty of the flower, the beauty of themselves, or the beauty of the home. But they will go to war in a slightly different way. And so you saw that and like, it's not worth it. Like, it's not worth to get into this word battle. They may not, which some women will fight, but then that's their masculine side coming out. Masculine, like, let's go to blows, right? That's physical assault. But words and hurt, that's a feminine assault. It's an emotional assault. And an emotional assault is a feminine assault, whether you're a man or a woman. And you saw those emotional assaults and you realized it's not worth it. Like, where is it going to get me?
Well, also too and you're right. That's very astute. Also the ostracize. Like, I ostracized my sister, but to a limit, because also too that's abusive, because it rippled through all my family. And they even mentioned to me like, hey, well, when are you gonna talk to so and so? Because it just feels weird when she brings you up all the time. And I had to kind of alleviate that situation, because everybody feels it. Everybody feels it, and everybody feels the tension, and it's just ugly. I don't know. That's the best way to put it. It feels ugly. So I had to do what I had to do. I didn't like it, but at the same time, I relieved the stress of we can now talk. And what I mean by talk is when it's convenient and when we can be cordial. Now we can be cordial, right? So, yeah.
Yes, which is important. And so that being said, both of you have this good rapport going. And so I do want Our Lady, Brooke, to know that in the chat room, Aussie Spider says, don't get me wrong, I think Brooke is awesome. We all swear too much. So there we are, and I gave him a thumbs up for that. Had some other private messenger contact about, Brooke just basically saying that she is a lot to handle. Yes, she's so rude to you.
I'm not rude to anyone but you.
Yes, that's true. But that was the private messenger's point. She's so rude to you, Douglas. See, people out there sympathize with me because I'm a sympathetic character. Okay. I'm not overbearing.
So sympathetic. I'm going to start recording our private conversations and playing them. Fred.
Oh my god. What is that noise? Oh my god.
Is that me? I don't think that's me.
I'm doing dishes. Sorry. Go on mute.
Okay. Oh, that's yeah. No need to go mute. I guess.
Don't leave it. He's like, don't leave me alone.
Yeah,
I'd rather hear your dishes
than
leave me alone with her.
Yeah, just hearing that is reassuring that I'm not alone with the Brooke babe. So that, which is a nightmare to consider.
How can you be so scared of just one feminine energy that it's just like giving me a little hard time? Like, you have like literally been in more You're a vampire. You literally have killed so many people, hired to kill people, shot one dog through the head to kill another fucking dog, two at the same time with your long gun. Like, I mean, who the fuck, like, why are you fucking shutting up with me?
Because, honey, you're scarier than all of them. There. I hope that explains that.
Thank God. You obviously, and everyone listening, I just want you to know, like, a past life, he murdered my entire family.
Yes, something like that had to have happened. There's some kind of karmic debt here.
There's definitely karma, because you know why? Because you wouldn't put up with me, and I wouldn't put up with you. Like, there's karma. It's like, you gotta put up with him. You gotta put up with her. Fuck my life. It sucks.
It was interesting that I think both Ramona Halitha Henry and Judith Ager both had, these were women in the past who were deeply invested in myself. They both had this concept of past lives. Especially Ramona thought that somehow she had known me in a past life.
Wait a minute. Stop. I just want to stop for a second before you go any further. You want to finish the story. I'm going to remind you how to do it. So I'm not going to stop you. But I want you to understand that the woman you're in love with now, all she talks about is your past life. Go ahead. The woman you have on every Wednesday. I'm sorry. Oh, she's so responsible. She would be here, but she's so sweet. And I praise her, and I pray to God that I'll get to lick the pussy one day and think of George. Anyway, I would love her, and she would talk to me smartly, and she would tell me about her past lives. Yeah, that woman.
Well, in all fairness, Marina Serin does not speak about past lives.
Marina doesn't speak. Marina talks about the fact that she has had 2 past lives. I have heard. Listen, I don't even listen.
I guess you're right. I guess.
Yeah, she's had one was a male, one was a female. They lived at the same time. So listen.
Oh, that's right. Oh, yes, that's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm surprised.
Okay, because I don't listen much. I heard that.
I'm surprised you don't use that against me. The fact that I didn't even recall any of that.
Oh, trust me, I'm going to use it against you now. I just didn't know you didn't recall it. I'm going to. It's just a new leverage here.
Yes. So, such being said, the other stories, there was no real point in relating anything beyond what I related, really. I hear a cigarette lighter.
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was Sammy. But what I think is funny is that you shut the fuck up once you realized that the love of your life had past lives, but you're about to put 2 women down in your past. Apparently, all they have past lives. And you're like, whoa. Marina might not like this. Marina might not like today.
Wait a second. I wasn't bringing up what Judith Eggert or Ramona Halitha Henry said to put them down, per se, it at all. It's just I noticed that they had these thoughts that it was Ramona Halitha Henry,
and I thought they were fucking crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, we all know your voice. Like, you don't have, like, you could, you realize you could just say words, like, to me. Maybe other people don't get that. That's why I give him a hard time, because I get his word, like, his words are meaningless to me is how he says them. And so when he says shit, I'm always like especially when we're hanging out for private, I'm like, don't say I love you. Okay, time to go. Also, thank you for sharing. Like, it's okay. And then be real.
Honey.
So he could literally have just said, Marina and them, like, I mean, they were telling me some past life stories, and then I'd be like, okay, maybe this is interesting, maybe it's interesting. And he'd be like, yeah, they were telling me some past life stories. Okay, that's all you need to say. I got your voice down. You are done. You don't believe it, or you believe it. Like, 3 words in, I fucking know.
It's there's some validity to what you say, but it's not as bad as you make it out to be. It's
I'm good at exaggerating.
What I would like to emphasize before I turn towards, not that I'm trying to turn this discussion towards something else necessarily, but before I turn towards, we'll try and figure out what Sammy and Brooke were saying and whether or not that needs some closure, or whether they feel it's kind of closed to the degree that it can be, whatever they were speaking about, which I
have a very serious thing to bring up after we're done with this.
Okay, so make a note of that. And also, when you see your MD, sometime soon, like next month, make certain to write a list of everything that you said to me. So that way you got a list. It's very important to say, Doc, I've got a list. Show them that list.
I don't need you, motherfucker. Shut up. That was private, and you don't need to fucking go there on public air.
Oh, no, what? I just trying to be helpful.
No, shut the fuck up.
Well, I mean, that's applicable to us all. That's applicable to us all.
Because you don't know, there's nothing wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with me except you right now.
Look, hey, I have to, do a bunch of stupid stuff with the medical doctor wants to follow up with me on what the...
And I've asked you to send me the pain pills that they're giving to you, and you're now going to because of your bullshit. So it's fine. Or I'll just come to your door, and you know what? When they deliver, they're like, you know how you open people's fucking mail and take the money out? You're gonna get your fucking bottle. It's gonna be fucking full of Tylenol.
So such being said, where were we? In the case
we were just relating our previous conversation, just pretty much how to do with family, in a sense of, I think everybody has problems with a family member.
If they got a wife like Brooke, I could see why.
Right. So, can I? And this is obviously, Doug. This might be sensitive. I don't know how much at length you want to go into this, but you did
I'm sorry,
mention.
Jimmy, I can't right now. Like, that was personal.
Right.
Personal to me. Like, he said if I was someone's wife, they would be. Douglas, that was too low a blow. Like, you can't just go wife. Like, I don't go, like, if you were someone's husband, like, it would be horrible. Like, I don't see me, like, isn't that, like, do you understand? Like, I wouldn't say that, like, Maria, like, don't say that about, like, just, like, a wife would be a bad person.
Oh, I'm not.
Like, I'm not a bad person, because, like, if I was a wife, I wouldn't treat everybody else like I'd treat the piece of shit Douglas. Like, it's just because it's him. Like, understand that?
Right, I'm not following.
I can't.
It's nothing to follow. Don't worry about it. It's she's play acting. She's manipulating. Because
okay.
Yes. Go on.
Can I ask you one thing? When your deceased sister, quote unquote,
yes.
When she decides to somehow contact you, is it like, hey, asshole? Why are these people contacting me, or why? Is it like that, Doug, where she tells you that, or is it? I don't know. Does she speak vampire to you? I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like
it's funny that you say that.
Thought he was? You know what I just called, Douglas? I called this, and you fucking didn't even admit it. You thought he was talking to me at first, didn't you? Just admit it. You did, because you were like, "Oh, that's funny," and then you're like, "Oh, he's talking to me," because he said Douglas. At the end, everybody can
he was talking to you initially when he couldn't follow. When he said he couldn't follow,
and then he said deceased sister, and he was like, "Oh, it must be Brooke. She has some kind of deceased."
No, he was talking to me. I knew that from that point. Yes, and this this is so people understand. Obviously, you
mean the deceased sister that's not deceased, right?
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct. As I said before, the thing about the Jehovah's Witness cult is that, for the people who don't know this, the Jehovah's Witness cult takes care of their own to a degree. Everything depends on their politics, in the sense of, like, they have their own politics, obviously, and their own politics are such that there are in people and there are out people. But if you're one of the in people and you become one of the elders, having dedicated yourself to these people, then what happens is that they can do things for you. And one of the things that they do that they will never admit to, this is something that you can't, provoke them with or ask them about, because you'll just get shut down. They're just not going to go there. They'll just say that they'll just say it's not true. But the one thing I do know is true that they will deny is that they can get people off the grid, and it's like a witness protection program of their own. And so just like the Scientology had their own CIA, their own intelligence organization, the so-called Guardian's Office, which you will hear Peter Moon allude to every once in a while. In the case of the Jehovah's Witnesses, they can basically have someone ultimately declared legally dead. And so this is because they have this religious rationalization for it that, you give to Caesar what is Caesar's. In other words, pay your taxes, be a good citizen to an extent, And then there's other ways where they'll say totally fuck it and they won't be a good citizen at all. In other words, they won't stand for the national anthem, which is what gets them killed at football stadiums. They won't like when they're in Mexico or Greece or places like that, they'll either be murdered or arrested, for different activities that they do, which are just irritating to everybody around them, as if they're just trying to be as offensive as possible. And then other times they try to be, under the radar. It's very bizarre. So selectively, they have their code of behavior. And in the case of my sister, she is at this point essentially legally dead, off the grid. And nevertheless, I know for a fact that the enemy, of course, contacted her, etc., etc. And she, whatever she thought of it, she sent me a letter, a letter. She sent me a letter, and I never opened it. I just threw it aside, and I have no intention of opening it, certainly anytime soon. Maybe someday if I found out that she's dead, like truly dead, then I might open it, but I doubt I will I'm like kind of thinking it's a time capsule and just leave that to future generations. I really don't give a shit. This is why I found it interesting that Peter Moon would even think that I did. Peter Moon, for instance. Now, for people who don't understand my attitude with this, obviously I'm not coming across as a very commendable person tonight in all too many ways, but that's, I never presented myself as such. And I'm getting some communications about that I will address. I may as well. But Peter Moon was saying, oh, hey, you should pray for your sister. And, in his case, obviously he's not a religious man in any conventional sense. So what he means is like little occult things he would do, which is like, oh, put her name in honey, and he said you can even get really cheap honey and put her name in it, and this kind of like is like a way to help her healing. And I was like, dude, I don't give a damn about her healing. I mean, yeah, you sound as if I would fucking care to do even that. That's like, it's not where I'm at with her. And so he doesn't get that. But for those who don't understand the dynamic between my sister and I, this is basically what happened. And this may sound odd because obviously what I'm performing is a form of ostracization. And ostracization is something I've spoken of in the past. But just because I can contextualize ostracization doesn't mean that I'm immune to pulling it myself. People know that I try ostracization with people who betray me on the show all the time. I just try to ostracize them. But here's the clincher. Here's the catch. They won't leave me alone. That's the problem when it comes to them. It's something like I would leave them alone if they just left me alone. But no, they decide to turn me into this. This is their dedicated life. This is how we know they're all cultists. There's several factors behind why we know they're cultists. It has nothing to do with paranoia. It's, say, for instance, like in brief, like Our Lady Brooke pointed out, that if she truly severed with me, this is what she claims, and I will take her at her word. And we'll see if we ever have to find out. But the point is, she has claimed that if she ever severed with me, she would just stick it out on her own and basically.
Oh my God, I've already severed with you several times, and I'm like, I want to be done because like I'm pretty sure your calls to me shut anyway. Like I'm pretty sure people are praying for me to die. So like I would never like. There's no way I would ever be like, let me take on the motherfucker, or like, what would be the point of my. Like, what is the point of that?
Yeah, thank you.
The only point, if I want to take you on, here's how you'll know. I will fly out there. You'll open your door. I will put some pretty fucking person, like not me, that you just won't know, and you'll open it, and they'll have some money bag there, so you'll definitely open the door wide. And then I will fucking come slamming through, punch you in the fucking face, and then fly the fuck back out. Like that's the only way. Like to me, you get somebody, you fucking say, hey, it's me. I'm done. Over. Like what? Like these evil shit. Like that's what I don't like about, and probably I'm sure, like I mean, many people probably can relate as well. But being raised, Christian, like I don't know, like it's like yeah, there were evil people in the church, and you fucking knew who the fuck they were. Yeah. It's just like Sammy knew that. Like Sammy like you knew. It was just like what you don't want that. You don't want that in your life, right? So why take it on?
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that. So we know that these people are part of an assigned cult, that they were always assigned because they fall into a very, how would you say this? A cookie cutter imprint pattern. Their behavior is monotone. It is completely robotic, and it is completely uniform. There's no variant to their behavior. In other words, they have no, they seemingly have no volition. They just automatically start parroting a party line. And the party line always has the same vocabulary, and it has the same tonality, the same...
I need you to stop right now.
Yeah.
I need you to stop and go online and look at the chat.
Oh, okay, sure. Live streaming. Is it sex bots?
Yeah, well, there were sex bots, and I tried to block them. And then let's just go back to where you said Brooke swears to, like, some Aussie spider, who I'm wondering if I fucking know the fuck that is. But anyway, Aussie spider.
No, that's not Michael Andreevich.
I hope to fucking God, another fucking Australian. But like, I love Michael. It's fine. But like, some Australian now is coming on with Aussie spider saying Brooke swears too much. So if Michael fucking did that, I'll beat his ass. It's fine. Yes. I can also fly to Australia. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I think she is awesome, which I am. So then I replied, but here's the kicker, right in between there. You put a thumbs up.
Yeah.
I think she's awesome.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I put the thumbs up about.
But then, hey, now you see what? No, I don't think that was it. She swears too much. But then I put, hey, Aussie Spider, I am awesome. And do we swear too much or not enough? But this is the person I want to fucking shout out to. Can you say her name or his name? Like, I can't.
Aloma Alber?
Yes. Now you read all that.
Yeah, that letter would make a show. Also, you are right about a note in the doctor's office. They will stop and listen when they see the paper. It could even be blank. See, honey? There you go.
Keep going.
I hear you on the dynamic of that specific group. Brooke was brilliant with her conversation.
Say it again. Brooke was brilliant.
Yes, Sammy Romero. They have their own lingo. Yeah, I know. It sounds a lot like when Maria met Sammy at work and they started making out. It's a bunch of coos and oohs and ahs.
Oh,
and
kind of like you and Peter.
Touche. That's very funny. See, she
well,
is
you
witty.
even say I coo to Peter, and I've told Peter, I'm like, he says he coos to you. So whatever. Either way, you both coo to each other. I don't know that Peter coos you. Peter may just talk to you, but you coo to Peter anyway.
Yes. So concerning my sister,
I hope Peter's listening. I also texted him. I was like, I don't know why the hell you went to Chicago, but I hope you got your dick sucked a million times. I told him all of that. I was like, you should only go May through September, April through September. Like, he hasn't messaged back. Obviously, I'm like, I thought we were getting closer, Peter.
Yeah. Sammy there? Sammy there. Let's see if he's still there so I can continue this since he asked a question. Yeah.
Sorry. So anyway, I interrupted all that. So we go back to that.
I was seeing Andy. What's going on?
Yeah. So me and Sammy have our own lingo is what I wanted to go to.
In the chat room. Oh, you should check out in the chat room what this woman says about Brooke and yourself, that you both have your own lingo. You're both awesome. Yeah. So that being said, when it comes to my sister, just so people understand why Sammy understands, there's an ostracization going on there. Basically, this is the unfairness of the situation. Nevertheless, it's the reality of the situation, and the reality is unfair. It's basically... if you ever take a look at the ancient Japanese and Chinese situations with dynastic families, which of course my mother emerged from. My mother emerged from these dynastic lineages that have this history of warfare, of going back thousands of years. And so in such conflicts, entire families are slaughtered to make certain that the heir to a throne does not emerge to threaten a new regime or a new dynasty that has installed itself. So when it comes to these are truly warring families that will hunt each other down to the last where possible to eliminate each other from the face of the earth. So when it comes to this history of relentless, unforgiving, merciless combat, a real mercilessness develops within the society itself, and it has to do with a pragmatism, where a good example is in a Chinese drama that is only reflecting history. It's a historical drama that I saw. No need for its name. It's one among countless such dramas. I saw a Chinese drama on television that, like so many others, the family is at the losing end of a struggle, and so what happens is the dynasty is trying to escape with the child that could be considered the heir to the throne. And when the invading army comes in, they're looking for the family, they're looking for the child, and one of the maidservants offers up a child to be taken and executed. They'll just take a child, and the enemy will oftentimes, just being in a hurry or just being common soldiers who are in service of a person who might be more determined, will just take that baby and make do with killing it. When it comes to the Japanese example, there was one that's more poignant in Kabuki, where the enemy comes into the family castle, and samurai are, of course, their entire family is dedicated to serving their lord. So the daimyo, the samurai warlord, is the sole fixation of their lives. This is what samurai means service person, means someone who's born to serve. Their entire life is dedicated to service, to the point of that they will die in that service, and that's their highest cause. So very dedicated, very focused, and some might even say somewhat parallel or similar to kind of a jihadi mentality. Very different in many, many ways, too many to count. The comparison is completely imperfect, even offensive to both parties. But such being said, an example where the family's inner sanctum is penetrated, the family has escaped, the heir to the throne has escaped, and the family demands the heir to the throne, and one of the samurai women offers up her own son. So in that case, in the Japanese scenario, she's offering up her own son to be sacrificed so that the Lord's son can survive and become heir to the throne. So this is the kind of sacrifice that was imbued in my mother, her sense of sacrifice. So when she married my father, and my father ultimately moved from Taiwan back to America. Now understand, so that people get all this, this is something that my detractors constantly attack. They attack everything about me, every kind of insanity you can imagine. It also brings us back to the monotone, robotic nature of their party line, and this is how we know they're part of a cult and that they're all assigned in the first place, because no normal person who would sever and just say, oh, I disagree with Douglas Dietrich, we have our differences and we're parting ways, that doesn't automatically mean you have any obligation to start joining a group of people and parroting a party line and robotically starting to say the same rote, and it's a rote memory script. You start saying the same screed, projecting the same insanity that these people do, but they all do. And so we all know for a fact they're assets from the beginning, because there's no normal person that would do that. There's, because what would you get as a result of that? What would be your reward for that? What would be that they are doing this because apparently they get paid, and they also have a retirement plan, or this is what they're told, or something of that nature, because they also feel they're immune and above the law. And all of them, of course, have paid the price, and some of them are in federal jail now for what they've done. But when it comes to that, all of this is connected, and all of this is part of the same insanity. When it comes to this kind of parroting phrase and all the rest of that, one of the things that must be emphasized so that people understand I'm attacked constantly for every aspect of my history, every aspect of my personal history. One example was that Jameson Reese creep, the asshole who was just who was the most adamantly espousing of the cult of the kings of Edom, the man who openly worshipped the anti-gods, the man who openly would regurgitate their entire doctrine, was Jameson Reese. And Jameson Reese, when he then was forced to be ejected from this environment, and he went over to them, one of the things he started saying was Douglas Dietrich never graduated from boot camp. Now, the reason that we know that that's a lie, and anybody with any common sense knows that that's a lie, is because I have a operative life insurance policy from the Marine Corps, which I would have to have graduated from boot camp to have that. And again, to put this into perspective for people, because they're always counting on your ignorance of this situation in order to just continue espousing their disinformation, understand that the U.S. Armed Services used to be in charge of all of these policies, and then they fucked themselves over because they said we don't want people to be able to appeal mistakes we make, and we know there's going to be a lot of mistakes, and because we don't want to handle an appeals process, then what we want to do is just turn this over to private companies. So they contracted private companies, in this case Prudential, to handle these insurance policies. Now, when they scrubbed all my records from the Marine Corps and fabricated documents saying that I never made it through boot camp, what happened was 2 Marine Corps officers, and I mean officers, as in commissioned officers. Apparently, it was someone at the level of at least a captain. The girl couldn't really describe the uniforms very well, but I know when she said officers' bars, she knew that much, because that's different from the chevrons of an enlisted man. And apparently these guys were moving around real fast and trying to intimidate her. And when she called me from Prudential and said, there's 2 men here who want to cease and desist your policy, they're from the Marine Corps, and they say this is an official demand, and that it's not a request, that they have to do this, that I have to delete your policy. And I said, no, absolutely not. And she says, well, Douglas Dietrich is our paying customer, and you men are not. You contracted us to handle his case amongst so many millions of others. And she says, I will obey his wishes, and the both of you will leave, or I will call security. So that young lady sent the Marine Corps in full retreat, God bless her. But these are men who wanted to eliminate my security by eliminating the insurance policy. And that way I'd have no proof that I was ever in the Marine Corps. So they fucked themselves over with that. But we know that there's an active policy to eliminate any records of my having served. So, but know that that's all a lie, and that I couldn't have the policy without it. So Jameson Reese knew that, because he had not graduated from boot camp himself. He went into the Air Force, never graduated from boot camp, and then tried to use a line that he knew was a lie. But they all do this, and they all do this robotically, and they are like parrots. Now, when it comes to something like what this has to do with the attacks on myself, understand that my father was in the Navy when I was born. He was an active duty serviceman, or I would not be a U.S. citizen. So understand that much. The enemy, which my enemies are your enemies, the cult of the kings of Edom, the cult that wants all of you dead, as Jameson Reese espoused quite verbally, quite openly, and quite repeatedly, the cult that wants everybody dead because they feel they will ascend to godhood when all of you die, that all of you are the human shits, the turds, the fertilizer that will fertilize their personal growth. That's exactly how they express it. And one of them, by the way, is Richard Hoagland, just so you know, in case you didn't know before. So all of these people, they have this line where they say, my dad was not in the Navy when I was born. If that were the case, I would not be a United States citizen. So just understand, he had to be active duty military, or I would not have U.S. citizenship. It's that simple, because he married an overseas war bride, which, by the way, was illegal for 2 reasons until he had overturned that law before I was born. He was part of a class action lawsuit that overturned the Uniform Code of Military Justice law that said no man can marry an Asian woman. For those of you who know, everyone was allowed to marry European war brides, but no one was allowed to marry Asian war brides, because they couldn't tell them apart. Koreans, Vietnamese, Taiwanese, Okinawans, Chinese, Japanese. Any one of them could be an enemy at any time to the Americans. They thought we're going to be at war forever with one of these Asian races. Therefore, all of them, the blanket Uniform Code of Military Justice rule was you cannot marry an Asian woman, period. And if you do, you're a traitor, and you either go to jail or face execution. No exaggeration. That was the Uniform Code of Military Justice. There was a class action lawsuit. For those of you who don't believe this, they made an entire drama film about it, because officers and enlisted men were committing lovers' suicides in Asia by the hundreds. And so they made a movie called Sayonara, which was all about this issue, and it starred Marlon Brando, and it made the papers, and ultimately it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court overthrew the Uniform Code of Military Justice as unconstitutional. Now, I was married, my father was married, and I was produced of that marriage after that fact. However, when I was born, it was still illegal for that marriage to be conducted in the United States between a white man and any colored woman. We had what were called racial intermarriage laws that were still
Do
national.
you know how many sentences you've said right now that have not been interrupted?
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that profoundly. I mean, so think about this. It was not till 1968, 2 years after I was born, that the racial intermarriage laws were overturned, which means that I would have been illegal had I been born in the United States.
Well, you should have been illegal, but it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, understood. So, but since I was not born in the United States, I fell through all of these loopholes. My dad was still in the military, so I was given U.S. citizenship. And because the marriage was in Taiwan, then it was not considered to fall under U.S. law in that regard. But they had to honor the fact that he was a serviceman to the constitutional republic. So they had to honor his service by saying that your son is a U.S. citizen. They had to respect that. But at the same time, they also had to respect the fact that I was a U.S. citizen because I was...
No, where was your
outside.
father born again?
My father?
Not-
Upstate
yeah.
New York. Rochester, New York.
Right.
Yeah. And so in terms of my being a U.S. citizen, had I been born here, I would not be one. Even if he was a U.S. serviceman.
So weird. That's so backwards, man.
Yes. So, but because I was born overseas, they had to recognize me as a U.S. citizen.
You know what it sounds like, though? It sounds like the U.S. fucking Constitution.
Yeah, well, which needs total revision. Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So the racial intermarriage laws were overturned 2 years after I was born, but they didn't impact me because I was born overseas. Thank God. The only thing that it impacts me is that I cannot legally run for president the way the Constitution is currently structured.
Oh my God! So are you saying we would have a Douglas Dietrich instead of fucking? Because I keep hearing you say until I'm freaking over.
No, but if I ever attain secular power is the term that I use.
Secular power, yes, that's what you use.
Yeah, because I do foresee that we're headed towards civil war and everything becomes moot at that point. Anyway.
So here's what I need to know when we go civil war, because I'm starting to stock up on my guns.
Yes.
So should I head toward California, to protect you, or are you gonna come here to protect me with your long barrel? What are we doing here, Sammy? I mean, we gotta have a plan.
We'll work it out. I mean, believe me, we got.
Pretty sure they're gonna have the internet cut down by then.
Let's put it this way. I think we've got a few. I think we got a few.
You should probably do.
Few weeks or months.
The majority of the people with the guns, they're going to take out the liberal cities. Okay, what you need to do is you need to put a fucking Trump hat on, some red and white shit. You need to get in the fucking South. You need to come down here. And we just fake them the fuck out until they fucking come to us. And then we fuck them up. And you thought you were here? Now we got you.
Well, I figure it'll be more like the Chinese Civil War. The cities will be under siege, but unlike the Chinese Civil War, the cities have all the advantage and the country bumpkins do not. So it's going to be the countryside versus the city, effectively. But...
It won't. I don't see it like that. I think the country fucking redneck crazy fucking people, just like the fucking name, they are going to go fucking nuts so crazy. And they've already now seen what happened with just our insurrection on January 6th. And they're so now okay, now we need 10 times more guns because the police are not going to be with us either. And so we're going to take out fucking police. They're going to just be fucking nutso, right? And you've got your city. But your city, majority of fucking people, they got no guns, no one gun. Yes, you're different, Douglas. I would ask Sammy how many guns he owns and how much rounds they can hold, because I can tell you that just the meat guy and my does my meat has 5 fucking guns that do 800 rounds apiece. He has no reason to, and then his normal semi-automatics.
Got it. Yeah, there was just a suspect who killed 5 people and injured 18 at an LGBTQIA plus nightclub in Colorado. A 22-year-old.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
It's just. But this is all they're good for. All they're good for is this kinds of massacres.
And that's what I'm saying. As long as it doesn't get so, that's where I don't know that it is headed to civil war, because I thought it was, but I think enough Republicans are waking up to saying waking up emotionally.
I hope you're right. I mean, I pray you're right. But
it's not the way we want to go.
Yeah, I pray you're right.
But if not, I swear to God, I will be the first one to take out Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes.
I will go to prison for that and leave my kids. Just have my fucking back. I want to have the bullet through her head.
Yes. But by the way, Aussie Spider says, "Hello, gorgeous people. I just had to go buy fish food. Laugh out loud. Australia had the bridal train. to marry them off to soldiers. And then he says, I'd vote for you. Of course, thank you. I appreciate the sentiment, but, he's in a different country, so it doesn't count. And besides, you don't vote for somebody in situations like civil war, force majeure, the grab of power by brute right of force, which is what I foresee.
I will put a gun to his hand and be like, this is who it is.
Yeah. But, so, honey, in terms of when I speak about...
Actually, you would do that. Would you do that for me? Would you be like, Brooke is going to be our next leader, and you just put a gun to the person? Could you do that for me? I need to know now. I need to know now. Would you put a gun to Marjorie Taylor Greene's head and be like, I'm going to have to blow your brains out?
At any rate, Marjorie Taylor Greene
you do that?
is probably the least threatening of all of these assholes because she's the
realize
lightest.
Do you realize though that they've now said that that's what they thought, and then now they have what's his name, who's now going to be the speaker, instead of Pelosi, who is now catering to her.
Is that that's not the? Oh, anyhow, we'll get into.
Yeah,
that.
what's his name? He is, and that's what they just released today. That's the problem with her. She was just loud, and she wasn't no one. But at the same time, now there's a problem with the fact that he has catered to her.
Right.
And he's going to be the speaker.
Okay, so we'll see what happens. We'll keep an eye on that. Obviously,
did you watch the vampire thing either? Did you not know anything about going on? You don't know what's going on in Georgia with the vampires?
No, I don't. No,
Please tell me you know this. Please tell me you know this.
You sent me something?
I didn't send it because I assumed you saw it because it was hilarious. Herschel Walker, the runoff in Georgia?
Yes. Okay.
Herschel Walker, I don't know how you would vote for Herschel Walker, but if you do, just blow my own brains out, please, before you do. But, anybody that hasn't seen it, just put a Herschel Walker vampire. Mm-hmm. Okay. He went and did his speech the day after, the election, and what he said, this is how he started it. It was so last night I was watching a movie. It was about vampires. Yeah. He went into a 10-minute spill about vampires and how I really shouldn't have been watching it. It wasn't that great a movie, but the vampires were real, and I thought they were real, and this guy comes in, and the vampire was like, well, the crosses don't affect me. And then the vampire was like, well, this holy water doesn't affect me. And it's and he's just going on and on about vampires and shit. And it's where are you going? It's me with one of my crazy stories right now. It's where are you fucking going? Except at the end of my story, I go, Herschel Walker's fucking crazy because he's running for candidacy, and he said this whole thing. He's like, that's what I was watching last night about vampires.
That's fine. I will watch it. I will review that. So that being said, to make certain I don't get taken too far off the rails, when it comes to what I've said, to give people some context here about the horror of the gang stalkers and aspects of my life that they attack as quote unquote not real, and I try to put into context just as an education for people so that they understand this is very real and what they say is actually impossible. But nevertheless, the reality is complicated. So understand that when I explain the nuances of the complexity of the situation, you can see why these people get away with so much, or maybe they don't get away. I'd like to think most people simply don't believe them.
I can assure you right now, if I was to message Herschel Walker, I just thought of this. And send him a link to you that you say you're a vampire, you'll be in his next fucking speech. Do you want to be that big? Because you'll either be national, you'll go fucking national, dude. I'll make you go national. It may not be the way you want to, but I swear to God, he's just stupid. He'll fucking put it in there. He'll be like, oh, there's real vampires. Listen to this.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot. You have my permission. I think that's funny as hell.
I'll do it.
But when it comes to my point with my sister, which is what this comes back to, so that people understand, okay, so we've got some context here. We've got a mother from a foreign culture. We've got my father decides when he pulls out of Taiwan that he's going to go first to his home. And so he takes us all to his parents' home. His mother at this point is dead, my grandmother from his side. And his father is still alive, my grandfather from his side. And so at this point, they're living in Walcott, New York. That's not where he was born, which is Rochester. So his father has moved up to Walcott, New York in this isolated cottage home, whatever it is that is out in the snow. I remember the snow. And he basically is, the first thing, my mother's first memory of him her first encounter of him. By the way, just a bit of context here. My father was convinced that if I was seen walking at any time, I would be charged. They would allow children to ride free on the plane if the children were young enough to be carried. So he made certain my mother carried me the entire plane ride from Taiwan to New York. So that was whatever 20 hours that was, she had to hold me all the way across the Pacific and the majority of the North American continent, which she never forgot. And so, and never let any of us forget. But, that being said, so when after that, she meets my grandfather, quote unquote, my father's father, her first memory of him was that he grabbed her and shoved his tongue all the way deep inside her mouth. That was her first
Hold on,
memory.
I've got to go eat a child.
Yeah. See, he basically tongue kissed her, French kissed her the first time he met her. And then very quickly she understood the situation. And the situation was that he said, everything in this house belongs to me. And he was so pathological about it that when my parents went shopping, they would go to what was the Costco of that day, the version of Costco that they had in area, and they would buy in bulk because it was cheaper and they had 2 children to feed. So they would buy 3 or 4 loaves of bread at once in these packages, big buckets of ice cream so the family could eat it. And so the grandfather, in his madness, would consume all the bread and ice cream in a single setting. So he'd say, here, this is in my house, it's mine. And so he ate it all and then would force himself to vomit so he could finish eating it all again. And he would vomit again so that he would finish eating all the bread and all the ice cream. And and he ate everything that they purchased. He said, you bring it to my house, it's mine. And of course he felt that way about the children. So he attempted to start raping us immediately. But to prevent him from raping me, my mother, in that fashion of one child has to be sacrificed for the sake of the other, the boy is more important because the boy is the boy, then she would throw my sister at him so he could rape my sister to make certain he didn't touch me. So I know for a fact that the full year we were there, he was raping her repeatedly. Now, he had a whole history of this. My father had originally run from home to basically join the Navy because he was raping all the children. And he had even gone so far as, out of maybe 5, 6 brothers, a lot of brothers, like Sammy's family, except they were all boys, 1 female child. And so he made certain to break both her legs so she couldn't run away while he was raping her. This is what I know about their family history. So anyhow, there was some kind of horrible thing that also forced my dad to run away from the Navy concerning their relation dying in World War I, who apparently was wealthy and had all of this money that was to be divided, and the whole family got into a fight over that. And then my father was the last child born, the runt of the litter, and he was such a runt, so unwanted, that unlike the rest of the brothers, who were all named William, he was named George. He was like my mother's son my grandmother's son to my grandfather. It's like he said that you can have him because the rest were his to raise in his image was the grandfather's idea. And so at any rate, at that time he worked for Rochester Kodak, Kodak was the economy of Rochester. They were indivisible. They were indistinguishable. Kodak made Rochester a solid Kodak company town. So when it came to my dad running away from all that, apparently his idea was that if he brought us back there, he could get back into my dad's good graces and get into the will and maybe get something when my dad died. But then by the time the grandfather turned around towards attempting to rape myself, my teeth had come in and my bloodlust had come in. And at that point, when he shoved his erect penis in my mouth, I bit it off in one fell swoop by just one bite, like scissors, like a Lorena Bobbitt. I remember the he had worked for Kodak Chemical Company. They're basically a chemical company that did photographs and optometry and all this other shit, but they were basically working with chemicals. I remember the first taste of his blood was completely chemical, completely acid. It tasted like copper. All I could think of was, blood has got to taste better than this. That was the first thought that entered my mind. And at that point, now we were told he was dying. He certainly looked like he was dying. He screamed like a stuck pig. And he basically, the police came. The first thing, I remember this too. The first thing they told my parents was, your son is a monster. Then they said to my parents, which I do not remember, but they always told me, they said, you'd better get out of here. Like right now, the town's going to kill you. Now, that may sound odd, even to Americans, but the thing to remember is my mother was perceived as an Asian. My mother was considered a gook, and she was considered a monster anyway. She was welcome nowhere. The only time she was allowed to purchase from the store was that when my father was present to accompany her. Otherwise, they would not have sold to her, no matter how much money she had offered. My mother was not allowed in any establishments. My mother was considered just not human. And so they basically said, your wife's not welcome here. And then when I did what I did, they said, well, we knew this was going to happen, and, get out of here. The town's going to get together. They're going to kill you. So my father moved us all to San Francisco, to the other end of the continent. And because there was no internet in those days, case of ostracization here, there was no communication between my father or my family from his side in any way whatsoever. So we had been told that my grandfather was dead, and we simply accepted that. It turned out he had languished for another few years and then died in agony that entire time on basically life support. And what had happened was that the family kept this from my father because they were all divvying up his will. So, of course, my father got none of that will, and the rest of the family was wealthy. I know that because when I visited them to bury both my parents in upstate New York, their homes were bespoke of that wealth. So, my grandfather had worked for Kodak all his life, and apparently it paid off for him, plus whatever he had gotten from the relative who had died in World War I, etc. So, in terms of that family, they're completely ostracized. And when it comes to my sister, of course, she always was damaged by what had happened. I know that probably one of the reasons I'm hypersexualized, because I had a year watching her get raped before the grandfather attempted to rape myself. When it came to my sister, she never forgave myself or the family. When I would relate this to Judith Eggert would just say something like,
But don't you think it's because you're a vampire and you probably deserve the evil that you get?
that's moralizing a natural phenomenon. That's like saying that a hurricane is evil, or a shark is evil, or a wolf is evil.
I just think sometimes evil deserves fucking evil. I think,
I
don't know. I'm not going to go with that. Just continue to go on.
You're moralizing like a predator that is doing what needs to be done. You're saying that a shark is evil, and therefore sharks deserve to be. There are people who throw buckets of bleach, like full bleach bottles, into the ocean so that sharks devour them, and then the bleach devours them from the inside. So when it comes to people who try to kill sharks that way, that's like saying that the sharks deserve to die like that because they scare people. But sharks perform a natural function. It's like saying wolves deserve to be killed because wolves scare people. Wolves are constantly the subject of quote-unquote cullings because wolves scare people. You had like the Great Alaskan Wolf Panic, which was not that long ago in the maybe the 80s. But people can look up the Great Alaskan Wolf Panic and they can
So
find
Herschel Walker was right. Like, vampires are real. And like I just want to confirm that like he was right. Like vampires are real.
But at any rate, when it comes to the wolves in Alaska, there was somebody who claimed that a wolf had jumped onto his car, and then everybody got scared, and they went out and slaughtered hundreds of wolves. All of this is like, just because something scares you does not make it evil, and that doesn't mean that it deserves your abuse. So when it comes to my sister, she also inherited this, and it's simply that she didn't seem to have the defense mechanisms set in that were as instinctive in me, probably because she was female instead of male, and possibly because my mother didn't guide her as well as she guided me. Now, the way she handled it was originally to become just a wild rebel kind of drug abusive, bisexual, very expressive with cross-dressing in her own way in the old days. And then at some point, all of it snapped, and she decided to give it all up and shorten her lifespan pretty extremely by giving up on drinking blood and anything else of that
So
nature.
basically, like the cross-dressing and the whole trans thing that we're having to face in our communities now as Christians is because of vampires. Really, is what you're saying?
Well, that's obviously being absurd. So without being outrageous,
I don't know. I mean, that's just what I feel like you're saying. But I mean, I'll let it go. It's fine.
Well, it's a senseless statement, and you know it. It's
I
when it comes
don't.
to
I don't know
my
this.
sister's behavior, she was making a social statement that was just rebelling against everything because she felt society had nothing to offer her, and so this was her way of expressing herself. And then suddenly she flipped and went into this other extreme with the Jehovah's Witnesses, and decided she was going to go into this direction of basically accepting a shortening of her lifespan by many years, and cease drinking blood and go into this basically moral environment that she felt accepted her as a family. So,
Well, I mean, I've tried to be very open-minded as a Southern Baptist and like came in and, obviously, was spiritual and let go of religion. But I just feel like that, like looking at what we're facing as a nation and just like what, like I don't believe in Marjorie Taylor Greene, but like Herschel Walker, he seems to really stand for, what we believe as Americans. And like, I think that, I don't know, like, I guess that's where I'm at with it. Like he really has it down pat. Like that's what people don't get. Like I made fun of it first, but it's just really seems to be I don't know. Like you're saying, like they're real, vampires are real, and then this is what's going on. So maybe he's got it. Like maybe people need to start looking at the fact that the whole world is fucked, and then maybe like there's a lot of evil going on because of things that like people are doing like that claim to be good that aren't. That are not even human, like yourself, or even like.
At any rate, Dwayne Adams says, "I saw that," referencing Herschel Walker. Laugh out loud. Aussie Spider is saying that is so fucked. I believe he's talking about my grandfather and the situation over there with that family. So
I guess they're all ignoring me. It's fine. I'll shut up. Obviously, I'm just the only Republican.
Well, you brought up the Herschel Walker angle, which is fine.
I know. Well, I brought him up because like I thought it was stupid, but now that I really think about it, like
I think the direction you're going with it at that point is parody, what we call satire or parody. I can't believe that you're serious in that regard. But
I honestly don't. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm in South Carolina. I like we're like a red state. Like I.
Well, I mean, whatever you feel personally, we'll go into that in a second. But the bottom line with Sammy, who then abandoned us, is
I'm sure Sammy abandoned us because he was also raised Christian, just like Herschel. Like he's like Herschel Walker. Like it's not okay to be this way. Okay, like we need people to hear this. Like, but it's fine. I've always wanted to be open-minded. I've always wanted to be open-minded, so I want to hear what you have to say. So I'm going to shut up.
Because she, I mean, honey, we could go in that same direction about lesbianism as well, and what would that make you? Obviously, you can't be serious about what you're saying about me because the same people would be arguing against your
probably
existence.
Vampires or werewolves that made me that way.
I'm sorry, honey. What's that?
It was probably like some vampire shit, like, or some evil spiritual shit that made me like do that. Like, that's horrible.
Become a lesbian, you mean? Yes.
I
See,
mean,
at this point, this is satire and parody, so we'll just move on from it.
you can continue to say it's satire and parody, but like that's the thing. That's what you want it to be, and that's like fake news. Like you need to get like understand what I'm really saying. But it's fine.
I'm
a
not quite sure
woman.
it's necessary we understand what you're really saying. But
I'm
such
just
being
telling
said,
you
such
what
being,
I really
such,
feel.
yeah, such being said, when it comes to my sister, which is what Sammy Romero was asking about, so when she did nothing to help when I became care provider for my parents, is when I made the choice to ostracize her. She, at that point, not only chose not to help, unfortunately, because of her resentments, because of her brooding, festering resentments, she made everything much more difficult.
God,
So,
now I will say that is a fucking that I'm sorry I shouldn't say fucking, but that is a bitch. Like a
yes,
not nice person.
yes, and because she made everything much more difficult and just made everything just more difficult than it needed to be. For that reason, when both my parents died, there were some final interactions with her at the funerals, but in general, well, certainly very shortly after that, I asked her for some monetary help at the time because I was desperate and off the streets. We're talking about like not even like anything other than a few $1,000 that I ever got out of her. Just so people understand this, we're not talking about tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was like only a few $1,000s that I was able to squeeze out of that cunt. That for all the years I had taken care of the parents, and she did nothing other than cause trouble. And I mean nothing other than cause trouble. It just make things as irritating as possible. When she came by to visit, which I should never have tolerated, but it was only for the sake of my parents, then she would just make everything much more difficult by, oh, I'll wash the dishes. And then she would break them all, smash them all. I mean, just lunatic bullshit, and make everything as miserable and so when my parents died, it was that was pretty much got what I could out of her, and then and it was nowhere near commensurate, and just after that ostracized her. So when she sends me a letter years and years later, God knows what her what's motivating her, and why would I care? I mean, I have no care to know. But then hopefully the context helps people understand. It's just one of those things where I'm and why other people, will often say to me, "Oh, you shouldn't be like that," or there should be some kind of rapprochement. But why? If anything, then there was harassment thereafter while she was sending her friends over to constantly promote their stupid religion, their Jehovah's Witnesses faith. Would ring the doorbells every once in a while, and it's like that's a form of harassment. It's just like, so
You believe Jehovah's Witness? Like you don't like you think that's a bad thing to be a Jehovah's Witness, like to believe
I wouldn't care if they left me alone. But they don't. It's like, honestly, they harass you. They ring your doorbell.
But I mean, they're just like when people ring your doorbell when they're like delivering things. People ring your doorbell when they're literally like saying,
Yes.
"Hey, do you want your roof redone?" But you're putting Jehovah's Witness down, which they're spreading the gospel of love in Christ.
Oh God, no, they're spreading exclusivity because they believe that there's only a number
that's what
of them.
you believe because you're a vampire.
There's only a few of them that are going to go to heaven in their perspective. Yes, so it's a elitist message. So there we are. Let's see what you sent in Messenger.
I didn't send anything in Messenger. I mean, what I'm saying is I just think that...
See, this is funny. That's good. Yes. So, by the way, sister's in San Francisco. She lives in a house that her and her husband own. They got it good. If he's still alive.
Is she older or younger than you?
Older by 3 years. She was born in 1963.
So she could have grandkids with Herschel Walker.
Yeah. Unfortunately, she's so sex negative. But she married her husband on the condition that they never have sex. So they have like what's called a marriage in chastity within the...
Are you serious?
Yes, there's
like
no
that
reason.
was actually like you're not just like exaggerating.
No.
It's like that was a thing they did.
Yes.
That's the thing they do. Like, I will marry you and never have sex. Like, what? I guess like he's saying
Well,
he's gay.
what's the reason for any Jehovah's Witness to have children? Some do, but it's really discouraged because there's only so many people,
That can go to
144,000.
heaven. That's why I'm so, yeah. I mean, I have to say, like, obviously I've been, anyway, it doesn't matter. Like, just like,
So but many of them have celibate marriages. That's just for.
no, I didn't know that because that would be like a Presbyterian having celibate marriages because they still believe the same thing as Calvin. You're going back to Calvinism,
Yeah.
which is a chosen few,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So at the same time, you're bringing a chosen few. I mean, I can see what you're saying. Like, I wouldn't have kids because there's only going to be so many. I remember the preacher and my daughter turned around to me and she was only 16. She said, "I am out of here."
Thank
Because
you.
we were just trying to get a discount, like for my son to go to school there because it was the closest private school. And I was like, he was only like in like fourth grade. So we're still trying to get him through elementary. And so you got like half off if you fucking were a member of the Presbyterian church. So we had to join the class. And my daughter had to go with me. And she's like, you know, a few years older. And she's like, turns around to me and she hears the preacher actually say in the little class, "I know I've tried to save my father, but I just have to accept he's not decided to be, you know, like basically believe exactly what he believes. And, you know, he, you know, will probably burn in eternal damnation in hell. And that's just the chosen path for him. And I have to accept that."
Oh my gosh. How do
He said his own dad. This is a preacher.
Right,
My
you got
daughter
it.
just looked up at me and went, "This is where you're bringing me?"
Why did you bring her there?
Like, we didn't go back. Like, we didn't. We dropped him out of this. Like, it was the whole thing. But, like, we were bringing her to the classes because the school, you got to understand, in the South, private schools don't exist. Like, the good schools, where you want to go to a private school, there's no such thing unless they're religious. You see what I'm saying? Like, they're all Christian, like Presbyterian. It doesn't, like, there's a religion to them. It's just a Christian, like, it's some kind of Christian thing, Baptist, whatever. But that's what it is. And so, you know, a lot of people sent their kids to this particular school. And I decided Lola had already gotten to high school. And I was like, I'm going to finish Noah out at least through elementary, maybe middle is what I thought. And after I went through that, because I was like, it's so expensive, you know, there. And it was closer. It was so expensive. And I was like, you know, you could join the church and it got, you know, like $1,000 or $2,000 off for the year. But it was still, it wasn't half. It was literally like a quarter off or whatever. Anyway, regardless, we did go ahead and finish him out for the year because I didn't want to pull my kid out in the middle of a year. But I immediately pulled him out and was like, no. Like, I already knew I didn't agree with Calvinism. I didn't understand how bad the preacher was preaching Calvinism because I had met Presbyterians that literally, let me tell you, tons of Presbyterians in the South. Like, my doctor went to that. My doctor at the time. A lot of lawyers will be Presbyterian in the South and doctors, and I don't know why, because you don't have, like, in Baptist, as a Baptist, it's more Zionistic. It's more like, I guess it's more like you gotta be good, you gotta do good, you gotta already, like, you can't, like, you couldn't be gay and then say gay was wrong and then still be gay, right? You'd have to be like, I was gay, it's wrong, and now I'm not, right? Whereas a Presbyterian, it doesn't fucking matter. You'd be like, I robbed the fucking person yesterday, I'm gonna rob him fucking tomorrow, but I'm fucking chosen. Like, it doesn't, I'm chosen. I'm the chosen.
Yes.
And that's why the lawyers and these people just like more, like, I would look at, like, I see these lawyers in there and I'm like, oh my God, that's that lawyer. What's his name? I'm like, see him on TV. I'm like, the fuck is he here for? Like, he's a horrible person. Like, you see him on the TV. Those horrible lawyers are doing, it's where they would be on the Presbyterian church. Because that's what they believe. Like, it's fine. I'm chosen. I don't do shit. I'm chosen. And so I had to get my child out of there, but luckily he was young enough that it wasn't going to affect him, so I could keep him for the rest of the year. But my daughter was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, she looked at me like, we left, and she's like, never will I come back here, and I can't believe that you even brought me here. Like, she was old enough, you know, like at 12 or 13 to be like, this is horrible.
Oh my God. By the way, for your strategizing with the strategy is
I'm not
completely...
strategizing.
The strategy is completely unnecessary. the strategy is completely unnecessary with the subject in question concerning,
Mm-hmm.
by subject, I'm speaking about the individual in question.
Okay,
The
yeah,
individual in question. They don't have that level of perception.
I
where
know.
that-
Well, I was just thinking
where
if
that's
someone
needed.
was working for them was watching. That's what I was actually going for, was the people that maybe work, because they would need at this point to they're
Anyone
gonna
who works for them would be at that same
like,
level.
It'd be like me, like you being like, I'm gonna be my IT guy, and they're like, no, Douglas, you're not gonna be your IT guy. We need you elected, so we're gonna be your IT people. Like, I'm thinking maybe if they're really wanting, like, they're probably putting some people in front of, like you would be your IT person. So that's what I was going for, but it's probably still not going to work anyway, because obviously I've said enough.
Let's put it this way. Anyone involved with them, they're all at an IQ level that's the size of their hat band. They have no concept of discernment at any higher level of
I was just trying to get them to fast
critical
forward
thought.
through and hear. I just wanted to fast forward through enough because they don't have time to listen and hear enough shit that you fucking said and I said that was horrible. And they'd be like, oh, we can put this online. Gotta see it. That's all we need. Did you hear that? I can be like, I'm a Christian and you said that. That's horrible, you piece of shit.
Oh, God.
And you put me down. Like, I'm not Presbyterian. I don't believe in Calvinism, but I do feel like you put me down because you are a vampire and I don't believe you believe in Christianity. And that's what I was trying to say. Like, I feel like
but yeah, but
part of the reason why we're having the
By the
whole
way,
thing.
honey, you do know I'm a Christian, yes, and you do know that
No, I don't think you're a Christian. I think that you believe that you're a Christian, but there's no way you could be a true Christian as a saying you're a vampire and
Actually,
also
the truest of
believing
all
in
Christians.
homosexuality and believing in transsexuality and putting that in schools. Like, you believe that's okay?
You're still strategizing. There's no point in maintaining the facade because the believe me, the goobers who run with the Republicans just don't have that level of critical thought, or they wouldn't be where they're at in the first. So no need for that level of subtlety or nuance. When it comes to have you ever seen what I said about Christianity? It's my most popular video. If you look up the
Do you
videos,
think I watch any of your videos?
I would hope so.
I have watched a few, but like, honestly, it's usually just like fast forward, because you always send me the ones like with the, like, you sent me with the Nazi one, and then honestly I like to watch the ones with you in the leather when you're younger. Those were really I rewatched those a few times.
Oh gosh, it was at the point where that one time with Judith Ager, where I had finally, after all of the bullshit that we had both been through, which was very bizarre considering what I had offered to stop drinking blood and just shorten my lifespan, thereby by at least basically cut it in half. At the least.
Oh my God, you offered to do that for her? I didn't know that part.
That's what happens when you stop drinking blood and you're a vampire, of course. I mean, and so I had offered to just stop drinking blood and just go, into this total box of behavior that might be acceptable to her and stay completely loyal and dedicated to her. And basically, because she was older than myself, essentially, if she continued to live, if I didn't die before her, I would essentially become her care provider.
I'm older than you, I think. No,
you're not. No,
you're right.
And,
but if I say I'm older and I'm a vampire, would you stop drinking blood?
Anyhow, in her case, she told me at that point to go fuck myself, and that was like, oh my God, now I'm stuck with my.
Oh my God, I'll go fucking kill her right fucking now. As soon as I finish with Marjorie, I'll fucking handle her. Okay.
Oh God, yes. After she had demanded that I make out my life insurance policy to her, that's how it wound up.
And you still fucking have it to her. Oh my God, I swear to God, no, I'm not gonna fucking.
I haven't found anyone to rededicate it to yet.
Well, so how do you fucking dedicate it to somebody who fucked you over in that fucking way? Like, dedicate it to the fucking, I don't know, the Veterans Fund. Like, there's a million fucking places you could fucking dedicate it. I would say Animal Fund, or fucking maybe, since you were so into children, like abuse fund. But my God, yeah, you shut the fuck up. This week we're redoing that shit. Okay, this week I'm calling you and we're redoing it. I'm sorry, wait, the bitch. What's her name again?
Oh God, Judith Ager in one case.
Judith, yeah. We're redoing this. You better kill him before I get a hold of him.
And Fuck. I'll have to call the veterans. The veterans group life insurance again. The Prudential company.
You don't need to call him. You give me your shit. I'll call him for you because you're not capable. It's just fine. We'll handle that later off air.
Oh my God! I'll have to call him again to get another form. I was trying to,
You can do it. You know what? You can do it online. I can pretend to be you, and we can screen share, and I can be like, "This is what we're doing." That's how you do things nowadays. Okay, you don't have to get a form. You don't have it mailed and put a stamp on it and mail it back.
Oh God!
There's a different thing.
I prefer the old-fashioned ways. It helps.
I know you do, but we're not going to do it that way anyway. We'll talk about this offline. I'm sure no one wants to hear about how everyone else is doing the world and you aren't.
Yes, it's so all that being said. So, Sammy, fuck, let's ask.
Sammy's fucking gone. I swear to God, Sammy's been gone a long fucking time.
So we'll ask him if he can join. Can you rejoin us? And
can Sammy rejoin? Can fucking anybody join? I've begged Peter Moon, who I thought liked me at some point now, and now apparently he hates me.
Oh.
I sent him a message and I was like, I said, Peter, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. Much respect. I had no idea how long it took just to get to 10:35.
And what was Judith, of course, her trip was that having been a member of the AA, she had learned to just get rid of things in her life. And that was, stop drinking, stop doing coke.
You just cut it off.
And so that was how she was.
Hey, I'm back.
There we are. Thank you. So I don't know if you heard everything I said, that coming back to my sister, all that swirling back to my sister. So,
right.
Okay. So does that put that in some perspective?
Yeah, I do. I think, like I said, like with everything, your case is different.
Yes.
Which is understandable.
Yeah, and just to...
he's
right now he's doing push-ups with Scorpio Baby on his back. Scorpio Baby is riding him like a horse.
Can we get a little picture of that?
Yes. Please? It's this. You can hear it. He's like...
Yeah, actually, I'll send you one. I actually sent one to Doug right now. But yeah, I'll send you one right now, Brooke. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Finish that about what you were saying. Finish with him, but I do want to go back to what you were just saying about what was it? Now, oh my gosh, the first time you fucking
about Judith giving up everything? Is that so? She gave up her relatives for instance.
Because I know people learn to do that.
Yeah, and you know what? And this is what they become high off of. Eventually, they become high off of denying themselves. So
yes, that's what I'm saying. I've met people like that. That's why you were getting me, because I met people like that they actually get high off. It's like their thing.
Self-denial. And in other words, this gives me pleasure. I cannot have it. And that's the only pleasure they have left in life.
And then that makes me a person.
Yes.
It's what makes them a person. It makes me good. It makes me a person because I have self-denied this or this or this.
And that may be a factor in what Judith is, but I think it's more just even worse in the sense that just denial is what she's become reflexive about. Anything that gives her pleasure or has the potential to do so, then she denies herself thereof, and that's that's what
I'm saying. Yeah. The pleasure then becomes okay. That's bad for me. It's not. I'm not.
Yeah, if I enjoy it, it must be bad for me. Yeah, if I enjoy
I need to be focused on work and this horrible shit I don't enjoy because that's what
Yes. There's an element of that with her, though she still takes pleasure in certain things that she indulges in, chocolate and bathing and stuff like that. It's so it's not like she's totally into the pathological extreme that.
They tell themselves this. What do they say? They say it's self-fucking-care.
Yes.
That's what it's called. It's self-care. Yes. So you're able to self-care, but then once it goes out of self-care, then it's like, oh no, this is getting into another person. Another thing that could take me out.
There we are. That's it. Thank you. Something that requires interactivity with someone else. That's right. Outside of one of their cultists, which is, that's the negative way of looking at it.
That's how. I mean, I'm not saying that that's what they mean to teach, but they do teach that to many, and And
it can become very cultic.
Very cultic, and then they get into that ritualistic, and I've seen several people do that, and I've watched them actually experience both the sobriety, which was good, and then see, oh my God.
Another aspect.
It's sadness. Yeah. It's a complete sadness of who you've become. God, I think I'd rather been around you drunk even though you're fucking your life.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, of course, there's horrible cases which the AA has saved, and I was very touched by.
Yes,
by
they
her-
do, and they do good things.
Yeah, I was very touched by her being older, so she remembered the old AA, like just when it almost like what back when it started, which was like 1933 or something like that. But she she was almost that old in the sense that she had a family who had been of this original class of alcoholics, and she had. But basically, aside from that aspect, which continually touched me, the other aspect of her was that she had two brothers who were heroin addicts, and she just like cut them off, and that's understandable. And then when they died, she had pretty much the feeling about them that I had towards my sister. You know, in other words, the state of California sent her remains and some other stuff saying, "Oh, these belong to your brother," and then she finally said, "Oh, I should go back to the state and retrieve these," and then she finally said, "Fuck it," and just didn't care. And
Hey, I just sent you a message, and I don't know if you need to see it right now. I just need you to like look at it just in case you need to see it now.
right,
But
and,
yeah.
but
go ahead.
yeah, so let me
It's
see.
unbelievable that's.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, like how that happens, how she did that, but I've just seen people do that, and I don't know.
Yeah, and so just so people understand, the other aspect of the AA is they really learned to sever, and that's what she did. But the part that was resentful, the part that was simply vindictive, was she played or strung me along in the sense of, well, sign over your will first, your life insurance policy, which of course implied that she was going to continue the relationship. But then after that, then she said, "Now make yourself useful and go die."
Like sign it over, which like if I told you, like I had a friend that just sent me AirPods, and I tried to send them back because it was a mail, and I was like, I don't want these.
And you don't want to feel obligated.
I don't feel obligated. And
Right.
this person I've never met, like personally, and he's in Colorado. He's a friend. He's been a friend with work for years, and like I'm just like, no, I don't feel obligated. He's like, well, I'm coming to Atlanta in like a few months. Like I don't want to feel obligated. Like, okay, I need to come see you when you send me AirPods, because I just basically at one point in our conversation said something like, oh yeah, I buy my kids AirPods all the time, but I've never had any big good, and my son's lost 3 pairs. But I will never, like he does, like he has 1 pair now. I bought him last Christmas, and he's got 1 in there. And because he lost the other one, and he lost the other entire pair. So it's just like, I was like, oh, but I'll never spend that money on me. So the next thing I know, I get a gift. And I was like, why did I?
That can be disconcerting.
Well, that's what it was.
And it's always these things, just so people understand, it's very, very seldom that something like that is not conditional. There's an expectation with these sorts of things, and we do give people things because we do expect things in return. I mean, I expected Judith, to do something other than she did.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If I literally, like, I always kid you about sign your shit over to me. Like, if I actually
you can kill me, yes.
Like, if I actually wanted to, I'd like fly out there, fuck you, and be like, okay, sign it over. And then I'd either kill you or continue to fuck you. But one of the two, I'm not going to be like, oh, sign it over, and then now I'm just going to walk away. Like, the fuck? Like, I'm either going to be woman enough to be like, okay, you're going to enjoy this while you're not going to know you're about to come and your brains are blown out. At least you'll die fucking happy.
Yes.
Or I'll continue to fuck you and you'll be happy either way till I get my life insurance. Or I truly don't care about the life insurance, and I didn't ask you to sign it over to begin with for any reason other than I cared about you and like I am the closest person to you. Yes. Either of those 3 are better than what you're saying.
Yes. By the way, Sammy, just so you know, Sammy, you there? Let's see if he's there. I know he's there, but just make sure he's there. Let's see. And we have wonderful people in the chat room who have had wonderful responses to what we've been saying. Okay, so Sammy's there. There we are. So Sammy, so how are things? Are they stable enough where I could take another short break? Just curious.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm just wrestling with.
They're not at all. Okay. We need you for the next 4 hours straight without nonstop.
By the way, I do want you to know, Sammy, that don't get creeped out or freaked out by what Brooke was saying earlier. She was strategizing. Brooke was strategizing, but
about what?
I don't know what he's talking about strategizing. Like, I think that like Sammy and I both agree that you are a vampire, and then we need I think that's all we've been on here is to try to expose you.
Yes, of
Look,
course.
we need to expose you.
She's strategizing. She's got this strategy where she thinks
Oh,
that
okay.
she can fool the Republicans. She's trying to fool the Republicans so that
Herschel
she
Walker
so that she
knows.
could go to Herschel Walker and tell him that she was on my show.
No, I'm not. You
Yeah.
think I'm not. Like, this is what I'm saying. They're not going to listen to this now, and they're not going to think it. So you've
Yeah,
ruined the
that's okay. It's
Fuck
okay,
you.
Eddie. It's okay. It's
okay.
yeah. They're not worth the effort. They're not worth the effort. Actually, to tell you the truth, honey, you just don't get it. They're that stupid. Where you could
I
go
know,
on.
but you haven't watched the Herschel Walker interview, and if you know what, you are not allowed to come back on this show. I will talk this thing, but you mute it and you
I will
watch.
view it before Wednesday. I will review it.
No,
before Wednesday.
no. Go do whatever you got to do. Take your shit. Take your dump. Fucking, you come back, sniff your coke, but you have it muted, and at least play just part. That I sent you the second one. The first one. The second one is just like is longer.
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can do that while
pretty
maintaining the
percent.
call and all that. I don't think I can do that. We'll have to wait till after the transmission's over, I think, because I'm just too technically ignorant to do otherwise.
Fucking fly out there. You're like fucking Herschel Walker.
But I might be able to do it.
Him, but I mean, like,
I might be able to do it.
Walker with politics and anything with a brain. You are like Herschel Walker, but you just with technology.
Yes, thank you. Instead of the social, what does he call himself? The real tech geek? It's more like the real tech tard.
Yeah,
so
where's your fucking microphone that he ordered and said would be there?
Oh shit. Yes, that's probably why he didn't show up. Yes.
Oh my god, can I call him again right now? How do I fucking recall somebody on this shit?
Oh no, don't do that. He doesn't.
Oh,
need to be
I will
publicly
recall
shamed. He doesn't need to be publicly
I have
shamed.
no problem Republican shaming people. I do it all the time to you.
Yeah, true enough. Yes. Fortunately, I have.
Well,
no
did you guys
shame.
end up buying the mic?
No. Oh, yeah. She's gonna tell you the story while I take a short break.
Okay.
She'll
Who am I
tell
talking
you the
about?
Go ahead,
story.
Doug.
Yeah, tell
Go
him about
ahead.
it, Brooke. Cut loose.
Wait a minute,
Yes,
what am I
Doug.
telling him? I forgot.
The mic,
What?
the Real Tech Geek microphone story.
Oh, okay, I'll tell him that story. But you
Okay,
could,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Okay.
Scram, Doug. Scram.
Yeah, go take your break. So what happened was basically I had gotten off the show, and I had in the show or during it or at the end I had sent Douglas, I think 121. It was 121 or 221. I think it was probably 121 because I don't want to exaggerate that I did, but it was I know it was whatever it was 121 like .25. The quarter was for a little, like I told you, like a little peck on someone, which I no longer peck on. But it was like a quarter for someone that gives a damn. To call and gives a damn. That was back when I didn't get along with someone, in case they're listening. And I actually respect them much more now. So have much more respect for them and like truly appreciate them as a person, and now know why they triggered me. But regardless, I had sent him this money, Douglas, okay? But he calls, so at the end of the show, because I'm on the end of the call. And if you're at the end of the call, you're at the end of the call. And he talked to me, and then obviously had to call Peter Ming. And so, but when we are talking at the end of the show, when the broadcast is off, his speaker is just going on and off. Like, it is just not working. Like, you can't hear him. And so I was like, what's wrong? And like, he was like, my microphone just doesn't work. Like, and I was like, well, do you need a new microphone? Like, I just sent you some money. Like, and he's like, yeah. He's like, but Real Tech Geek said he's sending me a microphone. He's been saying that. So like, I'm like, okay, well, he said he was about to call. He had to call Peter, and I was like, well, I've got to call Real Tech Geek anyway, because I'm not saying I really had to call him, but like, anyway, regardless, like,
Try to take initiative.
Yeah, I was taking initiative on that. And Real Tech Geek does have good information on like vitamins, and my stomach was sick. So I was like, I'm gonna call him anyway, like ask about the vitamin. So I called him, asked him about the vitamin stuff to be sure I was on that. And then I mentioned the microphone because it was going out. And I was like, he said, you're getting one. Like, should I like, are you getting one, or do I need to order one, or tell him? He's like, no. He's like, then he goes into the research. He's done with it. And like, he's on Amazon. He's like, I'm like, well, how about this one? Like, I just bought a microphone, like the one I'm on right now. And like, it's a cheaper one, and it's still was like, I don't know, it's just a microphone, no speaker, nothing. Like I have and it was like $67. So I'm like, well, I was like, something the Blue Yeti, and he's like, oh no, Douglas doesn't want the Blue Yeti, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, point is, he's like, eventually was like, no, I've settled on this one. And he said to me, and it was like basically $120, but it came like with a headset, like that you put in your ears, or that was that was not with the headset, that was like he added on the headset. So the total was $120.
Right.
And he was like, I just think this is a good one, even though it was cheaper, like honestly, a lot cheaper than some of them, many of them. To me, if you're doing a broadcast, like you should have a better microphone. But he said, and he's the real tech geek. So I was like, whatever you think, like that's great. I was like, well, and I had already told him I'd given Douglas money. And I said, well, do you need me to go in like some money on it? Like, do you need me to go in half? And he's like, well, like, yeah, like if you want to spend like $60 on it, that would be good. Like, it's basically what it was. Like, you want to spend $60, like half of the 120. And I was okay with that. I had offered it, so I did try to send it to him 3 times through PayPal. Although I will say this, and I've told him this, I don't, and like it's like this. Like if I offered you the money, it's like the first time at least you should be like, well, no, I've already offered Douglas this myself, so maybe I shouldn't take half the money from you. Also, you just said you just sent him this much money cash like an hour ago. So it was a double loop, but like he was just like immediately like, yeah, send me $60. So I was like, fuck it, $60, I don't give a shit. So like I tried to send it to him 3 times, get his PayPal. That's how I have his real name now, because he doesn't give his real name. And so I get it, send it to him, and every time I had to take a screenshot and send it to him, and it would plainly say, I have the screenshot still, like date and timestamp, and it would say, sorry, the recipient that you were trying to send money to is not able or allowed to receive money. I can't remember able or allowed. I'm not going to say it was allowed. It could have been able. But either way, so I sent the first time, and I was like, hey, it says you're not able to receive money. He's like, oh, try it again. So I did it again. I'm like, it says you're not able to receive money. I just sent money to Douglas. Like, I already know, like, my PayPal's working. I got money in my account. Like, it's $60 ain't me. And so he's like, I was like, why don't you check out PayPal? So then he said, oh, I will. And then he messaged me back and said, I checked with PayPal. They said there's nothing wrong with my account. Like, it must be the person sending it to me. So I said, okay, let me try again. So I tried again. I'm like, Peter, from my phone. Like, nope. I sent another screenshot. Got 3 fucking screenshots. I said, it plainly says, read it word for word, the recipient is not allowed. So I finally was like, hey, why don't you just send me the link to whatever you're wanting to buy for him? Like whatever you picked out, like you've picked it out, you took the time. It's fine. I don't have time to go through like the shit. If you think that's the best and a price and whatever, send it to me, and why don't you send me $60? I never heard back. Because I could receive the money. You see what I'm saying? So I was like, okay, well, fine. You go in half. Like I would. So, and he told Douglas on the last broadcast, no, it's on its way. I've sent it to you, and he had bought it himself. Douglas hasn't received it yet. So, I mean, if Real Tech's listening, like, I mean, I'm not putting him Real Tech down, but like, as a, like, not as just a woman, like, just a person, like, hey, like, do you, like, if you don't have the money, it's fine, but like, don't, like, tell me. Just be like, hey, I don't have the money. I don't have the money to do it right now. But like,
right. Well, what we're really talking about is the quality of the show.
Yeah, because it affects the quality, and that's what I was trying to say. Like, he can't do this without this. I would rather say, hey, you're not getting it from Real Tech. Like, I need to send you more money, or you need to use the money I sent you, or whoever. But to say I'm going to send it, because that's exactly. And then now he said, I have sent it, and you'll receive it by, and he still hasn't received it. Which was it was more funny. Like it was funnier when I told it, as far as just like I was like, hey, I just like sending this money, like, and do you need any money? It'd be like me saying, like, do you need any money? Like, I'll give you $60, and like you're expecting somebody to be like, no, like I'll give you half, like if you need it. You're expecting them to say no, and then they're like, yeah. Can you send me? Because I didn't say $60. I just said, hey, if you need money, like I can give you whatever. I give you half, whatever, like you need. Like if like we just need to get it to Douglas. That's what I said. Those were my words exactly. Like we just need to probably get it to Douglas. You picked it out, and he said, yeah, half would be $60. Like those words were like, you see what I'm saying? Like it was immediate. Like half would be $60. Like, well, okay. And then I just went okay. But my point was, I never agreed to, number one, tell Douglas I was going to send shit. You shouldn't have done that, because I'm okay. And then number two, it's fine that you need the 60, but just be like, you know what? I told Douglas I was going to send it. I really want to, but I don't have my little time. So if you do have 60, if you do have half, that'd be great. If you have half of it, that would be 60. That would be great. I'll try to pay back later, or I won't pay back, like, whatever. But just to be like, I was like, if you need anything, like, I can do half, whatever. 60 would be half. That'd be great. Like, it's $60 fucking dollars, and you jumped on it like a fucking. Like, how much money are you fucking making, like, doing your shit? And I'm sorry, Real Tech, but, like...
Well, it kind of contradicts... it's not that. You got to be consistent, pretty much. Like if I'm telling you I'm in a budget, okay, we get it. You can only meet us at a certain point.
Right. If you're like, we know you, like, you've got a baby, like, if you're sitting there going, like, every day, like, I'm on a budget, which I know you go a lot. I know what you get. Like, you get... What I'm saying is, like, it doesn't matter. The same person saying the same consistent thing. And that's not consistency with what he says. It's like, I made all this money on whatever, just bombed, e-trading. What is it? What is that?
Hey, so Brooke. Hello?
Yeah. No, hey, I'm saying.
Have you ever used StreamYard as a streaming base? Have you ever heard of that, StreamYard?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard. I have, like, the word itself. I've seen it at some point, but no, I've never used it.
One of the things that I've mentioned to Doug is moving his platform.
Oh no! Don't go there. I've already been there with Doug and with Peter Moon, both in the last week, and neither one of them will do shit, because I've told them that. Well, Peter just basically says, Doug, like, look, come on, Doug, I'm sure you're, like, you aren't technically savvy enough to freaking do this, and somebody's gonna have to do it, like, to move the platform there. And to move the platform there, I personally think you should be cutting shit up, because it's a 12-hour podcast, so you should cut it up, probably. But even if you just move the 12-hour, like, that would be the smart way to do it, like, cut up shit and go back and look at it. And then, I've been asked, like, why would I want to waste my time on that, because I'm not getting paid, so... And it's a good point. Like, that would be a lot of time. But at the same time, yes, I've told Douglas and I have told Peter, there's no reason that this should not be on an actual podcast. This is not a podcast. We're streaming on YouTube. This is not a podcast. And once you put it on one, doesn't matter, like what you're saying, the one you named, it doesn't matter which one you pick. It puts them on all podcasts, puts them on Apple Podcasts, all the podcasts that people listen to. Like my podcasts that I listen to, like, usually are off Spotify, because I'm on Spotify. That's what I pay for. But I have Apple too.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is, I think it's more of, you have to do, it's almost like this. It's almost, you have to kind of do this as a mock trial. No, I mean, trial by error. In other words,
trust me, that's what I'm doing right now with this whole thing.
Right. So it's one of those things where I think because they are of a certain age, where Doug has been screwed over so many times as far as people helping him, that he is a little traumatized. He's a little he hesitates in a sense.
That. And I mean, I have compassion.
Because one of his last executive producers that was a total D-bag, tried to put his live streams on Patreon. And
really? Oh my God.
He tried to monetize them and totally just steal his identity. So it's one of those things where Doug is a product of his era, quote unquote, but it's mostly because, well, let's keep it real, Doug is borderline homeless, and a lot of his...
I don't know. You've seen where he lives. Like, I still think he drives a Ferrari and lives in a mansion.
Oh, yes. Well, now that you mentioned it, he did pick me up in his Ferrari.
Was the Ferrari? Because did he trade that in when he had the Lamborghini? It was originally the white one. So he did.
Yeah. He traded that in for a flying Tesla. But anyways, no. But seriously, but back to your point is, one of the things I think that is helpful for him to have a younger base, or people of input as far as the younger base, including Real Tech. I mean, yes, it was shady, the fact that it was just inconsistent, really.
But that's why I respect real text. Like he'll say stuff like he's like, "Oh, this is what's going on with, this or this." Like he has a certain, he's into these certain things, and I get that other people in that genre, like they're into, what am I trying to say, like Bitcoin and all these things he's into, or like so that's my point. Is like these podcasts can be cut, or they're not podcasts right now, but they could be cut up, put out there very easily, and you broadcast to the market. And once you're on one, it's broadcasting to all. And you may have some people that are like gonna stream to one. It's like I said, you could have written that same book, like the one Peter Moon like published, that said, the World War II and alien one. And I said the worst thing that happened with that book is that you published it with the name about World War II and about aliens, Area 51.
Well,
I was like,
Roswell.
because Roswell,
About
yeah.
Roswell.
Because
Right,
Roswell
deception.
people, because Roswell people are alien people. They're into that, okay?
Right.
My
Well,
uncle, World War II people are into, and so unless you're into like our podcast, like what we're doing, you're trying to do a broader market. World War II people are into World War II. Like my uncle, he's into war. You know what I'm saying? Like my grandfather was in the war. So what you needed to do was have two. You could have the same exact book, exact same words.
Well,
You need different titles.
and there's one thing that I can tell you though, okay, which Doug is really good at. Doug is really, really good at, if someone hands him shit, as far as, it's just crap, he can turn it into fertilizer. And the one thing about him, which he's really good at, he can actually connect Roswell to World War II, connect that to, geopolitics, economics, just on that subject alone. So obviously he's very well versed. The one thing about it is, you're right, it's the packaging. The one thing that I think is important is almost like, yes, you cooked a great steak, but if you don't present it well, or if the plate is a paper plate, then it's not going to be, people are not going to.
Well, let's say it's two different ways. Like let's say I'm a vegetarian, right? So you cook me a portobello steak that looks like a steak, right? Because you can do like these vegetarian one, right? And you present that to me, and I think it's an actual steak. I don't want that. You'd be like, this is a rare beef loin tenderloin. You put it on the cover, but it's actually a portobello steak. I'm still not going to eat it, right? Because I'm a vegetarian. At the same time, same back difference. You want a fucking tenderloin, and you're like, also portobello steak. You're like, I think I'll go with a tenderloin and just go on to another war book. You see what I'm saying? Like it was not marketed well.
Okay.
Well,
what?
Right. So
I'm back.
No, we're just discussing. Pretty much, what I told her is when it comes to your book, you have to work with what you have to work with. It's not necessarily your choice. It's just what you had to work with at the time. Keep in mind, your book was on the verge of getting sabotaged.
Yes.
By the last person that you worked with, which was The Random Dead, yes. Which was published, because we know this because it has that identification number.
Yes.
You had to do what you had to do.
Thank you.
But at the same time, it served its purpose, and it's still peaking as far as it's still growing. But like I said, this can always be revised again.
Oh, actually, let's all cross our fingers. Peter Moon says he is determined to try and get back to the vampirology book, just so people understand the story that Sammy's talking about, because obviously it's hard for people to do this justice. And I do want people to understand something about the last break. Believe it or not, I was not experiencing the male equivalent of childbirth, as our lady Brooke was insisting. No, I had that yesterday, thank you. So that pretty much left me freed up for today to be a little bit relieved of that burden. But rather it was, speaking about my sister and everything that entailed, actually impacted me a lot more than I emotionally thought it would. I actually cried. So I actually had to go take care of that. And so I'm back from that, but it's I will still ostracize her. I mean, more of the tears are just dealing with all of the stress involved with just every element of that story is just as people can imagine, it barely touches the tip of the iceberg in terms of all of the sufferings involved with the family concerning that. So it's a tragic story indeed. And like I said, in terms of what Judith Agert said, and I'm not relating this to make Judith Agert sound bad or evil. Her perspective was that my sister, she felt she could understand exactly why my sister did what she did and was very resentful and very even hateful of the family. But the point was, if that were the case, and I never had a chance to express this to Judith, among everything else she was always jumping on my ass about or down my throat about. I never really had a chance to express to her something that I just recently thought of now. It's that if that were the case, that my sister had every right to be hateful and resentful, she had no right to come back and bother the family after that. Why didn't she just leave us alone instead of rendering a royal nuisance of herself? You see, that's where my real hatred and irritation come in. Now, of course, in all fairness, she helped a bit with the funerary expenses, but that did nothing to compensate for all of the help she should have put in while my parents were alive. It's almost offensive. It's almost an offensive kind of afterthought towards, okay, let me throw in something for their burial. It's like, the final fuck you, really. So, again, all the reasons towards the resentment there. But when it comes to the vampirology book, basically so people understand the general story arc as briefly as possible behind that, because it was really like a cursed manuscript, was that there was this clown, Jeremiah Greer, and Jeremiah Greer had purchased Mysteries Magazine. So Mysteries Magazine was once a very reputable magazine run by a woman who then got purchased by this guy who was somehow affiliated tangentially with Ripley's Believe It or Not. And he basically was honoring or hosting his own radio show, which was shadowsinthedarkradio.com. So they had like even some minor broadcast presence. But he ran the magazine to the ground. And before he did that, he basically had approached me saying, hey, I want to put articles about what you talk about in my magazine. And he thought up this very catchy title, which had nothing to do with the reality of the subject, called The Red Undead. Now, bear in mind, from the way I try to educate people about vampires and zombies, is they're not truly undead. That this is a misconception, and that requires a whole different spiel. We don't need to go into that right now, but trust me, vampires are alive, zombies are technically alive. Past a certain point, that becomes questionable, but they don't start off as dead as you think. So that being said, when it comes to his combining the both subjects, which had a tangential connection through Soviet exploitation of both, then he said, call it The Red Undead. And I said, well, this requires basically a book. Why don't you do this either in several parts in your magazine or dedicate a special issue to it where you've got it all published in one issue, a very thick issue, which you run the magazine, you have the power to do this. No, and he wouldn't do either. So anyhow, so he was going to like cut the article way down anyway, and therefore it wouldn't make any sense. So it wound up not getting published, but his run of the magazine only went through 2 issues anyway. And at that point, of course, when it comes to pulp or print magazines, the only subscribers you have, as was the case in his magazine, are in prison and the military. Because in the military, there's only so much they are allowed to access online, because otherwise they know for a fact. They'll tell you otherwise. They'll say, oh, security reasons, all this other bullshit. No, they know for a fact their soldiers will spend all day cruising for child porn if they don't cut off the use of the computer completely. So they have limited use to the computer, like they're in prison for that reason. So then what they do is these guys subscribe to pulp magazines, pages they can read. And same in prison is very similar. So both for the exact same reason have the exact same subscription rates, and that's the majority of a circular magazine in print's subscription base. So he basically did what he did, screwed it all up, and I wound up with the text, and I expanded on the text, and then tried to get it published. And then Lori Ann Fenton said, well, let's get one of your friends. She's always trying to exploit people to do things for free. She said, why don't you get David John West to write the book, since he was an author, a published author, but he was a storyteller. And so since he was writing fiction, he wanted to add a fictional narrative to this. And if anyone's seen the Vampirology book, which Brooke Gibson has a copy, it's just, you can't do this. It's just medical notes. It's just medical and historical notes. You can't add a fictional narrative to this even in a biographic sense, like he was trying to do, where I told him that I had met probably one of the few survivors, if not the only survivor, of the Russian program to produce vampires, to actually produce women as vampires. And so because they're not naturally vampires, they're all along the male line normally. My mother was an exception because she was born of a vampire union that was with a normal female, baseline female, and then was basically, therefore, half vampire. But I was only a fourth. These things are very complicated, but I go into them in the book. But the whole point was that this guy was trying to make my encounter with one of the sole survivors of the Soviet program. He was trying to make that a love story, which, I told him I don't want to go into that. I don't want to talk about that at all. But that's what he was trying to start the book with, and therefore it could go nowhere. And so it was like, so that book ultimately got published when we railroaded it through maybe about 2 years later after he was fired. And then what happened was not a single copy made it to any distributors. But the book was published because we have the ISBN number. Then what happened was when he suddenly showed up with one of my primarily active gang stalkers, Richard K. Cole Jr., who all the other gang stalkers refer to as their faceless lord. Either that or they're referring to Stephen Outram, who finances Richard K. Cole Jr. When he started appearing on that guy's blogspot and saying, oh, this book was never published, I said, why would he do that? And then automatically I realized he's trying to plagiarize the manuscript because he was co-author before and he had all the text. So I said, we've got to publish this right away. Anyhow, when I emailed it to Peter Moon, who I almost called him Reverend Moon just now, he was...
Oh my God, I'm going to let him know. Can I message him and be like, Reverend?
Anyhow, he did not open up the full email, or he just didn't get the full text. He didn't ask for the full text. He just uploaded it and published it. In other words, he did some minor editing and did not really realize half the book was missing. So half the book is missing, and basically like I said, you get the bones of the book, but not the meat. It's all the bare bones, which is all the medical notes, but no the historical context. So there's a whole historical medical detective story behind how all these facts are discovered, but they're not part of the book. So, it's basically the whole, I'm just giving you the tip of the iceberg. The whole manuscript is a cursed manuscript. These are all based on notes that were smuggled out from behind the Iron Curtain back when there was one. And it just it's had a hard history. It's been a really hard history. So, he says he's insinuated he's going to try and get it done, fixed. So we'll see what happens. So everybody cross your fingers for that, and that way I'll feel there's some balance in the universe. And other than that, again, do ask everybody for at least $100 before the end of the month to help me make rent. And beyond that, I want to thank people who have contributed thus far. Dennis Marshall, Holly Kaditis Kiefer. Holly Kaditis Kiefer sent a $100 money order. I didn't even get a chance to cash it, or rather the one from Dennis Marshall I didn't get a chance.
I mean, you should need to add those up since I said I would get off. Like, is it maybe enough that they said like $500 I got off the fucking air?
I added it all up, and I had to spend a bunch on a supply run that took half $1,000.
I'm just saying, since I said I get off the air, so that would be tonight.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got scads coming in after
Okay. So then we'll do like. It's fucking Thanksgiving. So if you get a fucking 1,000, you should get $1,100 by Christmas.
I hope.
Like, so $1,100 by Christmas, and I'll stay the fuck away for a whole fucking week. For everybody.
Yes. Our lady promises to stay away. If we can get like we're gonna make it incremental.
You got a month, $1,100 Christmas. People should be giving anyway.
Yes, she'll stay away for some period of time. If we get 500,
I may stay away till my birthday is January 15th, so I may stay away for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh fuck! Let me write that down. If I forget that, no.
You were supposed. Fuck you. I'm not staying away anytime.
Here it
Couldn't
is.
come
Brooke
on.
Gibson. Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon have their birthdays on the same day. Holy fucking shit. I mean, oh
How
my
many times
god.
have I told you that and you keep... I'm like, are you that fucked up every time we talk? You've said it on air twice. We've talked about it personally twice. You're like, that's so cool you and Peter have it in common. And then the next time, you're like, you and Peter have the same birthday? When is it?
You do know that half the time I'm on autopilot and I'm just nodding like a bobbing hood ornament.
I know.
You know,
I know. That is interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that story with us.
Which one?
Oh, I don't know. Whatever you just shared just now. That was interesting.
Oh, that's cute.
Doing my autopilot.
Yes. But hey, that's all right. I can handle it. I can handle it because I do that. So there. Oh my god.
Take a deep breath. Breathe, baby, breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Let me teach you some qigong. So raise your arms up as you
bring the arms up. Yes, that's like all those people in that never-ending story sequel where they were all walking around with their arms uplifted, and that you just wanted evil to win, so that would stop.
They put their arms down.
Yeah, so that people would put their arms down, so
that's actually only because you're a vampire, and we in the South do not feel that way. So like that's my point. Like you just continue to perpetuate the evil in you.
Yes, something like that. So, honey, honestly,
I'm just making great. You know what I'm making? I'm making great clips to clip the fuck out and be like,
yes, she'll clip this out and give this to the Republicans so that they'll think she's one of them. Yes. Oh my God. So, yeah. Well, with since we were on Judith Egert's ass earlier, one of her trips was she would always ask me about.
Actually, you know what? I've never been on Judith Egert's ass, and if you were, I feel sorry for you, but you enjoy that.
That's cute. Yeah. Since we were speaking of her earlier, and that just as to continue with that theme for what it feeds us because of what Brooke was saying about stories I tell. Honestly, with Judith, when she was obsessed with she just wanted to see everything about me as negative, so she would ask me about details about sex with Lena Shea, which was her primary bitch, was that I had sex with Lena Shea while I was supposed to be involved with her, but she kept telling me we were severed, so it's like you couldn't win. But she kept wanting details about the sex with Lena Shea or Lena Shea's sex life, which I made the mistake of being an honest person and relating to her, because I thought, well, if I'm honest with her, she'll understand I'm not having sex with this woman because she's having sex with everyone else, which, by the way...
First of all, she's a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Here's what I would have been like. I would have been like, okay, you had sex with Lena Shea, that's fucking great. I just need to worry about you didn't take the pool boy. Like, I just need to make sure that the guy took him to the pool to calm down.
Yes. She's talking about one of the blood boys I took into the pool. You'll see the photograph embedded in live stream of one of our more recent transmissions. Yes. Yeah. Oh, by the way, she did accuse me of being bisexual.
I don't take somebody into a pool and calm them down without, a little...
Yeah, by the way, she did accuse me of being bisexual. Yes. That was towards the end.
I mean, I will always accuse you. Well, he is bisexual. Here's the thing. He may not be able to admit he's bisexual, but he is because he's in love with George. George hasn't called in tonight. Pretty sure George's wife has also figured out that they're in love, and George's wife is not allowing them to call in because of the Haggard shit. Like, George was trying to send you some of that Haggard. His wife called in. No, she's got him locked down in a bed right now. He's chained. Like, yeah, I know you're fucking in love with Douglas and you just want him in a woman's body, and you're the same way. You're like, I'm in love with George and wish she was in the past life, what's her name's body?
Haggis is what she's talking about. The intestines that apparently they stuff with oatmeal. I think that's what that is, right?
Yes.
Intestines.
It's basically taking, like, if cut open any animal, but usually a small one because it's going to be grosser. The worst, like for rat, maybe possum, I don't know. Just pull out its intestines, the middle of the red, just pull it all out, put it into a bowl, and then when it looks really fucking gross, you cooked it, throw some oatmeal, which just throw something that looks like...
I think he says they stuff the oatmeal into the intestinal tract is what
my God, that's even fucking worse. Like, then you're taking the time to actually stuff it. Like, that's...
Yes, like it's sausage. Yes.
Either way, like, when you bite into it, it looks like puke coming out. It's oatmeal.
Yes.
Like, there's no one that's ever looked at oatmeal. Like, I eat oatmeal sometimes, okay? There's no one I've ever eaten oatmeal, even if you like it, that goes, Well,
Yes.
that looks great. It just looks so appetizing.
Yes, it looks like vomit. Yes, and the idea of that coming out of an intestinal tract. Yes, that you're. Yeah,
Only
that's.
Only England could. We said England didn't have vampires and great. You're right. England doesn't have vampires. England doesn't have werewolves.
They don't
England
need
has-
them. They don't need them with that
That's
shit.
what I'm saying. It's the complete whatever the most evil thing you could possibly have.
They're known as the worst cooks on earth. I mean, their cuisine is known as universally as the worst on earth. You know that, right?
Definitely it is. Oh my God. That has to be. I actually didn't think about that, but you're right. I've never thought of anything English that has ever sounded good except you do hear like the cod and fries, right? But it's just fried
So-called fish and chips, yeah, which is just like a fish sticks and French fries. Yeah.
French fry, which I'm pretty sure says French, which is probably American anyway, because I'm pretty sure we made that. But whatever, French or American was them. Yeah. So let's talk to they shouldn't be allowed to make food because apparently we are their food and they're just pretending to make food.
Yes. Yes, their diet is well, you've heard the
Yes,
joke.
the notorious haggis.
Yes.
The reptilians.
Yeah.
They're the reptilians, I'm telling you. You want to get into the deep shit of the people that are crazy and listening to this? I'm not even saying crazy. Like, reptilians are very probably real. I don't know. I'm sure you think they aren't. I think that reptilians are real. I just think the reptilians can be anything as far as evil, like you just call bad, right? So that's what it symbolizes. And I'm pretty sure England is pretty bad. We need to get the fuck George out. Like, we need to get him out now. Like, he's tied up somewhere. He's not calling in. Do you even know what the fuck happened to him?
Oh,
Because he probably gave the recipe away. For They've got him. They're torturing him right now. You told him what the fuck, how we do it.
Yes. By the way, just so people understand, our dear English friend, John Henry McMills Warrington, had some things that he sent to me, and these are very important. For those of you who don't know, John Henry Mills Warrington is the man who's the
Oh my
archivist.
God, could that be a more English name? I can't even remember George's name without thinking King. Now you've got John Henry Mill. Fuck me, John. Okay, I'm just gonna be like John, dear John. That's how I'm gonna remember him.
But
Dear
by the
John.
way, he just sent the photograph to you in the chat, Sammy, of Scorpio Baby and himself.
Finally, I've been waiting on that
Yes.
fucking thing, Sam. You're
Yes.
fucking slow as shit.
Yes, women love that. They eat that shit up. Yes, they. Okay, so what he sent me was just for those of who don't know, his brother.
Little baby, why is that? I got more of Sammy. Sammy got more of you, okay? I know you're kind of cute too, but little baby's cute to eat.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, he's
He's going
He's
to look
pretty
like his daddy, though. It looks like from that face.
he's fallen asleep. He's played a lot.
Yes.
Fine. He needs
Yeah.
a babysitter from South Carolina.
Yes. There we are. Yes.
Right.
Imagine
Anyways,
the taste he will develop in woman being raised by someone like Brooke. Yes. Imagine. Yeah.
Okay, or just imagine bringing
Dominatrixes.
here.
Yeah.
I don't have to do dominate. Like, that's the thing. See, Sammy knows. Like, I can portray dominatrix. Like, I know how to portray complete ultimate femininity. And with his little son, I would totally be the ultimate little tiny. Oh, it's okay,
Yes.
baby boy. You get whatever you want.
Yes.
You're the opposite of Douglas Dietrich. I take all my anger out
oh
of you.
wow,
I will always take my anger out on him, and you can have what you want. It's okay.
Yes. There we are.
First till he's older, and then I send him back to Sammy, and I'll be like, "Hey, he's a spoiled brat. Here you go. I gave him everything you wanted."
Yes. So as you can see by the screen share here, so our dear man John Henry McMills Warrington, his brother, murdered both his mother and his father.
Whoa! John's did?
Yes.
You're John?
Yes, John's brother murdered. It's kind of the same thing, really, but it's like wedlock, deathlock. Kind of like.
got a time for domestic homicide review. If not for mine asking, I don't know if it would take place. I assumed it would win, with or without. You only shared that. Like, so there's something before that. Like, it's his sibling.
Well, yeah, his brother killed both their mother and their father. And so he was a stalker of Kate Moss. Now, this is what's mysterious. His brother was...
His brother was.
Yes, was a stalker. So...
And we're sure this isn't an Ian West story.
No, this is the real thing. His brother was the stalker of Kate Moss for years, to the point where they had to get a restraining order. Kate Moss, of course, lives in Germany, so...
I want to apologize. I want to really quick. I want to apologize to Ian West. Ian West, like, does, like I told you, I think, like, he is on enough stuff that he's got, like, 1 out of 40 things right. So he's got some stuff right. There's a lot in there in the middle that's not okay.
Yes.
Anyway, I do want to acknowledge that occasionally, like, he's got some shit, and he has reached out to me because I've been sick, or my kid was. So I do want to get him that. I don't want to just insult him. Anyway, go back to your story.
Sure. So someone was paying for his brother to fly to Germany constantly. So his brother was flying to the continent repeatedly and stalking Kate Moss. And so his brother's 42 years old, handed restraining order for stalking Kate Moss, detained indefinitely under the Mental Health Act for stabbing his divorced parents to death after escaping from a psychiatric unit. As family say, they struggled for years to get him help. Father was 67, mother was 73. So the mother was older, and so the guy was, basically in his 40s. So son admits stabbing his parents to death. Kate Moss's stalker admits stabbing his parents to death.
He was schizophrenic.
Yeah, mental health inpatient admits killing parents. William Warrington, family of schizophrenic man who killed parents, say it was preventable, of course. Met case, I like this one the best. Met Kate Moss stalker murderer home terrified. I met Kate Moss's murdering stalker at his creepy home. I was terrified by him. Okay, now let's see this one. Let's see this one.
I want to see it, but what I really want to understand is why John Henry.
Yeah.
Like, okay, if my sister or brother or fucking aunt's great cousin killed someone, I would not be posting it. Like, I'd be like, I'd tell you a story. I'd be like, I've heard this happen. I'm not related to them at all. I'm asking you, dear John, why are you admitting like maybe, I don't know.
He came on our show the day it happened.
I don't know why you would though. Like, I'm more honestly more concerned about John than I am Ian West. Like, at least makes sense. Like, he's like, I'm gonna fucking do some coke. I'm gonna fucking look at this shit. I'm gonna be a conspiracy theorist. You're like telling me this guy is saying like, I'm maybe sober. I need to tell you my brother's a murderer and Kate Moss, and I need to come on and tell you. I mean, I hope he's fucked up too. Like, I'm gonna be high with that shit.
Well, he takes care of the fucked up part. He gets himself drunk enough.
That's fine. That's what I'm saying. Like, as long as he's fucked up or enjoying something with it.
There we are. Let's take a look at some photos. Like, here we go. I mean,
oh shit! These you told me. Never mind. I don't say it.
Yes, that's right. Now, okay, those are the ones he uses as. Everybody thinks that's quote unquote me. The feminine looking.
I don't know how they think that. Oh my god! What is that Trump shit he just got right there? Oh my god! Oh god! I wish you could show this to everyone. Here's the thing. Like, if we had a fucking podcast and you could just show this one face, it could make a lot of money right there, dude.
Yeah, Doug. These pictures are very disturbing, and he's not. I mean, British.
That's when you go back. That's how.
Look, British men are no homo, but British men are not attracted to begin with.
Look at that one, Sammy. Look at that one. Look at it.
But this guy, yeah, Doug. This guy is repulsive. Okay, sorry, John McNeil's Warrington, but you need to just.
Oh my God! Look, Sam. Like,
I don't want to look.
That's again, like ever. Like, it's like he's worse than the oatmeal and gizzard stuff together.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Okay, you got to pick as a man. You got to pick a struggle. Like, you can be ugly, but you can't be creepy. Like, yes, we get it. You're not. You're.
And feminine.
I get it.
He's like ugly, feminine with his long hair, but not good feminine because it's frizzy. Completely fucking half of it fat with his double chin. Still ugly.
Yeah,
and then completely weird in all of it with yellow teeth that aren't good.
Right. So
I hope to God this man doesn't.
Wait. Both of you see this. Both of you. Look at the screen. Chris Glass says, your head looks like a butt plug, dude.
Who said that?
This man, he looks like he has very low self-esteem. I'm not gonna front. So
he's trying to make his double chin, like he made fortunes there. So he is obviously doing that purposely, but that's scary. I do believe now that his brother probably did kill Kate Moss or try to kill her with whatever, because how are you raised to be like, well, I'm the more normal one.
But
what makes me
but you did see what Chris Glass said here on the screen. Your head looks like a butt plug.
That's what I'm trying to say. So, like, imagine having those parents. If he had a brother that was a schizophrenic that killed somebody, right? That's what you're saying.
Yes, both his parents. Yes.
He's the normal one.
Yes, he's the normal one. Yeah.
So I'm now not feeling. I'm wondering now, was it genes or was it the parents? Maybe needed to be killed. Maybe they did. Maybe the brother was
Not
the
that,
best. Maybe the brother took him out and was like, you know what, you made him, and you made me. I'm gonna be strong enough to fucking kill you.
Well, here's the thing, okay? Like, I know if I told Brooke, like, hey, Brooke, can you give me a sympathy fuck? Like, feel sorry for me. Just fuck me. She'd be like, okay, I close my eyes and I'll do it. Because
You
you're
know,
nice
I
guy.
did that. I gave a sympathy fuck when I was like fucking like 19 or 20 years old to this fucking guy. I did. Like, it was a friend
That's the
of
guy
mine.
who wound up in prison, right? Guy wound up in prison for 20 years.
How did you know that? Yeah, I forgot I told you that. Sorry.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, as an ugly dude, you can't be a creep. Like, because then you won't even get opportunity to smell it, let alone, have the, you know what I mean? It's like you
Well, that was the thing about this guy. Like, he was older, and he was like the one that was like, he was balder, and he was like, we were like 19, 20, and like hanging out with like 24, 25 good looking guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's good. But he was the one that was like almost 30, but he was almost prematurely bald in like 29. But they were going to Mexico. Like, this was when pot was illegal too, obviously. Well, it's still illegal here, obviously. But, they were renting, big Suburbans, and they were loading the doors with the marijuana, or they were coming back with coke. Like, that's how much they were coming back with. So when I say this guy went to prison, it wasn't like I'm embarrassed to say he went to prison. It was almost like an honor badge. Like, I did fuck the guy that went to fucking prison for 10 years. Like, but he came to me one day, like, he didn't, like, they would, the guys were always, like, either, some of the guys didn't have fucking cars, the ones that were actually the good-looking ones didn't have fucking cars or fucking licenses because they'd gotten them taken. He was the one that was, like, he had the money. He was the one running the operation. And he would have, like, somebody come pick him up. It was random, but everybody hung out at his house. He'd be like, can you come pick me up? But I was just the person that was like, I could not smoke pot. Like, I got to that point. Like, I just couldn't fucking do it because it would make me paranoid. So just fucking sober. But I could do a fucking line like a fucking bitch. I'd do a line from fucking one end of the fucking table to another and be like, fine as shit. So, and I could drink. So it was just like, I had fun. I still partied, but I could not, they were smoking pot. I couldn't do it. And I remember he called me to pick him up one time. He's like, can you pick me up and take me in? And I was like, yeah. And he was at a hotel. They were sometimes when they'd had all the drugs, he would stay at different hotels. And I went in and I remember, and he sat down. He was like, it was so sad. Like, I didn't even know what a sympathy fuck was. Like, I'm young, and he was like, literally, like, Brooke, like, I was like fucking sad, and I never felt sorry for this dude because I knew nobody was fucking him. I knew we were all partying off his fucking ass. He was getting the fucking drugs. We were doing lines off his ass every fucking night. Like, he wasn't getting shit. Like, I knew that. It was like, and like when he looked, like, it was just like the same thing. Like I've told you, well, I've told Doug, like, and I think I've told both of you individually. When someone tells me something that is real, that's what I need is realism. Like, I just can't stand the fake. And Doug knows that. That's why I give him L. But it's when it's fake, it's not. And so when he looked at me with that real humanism and was like, I don't even know what he fucking said. But he was like, he didn't try to, like, rape me or touch me. He was just like, would you, like, have sex with me? And I'm, like, thrown the fuck off. Because, like, you got to remember, like, Doug, you've seen shit. Like, I'm, like, I'm thinking the only way you have sex with somebody is first you've made out with them, you kissed them, you liked them, and you eventually have sex, like that. That is my thought of sex at this point. I'm like, what? I'm sitting across, like, waiting on him to get ready, and he's sitting across in the other double bed, and he's like, would you have sex with me? Like, I could know, like, I'm just, and he, like, goes through his little spiel of whatever the fuck it was, and I'm fucking, by the end of it, like, in tearjerker mode, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll spread my legs and make him happy. And I did. And you know what? It was probably the least fuck I ever fucking regret. Like, made that motherfucker happy, and then hell knows, fucking a year later, he was fucking in prison for 10, 15 years, so he fucking needed it.
Yeah. Oh my God. After that, he was getting fucked every day by men.
Well, he probably, well, I don't know, that's the thing about him. He was a big fucking, that was a problem with him. He was a huge fucking dude.
Okay.
And he was about 30, he was older than us, and he had gone, like, I don't know if you can imagine, like, I know, Sammy, you say you've got some, but, like, this was a white guy, completely white, with, like, almost a bald head, but, like, trying to keep it on at the very back, but, like, at 29. Because he just, like, that was, like, whatever he inherited. So it made him look worse. Like, he should have shaved his head. Like, if he had shaved his head, it would have looked better. But at that point, he hadn't figured that out. So it made him look almost like fucking 40.
Oh, my God.
Even though he wasn't. And so, like, he's hanging out, like, it was a bad situation.
But you're telling me that even though he's passing out all the candy for the kids, meaning the drugs, that these kids really, he's not getting laid regularly.
He wasn't getting laid at all. At all. Well, because so there was only so many he trusted. So we had Troy. Well, Troy's died now. Scott was my ex, Scott, and he had about 3 or 4 guys he trusted, and that was all he would trust, right? And so then those guys only had the girls they would bring around, and most of them were either the girls. So like Scott, like some of them, like Scott, like he was just like, okay, I bring around my girlfriend, and a friend, and then my friends were like, oh, I'm in love with Troy. And then 4 of them were in love with fucking Troy. And
How did Troy die?
Troy died on a motorcycle. He was one of the last ones to die. He just died, like 2 or 3 years ago on a motorcycle.
Oh, sorry to hear that. So basically, I turned on the screen share again, so hopefully you can both see this. Now, in all fairness, do remember John Warrington, of course. Without him, I would be up shit creek without a paddle. He is definitely the archivist who saved all of the Douglas Dietrich past episodes. But his brother, so here's his brother. Basically, this lady is the reporter. This lady is Kate Moss. This individual is William Warrington. This is the murderer who killed both of John Warrington's parents and his own. And so basically...
Oh my God, he looks so much more normal than his brother.
Yes, so she
like,
says...
if I had to fuck one or the other, I'd fuck the murderer.
So what's
I mean, even if you were like, he's a murderer and he's not, and I'd be like, give me the murderer.
So Scarlett House says, so sinister. I met Kate Moss's murdering stalker at his creepy home. He did something so terrifying, it haunted me for years. He probably showed her pictures of John. Showed her pictures of John.
I mean, showed her his brother. She was like, this is my brother. This is what he did to me.
Yeah, we love you, John. We love you, John. Anyhow, so I've called
I'm sorry, John. Like, you just do make the faces. Like, you got to admit, like, whatever you're doing to try to make those faces, you're very succeeding at it. But it is scary. It's at the same time.
Yes. I've called at hundreds of people's homes during my career as a journalist, but I'll never forget the sense of terror in my stomach when I knocked on the door of William Warrington. Now, by the way, I'm going to press that link there and see where that
No, that's where I would like Scott to come and be like, okay, what's scary about your brother? Because, like, is that something I heard sexually get off on? Like, was he just like, I'll put this knife through your pussy, bitch? And they're like, oh, kind of secret, not, and I don't think you will. And then he actually does. And then you're like, oh shit, you're killing me.
Oh my God.
I mean, what was he doing? Like, what was like? I'm scary about him. Because like, if somebody knocks on my door, and it's like the scariest person, I don't give a shit. They like you. Like, first of all, if you knock on my door, I'm like, okay, scariest fucking person. But other than that, it's like a person knocks on my door, I'm gonna be like, okay, I don't give a fuck. Do you have a fucking? Are you pointing a 9mm at me or chest? And then the next thing is, what are you pointing at me? Is it a knife or a gun? Like, that's what's scary to me. Not like you're fucking. I'm angry and I want to come inside, bitch.
By the way, these are his poor parents. So his mother was 73, his dad 69. I mean, so there's the parents. They were living in separate homes. So he had to drive several miles to kill both of them, several miles apart. And, there he goes in court, the court illustration, looking sullen.
Did he get is he alive now? Can I go talk to this fucker? Because I want to find out what the fuck he did. I want to talk to him. I want to find out his brother. I'll fly there. I'm going to fly there and just interview this guy. Is he alive still?
Yeah, they're both still alive. The parents are dead.
No, I don't want the crazy one and the brother. I'll get him later. I want the one that's the murderer.
Anyhow, they said Warrington today admitted manslaughter by diminished responsibility. So,
I had a crazy family that made my brother look like this, and I'm going to kill them because they fucked my brother up. Like, They fuck my sibling up like that too. I'd fucking kill him. John, you should be fucking like at your brother's fucking side and be like, yeah,
Oh
you
my
made me do
God.
these faces.
Oh my God. So here he is in his home. Scarlett Chester Warrington in his home in 2019. So he looks very normal. Looks
That's
very.
what I'm saying. I would
Yeah.
fuck that motherfucker. I'm sorry, John. But like, there's every picture of your brother. It's normal and fuckable.
Oh.
You are a scary murderer. So if they just have to be like, which one's a scary murderer, it's gonna be you. Like maybe your brother was just like, I'm pretty sure if I just do this, they'll probably.
You know what? I'm certain his brother was convinced that he could pin it on him. I'm certain.
I mean, I can see that. Like,
Yes.
he just wasn't smart enough to do the DNA. But yeah, I could see that. If he had done the DNA right enough, I'm certain with those pictures, I could pin a murder on him right now without being his brother and saying all this shit. I swear to God, give me a fucking year and a half. Let this go to fucking town. Fucking forget about it. Somebody dies. He's gonna get pinned. DNA. I will just explode into England and fucking out. It won't fucking matter. He will get pinned.
Yeah. And so this woman, the journalist, says that day was brought back to me in sharp focus this week when I saw that the man who had once made me a cuppa, meaning tea, then locked me in his home, had gone on to murder his mother in that very house, and then his father. I had been dispatched to approach him in 2019 after he was handed a restraining order for stalking the model Kate Moss. Now, okay, you've got a man who's stalking a runway model, and you send a female journalist to interview him. What is the logic? Please tell me. What is the...
There is no logic. That is called bad reporting. It's because it's with the Sun, which you can't trust the shit the Sun says anyway. So half of this shit is bullshit anyway.
And yeah, so the 500,000...
It's like the Bates Motel.
Yes, that's what she says, yes! He shared this with his aging mother, and...
Oh my God, can you send that picture back? Put that back up, bitch. You gotta show me that shit.
Later.
Oh my God.
We'll have to go back to John. You have
to do me something. Was that fucking Sammy and his wife?
Oh my God. Anyhow, but so here we are, like the Bates Motel. I whispered, I passed the rusting barbecue and empty gas bottle and made my way to the front. Anyhow, so there we are. House is deadly quiet. Then she says, I asked the photographer stand to wait outside. Why would you do that? Why?
I asked her photographer stand to wait outside and made my way to the porch after plucking up the courage to knock. Stan was worried.
So he's living with his mother, though. He was living with his mother. That tells us everything.
But listen, this is fucking Son too, though. This is Stan. Like, she's saying this. Stan was worried. This is the guy that's with her. I'll give you 10 minutes, he said. Fear in his voice. I haven't got a text from you. I'm coming in. Oh, wait, aren't you the fucking man letting me go in for 10 minutes to get killed, you motherfucker? The next moment, the door opened, and there was Warrington. Surprisingly, I want you to understand the person that taught me to actually slow down and read this. I'm going to is Peter Mute, so I'm going to do it completely right. The next moment, the door opened, and there was Warrington. Surprisingly normal for a stalker, I thought. Although he towered over me. He did tower over me. But he looked like any middle-aged country gent. He was wearing a cream jumper and dark jeans. He quickly invited me in, not knowing if I was alone. He didn't even know. The house was messy. And it felt like an old woman's. Like when you're in an old woman's house, that's what it felt like.
That's because he's living with his mother. Yes, go on.
Well, that's what I felt. They're like, I just felt like an old woman's, and there were pictures and frames, and there was even including one of his Warrington. I would call him now Warrington, although I called him something different at the time, as a schoolboy in a neat uniform because I was calling him by his first name. He says he had his schoolboy uniform like in a neat little thing, like a kid. So it was like a mother, exactly what you're saying. You've got that down pat. And I think that's basically probably what it was now looking back. Because he politely ushered me into the kitchen. And then I heard the front door being locked behind me, which I turned around, obviously, 'cause I could hear the lock. my heart started pounding. Like it was, I mean, I'm a strong enough woman, but like it was a little pounding there at that point. I tried to reassure myself. I'm sure it's all okay. He's not violent. Like this is just another oddball. He's just a stalker, like his crazy brother with his pictures. But he didn't want to kill him. Like this is just some stupid thing. He offered me, a cup of tea in a floral mug. Actually, he put it in a floral mug, believe it or not. And then he went into the living room, where, to be honest, we lit the first stream of roll-ups.
There you go.
Yeah. So at that point, it was just, we began chatting, and he started telling me he was sorry for what he'd done regarding to Kate Moss. And,
yeah, sorry he got caught. Yeah, come on.
Well, I mean, it was a cocaine and cannabis user. He admitted to both using, which we were using cannabis at the time together. I'm not going to say whether we were using cocaine or not, because that would be not prevalent for the story. But he was trying to, his absolute hardest, to come across as sympathetic and nice. And, I was buying a lot of it. I mean, like, to be honest, he was just a fortnight before he had been told by a judge. That's what a judge had told him, that he had caused distress to the catwalk queen, as he called, as the judge called, and I assume that was the judge's term, maybe it was his, but they called her the catwalk queen, talking about Kate Moss, and, after leaving creepy items at her home. But he was not a weirdo, he insisted. He was just stressed about things. Like, he said, then I said, he was just like really giving me his heart. I felt like it was opening up, because then my heart nearly leapt out of my chest when he suddenly arose. And then I thought I was believing him. And then
he locked the living room door. Yeah.
Locked the living room door. And I was believing all this, and I'm now fucked up with him.
Yes.
Yeah. So not going well. And now I panic and just kind of going into overdrive, whether that was partly the marijuana and partly why the fuck have you just locked the door, and how the
two
fuck
doors.
am I
Why had he locked two doors? Yes.
Well, yeah. He locked two, but I'm still high enough to only be focused on the one. So because we were smoking the cannabis obviously together, the rolls. So, I did my normal flirty thing like I do, with you when I'm pretendingly faking like you're some interesting. And I said, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Is that for safety reasons? Like, my hands are sweaty.
He calmly told me it was for safety reasons, yes.
Yes. And I said, my hands are sweaty. This is the stupidest fucking goddamn story ever. My hands are sweaty. I can't even read it fucking right. Because my hands are sweaty. And I truly thought he would do something to me. I looked at my phone. There was no reception in the house. Then I looked up in the grinning menacingly while searching for something in a cupboard full of letters. Like, he didn't seem right. And then I'll go back into my story. I heard a crash, and my name being shouted.
Yeah.
It was Stan.
Her photographer.
Mm-hmm. It was Stan that had said he would come through.
Yes.
Who had broken the lock on the rickety fucking door and was now banging loudly on the living room door. Scarlett, Brooke, where are you?
Whoa.
Brooke, where are you? Yes.
Warrington leapt out of his seat with fright.
Yes. And she said, that's the photographer, I said. I'm trying to be as calm as I could. And he said, I will tell you this. I was okay before turning to Warrington and saying, I'm sorry about your door. And then Warrington did not seem to think this, like, the least bit odd. He just basically asked if we could just resume the interview. Like, it didn't even matter that people were banging down a door.
That his front door was broken down.
Right, if somebody else was trying to get to the living room, he just proceeded to sit on the couch.
Yeah, he said, does that mean we'll be doing pictures?
Yeah, he did that. And then my savior came through with his fucking long barrel fucking shotgun. He shot through the fucking door. His name was Douglas fucking Dietrich. He threw it and shot that cup of fucking tea too. Went through the cup of tea first, then shot his fucking head.
Now look at hey, interesting here. Look at this, honey. What it says.
God. Okay, which part do you want me to see?
Here.
Oh my god! Oh no!
Yes.
Oh yes, I would love to read this part. Thank you. Thank you for that. I didn't even see that shit. I'll need to start the paragraph above just because I want to go there. I never met anyone so sinister. It was the fact he did things with no anger or aggression, just matter of fact, which is actually scary when people go to that point where they are like, there's no anger, but there's no true feeling of love or empathy either. Like, there's just matter of fact. That's a scary thing. People think that they can get out of anger. They can get out of, it's kind of like we talked about the AA thing. But anyway, let's go to the next paragraph. He would switch between speaking fairly coherent.
Eloquently.
Eloquently. I can't see the E, okay. Eloquently. I thought that was a C. Eloquently about his actions to talking about how he had telepathic communication with Kate and Vladimir Putin. I can't. No. I mean, I'm not saying there's a reason I'm not going to read any more of that, but I'm not. I can't. He has telepathic communication with Vladimir Putin. I need to meet this guy. I do. I track people like that.
Oh my God.
And I want to fuck him. I mean, to be honest with you, everybody else that fucking apparently is crazy and wants to thinks Vladimir Putin's the king of the fucking world. Apparently, the only people I've been attracted to. So,
Yes. Oh my God.
Can I find this motherfucker? Because he is sexier than his fucking brother. Let's give him that. Let's finish the shit. So the only time I saw a hint of passion was when he was talking about a long-running planning squabble with his local council. I'm gonna guess his local council included Donald Trump. Warrington became manic. Became manic and started thrusting town hall paperwork in my face. It was because of Trump lost and made a mistake. Then he started telling me he received
signs and messages.
Are you making me read this purposely? Because I told you I would not ever do that. Why are you doing this?
Hey, I got to get back at you somehow. So
I didn't know what this is fucking about, but now I'm seeing it. Like, I'm not doing that. But like, yeah, I mean, me and you got what you're saying, but I'm not doing that.
Yes. Let's just say that there's a history.
There's
here.
an undertone.
Yeah, there's an undercurrent. Yes. So all of that being said, Sammy's welcome to join us again. I stopped sharing just because the images were getting a little hard. I can of course share with Brooke what we saw on John's timeline.
Oh no, show what I thought was Sammy and his wife. Because remember, I used to think Sammy was black anyway. So like,
I'll show you both later.
Show that one to Sammy. That was Sammy and his wife right there.
I will get it to both of you later. Yes, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I don't know if Sammy saw it because Sammy's doing multitasking.
Yeah, he was doing multitasking. It was very fast, Sammy, but I'm pretty sure you'd be proud of yourself. It was a cartoon. Let's be honest, it was more cartoonish. It was a cartoon character, but it was a very well endowed cartoon character. What he was doing.
Holy shit.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Sammy, if you wanted to be a dark-skinned, well-endowed cartoon character, this would be the one you'd want to be.
Yes, there we are.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not too far off as far as the skin complexion, so you know,
True
it's
enough.
okay.
Yes, he's got that down. He's the man. Anyhow, so for
not down here in the South. Every time he came down here, they were like calling him like get that Mexican out of here. That's what they said. Like in the South, we got the down. We're like Mexicans. Like they'll be like, so the Mexicans will be like, we work, like we got a 12-pack of Budweiser. You want to come paint our house? And then like if you're black, it's just like we got some crap. You want to come paint our house?
Now, everyone do understand that John Henry.
Do you understand that I am being completely not racist as far as purposely? Like that is, I'm not that weird.
It's just their behavior.
Right.
Although I do know a few crackheads that are black that would, and I also know a few white crackheads that would. So either way.
So just
correct.
Yeah, everyone knows John Henry McMills Warrington is obviously someone I'm very indebted to. He has had a hell of a time with this, and he's obviously we can see what happened was his brother had every intention of pinning the murder on him. In a sense, though.
I'm just gonna be honest with you. If he was my brother, I would have already killed like 40 people. Like all the people that fight dogs. I'd, like tell him, John, if you're listening, I hate people that fight dogs. Like that's my personal vendetta. Like people that fight dogs or chain dogs. So like I'd have already cut them off. Like and like the people that fight dogs that I fucking murdered because they're like dog fighters. Like fucking Michael Vick, for instance. Michael Vick be dead. You'd be in prison.
Oh my God. Yes, because it would be pinned on you that you.
Yeah,
have
that's what I'm
killed
saying.
Vick.
Like if I had you as a brother, like, it would have been so fucking easy. Like I haven't thought of this till now. I wish you were my brother for a while now because. You know how many people? You know how many lives could have been saved just by you being my brother? We could have saved so many fucking dogs' lives, and people too, because people die sometimes at those dog fights.
Yes. So, yes. Oh my God. So just, yes, John is he presents himself in a way that needs some rehabilitation. And, he,
Yeah, I would not rehab with him because I'm pretty sure, like, even though you say his brother did it, like, I still, like, if I was in the room and then I heard the door lock and I was looking at John, I'd be like, it was you the whole time, wasn't it? You pinned it on your brother some fucking now.
We love you, John. We really do, John. We do love you. And, oh my God, we're glad your brother is now in custody.
I
and,
am.
yes.
But if I have to fuck one of you, can you get him out first? Or can you quit making the faces? Like, just stop making, like Sammy said, like, you can't, you gotta pick a something. Be serious. Cut the hair. I'm sure you'd be really sexy, but cut the hair, don't do the face.
Yes, the faces. The faces throw people off.
The faces are scary.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
They look like basically what your brother was setting you up for.
Yes.
Which I'm pretty sure he's smarter because he fucking knew you were crazy to make those faces. He just was like, actually he's not, because like if you make those faces and you still get sent to prison, if your brother makes those faces and you're trying to, your brother actually had to be an idiot. Like the only way that you could get sent to prison with John making those fucking faces is you had to be a fucking, like his brother had to be like okay good looking but like an IQ of like a 2, like whatever the fuck, like I think I got him by his face. Okay, but fingerprints, DNA, never thought of that, huh? No. I'd fucking have John you'd be in prison if you're my brother's all I'm saying.
And yes, let me see if I can.
Also, Douglas probably be dead by now. But you'd have a good rap sheet, right? You'd have like Michael Vick, you'd have Douglas Dietrich, then you'd have a few like unknown like animal rights people and not animal rights, animal fighters, maybe a few child molesters. But you'd have a good rap sheet for all the people you killed. I'd make sure like you went down fucking good, man.
Okay,
Like,
so
I
downloaded the image that we saw, and I'll put it here in the chat so that only Sammy and Brooke can see it. So this is like fans only. So this, I don't know how John got away with that on the timeline. I presume it's because the aggregate engine. I presume.
I thought you put that on the timeline. I was like, who do you think Sammy? You got to stop. Like, it's not fair to your fucking wife, man.
Well, hold up. The fact that he has that, he might be gay, dog. He might be gay. Like, I wouldn't. He's gay.
Doug is Doug is picturing that girl on top of Doug. Doug's picturing himself as the bottom, or maybe he's picturing himself. I don't fucking know.
No, is this Doug? This has to be.
What is George in another body?
Oh shit!
No, Doug, this is John's. Is this his profile?
No, that's not his profile. Oh God, no, he couldn't get away with that. It's somewhere in the photographs. Even that, it probably got away with it.
Okay,
because,
but
it's old. It's old. For one thing,
John
it's old before the aggregate engine really started cutting.
Right.
I will tell you.
No, I know, but that's yeah. Why would you put that though? That's
okay. Well, it's horrible, but I want to tell y'all this because y'all are looking at the picture, and this I can say this without anyone else knowing what I'm saying.
The only time I looked at it when it popped up, but I'm not looking at that like that's pretty good.
It's not that bad. I mean, it's a fucking damn like cartoon. I mean, I hope to God you've seen
it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was fun. I think what Brooke said, one of the punchlines Brooke said was that was me on top.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
So, anyhow.
But what I would like to say is that if you guys are both looking at this picture, imagine Brooke as like her like little 16-year-old self, 17, very first time
Yes.
dating someone that looked basically like that.
Except
And
he was
had
fat.
no idea.
Or he was big. Oh, that was the black boyfriend. You're talking about the black boyfriend.
Why are we having to describe what we're seeing? I ask you not to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. God. Sorry.
The football player that I dated when I was like, 15, 16, 17. Like, we dated quarterback. And, and then, like, basically, like that, what you're seeing on the chest was, like, the name of the hotel was, like, Red Reef Inn. That gave it the name, like, that very first time I had it. And I was like, you wonder why I became a lesbian? Like, I never want to have sex again. It was like, this is the most horriblest, painfulest, worst thing I've ever fucking That right there, that picture gives you my life history.
Thank you. That was beautiful in its own way. Thank you. That's
That's beautiful, right?
Yes.
I was like, what can you build up to that? But you didn't need to like go there.
Yes. Well, the reason that I said what I said was.
No, I mean, I wish I had built up to that and appreciated it. You just can't. I mean, I know like Douglas's ass is blown out by now, and he probably needs a big one up in there.
Oh my God, honey. Oh, that's honestly.
I'm
there's no
kidding.
need
Douglas isn't gay, but I do have a friend that's gay, and he talks about how his ass is fucking blown the fuck out. And I'm like, I don't need to know it. I don't need to know that all that information. It's a little too much. It's like Douglas shitting. Like, can you not tell me about it? I just don't need to know. Like that's TMI.
Okay, so all of that being shared, let's see what kind of numbers we're maintaining with everything.
Probably -4.4. That's what I would imagine.
Anyhow, Michael Andrea says, geez, I miss, and he says, my fab, DD, and Brooke, haha, very funny. There we are. So Michael Andrich, yes, I'm glad you're back. Okay, good, because I know, let's just put it this way, I know that, that I was afraid you might not be back. Anyhow, we're
Why
holding
would
numbers.
you be afraid that? Who are you talking about? The Michael Christopher Andre? How do you say it? Andre? Are you talking about my Andre?
Yeah, Andrich. Andre
Why
over here.
why did you think
Aussie Andre. Yes, go on.
I said no. We thought it was the Aussie guy earlier.
Yeah.
No. I don't know why you wouldn't think he would be back. I don't know what you would think that for.
Oh God. It's just let's. Like you told me, I need to learn to kind of roll with these sorts of developments. Those developments being rolled with now, we do want everyone to know there's.
Here's what we need people to know is that sometimes Brooke has political arguments with people, and she would tell them, "Don't come back on the fucking show at all if you're going to think that." And then she realizes she's probably got PMS, and that's not fair to them. So she'll be like, "It's okay, you can come back." Kind of like, you're okay, even though you probably think crazy shit politically as far as like Trump is the savior of the universe and Putin is good. That shit.
Well, we know who else thought that.
I'm not, but as long as you don't mention it again, and I don't mention it again to you, which I'm not mentioning it to him because I'm American. I can say I don't think there's a bunch of hidden fucking horrible things under Ukraine, and where Putin's saving them, and Trump is ever gonna get a second fucking goddamn term. And also be savior of fucking, like, he's the Christ, and his son, Melania's son, is the obviously other one. That son is going to be the super savior. Like, those things I don't believe. But then here's the thing: I'm open-minded enough to be like, well, maybe, who knows? Maybe the fucking second son could be, because you should have and realized that. Like, if I was talking to someone, if I was talking to a person, I would be like, could you realize that Trump didn't bring our country together? That he tore it apart? Yes. Could you come in our country and fucking see that? Yes. Instead of saying, oh, I think you brought it together.
By the way, our numbers have actually increased. I think what we were speaking of recently, just so everyone knows this is all connected.
Do they like the sexuality part of the fucking, or do they want to talk about Trump? I mean, I don't know which one they're wanting.
I guess it's all kind of the same. When you talk about Trump, it's all about.
Well, it's like, okay, that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you say he's a savior? He's a good. Well, they just say he's bad. Now this is just something I'm just and these are all Trumpers. They'll be like, "Oh, you say he's bad." This is not bad. Well, he's not bad. He's like a savior. Oh, really? How many saviors do you know that'd be like, I grab him by the pussy? I mean, say I grab him by the pussy, but don't call him your fucking savior, and don't say he's a fucking savior. Be like, he's a fucking lying, a good liar, a good moneymaker, a good lying moneymaker.
Actually, he's a terrible liar.
Piece of shit.
He's
He's not even a good liar. You're right. He's a bad, lying, narcissistic, gotten away with making money because he knows the fucking rules and was born with money. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't even know the rules well. He continually loses money. He's constantly in debt. He's constantly jumping ahead of creditors. There's nothing that he does well.
Oh, but he's bold enough. You know what I would give Trump for? When you have the same moon in a certain sign when you're Vedic. Trump and I do, actually. And I know why Trump does what he fucking does, as far as that goes. Emotionally, like, he was fucked as a kid. He didn't get fucking love or whatever. I got that shit. He didn't fucking get it. So he's fucking so in need of fucking that shit that he is so narcissistic. We all deal with egos. Everyone does. But he will not ever overcome his ego, I don't think, in this lifetime. That's why I believe in. I believe everyone has God in them and everyone has love in them. But I don't believe he will overcome it in this lifetime, most likely. And so what I say is that the fact that he is just he believes, like, what he says so wholeheartedly. Like, I am this great person. He just, like, his last speech, everybody think about, like, even the Republicans on Fox News cut off. Like, they cut his fucking announcement speech to just go to Hannity because he's saying that I was the greatest in like, there is not a factual statement he said at all.
Well, I mean, the one thing we can most certainly agree on, and we're shoulder to shoulder on all of this, believe me, is that...
and I agree with the China thing. I get, like, he stood up.
No, I get it. I wasn't even going to go there. Though I appreciate your bringing that up. But rather, what I mean to say is that, honestly, I mean, his faults are so many, and they're so relentless. It's almost...
You don't know where to start.
Yes, you don't know where to start. And the point is that... I don't even know, for instance, we could go on about this for hours. I don't even know if he truly believes what he's saying. So when he says, I was the best, I was all this, he might not in the end.
That's the thing. I think he's so lost in it now. I think he used to, like, probably not, and then it was just like an ego thing, like, I'm going to say it.
I agree with that. I think
now he's probably lost in it, that he probably does believe it.
Yes.
But what makes me angry is when I see people that are good. It's just like, I told you, like, Peter Moon, everybody knows, like, used to trigger me, and there was a reason, and Peter knows that now. Like, I needed Peter to be able to speak for other reasons to me. Like, there were other reasons. But I don't agree with anything fake or anybody that says something that not that I don't agree with, it's fine. Yes. But that I know for a fact is just untrue, but they are, like, truly a good person. Like, so if you were to tell me you could say I'm a horrible person, I murdered my parents, and I'll be like, oh, that's horrible, and I'm sorry, and I did it, and all that shit. Like, the brother guy, let's say, he's coming to me saying all that shit.
William
Mourn. Like, I murdered him, I'm so sorry. But then he tells me, but I do need you to know. And I'm like, I'm forgiving the motherfucker. I think he's asking for forgiveness. And then he's going, I do need you to know. I think Trump is, like, the savior of the world. I would be like, I just fucking was forgiving you for murdering your parents. I need you now to go back underground. Like,
under the rock.
Where did that come from?
Yes.
Like, where, like, that's my point. Like, what are you getting? And it's like, well, no, everybody reports on him is bad. Well, the reports you're getting that are bad, it's because he is bad.
Yes.
We're not making it up.
Yes.
Come live here with him, and you will see we're not. He didn't go to war. He stumped his toe and said, "You can believe that he went to war, and that was a fucking white hat lie. He really went to war, and he was underground in the military all this time, and he was totally faking it, and that whole fucking fake Trump shit in New York, and for the last 30 years, was fake because he was in the military, planning for this 30 years later to overtake this shit." Or he stumped his toe and he's a piece of shit that was a billionaire that didn't want to go to war like many others that were able to pay off. And that's a well-known fact. And not just him. So, but you really think he planned this for 30 years in the military did? Why'd they send an Obama then first?
Yes. Yes,
I
thank
mean,
you.
it's just-
Thank you. So the way that this all connects is that we were just.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I've heard people say this, is all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I hear
Like, you
you.
can read it online. Like,
Yeah.
there's people that say this shit online, and
Right.
it's sad.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah. Go on.
if I can add something,
Of course.
I remember last transmission you said pretty much the consequences of him winning his second term,
Yes.
and I think his second term would probably be the end of the republic
Yes.
or
Yeah,
as
it
a
would be.
democracy. Because when someone already knows the inner workings and how government does not work, which Doug's been pretty much saying from the beginning, going back to, practically his first interview, he's realizing how much the government does not work, and the fact that, I remember seeing that January 6th where, you had these Republicans literally trying to fast track, and you knew something was up, and trying to fast track as far as the whole January 6th debacle.
They were ready
And-
to hang their own vice president.
Right,
They were ready
right.
to kill their own vice
So-
president.
So now that Trump knows this, it's almost like him, being one step of his creditors.
Yeah.
Well, now he knows the system. If he didn't know before, it's already cemented. So it's just a matter of, if he gets to the White House, then
We're
pretty
fucked.
much
The
it's-
world is fucked because people follow
Well,
America,
yeah.
Sammy. And
Well,
Sammy,
exactly.
you are breaking down what I have literally cried about. I am then in tears that I won't go into because of someone saying something similar to Trump being a savior, and not understanding the ramifications, no matter what
Well,
their thoughts or dreams were.
absolutely.
Like
Absolutely.
it is the opposite of savior. Like it is going to be
Right.
the downfall. Like he
Abs-
could be a savior. Like 20 years later, you could say
No,
we had a
see,
downfall, and then he
Well, that's
rose again.
that's the right. Well, I'll give you an example. Yesterday, I was pumping gas, and somebody put, the sticker of Biden on the price of gas. Like, oh, I did this, whatever.
I know.
Like a sticker, like a meme sticker, like, oh, look at your price of gas. I did this, right? This is pretty much
Got it. Yeah.
right in LAX. Pretty much the first gas that you see, and you have Trump says, "Yo, you miss me now," but what's
Jesus.
stupid about it is, it's like people really buy into this, really do, and this is what Doug talked about, where the mind war, it's what it is people really are just enamored by this, which is not reality. None of this is reality as far as the propaganda that they try to push.
They're both propaganda. That's the thing. You're right. Yes, I agree.
This is a psyop in the sense of, look, as effed up as it is, you can't have someone who wants chaos. And what this thing about Trump thrives on chaos.
Yes, thank you, Sammy. Like you're saying
Chaos.
exactly what I want. Like it's
Well-
you can be like
well,
Biden's
here's
fucking not great, but you can't be like
You can't be chaotic. Even right now, when people are complaining about housing prices and rates are going up, but what the key is, though, we're not in chaos. Women are not being raped and assaulted in the streets for no reason. There's a society, but when it comes
they are,
to,
but it's not en masse.
well,
Yeah, go
en masse,
on.
yeah. Stand
But
corrected.
he's right.
No,
Like he even said in his last speech, like I couldn't believe it again. And all drug dealers, like we're sitting here trying to legalize marijuana and get back to a normal state of like drugs or things.
in
people
that
are gonna
case,
do. All drug dealers should be put to death.
well, in that case, then you start with the pharmaceutical companies, because they're
Right.
drug dealers, right?
Thank you. Let's put yes. I think we should.
right.
Yes.
Right.
But
But
that's not where he's gonna fucking go. That's
Well,
not what he meant. He
well,
wants to put the Mexican drug dealers, anybody Colombian,
Well,
anybody brown
here's-
skin, black skin. Those
Well, can I-
drug
Yeah,
dealers
go
will
on,
go
Sam.
there.
Yeah, let Sam.
right. And what can I add to that is you're right, Brooke. But the thing about it is not even his rhetoric. It's mostly the people that automatically start thinking that, and they don't understand that he doesn't like his base, but he has to pander to them to
Yeah,
get
he hates
where
them.
he's at.
Like that's why he
He
keeps
hates
the
them.
airplane right beside. Like he doesn't even want to be with them. I'm like, he
Absolutely.
would walk across the street and piss on them.
And
One
that's
of them.
Yeah.
To
And
put him
that's-
out and
Rather,
say
the
they're
way
like,
to express it is that he holds them in total contempt. But go on.
Right.
Yes.
but that's one of the things about the stupidity and almost dangerous part of Trump is, as corrupt as politics are, there is an underline of, hey, we all know the game, let's stick to it, and let's keep continue getting paid and our benefits, and let's not get nothing done for the sake of our jobs.
right.
But when it comes to Trump is pretty much a loose cannon, and he's insane.
Yes.
The fact that he wanted to join his quote unquote followers to the Capitol, and they had to pretty much hold him down so he
Oh
won't go.
my God, Sammy, you just
Let's-
said it. He
let's-
is the savior. He is our fucking
Well,
savior.
Well, that's
No, but he is our savior. You realize what you said? Do you know what you just said?
no, I
In
did.
In what sense, though, honey?
He's the savior because so you look at the Republican Party and the Democratic Party before Trump came in, right? You had a party that was Republican that wanted to keep everything the same. You had a Democratic Party that was splitting off. Part of them still were buying with money, but you had new people like Cortez coming in, and new people that were just like Bernie Sanders, like people that just wanted to complete a change and upheaval, right? Of like, the system's fucked. Okay, we need to fuck it over. Didn't have a way. Don't have a fucking way. The only way, really, if you now look at it, was to break the Republican Party. And who's breaking the Republican Party more than Donald fucking Trump?
Well, that's you're right. The only thing
I
about
mean, long term, like if you look at it, it may be a long term look where you're like,
Well, bro,
he didn't mean to be the savior. He's fucked. He's a bad person.
Right. The problem is too, though, is the Republican Party is outdated.
Yes.
They start to realize that people of color, women, just like yourself, of your background, they're the future. They're the present.
Oh yeah,
And
did you hear
they're
their
trying.
slogan?
Yeah, well, they're trying to hold on any bastion of the good old days, and that's the thing. They're outdated.
They can't do it anymore. They try to hold on to everything, and they can't.
The Lindsey Grahams, the Mitch McConnells, all these people know. Heck, the reason why they installed all these judges, it's because that's the last hope. We can't outlive these people. Let's stick Republican, or not Republican, but more reactionary right judges. So
Extreme right, like the woman they put a woman on, but she was so extreme right. She was like the church that I talked about. She would have been like 10 times more fundamental than that church.
Brooke, the problem is that woman is probably worse than the men, because
that's what I'm trying to say. She was so fundamental. She was so fundamental.
So what the far right accomplished with Trump, besides him being a moron and just insane, is they battered ram the judicial system, which takes generations to change.
Well, that's like Lindsey Graham. Do you remember Lindsey Graham, my senator? I'm in South Carolina, and he plainly said when Obama was still fucking president and had like 3 months left, and there was an opening for the judicial system. Somebody had died or something, and he's like, no, I disagree. And Obama didn't get to a point. He didn't appoint because they had a Republican ruled house. But he didn't. He said, I would, and I remember you can play it fucking online and look it the fuck up.
Yeah.
Lindsey Graham said, the guy asked him, well, if it was opposite and it was a Republican president wanting to do this, would you support it? Wanting to go ahead and nominate a judge, 2 or 3 months before the election. And he said, never. I would never support
absolutely.
it. And then what did he do?
Yeah.
What did he said? You can, and he even said these words. This is my senator. This is why I told my daughter, if you don't run against him, I fucking will. I don't give a shit. Like, somebody's got to run against the motherfucker.
Right.
But he said, hold me to my words. These were his words. And he said it loudly, like I'm doing right now. Hold me. Hold me to my words.
Got it, honey. We definitely get that. Let Sammy finish his thought. Yeah.
Like a true politician, he's going to say what he needs to say to get the job done for his agenda.
I just don't get the people that keep doing it, though.
Well, it's because Well, what I'm trying to tell you, Brooke, is people that look like you and are less intelligent than you, and you are a minority, whether you're
She's a lesbian female. She's a minority. Yes, go on.
I mean, you're a southern lesbian, so you're quite unique in the sense of that.
I mean, I will occasionally like some dick, but it has to be really good and it has to be fucking not that big like you showed me.
Like I said, you're curious too. So I mean, that's also intriguing too. But what I'm trying to say is, hey, I'm still a guy. But what I'm trying to say is, no, they're outdated. They know they already see it coming. As far as Obama, they already knew. As far as how many
Obama was sent in by Iran, don't you know? He was trained in Iran.
Yeah, that's the fantasy on the right.
Well,
go on.
Oh, the thing about it is they already see, oh crap, these people of color are already here, and we're gonna get replaced, a big replace. Yeah. And no, that's
female. Yeah, and I don't want to interrupt you, Sammy, because I haven't done enough, but I just want to say one thing before you finish. I don't know if you heard this, but the newest thing, and I think I told Douglas this, that some of the young ones, like the young guys that are out there that are all pro-Republican, and even some older ones, they're like, what we need to do now, like they're saying females are not getting married early enough.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Did you see it? Okay, then you know.
That's insulting in the sense of, look, that has nothing.
If we marry them earlier, we'll be able to sway them this way.
There we are. That's their solution. Child brides. Go on, Sammy.
Well, and that's not true, because they're not. Put it this way: they're not even thinking of women as human beings.
I'm like, marry my daughter. She would not sway her. She's 23. She's fucking graduated political science degree. So, she's not gonna sway her. She will sway you, or she will fucking not marry you or divorce you. Like she probably wouldn't marry you. But again, that's just one example of what I'm just trying to say is that they are so clueless.
Yeah.
And to me, the breaking point really is not if Trump wins. It's more like, okay, what happens if he loses? How are they going to control his influence? This South African douchebag, Elon Musk, supposedly reinstated him in what he's really running. I mean, the man can't run a business to save his life. Okay.
Is he South African?
Yeah. You didn't know that?
No, because you know why I don't know it? Because the only accent I like English accents, Australian accents, and South African is my favorite. He doesn't have a South African accent.
Okay. No, and you're, that being said,
I'm just saying he would be a little sexier if he did, even if he was a horrible person. It'd be like Trump. It'd be I might be like a half Trumper if he had a South African accent.
Well, and not to insult people with Down syndrome, because I wouldn't, but he probably has some of that in him. They're probably, anyways. Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, no. To me, the breaking point is that where when he loses, and there's no excuse in the sense of you can't stop people of color, but more importantly, there has to be a fair balance, and that's the problem. Is they don't want it to be fair. So one of the things that I also agree with Doug is we need to amend our Constitution. We need to amend everything and become civilized, just like Europe. And this is one of the things that hit me when Doug talked about this is we're still not civilized. Europe always laughs at us. They are always snickering. Why? Because we're still stuck in the 1700s. Whether we like to admit it or not, we're not civilized. The whole civilized world laughs at us. We think we're civilized. We're not. We don't run it like an empire how we're supposed to. But that's really it. Go ahead, Doug.
No, that's all very important. By the way, in the chat room, we have George Knight is with us. He's welcome to join us on call. I believe
Hey, George. How you doing?
Is he on call with us? Oh, he's in the chat room. That's for
He's
sure.
not. Is he on call too? I thought I heard him there.
Yeah.
Did he? Let's take a look at whether he's on the call. He can certainly jump on anytime he wishes. So I guess he's just kind of checking in. So he put some symbols up there. I'm not quite sure what they represent, but they were in.
Haggis represents haggis. Go ahead.
Oh, that's cute. That's funny.
Sorry.
Yeah, and but
His wife does have him tied up, but she's at least feeding me.
yes, Morgan Grace Films was saying Douglas is being interrupted way too much. I would really like to hear him contextualize what has been said.
I don't know what you mean. How do you mean Douglas is being interrupted way too much? Who's interrupting him?
Oh, well, she means you, of course, honey. And so,
How would
yeah.
I know?
But
You're
like,
going for fucking
like
4
Brooke
hours.
said,
about,
like
you know,
Brooke said,
like,
if we raise $500,
I'll shut the fuck up.
she'll go away for a
bitch,
period of
yeah,
time.
You know
she's
what?
on right now, $500. I'll shut up. I won't even come home fucking Wednesday.
Well, you know what? To Brooke's defense, she's actually a very important demographic. So, she's very much we need her voice because, young white women of her age are pretty much the backbone of why they want them to sway so much. She's very important. So, she's really been a blessing, and it's just
We all have our
very,
weaknesses. Thank
it's
you.
it's very interesting how she's come into the fold, and so just to her defense. So
Understood and appreciate it, and of course,
Thank you, Sammy, and thank you for just saying that. Like, I appreciate that. Like, I know my own weaknesses, and anyone listening, I know I interrupt Douglas. It's usually purposely because I think he's a piece of shit. But other than that, no. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be on here if I obviously thought that. And if you want to hear Douglas more, there's about 9,500 hours of podcast you can go back through. And he's nonstop.
Let's put it this way: for live talk, of course, it's understandable what Morgan Grace Film says, and I do thank her for it. And I do thank our dear Lady Brooke for her contribution. So Brooke has contributed financially. And it's important that she does that as well as her time.
Well, I did contribute financially and my time, and I will never contribute financially again after what that girl just said. Like, so make sure that girl contributes for me. Whoever just said that, you're contributing for me now. I need you to know. I contribute about $100 a week, so you're gonna double what you're doing.
Oh my God! So, go on, Sammy. Sammy said, "Hey, Doug." So Sammy, rescue me.
Doug. Well, can you contextualize? Can you maybe put your little 2 cents on it?
Sure.
As far as
I'm still puzzled. If anybody can help me figure out what George Knight has fucking entered into the chat room, it's like first off,
who cares? Okay, first of all, stop.
Yeah.
What Sammy's saying is more important. Get off your crush of George Knight. He's not in a girl's body. It doesn't fucking matter. George wants to come on here and talk. God. It's fine. I know your voice hasn't gone high yet because George hasn't said hello in his English voice.
Hello, Doug. What's going on?
Yes, and then you'd be like, "Oh, hey, George, how are you?"
Anyways,
so why don't you contextualize and go back to the serious point, since apparently everyone's here serious, and I'll shut up.
Oh my God, it's like, what did I do?
Thank you, Brooke. Yes.
Oh my God.
No, go ahead, Doug. I mean.
All right. So look. I mean, context. I mean, what context do people need? Donald Trump is a con man, a charlatan, and a twice impeached, disgraced former president. He gifted the government his basically what ultimately may have been our last dysfunctional presidency, in the sense that we're already on a road as a divided nation towards civil war, which is inevitable. And I've tried to contextualize how that will likely turn out. And I'll go back to that soon enough. But if we go back to the man himself, that has been the trigger point for all of this. He's not responsible ultimately, because of course we can go back to Barry Goldwater and what the Republican Party was becoming even then. In fact, in monologue tonight, I'll probably go into that, a bit of the history of that, back to that era, back to the Vietnam War era, where all of this hatred began, where literally the returning veterans from the Vietnam War many of the white veterans decided that they were going to unite in militia movements, paramilitary political movements, and overthrow the U.S. government. I mean, this is ultimately what brought us to January 6th, and of course, countless mass shootings, all of which are ideologically intertwined. Before I get too deeply into this, I do want John Warrington to never take offense at what we were saying earlier. I do want to point out all of this is connected in the sense that here you have John Warrington, his brother, who is a murderer, basically did what he did because he thought he could get away with it because he could blame it on John Warrington, who acts in a way that's unorthodox and is fairly eccentric. So do understand, John Warrington, that you do intimidate a lot of people with your appearance and how you comport yourself, but your brother was really the alarming person when he began to say that he had a psychic connection and was basically astral traveling and encountering Vladimir Putin in the astral through his psychic connection. So we saw a connection there between other people we've been speaking with, and that seems to be a very common trait among many people who are lonely and radicalized by the internet. Which,
well,
of course,
and the other thing, I want to say this: there are people that I do believe that there is an astral plane, only because
yes, of course.
What I will say is I have been out of my body one time and I jumped the fuck back in. It scared the shit out of me. Yeah. So you can do that, scare the shit out of me. But the astral plane, people need to understand. There's a few things about it. The most important thing to understand is in the astral plane, it's not a positive. It's not like you're like, oh, I'm in the astral plane now. We'll go do all fun things. I will meet positive people. Everybody I meet that looks good will be good. Yeah. They will be what they seem. Right. It is a complete, it's the warp between two dimensions. And then, and those two dimensions have if you believe in this and it has everything in it. So you can't, I could be like, I met Douglas last fucking night and Douglas is a bad person or a good person. I might not have met Douglas at a fucking hall. You see what I'm saying? If I believe I was in the astral plane and I believe I met Douglas, I may not have met Douglas at all. You have to understand what the astral plane actually fucking is. And that's the problem that people don't understand about the astral plane, is that once you jump out of your body, which you can do, people do it all the time when you're just dreaming. That's why you don't remember your dreams. But at the same time, that's why you wake up and you're like, well, what do my dreams mean? And why am I dreaming this? 9 times out of 10, it's your ego having a little bit to do with it, what you were thinking before or whatever. But they say write down your dreams. But you were in a plane, you were in a different realm, period. Now, was it good or bad? And that's the whole positive. You may go in negative. You can go in positive as fuck. You may face some negative shit. You can go to sleep fucking in a happy mood. You can have nightmares. You don't have to watch them. How many people have, we've all watched scary movies and had a nightmare. But how many times have you ever gone to bed, you weren't thinking anything bad, and you wake up and somebody fucking died? Or you're like, oh my God, they're still alive or something. Just the worst thing that you could think. Imagine, things happen when you're dreaming. So if you believe that a dream is an astral plane, whether you have to jump out of your body and physically do it, which I've done, like I said once, it is a thing you can do. Scared the fuck out of me. Will never do it fucking again. Only had to look down the hallway to be get myself back in my body. Lay the fuck down. Yes. So you can do that. But either way, to people believe that they see okay, Vladimir Putin or Donald Trump or fucking Barack Obama, they were my savior and they came to me. You don't know who the fuck came
That's
to
pretty suspect, yes. I do understand that people present themselves as other people in the astral. It's very similar to being on the internet and entering one of those forums where everyone has an avatar. So just think it's like Second Life. It's like Second Life where everybody who's a young girl is an old man. And everybody who's an old man might be a young girl. But the one thing you do know is there's no young girl who's going to have a young girl avatar if you have any common sense. But no, everybody winds up basically rubbing shoulders with old men who are using young girls as avatars. It's you're totally lost in that environment. It's the same with the astral in so many ways. So definitely, all of this is something to bear in mind, and it's none of it bodes well if you're going to just take it at face value. It shows that you're very much naive and vulnerable. By the way, we've got a lot of noise in the background that I think is Andy, which is fine.
Not me.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's Andy digging through the potato chip bag or something like that. Yeah, when we're dealing with Donald Trump, to get back to the trigger for the crisis that we face today, he grifted the government out of millions. He turned the levers of government power against his enemies, and he abused the power of his office over and over again. And he's just announced he's running for the presidency yet again, promoting new lies about the 2022 election as he did it. Now, I would dare say, it is not at all hyperbole to say that our democracy will not survive another 4 years of Donald Trump in the Oval Office. At least it won't look anything like the democracy we have now. This is a deeply unethical and dishonest con man who demanded his underlings commit illegal acts, stonewalled all oversight by Congress, and sought to have the Department of Justice and the Internal Revenue Service investigate only his political enemies. And that was all in his first term. I shudder to think about what would happen in a second, when at that point, as I said, you basically have no more barriers for this man. He will declare himself president for life. He will declare all elections to be over. He will declare himself immune to all prosecution. We will at that point have a dynasty in effect, as they have in North Korea. So, given the Russell collaborationist, Red Republican insurgents' failure in the midterms, a failure of historic proportions, many in the Republican Party are starting to have doubts about the wisdom of clinging to this failed
Sammy, mute that shit.
dictator. They would not abandon him because he is dishonest. They're okay with that. And they would not abandon him because he's immoral. They have no problem with that. And they would not abandon him even because he is a danger to our country. They can live with that. They will only abandon him if they think he is a loser. And their continued subservience to him will make them losers. Which means we must continue to make certain that Trump and his hand-picked candidates, like Herschel Walker, lose and lose big.
I watched a vampire movie the other night. Pretty sure werewolves will take them out.
Yes. Until that happens, the Russell collaborationist Red Republican insurgency will continue to do whatever he wants. They will say whatever he wants. And they will carry his water no matter how outrageous his demands. Even if that means overturning the next election.
Or people
Especially,
that are fucking on drugs and being like, but I agree with him. We're going to put drug dealers to death.
yes, I mean, well, that's self-loathing. Yeah, especially they will support him if it means overturning the next election. And with Republicans possibly taking control of the House, in fact, they already have. I mean, well,
But
they
God,
really...
thank God, but like they expected the fucking, remember, it wasn't going to be the red wave, it was going to be the red tsunami.
Right.
You got
right.
a fucking like red, fucking like, you know how you go into the ocean and you want to wash the sand off your feet?
Yes.
Like whatever, that's not even a ripple.
Yes.
That's what they fucking got. Like they should have gotten. When is the last time that has ever happened?
Yeah, historically, as I said, this is a new precedent, and this is because this is how dire the situation is. Let's put it this way: with Republicans taking control
Sammy,
of the
mute it.
yeah,
I'd like to hear the baby's butt, but like not that much.
yeah.
I was moving his toys. I put on.
Oh my God.
Well, I was like, his little butt would be cuter. But,
Yes, with Republicans taking control of the House in January, they will do whatever it takes to carry out Trump's political vendettas. Now, going after Joe Biden and his children, beginning impeachment proceedings against cabinet members, stripping.
Oh, there will be no money to Ukraine anymore, apparently, by Marjorie Taylor Greene. No money will go toward Ukraine.
Yeah, that's correct, which of course is where the beginning of the end here on this home front. They will strip those committees that are actively investigating
Donald Trump.
Yes,
they're saying there won't be any money go toward a special hearing. So they won't be able to eventually stop it, but they will be able to hold it up and fuck it up for a while.
Yes. It will, in a word, be chaos, which is ultimately what
he wanted.
What the Republicans represent ultimately is the cults of chaos. That's ultimately what has infiltrated their ranks and overtaken them. They are the very essence of chaos.
It just makes me want to cry for people that like I know are good people. Like I've had a best friend that just don't fucking get it. And I'm like, how do you just not get it? Like they're fucking you over. They're fucking people over.
Well, you know what? You know what's interesting about it is I have a father-in-law who's not a father-in-law, a brother-in-law who is, they know the truth is the fact that they don't care. Their ability to understand that your quote-unquote Christianity has nothing to do with this man. The fact that you call yourself a conservative, well, you're not being a conservative because part of what Christ teaches is love, empathy, and yes, he did come. I come with a sword, yes, but to a certain extent, you have to, at least for me, you need to be a human being and understand the system is for a reason.
His sword was with love. His sword was of love. There's not Trump's.
Right. Well, there's a way of changing things the civilized way and ways of not doing it. Because what's different now is it's just the parameters of it.
Okay, look, let's put it this way. So we're only on a podcast. You're not my vice president, Sammy. And we've only talked, had a few personal conversations, and definitely not for 4 years. You're my fucking vice president, and I hear outside they're about to fucking hang you, and I have people coming in saying, stop this, and I won't fucking even make a phone call. Won't even make a phone call or put a tweet out to stop it, to save your fucking life. For fucking, I've known you for 4 fucking years. Like he didn't give a shit about his own vice president dying.
Well, and it's very interesting because Mike McCarthy, who is the representative of Bakersfield, which is, the taint of California. It's terrible. Okay, the fact that Peter Moon was in Bakersfield, I overheard him last transmission. No offense, Peter Moon, but I'm sorry.
Was he really? So he's supporting fucking McCarthy too?
No, this is his childhood. This is just a childhood memory he was sharing. Yeah. But anyways, this is just me. Whatever. But Mike McCarthy called him and said, "You need to stop this. Get your people out of this." And he told him, "Well, Senator, or it seems like you're not being supportive. Pretty much Trump said F you."
Yes.
And the fact that they did a 180 already.
McCarthy's the one that calls all this now that Trump can run again. Because McCarthy's the one that went down to Mar-a-Lago.
Because McCarthy has no balls. They're ballless. They got no balls to stand up to him. What they want is they think they're going to be spared. And that's the problem. They're not. They were going to get rid.
It's like freaking being just like what we were talking about, like when I was about the church. It's like they think I can do what the hell ever. I'm a personal, special person.
Well,
and they're not spared. They're screwing their own families. They're screwing their own people.
And this is where Doug's talking about where, I wouldn't be surprised if Doug already seen this through his abilities as far as his foreseeing the future. I.e. the Vaxarka. I'm sure he's seen certain scenarios. And I'm sure
Well,
other
I keep
governments, like,
asking if y'all coming to South Carolina or do I need to go to California?
We'll figure that out soon enough, honey.
well, right. And this is where I have to segue back to precog, where I have to kind of segue to this, where in a sense, we already seen it and we know, and people are living in denial. I have close family friends of mine that, oh, you're a Democrat. Well, I told them, I'm only a Democrat by default, in a sense that I'm going with the devil that I know.
Right, there's only fucking two options. Like, we
Right.
don't have the option we truly need because of our
right,
Constitution.
Well, and not only that too, is we have to change things the civilized way. And we don't know any better because we're not civilized. And I hate to repeat myself again, but that's really the only thing I see, is that people want things by force, and it doesn't work that way no more. And this is where Doug, the saying about civil war, and not just Doug, but really, even people in the South, I want this. And that's
Yeah,
the
they
problem.
want the war. That's the thing. The people in the South want
Absolutely.
the fucking war.
Absolutely.
That's why
And-
they're loading up with guns. That's why I'm like, okay, I'll load with some guns too, because you're not going to outgun me, motherfuckers.
Well, and
But
you
at the
know what?
same time, I don't want to do that. I don't think you win that way.
Uh,
It's
uh,
not
no,
going to
you
win.
don't.
Let me
Stop.
finish. Let me finish. Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, honey, but definitely we'll
No,
get back to that.
Sammy and I have a great conversation if you didn't interrupt it. Sammy and I keep going back and forth.
No, I mean, no, and you come with great points, Brooke. But the thing about it is, and what I love about Doug and how he puts this to context. Don't think communist China's not looking at this. Don't think other nations are not looking at this,
That's
because
the point, yes.
the world is a
The
small,
world is watching us.
and you have to keep in context that this
They
might
all have their own
strategic,
agenda.
because keep in mind, Donald Trump is still having contacts with Putin. He still has contacts with all these people that he's aligned himself with.
Especially all the oil,
Right.
oil. Yeah.
Well, yeah, all his liaison. In fact, oh my God, all his political cabinet was having contact with.
I mean, like what he was when he was even when the was it January 6th was going on, his son-in-law was over, was it Saudi Arabia the same day.
So you have to keep in mind that Donald Trump is already privy to some of the opinions of the world and people that are supporting his agenda, and this is where pretty much the U.S. has to wake up and kind of come to terms that.
But how do we do that? And that's where I would
It's
ask
in
you, like,
my
how
opinion,
do we do it?
how we do it, we recognize ourselves as an empire. We amend our constitution, and we make
Not, and like that's what I'm saying to Douglas. Like Douglas has already said, like amending our constitution is basically fucking impossible.
Well, Brooke,
This
the
point.
thing about the thing about recognizing ourselves as as an empire is we include our entire empire, meaning people of color as well.
Yes.
Okay, because this also keeps everything in check. See, that's the thing about it, is the good old boys don't want that, and you can't function this way no more, because we're not in the 1930s and the 40s, and really all.
What do you mean recognize? So I'm not understanding.
So what
that.
he's
do you
saying,
mean
what he's
recognizing
saying
his
is what
empire?
Joe Tai was trying to tell you when Joe Tai was stuck on the hamster wheel, and basically when Joe Tai was repeating,
Oh,
we have
bringing
to,
in Puerto Rico, bringing in Guam, and bringing in.
yes, because
Okay,
that
right.
automatically would lead to constitutional amendment, because then you have the amount of votes that could make that happen. That would actually,
yes.
So go on, Sammy.
Yep. And the thing about it is this is only the logical perspective, i.e., the Vulcan intervention, what Doug's talking about, where you can't. This is not manifest destiny no more, and this is where we're stuck at. It's this whole manifest destiny. White, white male, Presbyterian, whatever the hell they call it.
Right.
That lingo, which most Southerners are not. They're mostly of Irish Celtic descent. So
They don't even know what the fuck they are, and they don't even care. They
Right.
just
You know,
claim to be.
they're-
I'm white, and I'm not fucking black, and I'm Christian, and I hate gays, and I also hate anybody that's not like me, and I don't want to pay more taxes. So
Yes.
You're all bad.
Let me. I got a phone call. I got to call back.
Okay.
So go ahead.
Okay.
No, don't hang up.
So
Sammy.
do get back to us when you're done with your phone call, and I'll try again to put things into perspective. Matter of fact, it is kind of sad when he's not here, because then he asks for context and then he's not here to hear it, so that can be frustrating. And when it comes to you yourself, yeah, I mean, obviously. He appreciates your input, but you do step over him quite a bit.
Well, Sammy and I are good too. Like, I step over you and I interrupt you like that way, but I think Sammy and I, that's why she said we have our own lingo. Like, I think we talk more, we're more conversational. So, like, I talked to Sammy today, even at the hospital, like, we're very conversational. So, like, I can interrupt him and I don't get his train of thought gone. It's just conversational. I don't mean to interrupt him. It's just like, this is my thought. And so maybe I do interrupt more than I should. And again, like, none of us are perfect. And if that's one of my many flaws, I can assure you it's probably not my worst, but I apologize for that. And Sammy knows that, but I think that Sammy does pretty good with the way it does. I think when you interrupt with it, not that I get what you're saying, like, to shut up, Brooke. Okay, let Sammy finish. I'm already about to shut up when you already say that. So you probably don't even need to say it because I'm about to shut up. But I will try to be quieter, okay? It's fine.
Thank you, honey.
But then also, why have me fucking on? Just shut me up. Just don't have me on.
There's always that option, but honestly, it doesn't need to be like that. What we can try to do is adapt. We're all trying to adapt to each other. Right?
I think Sammy actually likes me talking to him. But you can ask him when he comes back.
Just put it this way: he has that saintly patience where his way of dealing with
He has much more than you.
He had 7. He's got 12 sisters. So Christ.
Okay, I'm back.
So there we go.
So he says that I interrupt you way too much, and I said that I have a tendency, like, sinful, like we all have bad things. Probably not my worst is interrupting. But I thought me and you are conversational.
Well, look, you're passionate about this subject, and I can respect it. It is what it is. I'd rather you be interested in this and be engaging in this. But
you don't want me to be cooing like he does, because I can't do the cooing like he does to Peter.
I would like that. I would like that. I would like you to.
I'm not gonna front that. That is kind of hot, but
oh God.
Yeah, but I mean that too.
Say more, Sammy. Say it more.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyways,
we want that. Yeah.
But no. But what I'm trying to say is just that it's coming to a breaking point, and it's already here. So either way, we're gonna have to face with it, and by recognizing, our country as an empire, it just makes things a lot easier. And just people do not want to let go. They're literally clinging to the bus of bullshit. No, let's ride on this pile of shit until they want to die with it. And the thing about it, Brooke, is, you're on the outside as far, obviously you don't believe in that, but you have to understand about these people is that's it. They're fighting for the last piece.
That's what makes me so mad, though. I guess that's why I interrupt so much, because I live in the middle of them all. Like, they're all around me.
Well, Brooke, look, this past week, this actually on Monday, I don't know what was going on. This must have been a Republican, because, Orange County is Republican. It's like the little strip of, of thong. There were rednecks in trucks and pickup trucks with their flags. Keep in mind, I'm in South Central Los Angeles, okay? So this is like seeing a cow, okay?
Right.
And people are seeing...
that would be normal around here, but yeah.
Well, people are seeing these people in these pickup trucks with flags, and they're like, they're... In other words, you guys are trying too hard, but people don't care. But in my mind, I'm thinking, no, this is just the beginning, in a sense of, people are emboldened by, quote unquote, feeling like they're, I'm mistreated or being unfair. No, they're threatened by it, and for some reason they think by doing this, we're supposed to be intimidated, and it's not. It's mostly a lot of people are just ignorant of it, in a sense that, well, I'm here in in civilization, i.e. Los Angeles, and it doesn't affect me. Well, it's going to, because people like to feel like they have a chip on the shoulder, which they don't. But when you live in civilizations like Doug and I do, it's just, you have to be conscious of things, because it's inevitable, and it's going to happen, because unfortunately this government works how it works. It doesn't work. But yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Doug.
That's an important starting point. So basically,
I would like to say before Doug starts on his rant, because I will interrupt him in a heartbeat. So Doug, I would just like to say this, because I live around these people, like every neighbor I have. I don't even have to ask. They're voting Republican. Some of them I've talked to, some of them I have to. Pickup trucks or not. I have one that actually I thought did, and he's like, no, I'm what was that Doug said was the worst one? Libertarian.
yes.
He's like, no, I'm actually a libertarian. But they're Republican. They vote Republican. So when they called our state, this is the only thing I want to say. If you watch when they were doing the the midterms, they called South Carolina, like, they never, first of all, South Carolina was never looked at. They didn't give a shit about, because it was never thought to go blue at all, right? It was a red state, and they called it red very early on, and which was fun, because it did win red. But what I was shocked was how blue it went. And that's what people aren't realizing, is that there are, like, I'm in South Carolina, like, it's going more blue than it ever fucking has. So there are people that are fucking getting here, whether they're moving here or they're fucking waking the fuck up, or they're anti-Trump. So it's like my thing is it gonna go to civil war, or are there people gonna wake up?
If I can go Brooke right now, Brooke, a lot of it's your demographic, okay? A lot of women that are college educated, even from the South, they're waking up.
Yes, my daughter voted. We go vote together.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, is you're vital to this. And I hate to, excuse me, Doug, I don't mean to be, kissing her ass, but in a
no, it's fine.
In a sense, this is
so
why.
You're saying we should have had a few more babies when we had my daughter together.
Yes.
You know what I mean, Brooke? It's just what it is. I think this demographic is changing, and this is why you see in Fox News, well, these ladies should be married. I don't know why. Their minds should. If they're squeezing out some pups, they're going to go conservative, because
they're completely going to change their mind to be conservative.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And this is how out of touch they are. And this is where you talked about the whole feminine energy. The only feminine energy you see is Lindsey Graham taking it up the ass.
Exactly. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the most masculine fucking energy there fucking is.
Right. And what I mean by feminine is, Lindsey Graham wishes he can reproduce like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
He also wishes Trump was fucking him up the ass, which who knows, Trump may be.
Well, hey, that's a stranger things have happened. Hey, who knows?
That was the funniest thing. I will say this: that guy, what's his name? That comedian was like, they've written 500 books on Trump, and I only want to know, how do we have 500 books on Trump, and we don't know who he's fucking? He didn't stop fucking when he got in the White House. He's definitely not fucking Melania. She's not fucking him. She wouldn't even hold his hand. And he's like grabbing people by the pussy. Who the fuck is he fucking? And then finally at the end, he's like, maybe it's Lindsey fucking Graham.
I can tell you what, it's probably Omarosa. I mean, come on. I mean,
yeah.
Right? No offense.
I don't know. Omarosa been tying that Pokemon. I think Omarosa tied that motherfucker up and be like, I'm done with you.
No, he liked the brown sugar too. It is what it is. But, back to what I'm trying to say is, no, your demographic is very important. And it's just what it is. And it's going to continue to go blue. Don't be surprised in 2 years where, it's going to be a threat. And I mean, if Georgia went...
That's what I'm saying. If South Carolina ever... Because they look at Georgia and then look at North Carolina. South Carolina, and we're in the middle. Like, we never get looked at, right?
But
because
it's inevitable.
Just known red.
And it's inevitable, too, because, believe it or not, a lot of Californians are going to the South. There's probably I wouldn't be surprised if there's a big gay scene in the South now, because
There is.
Well, there's
You
a
know, a
big
lot,
gay scene in Asheville, and that helped North Carolina. But
and
in Greenville, like it's just it's a growing demographic as
well,
far as just
and
work and jobs
part
and
of it, well, yeah, and part of it too is, one of my friends was a gay bartender, and he put his kids through college, and he had a wife and kids. I'm not saying, and whatever's business is business, but he said no. Let's just say it. It's if you're talking about business, the demographic is there to make money. So
well, yeah, but the gay thing. So we had the gay thing. There were signs apparently in San Francisco. I don't know, at one point, maybe Douglas can even remember this. Apparently, because my family was even out there, and it was like moved to Asheville. So Asheville, North Carolina became a gay scene because it's very hippie. It's a hippie town. Like, and it's only like less than 45 minutes away from me. I'm in South Carolina. But it does have a huge gay, for the South especially, a huge gay population. But then you have Georgia on the opposite end of me. So basically, normally on the interstate, like if I get on 85, like you're talking about the 405, I get on 85. I've got an hour and a half drive to Charlotte, North Carolina, or an hour and a half drive to Atlanta, Georgia. Either way, I'm right in the middle in Greenville, South Carolina. Greenville's in the middle. So an hour and a half, if you look to Georgia, like to North Carolina, that's where you've got your demographic of Asheville pushed it Asheville pushed it way fucking left. Because they're not only do you have a gay scene, but you have a fucking hippie scene. They're very hippie. They're very natural. It's not even really about being gay. Like you go to Asheville, it's just all about being like, out in nature. I mean, it's just so fucking hippie. And then, you have your middle of the road Charlotte back and forth, kind of like Greenville. And then you go to the lower part of the fucking state toward the coast. And then it starts getting more like South Carolina, more red. You go to the right and you go to Georgia, which is where we're having a runoff. And that's what's happening. The reason Georgia's having a runoff is because if you look at Georgia, it's like look at fucking Australia. It's like the majority of the fucking people of Georgia live in Atlanta. Live in the Atlanta suburbs. I mean, that's the majority of the people that live in Georgia. Yes, you have different towns all throughout, but if you actually look at the numbers, you go down, like all that land is just wild fucking acres of people that, like, there's 5 people on it, 29 acres, right? So you got Atlanta, and Atlanta is then become a huge minority population for different reasons, and it's got a huge Black demographic, and so then that's where they screw themselves over in Georgia, and then they've got this part, and now they're losing North Carolina. Well, then if they lose they haven't lost South Carolina. They've got Lindsey Graham. They're holding on to him. How the fuck they're holding on to a gay fucking senator who's taking it up the fucking ass and then saying, anti-gay, no, I don't fucking know. But that's where we're at. And so, like, South Carolina, if you were to look at, like, where I'm at, if South Carolina ever goes blue, that's where we win. But if we can't go blue, like, it's scary that we can't, but it makes me happy to see it going blue, or it makes me sad to see them immediately call it red. Like, we know it's not going to go fucking blue. Like, that's where they're at right now still.
Right, because they're gerrymandering, they're very confident. So here what I've done is I've inserted a map into the text box here in Skype. And if both of you or either of you wants this private, in your private chat, just let me know and I'll send it to you privately. This was a map that I did for the Department of Defense. It's never been released to the public. The Department of Defense marked it as one of their most classified graphics in their entire history. Matter of fact, it was not allowed for anyone to see it outside of the top-level security clearances that were well beyond that of the president. This was based on my prediction of the next American Civil War. Now, the way that I predicted the next American Civil War was based on the history of the communist Chinese versus the nationalist Chinese on the Chinese mainland. And it is, of course, based on the city versus the countryside. Only in America, all of the numbers would be the opposite. The phenomenon is still the same. I'll explain briefly as possible, but just so people understand. As a matter of fact, I could do a screen share here so that you can basically see me run the cursor over it. So let me go over to screen share here, start sharing, and then do the cursor here, and point out this orangey side. would be, along with the coast, the liberal progressives of the United States. These more beige these santan pockets, based on the kind of camouflage uniforms that would be available to the majority of people, surplus. Just so people understand, the Nazis, in terms of their brown shirts, nobody ever seems to ask, fascism was based on different colors of shirts to explain their nationality, their national identity. With the Italian fascists, it was the black shirts. With the Romanians, it was the green shirts. With the American fascists, under William Dudley Pelley, it was the silver shirts. The Germans had brown shirts, but nobody ever asked why brown. It was because they were left over from World War I. They had a whole bunch of surplus uniforms that were produced for a massive surge in Africa, where German colonial forces were expecting reinforcements. But the uniforms were never issued. So they went on surplus for practically free, so the Nazis were able to get all these brown shirts. That's why they became the brown shirts, and why the stormtroopers all wore brown. In America, the surplus uniforms will all be desert beige because of all of our desert war. So you're going to have everybody showing up in surplus uniforms that are meant for desert camouflage. When it comes to their capital, it will be Helena, Montana. Now, this entire section of the United States is what I call the 4M section, which means 4 M's: mountains, missile silos, Mormons, and militiamen. That's all you have. It is otherwise uninhabitable. There is effectively only 3 or 4 large megalopolitan sprawls, and these would be the various sprawl sites that are indicated by these odd blobs or shapes. This particular sprawl site would be San from San Francisco to San Diego. You have Jamai, Jacksonville, Miami over here. All of these would be more or less solidly liberal progressive. The capital would be New York City. The pockets here, this is where you'd have the tan resistance, the santan, surplus, desert camo, outside of the cities, which are the major blob areas, which would be the megalopolitan sprawl sites. But the important factor is the cities also control all of the food. Unlike communist China, where the farmers were all providing all of the food and the cities had to be supplied by sea, in the case of the United States, the cities own the farms because they're owned by agribusiness. So the cities have the overwhelming advantage of food. All the mountains, missile silos, militiamen, and Mormons have is guns. You can't eat bullets. So in the end, we can starve them out. Now, at that time, the United States government felt that it would pull a Taiwan and relocate to Hawaii, and that they would be supported, at that time, they felt, by communist China. That was their conclusion. They felt that they could supply their forces, the Browns, the forces that would be homophobic, racist, xenophobic. They felt that they would get communist Chinese support to do away with all of those people and support them through the San Diego Naval Base Station and through Cape Disappointment up near Oregon, because the outlet to the sea would go through inland rivers into the mountain areas dominated by a pure white culture. So America at that time was banking on the whites, and they were banking on basically the minority, because the minority had all the guns. So just so you see this is something that no president has ever been allowed to see, but the two of you are seeing this. This is the Civil War would be East versus West, as opposed to North versus South.
Oh my God! I feel finally special for the first time in my life.
Yes, as well as you should, young lady.
Special for me.
Yes. So such being said,
I've never felt special seeing a map.
Yes. So such being said,
I'm going to put it on mute and go get my vibrator. Okay,
yes, you're permitted to do that. Enjoy yourself. Make those cooing sounds. So now that has been said, here's the current problems that we face that I could cover for a bit. I think that probably one of the biggest problems that we face is, of course, age. We have an enormous age gap when it comes to the Democrats, because otherwise we would have had the Civil War already. The reason we haven't had the Civil War already is because the Democrats have shunted all of the young Democrats, the squad, with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and everyone else who is affiliated with her. They've been thrown under the bus. And this was so that the old Democrats like Biden and Pelosi could maintain total power over the Democratic Party. And this is why the Democratic Party is not helping anyone who's a Democrat. Now, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's departure ushers in a long-awaited generational change for Democrats. Her decision to step down after 2 decades leading House Democrats represents the generational change that younger rank-and-file members had been demanding for years. But we've got the representatives Hakeem Jeffries, Catherine Clark, and Pete Aguilar. They're leading contenders for the party's top 3 leadership posts, but they're ages 52, 59, and 43 respectively. Representative Jim Clyburn, who's 82 fucking years old, older than Biden, has decided to remain at the leadership table, and this has scrambled the calculus for other young, ambitious leaders, and it disrupts party unity at a time when Democrats are celebrating better than expected election results. And I seriously say at some point when it comes to people like that, you just have to kill them. There's no point in going around corners with this. Somebody like that is determined to bring everyone else down. You see, the Democratic Party must not be a gerontocracy. Half of the American population is under the age of 40. Someone born during the Truman administration cannot at all even begin to imagine, let alone grasp, what life is like for them. They were born in a time when America had everything and they could just go out and do whatever they wanted, quite literally, and get all the money in the world when it was easy. Everyone now is living hand to mouth and steps away from homelessness. While Dianne Feinstein, who is completely out of her mind, deranged with dementia, is 89 years old. Peter Moon is 70. This woman is 20 years older than he is. Steny Hoyer is 83. Nancy Pelosi and Pat Leahy are 82. Bernie Sanders is 80. He's just an old communist. He's living in the days of Stalin. This is the man who came back from the Soviet Union when Mikhail Gorbachev was still the chairman of the Communist Party there and said, I have seen the future and it is Soviet communism. These are the Stalinists you're talking about. Ben Cardin is 78. Richard Blumenthal is 76. Jan Shaheen is 75. Elizabeth Warren and Ron Wyden are 73 years old each. Debbie Stabenow is 72. Chuck Schumer is 71. And that's just the Democrats. In total, 46% of Senate Democrats and 40% of Democrats in the House are 65 or over. Anyone else would be retired. These people stay in charge for no good reason other than to make certain that nothing gets done. You have a government in hospice. All your representatives are on palliative care. Now, Republicans in Congress are also way up there, but that's their problem. Now, unlike Europe, where leadership is completely youthful, and everyone is in their 30s who's in power, America is a gerontocracy. President Biden has just turned 80, and any expert will concur. Age is not just a goddamn number. These people are not even processing thought properly anymore. They don't even understand incoming information. And the average age of current Congress members is the highest it's ever been in history. There have never been this many old people in American government. It's not good. In fact,
Can
it's
you say it
catastrophic.
again? Because like they had the you can't be to a certain age to be like a senator or president, right? Like, but now we've got 80-year-old men.
Yes, yes.
That how much of the demographic do they represent?
For all intents and purposes, the entire government is functionally on life support. Now, is it ageist to point out what the problems are? I mean, obviously, I'm no spring chicken, but it's not ageist at
He can
all.
act like one and look like one. Don't let him pull you. He's pretty hot with that.
For one thing, not too long from now, many of these fine people will be completely incapacitated. And we can only pray that they'll be dead. Who will take charge then? If younger
I'm
people...
praying you'll be dead, but it's after you leave the life insurance policy.
Yeah.
I'm going to shut up now.
Now, if younger people have not been brought in and prepared, we are faced with a catastrophic dislocation. And by younger, I don't mean 60-somethings. People who are mid-60s retirement age. This doesn't cut it. Half the American population is under 40. With the best will in the world, someone born during the Truman administration cannot even begin to grasp what life is like for them. Now, I think a lot these days about what it means to grow older. One has more experience and hopefully more wisdom and patience. Donald Trump has demonstrated that most people don't grow wiser with age. They just get older. Hopefully, most people would have a broader perspective on life. Why, I myself can't believe how hard and judgmental I used to be. Then, of course, I met Brooke and had to just
I had
give
to
up
mute
on all of
myself,
that.
but you forgot to say he got older and redder. He instead of better, he got redder.
And yeah, and once I met her, I just had to build up a sense of tolerance, like a scab around a hemorrhoid. At any rate,
And then I like scratch it off every fucking week, and he has to rebuild it.
when I was young, rent was cheap. College was, well, at least more affordable. And you could live in New York City with a part-time job and not need 5 roommates to survive. Now, it isn't easy, I understand, for my own generation to understand the very
I'm
different...
sorry, but I have to say this, and I'm gonna shut up. But Douglas only needed 4 roommates because he was that fucking good.
Yes. Anyhow, it isn't easy for someone of my generation necessarily to understand the very different economic conditions of people in their 20s and 30s. I mean, if you're going to be paying off student loans until your retirement age, you might as well have, yes, that avocado toast and $5 latte to go with it. So, would a younger set of Democrats put more energy into doing something about student loans, housing costs, or the astronomical child care costs that keep mothers at home when they want to go to work? Well, very likely they would.
Oh my God, are you going to keep my baby? You can keep my baby right now because I've got another one right now. No, I'm serious. The cousin that's in the ICU, I just had to take her 2-year-old home. Like, I need you to take it.
Oh my God. Well, that would be perfect, right? A cross-dresser as child daycare.
I mean, I'm feeling like though it might be a good Herschel Walker story. Like this crazy woman left with a vampire.
Yes. Yes. So, now, it was young people who pushed Biden to announce student loan forgiveness. So, would a new crop of Democrats be less likely than their elders to hope for fellowship and compromise across the aisle, which existed in Pelosi's and Biden's early years in politics, but is a pipe dream today? I mean, that seems likely too. They've never known a time when Republicans were sane. It was shocking to see Dianne Feinstein praise the tepid Amy Coney Barrett hearings as one of the best she'd participated in, which left her with some ideas, perhaps, of good bipartisan legislation we can put together. Not to mention that she followed these remarkably clueless statements by hugging Lindsey Graham. A lot of liberals considered this proof that Feinstein is senile. And of course it is. But it also shows how old habits of comity and compromise die hard. After all, these oldsters have been in the Senate together for decades. And that's the problem. Amassing ever more power and privilege. Sheltered from everyday problems. The struggles of everyone else by their personal wealth and a bevy of staffers and flatterers, constantly mingling with the comfortable and powerful. Most of us would find it a challenge to keep our bearings at all. So they've all lost theirs. In fact, it's amazing that Bernie Sanders is still crusading for universal health care and not relaxing into speaking at AARP conventions and penning books with titles like Veggies for All, Bernie's Guide to Health at Any Age. Actually, that's something Brooke would write. By the way, I'm told by our dear friend Diane Hillis Buchberger that I've got sex bots in the chat. Okay, so, honey, Brooke, get him! Get him! You can do it! You can do it, baby! Earn it! Earn your stay! Earn your keep! Get him! Come on, don't disappoint me! Hide the users on the channel! Show me you can do it! She has the power, by the way. She can do this. Diane Hillis Buchberger says, I got a date! Laugh out loud. See, people are starting to use them now, baby! You gotta do something! Do it! Come on, Brooke! You can do it! Let me check into live. See if she's getting them. Honey, you gonna make me do this myself? Brooke! Brooke, where are you? Brooke, you can do this, right? Or is that Sammy? Sammy's responding.
Hey,
yeah? Did she leave?
Doug.
Yeah.
She probably went to the bathroom. I don't know.
Come on.
What that's very interesting you say that. No, the age gap is there. It's obviously the biggest problem because a lot of these issues would actually at least be attempted to get fixed. And really the new ideas, I think this is where when you talk about the cliche of let's have change, well, you need a new perspective as far as how to deal with this new world we live in.
Thank you.
And really just how much we're really cut out of the whole American experience, quote unquote, where even you, Doug, I mean, you don't even benefit. A lot of these stuff you don't really benefit as far as these rules. I mean, yes, you have SSI and all these programs, but none of this really is helping any of us. Yes. It's helping just the 1%.
Thank you.
And really, to me, a lot of it is the 1% of the 1%. Yes. Because it's just not conducive to what we need to catch up, at least to be competitively to all these nations that are light years ahead of us. And you're seeing it. I mean, we're in the brink of we're so outdated, and it's gonna happen whether we like it or not. It's inevitable, and it's like you've been talking about, the house burning down, like it's on fire, like we're all gonna die if we don't do anything about it. Yeah. And it just, in other words, one of the things that Brooke brought up as far as, I miss, or that wasn't Brooke, it was the other lady, oh my God, Vivian Sanchez, I missed, the
Wait a minute. Did you just fucking get me confused with somebody else?
You came back for that, honey. Yes.
Yeah.
Basically, Viviana had said, yeah. I miss the old days when, it was basically television she was watching back when Walter Cronkite and
Walter Cronkite and all these,
mm-hmm.
Yes. And Doug made a point. Well, that he understood, but at the same time, with us, it's almost like they're not reporting the news in a sense of they don't report nothing involving actual issues that matter.
Yeah, they report what'll get fucking ratings.
Right. Like,
well, in all fairness, just to put this into perspective, what Viviana Sanchez Honey, speaking towards Brooke, is who I'm calling Honey, just so people know, because she tends to confuse the issue as much as possible.
And now he's like, so now on Honey means
but where were you, by the way,
him.
where were you, by the way, when I shut down the sex pods? I was saying, hey, Honey.
I was messaging someone that needed a message back, and you don't want to know about it.
Okay, so she's on suicide hotline as a hobby. All right.
Yeah, basically that's what I'm fucking doing. Yeah.
Got it. But Semi, when he brought up Viviana was
I'm not
watching...
a suicide hotline. You know what? I am apparently causing people suicide, or I'm just causing people to be sad.
Yes,
because I don't believe in their shit.
Why am I surprised? Why am I surprised?
Kill me now. Like, I thought we should all blow my fucking brains out, all of you. Like, fuck y'all.
So when it came to Viviana, she was saying, gosh, I was watching Ted Koppel or Walter Cronkite, one of these old news pundits, and she said, I miss this time when the news was reported and everybody just watched it, and there was no response of malice or reaction to it. There was no reactivity. It was just acceptance. And this is because everyone had a homogeneous axiom. They had basically a paradigm that was shared, and the shared paradigm led to a shared reality. As I pointed to her, the price you paid for that was that their reality was completely fabricated. It was all a lie. And so when it comes to what we have today, basically we have introduced by the Russians, who were for a time there soft power superpower, meaning that they could influence people just by whispering campaigns. And these whisper campaigns led everyone to say reality is relative, that there was alternative facts. So the news these days is trying to plant a paradigm on you, and therefore you either accept it or you reject it. But the point is, this is done violently. They're saying that basically they're not going to offer any alternative perspective. They're going to give you the perspective that they feel is their side. And this is either the reactionary news or it's the liberal progressive news. And the end result is you're forced to choose one or the other. There is no real third way, and any third way really fails and serves the reactionary side, because it basically, if you try and offer both stories, there's going to be one side, the reactionary side, that takes only the things they want from that. They're not going to accept anything else you provide as viable. So there's a rejection of anything other than their echo bubble. And that's where we're at today. And there's nothing that can come of that but war. You can't go anywhere but war, because you have two people living in echo bubbles with no middle ground. So I'm not saying that younger politicians would be the complete solution. Just get rid of the elderly and put in young people. I mean, because not all younger politicians are automatically more in touch with the struggles of ordinary people, or even ready to help them. Kirsten Sinema is only 46, and she's basically Joe Manchin in a dress, and he's 74. And sure, sometimes you can say age really is just a number. I mean, I was appalled when Alessandra Biaggi, who's 36, ran for Congress in New York's Rockland County and parts of Westchester County against Sean Patrick Maloney, who was 56, 20 years older than her. And she tweeted one of the most bizarre insults to middle-aged woman I've ever seen. She said, "At the risk of sounding ageist, it's still important to ask, when a majority of Congress is past childbearing age, how fierce can we expect their fight to be?" Past childbearing age. I mean, what is this? The Handmaid's Tale? I mean, nice too how she singled out woman when her opponent is a man. And that just shows you the real force behind her tweet is sexism. Still, age is not just a number. It's reality too. Consider Ruth Bader Ginsburg. If she had retired at 80 when Obama was president and Dems controlled the Senate, we'd be living in a different world. But despite having several kinds of cancer, and despite the pleas of friends and admirers, she hung on. Oh, all the enemies say it's vanity or love of the work from her admirers. Maybe she thought Hillary Clinton was sure to win and would eventually nominate her replacement. Now we have to watch Ruth Bader Ginsburg's legacy destroyed by Amy Coney Barrett, who is only 50. Life expectancy on the Supreme Court being what it is, she will probably outlive most of all of you listening to this transmission tonight. Now, many people can't retire for financial reasons, but that is never the case for the political elites I'm talking about now. They could all have wonderful second careers, teaching, writing, lecturing, sitting on philanthropic boards, or fundraising for worthy causes, or even unworthy ones. They could take up gardening, or painting, or Chinese cooking. They could learn Portuguese as a second language, or raise Abyssinian cats. I mean, if you have health, there's no shortage of things to do in this world. I mean, most of these people have retired friends that are all as occupied as when they had jobs and as happy as well, maybe happier. Some of them wish they had retired earlier. Of that I have no doubt, because there are things they would have liked to do that are now physically beyond them. Now, you'll notice at this point that I've said nothing about whether Biden should run in 2024, when he'll be 81. Now, it's not like I have no idea. I'm always for the safest option, whoever that is. But then, I'm supposed to be around 56 years of age, human years, and cautious anyway. Chalk it up to experience, of which I've had more than any 200 of you put together. But all of that experience aside, what I can say is we definitely need many more young people. And as an empire, which is what Sammy was essentially alluding to, basically all of the U.S. citizens and nationals of American Samoa, Guam, the Marshall Islands, Puerto Rico, the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Washington, D.C., must be able to vote in national elections. And that would automatically give us a democratic rule. Now, for Brooke, who's still got this ideal that, a third party would help give us a choice, we're well beyond that now. There's no room for third parties because we're at the point where something needs to be done. And for something to get done, we're going to have to try and aim for single party rule. That's what the Republicans want. But we have to make certain that it's Democrats that get it. Now, if there's a civil war, then we're going to have ultimately, certainly if people pay attention to my Vulcan intervention, listen to what I have to say, there's no way we can lose. Then at that point, we'll have a single-party democratic state. And we can move on towards eventually, after several generations of indoctrination, training in critical thinking, finally, incrementally, give people the power of elections back. Starting with, of course, the first generation, local county level elections, moving back up to state level, and then ultimately at the federal level again. But right now, the situation is too dire. It is a state of war. You need to mobilize, and that includes mobilization of information. And Americans have proven themselves completely incapable of critical thought. I don't care about the individual. The individual doesn't count. At the national level, they cannot think. So it'll take several generations of education before they can vote at the national level again once single-party democratic rule is established. But you're going to need basically a lot of centralization first first off, to rebuild after that Civil War. There's going to have to be a massive deportation of Republicans. What Lincoln had intended for blacks will have to be fully realized. Only the deportation will be that of Republicans. And as I said before, there's the perfect place for them on Earth, and that's Greater Manchuria, the buffer zone between Russia, China, and Japan, which is a complete and empty Rust Belt that has an economy that they could easily rebuild, including an industrial base with all the cheap labor they will ever need from North Korea. And they could become the Mandalorians of the New Age, hiring themselves out for mercenary work with all their guns and their proclivity towards violence. They'll get what they want, and we can get what we want. There's enough for everyone, but not on the same landscape. So this is the war, the world and the war that we have, and that we have to deal with. And at that point, we can basically amend the Constitution. We wouldn't even need to do away with it. Just provide enough amendments where it more fully serves a democracy, which is what we're going to ultimately switch to. We need to transition from a republic to a democracy, a fully participating democracy. That would be the ultimate objective. It'll take, of course, generations of education so that people can analyze what they find on the internet. One of the first laws I would institute, if I had secular power, was that no one would be allowed on the information superhighway without adult supervision until the age of 18. Just as they wouldn't be allowed in a car without adult supervision until the age of 18 on average. We would make it a national requirement they would not be allowed on the internet until the age of 18 without adult supervision. There's just too many people that we've seen on the internet who swim in that sewer of shit. And all of that is just like what I saw back when I was doing security at rave parties, where I used to see people take eye drops and drop ecstasy directly into their eyeballs so it could ride that optic nerve straight to their brain. When you go on the internet, that's what's happening. You're getting an eye drop full of sewer shit directly into your brain that travels through your optic nerve. And it poisons the mind into toxic shit between the ears. That's why we get all these people saying Putin and Trump are the saviors. And most of these are lonely white males who spend all their time on the internet cruising for porn. And then cruising for politics, which is another form of porn. Certainly the politics they're looking at. This is what leads to them behaving so strangely and violently. And this is what we have to deal with as a social engineering problem. So, there we have it. That's in a nutshell. Of course, I can go back to that. But by all means, Sammy and Brooke, give me a break while I go grab a Coke or something. I'll wait here until, of course, I make certain people are here to take the stage. And then I'll grab a Coke and then come back to do more monologue historically soon enough. But
Well said.
thank you.
Well said, Doug. Well said, Doug. You couldn't have said anything better. What's your take, Brooke?
Let's see if she responds.
Hi,
of
Brooke.
course, she's pouting, or maybe she's, she is dealing with people on the internet. Now, we do have to understand she does have a relation who is in the hospital. So
No, it's understandable.
Yeah. And I noticed that she couldn't even take the map without being smartass. There's a kind of pathology there. There's this kind of like, just has to be smartass. Now, sometimes it's funny. Sometimes it's funny. But anyhow, so go on.
No, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, she serves a purpose. But
yes.
What's intriguing to me is that you're already making these. You're already seeing this even back when you were working with the Department of Defense, and they were aware of this.
Yeah, during the 1980s. Right. Go on.
So it's one of those things where, this is not something new. So sorry.
No worries.
So it's just now it's already coming to it's getting closer. It's like starting to get more familiar. We see why these representatives are hanging on to dear life, and they don't need to. But it's for a reason. They don't want this change. But what's going to affect us more is on the global scale, and we're already seeing it. And it's just sad. It makes you more sad. So yes, let me 1 second there.
Sure, take your time there, and what I'll do is I'll
I will try to pretend like I'm not glad Brooke's back so I can go jack my dick off and suck a line of cocaine.
Brooke, oh my God, dear lady.
Oh my God, like I'm so happy. It sounded like George, like you're happy to see George. Like I am gonna go jack my dick and suck a line of cocaine. I'm so happy you're almost like George right now.
Yes, honey. I mean, you're so outrageous, but nevertheless,
I know everyone else here, like you're talking to like Republicans and old people that maybe come on here, but like the majority of people know you do jack your dick, like all men do, and then also. I know I shouldn't say that because I'm a female. I'm sorry. They touch their private parts to make them feel good, and a lot of men do that.
That's no embarrassment to me. I mean, it's
And then he also likes to sometimes use things like caffeine or other
stimulants.
Stimulants, yes. And sometimes up his nose, or just where would the easiest place it would be logical for his vampirism to put that into his body and to make him the best he can be. And so we need to be thankful that he does this. And so I'm always glad to come on so that he can go handle his business.
But by the way, darling, is there a so were you hearing us earlier when we were saying, oh yeah?
No, I was fucking going to piss and I had no idea.
Okay, so that's what was going on.
That's why. If I'm not talking, I'm not listening. Let's just put it that way.
Ooh, that's kind of frightening. Let's do something about that.
I do shut up. No, I will say that. I do shut up.
But we haven't gotten what I've asked for yet. I'd like some cooing. It'd be nice to hear Brooke go,
oh my God.
Ooh, I'd really like that. Yeah.
Well, give me something cool fucking about. You give me a good fucking story. I might should have cooed about your fucking putting Trump down. I might should have been cooing on that. Go some further on that. Putting cooing down. Trump down. I might some cooing.
I mean, yeah, that's my idea of a sex fantasy. Having Brooke Gibson coo and while I speak. That's it. Let's practice at that. And then you might earn my insurance policy. Yeah.
Your first story should be about dogs or something. That would be the easiest coo.
Oh shit. That being said,
just be like,
somehow you heard.
Did I tell you this? Like, I hope, like, obviously it's a message to me back, so he's probably not listening. But if he is with his wife in the car, stuck in snow, good for you, because you shouldn't have taken it. Obviously, I've said that. And I hope she doesn't come to me with a gun, but I've obviously got a few, so we'll just, her and I'll aim for each other. But, at the same time, like, I'm not aiming for anybody. Like, I'm mad at anybody. I just am saying that when we both talked the first time, he said, say a sentence at the end of our session, learning. Yeah. And he said, I said, what? He's like, say a sentence. And I mean, I think we've been talking about, it was Peter. Peter was like, say a sentence, because he wants me to talk slower. I know I talk fast. Everyone that, my parents, like, literally, my friends' parents would be like, what did your daughter say? We have no idea. Like, couldn't understand me at 10. So when I get emotional, it gets faster, and I have tried to slow it down. But Peter was very nice. So we did the Qigong, and he was Qigong. Yes. And he was like, and he just called me off guard. He's like, say a sentence. I was like, what? He's like, say a sentence. I'm looking at him in the camera. I'm like, what do you want me to say? He's like, just any sentence. And here we are, getting all along the last, like, day and a half. And I'm like, the only main sentence I could fucking think of. Well,
Doc Oz kills puppies. Yes.
Kills puppies. He's a horrible, evil person.
Yes.
And he looks at me. He's like,
He was shocked, taken aback.
he was just he didn't do a shock. He's very good at hiding his shock, but I know him just enough now. I know I can see this like, oh, she had to pick that, right?
Of course. Yeah.
And he just goes, it was like it took him an extra second to go say it. He was prepared to go say it again slower, but it took him an extra second to go say it again slower. I was like, Dr. Eyes is evil, and I think he pills puppies. And then it was like continual, we went through it. And I continued to the point where I was like, Doctor, and then it became repetitive. And the point is, he was very much helping me, is trying to help me slow down my talking and the reasoning for that. But I don't know why. Like, I wasn't like I was actually trying to intentionally, like because I felt good with him. So I wasn't intentionally trying to be like attacking him. But he's like, say a sentence. And like the first sentence that comes to mind for me, and I think that's like, maybe it's my Aries moon. I don't know. It's just like.
You have a certain reflexive. So tell me, when I showed you the map, and obviously this is important to me, and you had to be a smartass about it. Is that pathological, where you just have to be sarcastic?
No, it wasn't pathological. I just pulled up the map, like large. What are you talking about? What am I so smartass about? Like I just pulled. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't pull up large. What did I mean, you're talking the picture before with the fucking huge ass.
I thought that was funny. I thought that was funny, by the way you said that was me on top of Sammy. Yeah, that was funny. But you can be funny. But when it comes to the map, and we'll tell him that when he gets back, by the way, because I think he would find that funny. He probably won't, actually. But
no,
still,
he probably would not. He'd probably be like, "Oh my god, I can't talk to him anymore." I'm thinking.
But when there we are. He's back now. So
I mean, I think that's you on the bottom, and that's Douglas on the top.
She's talking about the picture we got out of the timeline.
That's disturbing. No,
yes.
that's yeah.
She knows how to say anything just to make anyone uncomfortable. So I was asking her before I go and just kind of breathe, do a breather.
He says I put the damn. When did I put the map down? What did I say about the map? That's my point.
You said, "Don't you feel special? I feel special now. This is the first time
I didn't say that. Maybe I was talking to someone else because there were some texts I was sending that were probably great.
No, you definitely.
What did I say?
I think it's there's times when you have a pathological need to be sarcastic. It doesn't.
I have a pathological need to lighten the mood when it's too heavy. So there's sometimes for that. That may be it.
Sometimes that. Yeah. No. By the way, it's not like I took offense. It's not like I took offense. Not like I took offense.
Over.
But it's one of these things where it's how would I say it? I'm just following up on it. It's one of those things.
No, that's what I'm curious
I'm doing this
about.
with you the way Peter Moon was talking about.
Well,
slowing
let's
down your
do
sentences.
it. Yes, let's slowly do it. So let's dissect it, because Peter Moon and I got somewhere.
Yeah.
So let's dissect exactly what I said. What exactly happened? Maybe if you don't remember.
Oh, I remember. It was so when I said, even there's no president that has seen this map. It was highly restricted, and then you're saying, "Don't you feel special? I feel so special, over a map."
Oh my god! But I truly did. Okay, so that's my way.
You see, no one can take what you say seriously, because the problem is you're so sarcastic all the time that at the point
I did feel special.
your delivery,
like, oh my
your
God,
delivery becomes your delivery becomes completely insincere.
Well, really?
Well, this is what you talk about with me.
God.
Yeah. Well, I would know, right?
So I guess we're in the same fucking boat. Same fucking, we came from the same fucking cast, motherfucker.
Yeah, something like that. So
yes, and my point was.
By the way, and what she pointed out about me was, I take it well. She said that, when you say thank you for sharing that, oftentimes it's an underhanded negative, because most of the time I say that is
he does not mean it at all.
Yes.
You have overshared and you have overstayed my welcome. I would like you to go to the front door now and exit.
Yes. Well, the way she said it was perfect. It's very much like the librarian who's dealing with kindergarten children who basically come up with their story. What is your show and tell? And their show and tell will be something, of course, overwhelmingly, one would hope, something that is bland and very boring, because
I went to get the fish today. We might last this weekend with my father, and we caught one fish.
Yes.
Put it in the boat.
Yes.
And then we put it in a cooler.
That would be if their relative was Isaac Romero. Yes.
And then you go, thank you for sharing, Douglas. Thank you for sharing that, Brooke. That's his shit. That's what it means when he tells you that. You have, yeah.
Yes.
overstayed your welcome. You need to get out the front door. Or you need to call him out like I do and be like, hey, I just told you a great fucking story. You want me to tell you again?
Oh shit, Sammy went on pause again. Fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tell Douglas the story again. What story did I tell you last time that you said thank you for sharing? Because I'm pretty sure I need to tell that story again.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, you can share it when he comes back. And that was, of course, the story.
Oh no, it's for you personally. So, the map thing, though, I do want to say, I truly did feel special about the map. That I am sorry the way you felt it. I literally just was trying. I try to make light of situations because I know when you start your shit, like you're going into something deep. And I feel like maybe for other people it's not. Like when y'all go so deep, it's not that I can't keep up with it. I don't think I'm stupid, but maybe I am. But it's just that like it continues and continues and continues. And after a certain point, it's like, especially when it's name dropping. Like if it's name dropping or city dropping, I'm like, how am I going to keep up with all these cities and these names unless I'm writing them down? Unless I know them. And so at that point, it becomes to me very dry. And so what I try
maybe
to do,
another way to express it would be oppressive or overwhelming. So if those are,
like I can cut on music and be like, I can listen to it and then just be like listening to you and listen to music. Or I just try to make like a joke, like, okay, he's fixing to go into a 20-minute dialogue. I'm just going to make a joke about the map. And it didn't really, like that wasn't even a joke. Like when you said you're the only people, I truly was like, oh my God, I feel special. Like I truly felt fucking special. I was like, meh. But obviously, like I said, I joke a lot, so nobody knows, I guess.
Yes. So,
Either way, you made me
so
feel
just bear
special.
that in mind. Maybe, shall we say, there needs to be a balance, and you do need to kind of lighten up on the jokes. Let's put it that way. The jokes.
Or you know what? You can fire me because you don't pay me very much.
That's true as well, but we're trying to adapt. We're trying to bring out the best in each other, right? That's the theory.
Yeah.
Yes, the
I
theory
know.
is.
So when you start sending me some drugs from your fucking San Francisco, then I will start being better, nicer person.
We may get to that point yet, though.
Or you can start.
Oh
sending me
shit! He
blood.
totally dropped. Holy shit!
He's gonna drop. You're fucking not giving him blood or drugs, and like he's not getting younger. I'm not getting younger. I mean, how do you expect us to keep staying younger? And you're like, I'm getting younger, and I'm happy, and we're all like, he's like taking care of a baby, changing shit, and I'm taking care of 4 dogs and 2 teenagers, and you're like, yeah, but I'm getting younger, and I also send me money. And we're like, oh, I have to go to work. Follow my life.
That does remind me. Okay, do a plug for me. Come on, tell everybody to send money.
Please send money to Douglas Dietrich so that he can send money to me eventually, because I'm going to eventually go out there with a gun and shotgun to his head and make him send money to me. But in the meantime, he probably needs money to live. Like I want him to get as much as possible, and he does need it. He like can't flush the toilet. Like once a week he shits and then it floods the whole bathroom because where he lives. People say he has a Lamborghini, but I'm pretty sure Teen Tank Barry is outside taking him places. So, like, he has no family or friends there except, well, what's the one guy you hang out with? Your old friend?
My
Your
gang
buddy?
brother Beaver.
Yeah, Beaver. Except Beaver, which Beaver, in case you don't know, there's a rat girl and there's an actual beaver. Beaver's, like, he's not a beaver, but he's not a person you want to even meet. So he will take care of Douglas, but he won't take care of Douglas in a way that you would want him to. So I'm just saying, please help Douglas. And then also I'm going to blow his brains out and take his money.
But you can't get the insurance if it's a murder. You know, it has to be.
Right. Well, I know. I'm going to make sure this is deleted before that because I'll have control of your shit. And everybody else will just be hearsay. I think
it's amazing what I turned over. I'm always seeking adult supervision. So I basically have turned over.
Everyone right now is going to be like, don't give Brooke adult supervision.
Yeah, I know. I've turned over passwords and everything else to all
What's wrong with you?
I know.
I didn't notice that.
Isn't that crazy? I know, but I've done that with female after female. And did you even, I at least hope you fucked them several times and it was like great fucking pussy. It was, some sex was involved with the majority of them, but it
Rat Girl? Was it Rat Girl?
No, Rat Girl, well, she's not like that. Rat Girl I've had sex with, but she's not like those other ladies trying to control my life. God, she's a much more decent person for it, I assure you.
I know. I try to control your life and don't even fuck you.
Yeah, right. Well, something like
I
that.
don't can try to control his life at all, guys. I don't even get to talk to him. Like literally, he'll call me after the show for like 2 minutes, and he'll be like, "Okay, so thank you for sharing.
I called
I
her.
hope you'll answer
I
on
called
the
her
next
this morning.
call."
I should have gone to sleep instead. I assure you.
I'm not kidding. I was like, "What the fuck are you? Fucking Peter Moon's calling at 4 fucking a.m. and you're calling at fucking 8 a.m." I'm like, "What the fuck is going on with my life?" The life went continued downhill, like I said, from the day on.
Oh God. Let me give our man another round here.
Where the fuck is George? Is George fucking dead? Did George die? Did he really not get the Haggards? Like he didn't get them and that killed him?
Oh my God.
The one time Peter doesn't come on, who's like all professional. George can't come on either and be professional. Like they just need me to be. It's like unprofessional night apparently. With Sammy coming in with his emotional and good, like, nice vibes. But, like, there's just no, like, I am Mr. Peter Moon, and I'm going to talk for 3 hours, and I'm going to be very professional. Do not interrupt me. Or George, which is like, I am not Peter Moon, and I'm going to talk, and you just won't interrupt me because I have this English voice. Either way, like, where the fuck are they at?
Well, God knows. Well, we know where Peter Moon is at.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure you're jealous because they're probably together, and that's what you're jealous about.
Well, Pete and his wife are out somewhere stuck in Chicago. They will be back by Wednesday. Is
that what he messaged you last?
That's what he messaged me. Yeah, I could show you.
What time did he say that?
It was fuck. Let me take a look here. Let me scroll down. I've received various communications since then. 6:34 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. I mean, standard time. So that would be 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 9, 9:34 p.m.
You know, Peter Moon does not get to text me at 3:45 a.m. and then not respond.
Yeah, 9:34 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He said won't be coming home on tonight, but plan.
9:34 p.m. Eastern Time. He said.
Yeah, 9:34 Eastern Time. Yeah, that's when he said won't be coming on tonight, but plan to.
Oh, that son of a bitch! Oh my God, I texted him at 9:13. I put, "Where are you? Need you." Thought you were starting to like me as a person. And also, and I put also don't go to Chicago unless it's April through September.
Yes.
Like smiley, like winky face.
If then, yeah, go on.
Yeah. I put much respect. Truly had no idea that it takes this long to get to 10:35 p.m. That motherfucker! I swear to God, we've gone back to now. We backwards. I'm not doing qigong anymore. I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna like inhale, exhale, push it toward him. Fuck you.
Oh God. All that being said, let's see if we can reach out to the others.
Joe Dialis. You know what you should reach out to? You should reach out to Florida, man.
Oh God.
Oh no, but he'll answer. And I can totally go into it. He's told me a million things to do, like bathe in Tide with Oxy.
Of course.
Drink bleach.
Where is my way to get back on call? How do I get back on call? Well, the good news is what I can do.
Just hit escape. Hit the button escape.
Okay.
And then if you hit escape, if you're on a major picture, then you should be able to get out of that picture.
Oh, here we are. So there we are. So this should take me back on call. And then what we'll do is see who else we can dial. So let's see if we can.
Oh, wait a minute. Can I invite people? Because you've never let me do it. Invite.
Who would you invite?
It just says invite. I don't know how I do it. It just says invite.
Well, let's see if we can call these people again. George Knight, Joe Ty, Mark Haish.
It says add Skype contacts.
Okay, and
Alex Matthews, Amanda Thomas, Andre Wilcock. These must be people I fuck. Real Ian West. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and
Sammy
is.
There's Sean Bond.
He says
should invite him.
Brooke Gibson added the real Ian West to the conversation. Well, since you've already added Ian, we'll see if he responds. Let's press that add button for everyone else. Okay, let's see if any of this works. And Brooke Gibson added Sean Bond to this conversation. Well, certainly Sean Bond.
No, he won't respond because he will be too much of a pussy. We're not paying him $60 an hour.
That's awful, honey. And
I do like Sean Bond. If he would come on, he's like Peter Moon. He has some deep shit, but he won't come on and fucking talk about it.
It's Mark and
look at Mark. Mark's a fucking
Yes.
Mark is the man.
Yes, as is Real Tech. Yes, both these gentlemen have joined us.
Also,
Like,
I will tell you though, Mark got really scared the other night because I was like, that was literally the night I was breaking fucking down, like so sick. And I tell you, I scared the shit out of Mark. I was like, it was the same night I talked to Ian West. And I'm telling Mark of all the, it was also, I was like, should I come back on the show? Which I had obviously already talked to our man in Chicago. So I was already good with that. So I really didn't need Mark anymore for that. So then I used Mark for Ian West shit. And he was like, why drink bleach? What do you? And then I was like, well, you know I'm schizophrenic. And he went, are you?
But honey, there was a glitch there, or you glitched. One or the other. By that I mean you might have glitched as a person. You were trying.
I told Mark. That's what I'm saying. Mark. I think Mark actually heard a glitch because he was not a glitch, but like there was a glitch in me.
Right.
As far as like I was going. I was telling him about Ian West shit, and then he's like, "Why is she like this? Sounds crazy." And then I'm just kidding him like I do, and I'm like, "Well, you know I'm He's like, "Your sarcasms aren't crazy." I'm like, "I know." I was like, "Well, you know I'm schizophrenic anyway." Okay. And he goes, "You are?" Like, he was fucking. We were on video chat. I could see his face. He was like, "You dead serious? Like you are like scared to fucking death."
Yeah.
And I was like,
bro. It's contagious, you know.
I know.
Yes.
I know. I felt it. I was like, I think I might be getting there. Like after I hung up with you, I was like, man, I can see why he's probably scared after the shit I said with what Ian said. But I was like, no, I'm not fucking schizophrenic.
I'm called bipolar myself, so I can understand what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, so tell us a little bit about that. What you're willing to share, Real Tech.
Oh, like even like tonight, I had a pumpkin spice latte, and I don't know, it just like maybe my serotonin levels go a little too hyper, so I had to take a couple of St. John's wort. I was getting a little way too hyper.
And okay, but what does that have to do with bipolar? Is that because that allows one to kind of veer into different stages of hyperactivity or something?
In general, I have extreme hyper. I can like explained to you before.
Okay.
I will get these. I mean, I call it like natural highs, and it could be a new camera. It could be getting laid.
The new microphone you're supposed to send Douglas, by the way, which he doesn't have.
No need to worry too much about that. We'll do our best, and eventually we'll get a microphone from somewhere. Definitely for our listeners, I need a new microphone. So
he needs a microphone because I'm tired of him going in. But you know what? He may not need a new microphone. He may just be bullshitting. And every time I'm on near him, he's like, "Well, you're going out." It's kind of like the phone.
No, it's definitely I need it. Definitely, I need a new mic. If our man Real Tech is unable to deal with that right now, he may have some other issues he's contending with, and I do want the people to know I just need money as much as possible towards things like this, so I can do the show at all. Now, I do want people to understand I will be monologuing later tonight, but right now I do want to take a short break.
I will be interrupting him the entire time unless somebody sends $200.
There we are. That's viable. That's viable. You know, people might actually respond to that because it's such a
I down at 200.
Such a dire fate, yes. Yeah. Oh my God. So that being said, I'm going to leave these wonderful people to hold the stage for me. Thank God these men responded, and together.
Oh, fuck you, motherfucker.
Together with this horrible woman, they can hold the stage for a period of time. Of that, I have every confidence. Yes. Okay, and that being said, let me check one more time to see if somebody new has joined us because there was a weird echo there for a second.
He's looking for George because he is still fucking dying and like he wants to go jack off and he can't have George together on his voice yet and he can't go high.
Oh God. Honestly,
oh, man.
It's honestly she
She's
has
really
her
busting
fixations.
your balls.
Yes.
Yeah.
She has her fixations.
Well, you opened yourself up there, posting a picture of
that's a story behind that. You know what? Do me a favor. There's a story behind that.
That's his black George.
Yeah. What?
Yeah. Boy George.
Yeah. The when it comes to that, there was we were
Oh,
dealing
I'm
with
sorry.
John
I thought you were
Warrington's-
talking about the picture you shared with us, and I thought that was your Black George you were on top of.
No,
Yeah,
he's talking about that
exactly.
picture in the chat. He's talking about
Yeah.
that picture in the chat. The picture in the chat was basically taken off of the timeline that we were looking at, and we were talking about John Warrington's brother who murdered both his parents.
And I said I would prefer to fuck the person.
The
that
brother,
murdered
the
them.
brother. Now there were some images that were on that
I
timeline.
wish John would call. Can we call John? That's a person that we should call also.
John Warrington.
Yeah. Oh, I'd love to fucking talk to that motherfucker.
Yeah. John Warrington
I've
is a
been-
person I've spoken to in the past, and I'd be happy. Now,
should
our
call
man
him.
Realtek was supposed to friend him. Did that friendship on Skype ever manifest? Because you were going to send him this old video of mine that you found, and he was going to. So
No, I didn't do it. I moved really slow, man. So,
Okay.
but in a way, it's a good thing because I did find some more files that I can give him
please,
of
yes,
audio interviews you have from
yes.
a decade ago.
Again, we want to reemphasize the fact that John Warrington is someone we love dearly. He's the archivist who made
Shit,
certain.
I only got John Gerard, which is my old CEO. We should totally invite him to this. He's like completely crazy straight. Like he would have no idea what we were talking about. That would be hilarious if he answered.
There we are. So, in terms of the image that we took off of the old timeline from back in the days before Aggregate would have gotten rid of such things, and I uploaded here, which basically shows this really small Asian on top of a really large black guy. This is what
We don't need it all.
This is
Okay, we
what
got
Brooke
it.
was
It's
saying.
basically like
This was
okay,
Brooke was saying it was myself on top of Sammy, which actually was quite funny. I thought,
Yeah,
I mean,
it
it
is.
should kind of look like, you know, the way he
It is.
posts his feminine pictures and Sammy comes up all. Yeah, I mean, I can't
Yeah,
help
and
it.
also with this ninja feminism that he does.
That's what
that
I'm
he,
saying. Like, he
yes.
does his
So,
men shit. And
yeah.
Yes,
It was,
yes.
it was going on.
But that being said, the story behind that, I don't know if either one of you heard earlier when we were talking about John Warrington's brother, who killed both their mother and their father, was
And we
saying,
would prefer to still fuck John.
yeah, and she would still prefer. I can understand that too, by the way, because
Like, would you? Like, I'm asking you right now. If you had to fuck one of them, which one would you fuck? Douglas, I'm asking you. right
now I do.
You had to. You're like life or death. You had no choice. Save the fucking world. Everybody dies. There's just no choice. You have to fuck one of the other.
So John, do take this as just. Oh my God! Just don't make those faces on in front of the YouTube camera. It's not it's his computer cam, his mini cam. He makes faces in front of his mini cam, and they just are very
But
off-putting.
someone raised him to do that, and then someone else killed the parents that raised him. So who would you trust more?
It was basically his brother was convinced he could set John up because of those pictures. I have no doubt.
Or he was also convinced that also his parents were also crazy because they raised two of them,
and
his brother was crazier.
Yeah. Well,
Like, I mean, either way, who would you fuck? I'm just asking you, who would you fuck?
It's
One chance. They're both coming out of the fucking cell. Same fucking time. You gotta fuck one of them. Who you gonna fuck?
It's I
John,
can understand
I'm
why you would
sorry,
say
he's
William.
telling you
I
he's
would
not
understand
fucking
why
you.
you would say William. I would understand why you would say William, but
Well, like I
Are you
say,
gonna fuck
if you
John?
can't make a choice, you might as well just go the same. If you can't make a choice, like I say, you might as well just go with both of them. So 2 scoops is the answer I would
That's
say.
a very good answer.
Double team.
Douglas is gonna fuck both of them.
oh my God.
Yeah,
talk about a nightmare.
tag team.
Douglas,
Yeah.
I didn't know you were
Because
so
like
down,
I
man.
say, all holes must be filled.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh my
Douglas,
God.
look at you, man. I like this shit. I love this.
Okay, so Mark, we are counting on you to add.
Oh,
some...
he's counting on you now because he can't even answer his own question. So Mark, step the fuck in.
So-
Mark, don't step in.
Yeah, Mark,
you
do
must
step
step in
in.
when I'm
Yes.
screaming.
Yes.
Mark, Mark,
Yes.
you want me to start screaming? You want me to start screaming, Douglas?
Yes, you have to step in, Mark, or she's gonna start screaming.
Or I'm not gonna start
I'm
screaming.
stepping right
Here's
in.
what I'm going
Yes.
to
Damsel
do.
in distress.
I will shut
Yes.
Mark the fuck up, and I will be like, "Hey, Douglas, which one would you fuck?"
But so we don't lose the audience. I will be back soon. Gonna take a breather.
He can't
and
answer.
just,
He'd fuck. Apparently, both of them, but he knows he'd fuck the guy. Anybody that looks this up, like you would fuck a murderer over the person that is not the murderer. I'm just gonna let you know. Like, and I would never fuck a murderer ever if there was the other option. There's not a other option.
you'd be like, I'm glad they killed the parents because they shouldn't have created that.
Oh my
I mean, and this guy may be great, but he does like. Anyway, Douglas, like Douglas says, don't do the camera like that, man.
Yes, it's God knows where
He
that
may be
comes
a great guy. He may be a great guy, and like I do tell him, I'm like, hey, John, you may be a great guy.
Yes,
You
one of the
suck
best.
at
One of the
pictures.
best.
No, I'm not one of the best. You suck at pictures. Also, you have a brother that killed someone apparently that tried to set you up but was too stupid to fucking get you caught. And I swear to God, if I was your sister, you'd be fucking in jail. Anyway,
by the
now
way,
let Mark.
she says
Mark
that
go ahead.
not because he would molest his sister, mind you. She says that because she would frame him.
It would easily.
Yeah,
I mean, there'd be like, you know how many people would be dead?
Yes.
First of all the people that I know that fucking fight dogs, number one.
Yes.
Anybody I know that molest children,
Yes.
number two. And Douglas Dietrich, number three. And he'd be in jail. He'd have all of them. He'd have them all on his list. And then I'd just be sitting here like, life is good.
Yes, and she could blame it all on poor John because he has this appearance where he projects himself as eccentric in the most discomforting way. And so John, yeah, don't do that. It's not helping anybody, and
It's helping me, John. John, continue to do it because I probably will need to kill Douglas at some point. So can you just continue?
Oh, God.
Can you start putting pictures like beside you with Douglas's head like cut off? Like, like that. And then like maybe some animal rights people. I mean like animal.
You do understand your outspoken desire to kill me kind of makes me leery about the transfer of the insurance policy,
yeah, that's
right?
why I know you'll transfer it eventually because I'll fuck you. And then what'll happen is then I'll delete all these because you'll also transfer all your power because you don't know how to handle the internet.
Yes,
and then
I'm
I'll delete all this shit. So there will
supervision.
never be this history. And then people like Mark Hesh will be like, I'm pretty sure she said she was going to kill him. And Tech will be like, I'm pretty sure. And I'm like, pretty sure I didn't. But, you want to come to Cancun this weekend? Because I'm pretty sure we're having a big party. And they'll be like, oh, I don't think she did. Say she was going to kill him. Never mind.
That's funny. Yes. Okay, so now that...
Cancun's pretty cheap. I mean, he has a cheap life insurance policy, so I'm not going to be able to invite y'all far. But it'll be it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes. It's better than nothing.
No, and it's left to his ex-girlfriend that also... When's the last time you talked to her?
Oh, God. I don't know. Years ago by now.
Oh, yeah. No, Douglas, I was actually dumb as shit, and I did give her a text after I said that. I ended up, I ended up chatting her up, and it was really cool. So
Okay, cool.
Chatting up who? Me? Or fucking your ex-girlfriend?
My ex.
Oh, cool.
Oh, God.
Cool.
You're the same fucking people.
Yeah.
Like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Blow my fucking brains out.
Yeah.
Exes? You know what exes are fucking for? Closure. You send the fucking shit, be fucking done, because it's not gonna fucking move the fuck on. Like, it's an ex for a fucking reason.
True.
But
True.
it's a hard fucking lesson to learn when you don't want it to be an ex. So I
Well,
get it.
it's hard to let go, honey. It really is hard to let go.
No,
And-
trust me, I know that's what I'm trying to say. Like, it's
Yeah.
it's the hardest lesson to learn. Like, letting go of something. You don't have to stop loving someone.
Mhm.
Letting go of someone that you love is
Right.
different than stopping loving.
So when you talked to your ex, was there a fantasy that was stoked about potential reconnection?
No, not at all. Actually, honestly, it was. She was like the only person that really kind of is interested in this stuff. So she listened to the entire show.
Oh, wow.
To my surprise, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, regularly?
No, just
No.
that fucking night, and then she was like, "Oh my God, it's Douglas Dietrich." I'm never listening.
Yeah, exactly. The whole that whole night, that show.
Okay, great. And so and what does she think? Is there a potential she might become more regular in her listening, or what?
Yeah, she
Maybe
loved
she's
it.
also engaged. I just want you to know, like, he is still in love with her. He's not going to admit it, but he is. Like, we went through this when I was going through my whole spill of he thought I was fucking schizo.
Mm-hmm.
I still think he's in love with her. He won't admit it, but like, I know how hard it is to let go of somebody. Like,
I don't know
you
what
can't be
I have
in
no
love.
idea what you're talking about, bro.
You know,
No idea.
like being
No,
in love with
so-
someone, being in love with someone and wanting to be with them are two different things. So, like, being in love with them, you can be in love with them, and be like, I need to let them go. I've let them go. So I think he's let her go, but he still loves her and is in love. And those are two different things, and you have to accept them. And at the end of the day, I've done that with my own self. So it's a hard thing to do. It's one of the hardest things to do. To be like, I can love something, and I have to. It's not good for me, or it's not for me for whatever reason. Let it go. She's engaged, by the way. That's what I'm saying.
As you've reminded us, and so. Such being said,
I don't know if I said that before, but I did say it again just to remind everyone that
from fantasizing too heavily, yes.
Well, just the fact that we didn't know. It's not that. It's like once you have to fucking move on, like he has already moved on. Like that's not what I'm trying to say. Like Mark is fucking a good-looking, fucking handsome man. If you've seen him, he's fucking like he's got it fucking together. Like there are tons of women that want to be with him. So.
Thank you.
He's definitely not like in need of any women. What I'm saying is he loves her. You can tell he loves her as a person, but he's not in need of her.
Okay, right. So that being said, I can leave the stage with you guys, I think now. Okay, things seem to be a bit more stable now. Brooke seems to have calmed down a bit. There's less of that manic.
Well, I'm just being clearer, I guess.
Yes. Less of that manic, offensive.
Well, I've had 2 hours of sleep, 2.5, thanks to your man, but whatever.
Yes, Pete woke her. Did he wake you up when he sent you that text? He woke you up?
He sent it at 4. He sent it at 3:45 a.m. It didn't wake me up. But then the dog woke up and I would have gone back to bed, like, because I had no reason to wake up. But then it's like randomly seeing these weird ass texts at 6 a.m. I've only been asleep for 2 hours. I'm like, what the fuck? Why do you need my phone number? I need your phone number. Why did like of all people, Peter Moon needs my phone number at 3:45 a.m. He's not up at 3:45 a.m. Number one. This is what I'm thinking. Like, is he emergency? And then I'm like, the fuck is this? And then is it going to be a flirty thing or is it an emergency? And then I'm just going and so by the time I'm done with all my head shit, I'm wide the fuck awake, whereas normally I would have been back right to sleep. So he didn't wake me up, but by 6 a.m. when I finally was like, I'm just going to send him my phone number. I don't know. We'll see what happens. And then he was like, I had problems downloading my Facebook app on my phone. And I was like, that was great. Thank you for ruining my fucking number.
What happened to Peter Moon?
He went to Chicago with his wife, who wanted, for some reason that I cannot fathom or even begin to imagine, wanted to see Chicago in the middle of winter. So, yeah, let's fly to Chicago.
It's the worst place you want to see in the middle of winter. Like, it's the only, like,
It's the worst place to ever go there.
Go to Alaska and get in a cabin. And at least you can see a bear. Like, Chicago.
And at least you can see the Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, in the North Pole. Yes, go to the North Pole instead. Yes.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
at least
Like,
that.
anything.
Yes.
But, like, why
and
go
there's
there?
wilderness and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
The
great.
birds.
Yeah, it's a good idea. I want to go there for that.
That's a better idea than, like, exactly what Douglas said. Like, the last place any human would want to go. Like, I want to go in the middle of winter
to fucking Chi-town.
Chicago.
Yes.
I would like to see a dirty city with a lot of people and a lot of traffic. Very dirty. Like I can see in New York, California, or any other Detroit, for that matter.
Yes.
But I'd like to go to that city in the middle when it's the coldest, the windiest city. It's called the windy city.
Yeah, it's called the Windy City, no less. Yes, and you want to go to a
I would
winter.
like
Yes.
it to. I hope to God she had to stand. I'm sorry, Doug. I just hope to God she had to stand by the same like I didn't get the trolley. Quick cut their fucking dumb shit.
It's it snowing there?
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm sure.
But you know what? I'll pay for her to go back. I will pay for her to go back. She fucking wants it to fucking feel that shit. But you gotta wear a southern fucking coat. She's gotta be a bitch. She's gotta be man up like I did. We gotta wear a fucking southern coat. No fucking Under Armour. And then see if her tears come up.
No.
And then we'll just both carry our guns and see which one fucking goes.
So this hedge fund manager from Citadel in Chicago, he said that Chicago is on a good day, it's Afghanistan. On a bad day, it's Somalia.
Yeah.
So
I
no thanks. I don't want to have I have no interest in being in that place. On the weekends, it's like 60 people die or are killed. No thanks.
Yeah.
I never want to go to that place.
Yeah, people die there. Like that's the other side of it. Like it's one of the most deadly cities in the world. So like you don't want to go there anyway. And then the only place to go that is
remotely okay is the very downtown area. So it's like going to Manhattan. So he's in like driving through like traffic that is, I mean, you're going like an hour, a fucking minute, like a minute. Like you're going 1 mile where you like in the south every fucking hour. Like it's just not or you can park and get a trolley.
Yes. Now I will be back, people. I'm gonna go mute. These people have it. Mark, say something so we know you're there. And then
Mark, don't say shit. Mark, do not say shit. I swear to God, if you say shit, I will hang. Mark, don't you say shit. Mark, shut the fuck up.
Good.
Mark's not fucking here.
All right, I will be back.
Mark's not here. He didn't say shit. I didn't hear.
You heard me, bro. Come on.
Oh, I can hear you now, but you don't talk before I say you can. Hey, now, don't do it. Douglas is the fucking boss. I'm not. He gets all the money. So
all right. Well, he's refreshing, I think, right? Is he refreshing?
He's do some lines to probably jerk off, right?
Yeah, he's doing lines of code. So when I tell you shut the fuck up, don't say anything.
I was gonna say, speaking of that, Real Tech, when you said you drink coffee, were you meaning that the caffeine kind of makes you too anxious, or it adds to your anxiety, which throws your levels off? Is that what you meant earlier?
Well, it's also the combination of the sugar and stuff that they the custom coffee. So if I just have
it's got some like a white mocha with a lot of sugar and a bunch of and some caffeine in it.
Yeah, if I just have like at home a instant coffee with almond milk and coconut milk and put some stevia in there, it's nothing. So
yeah, do you ever use oat milk at all?
No, hell no.
Oh my God, y'all are so
oat milk is garbage.
Like, oh my God, you know what? Douglas is gonna come back. I just hope I record this. What was the conversation about? It was just two men talking about oat milk versus do you do stevia? Do you do almond milk? Or I do almond milk. How does it both have sugar? I don't know. But when I do the almond milk, fuck my life.
Anyway, Real Tech. Do you use like a slight tinge of caramel or maybe?
There we go. Oh my God.
Yeah, I was looking at some of that at Dwayne Reed recently. Not yet. I'm getting back to it. I got some regular. I tried to avoid the sugar. I just got like a regular original creamer. I like coconut MCT. Creamer, you want MCT? If you want that, coconut MCT. That's the best one.
There's actually a little small one that's called like coconut creamer that is actually very good if you are actually into that shit. But whatever.
Which one?
Yeah,
it's a small one. It's like you don't refrigerate it. It's like a smaller one. I think it's called. I've got it over there. I think it's called nut. You can get in different flavors, and it is made I think with almond milk, and you don't have to refrigerate it, so it doesn't you can just buy it. And yeah, it's great. Like it's awesome because you can buy almond, you can buy hazelnut, you can buy just regular. But anyway.
Okay.
I will take a picture of it later. I'm pretty sure it's a nutted creamer, but then I might just be like, y'all are nutting on creaming. I don't fucking know. But nut creamer, I'm pretty sure is what it's called. So I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Because it's like nut, like almond. Because almond nut, yeah. I just can't see it from here and I don't feel like getting the fuck up.
Yeah, I feel you about that. I get lazy sometimes too.
Have any of you actually...
Oh my God! Y'all all shut the fuck up. Everybody shut the fuck up. George fucking Knight is on the fucking phone call. I'm sorry, I just have to say it. Mark Kesh was like George, like Real Tech, but I'm glad to have you both. But George, Doug, this is gonna come when you come back, so I need you to say hello to me first.
Hello.
Oh my God! I was scared your wife had you locked up and she wasn't letting you eat the liver innards with the oatmeal. What do they call them?
Haggis.
Haggis, yes. I was scared you were just like, and then he was like, no, he's got a picture of the haggis. I'm like, oh, so she's got him eating the haggis and she's just got him locked up because she's scared. But,
yeah, haggis is just a pudding, so you only have that as dessert. I had it for breakfast one morning, but it's only a pudding.
Okay, am I right or wrong?
I gotta try that. I don't.
Haggis, yeah.
Okay, so I'll interrupt you both because I'm a good interrupter, at least. George, Douglas thinks that you stuff the innards like with the oatmeal, and I just think
it comes with that already packaged. Yeah,
it's not mixed together. You're not stuffing like the intestine with the oatmeal.
No. It already comes like that. The haggis already comes pre-packaged.
Is it what is it stuffed? That's what I'm saying. Is it pre-packaged stuffed? Like, is the intestines stuffed with oatmeal, or is it just like mixed together?
Yeah, it's mixed together. When they cook it off, because it's already pre-cooked and it's cooked off for you, so all you got to do is reheat it to a good, very high.
So how much am I gonna have to pay you to send some to Douglas?
Oh, it's quite. Oh, I don't know what it is to package and to send it off.
Just what I'm trying to say. Like me and you,
And the
like
import
privately.
fees.
Like
Yeah,
I've already tried to send Real Tech Geek get him a microphone, which doesn't work because Real Tech Geek can't my money. So before you, George, I will send more money. Like we need to send him some haggis. I need him to get it.
Yeah. It's worth trying. It's definitely worth trying. If people.
What I'm saying, and he has to get it, and you have to put a note from George that says,
"Yeah,
this is love, George. I need you to try this on camera for me."
Oh, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. It's actually because what it is, it's a Scottish traditional pudding. So you have it, and they have it.
Oh God, don't say that I'm Scottish. That's my heritage. Don't fucking ever say that.
Yeah, it is.
It's not Scottish.
It is a proper. Yeah, if you live in Scotland, it is a tradition to have it. So
Thank
it's very
fucking
popular.
God, my people immigrated and fucking. It's the first time I've ever been like, oh, we should have taken the Indians over. I guess we should have.
Yeah.
I'll take
But
over.
yeah, no, I only have it from time to time. It's not something I eat, all the time. It's just something.
Can we just have you and Douglas eat it together on camera one time? I will first of all pay to send it, and then I will pay like Douglas. I told Douglas tonight. He's like, anybody listening actually right now knows that if they just send $200 Douglas, I'll get the fuck off the fucking shit. So, and then I was like, so at that point, I'm like, okay, I will pay fucking $500 to watch the both of you eat it to fucking together.
Oh, bless. Yeah, thank you. Well, when I do, visit San Francisco with my family, then,
No, you don't eat it. No. On camera, you can be in England. He can be there. You got it on the camera.
Yeah, we will. We'll visit a Scottish restaurant and then we'll have it there because I don't think many places sell it in the United States.
Oh, you're saying I can fucking go to gunpoint with him and make him go eat it? Oh, that's a great idea. Fuck, never mind. I don't need you. You're saying I can just go to gunpoint and be like, hey, Douglas, by the way, I'm here. We're going to a fucking Scottish restaurant and you're going to eat fucking haggards.
Yeah, because I've seen I have watched a few videos of the American reaction to trying haggis for the first time, and they're always positive. People do love it. I've never seen a negative one. It does taste really delicious. It's seasoned really well, and so the reaction is very good.
You realize you can season my asshole really well without even washing it, and it would probably taste good, like anything you put on it. Like I could probably take 50 fucking shits, like not fucking wash it. You could put some fucking Creole seasoning, some fucking salt, pepper. Like anything's gonna taste good with seasoning.
George, do you have like that's traditionally
even a shit on a stick.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like you put seasoning on anything, it's gonna taste fucking good.
Yeah, but Brooke, if you do that, if you add that to yourself, then you might not be able to have it on there for very long because especially if you add spices to it, that will sting. That will.
Well, I did. You know what? Because I talked to Ian fucking
Unless
West.
you're into that.
And Ian West was like, put some salt on your fucking eyes and this shit and all this and, bathing fucking tight.
Stings. Have
you that's when Mark was like, I'm pretty sure you're fucking crazy. Which I love about Mark now to come back on. But I was like, I think I am crazy that night. I'm like, okay, yeah, talk to Ian West.
You can feel the craziness.
Yeah. Sorry, Mark, did you ask me a question before I'll go into something? Thank you.
Oh no, it's good. It's good to hear you on there, George. I was going to ask, do you have any Scottish blood by chance?
No, not at all. It's just something I wanted to try, and I actually enjoyed it. So that's because I don't ever knock anything until I've tried it. I don't, have an opinion. I'm not prejudiced against anything or anyone until I've actually got to try it or to know someone. So
I'm 75% Scottish, and I would never fucking eat that shit in a million years.
Yeah, it's like with anything. If you've got to try something for the first time, and if you don't enjoy it, then you just don't have it again. You just tell people, "Well, I had a bad experience," or
that's like okay. We're Southern in the South. Okay, so I want to just say in the South, like there used to be a thing like Thanksgiving since it's coming up. We would stuff turkeys with the gizzards, right? You know what gizzards are, right? It's the innards. And then
It's just the most disgusting fucking thing. I never eat gizzards. Like, I grew up with people eating gizzards. Like, my grandma, like, in front of me, I'm like, it's like gross. Like, why would I fucking try that? Like, there's never been a time where I was like, I want to try that. So I want to know when in your life, George, as King George, where you're like, I want to try that.
Because when I saw it in the supermarket, I saw it in M&S, Marks and Spencer's supermarket, and I said, I want to just give it a go.
I see pig feet all the time in the supermarket. I never am like, I want to try that.
Sorry? Well,
Like,
you
they
don't want
have
to try? This
the
is how
pig
people
feet?
try things new, because they see
Have you
things.
tried pig feet? Have you tried pig feet or pig testicles?
No.
Well, they have them in the supermarket here all the time. Like they're like jarred like pickles.
Yeah.
Like pig
I've
feet.
been to France, and they sell frogs' legs in the
Frog
market.
legs different than seeing an
I
actual pig's
and I never
foot.
snails, and I never turned around and said I want to try that. And it's just something, there are things that you're not very fond of, and that's just an example where I didn't look at something and I think no, thank you, not for me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I guess it's just like no, not for me. So that's what I'm trying to say with your shit.
Exactly,
But that's why I would also enjoy watching Douglas have to eat it, because I think he's also like me. Like, he'd be like, I don't want to eat this.
Yeah,
and
but haggis,
I like to make him suffer.
Yeah, haggis, if in its package, it looks like just a more it's got more girth, like a sausage. Like if you eat sausages, pork sausages, it just looks like a more shorter, more girthy sausage. That's what it looks like.
I'm sure Douglas
And
will
it's got
feel that way
mincemeat.
when he looks at the puke coming out of the middle of it.
Yeah, so it doesn't look grotesque or anything like that. It actually looks quite appetizing. So that's when I decided I want to give it a go, just because I don't want to say it's.
I will say this though about what you're saying though. Like, anybody that eats pork or sausage, it's true. It is true. Like, if you're eating pork or sausage and it's not vegetarian, it's all fucking disgusting and gross.
Honey, that's so judgmental, honestly. By the way, it is so tempting.
First of all, I am so tempted to be fucking judgmental. And you want to hang up on me?
Now that I've come back and I see George is on, it is
He's
so
like,
tempting
I want to hang up on Brooke because George is here.
fulfill
I
Brooke's
would like my
fantasy
voice.
and start squealing. If I just started squealing with delight at this moment so that I could just make it seem as if her fantasy
let me tell you,
true.
He's been muted for 2 minutes squealing with delight because he didn't want anybody to hear it.
Yes, that was it. That's what I was doing when I was mute. That's it. Oh, George
But not
is
the whole
here.
time, but when you came back and you heard George talking about Jay, you were like, oh my God, he's here. And then you had to get, I gotta give him a call. My voice
them thick sausages. Yes.
Hey, George is sending you, and I'm gonna pay for it all. This is fine. George is gonna send you some of that shit, and you gotta eat it online.
Oh my God. So, by the way, that does remind me of when Brooke did try to get playful once, and so asked me to
Try to get playful. I tried to get playful 3 times. You couldn't get it out because you were like, "Oh my God, George isn't here."
Yeah, oh my God, that's funny. That's actually funny.
English.
So
he kept talking English voice and math and deeper. He didn't say George. He just said he's speaking English voice and deeper.
Yes. So what that reminded me of was, one reason I've been cautious about that. There was this guy who worked at Revolution Radio, and I cannot remember his name for the life of me, but it might have been this really sad guy. And again, this is one thing that maybe it's because my son trained in professional photography, but I don't understand how anybody can miss these things. It's the one thing I notice is that so many people have no concept of environment when they conduct photography. And now Realtek is into photography, so he must know of these sorts of things. And Realtek
doesn't. I can assure you.
Yeah.
Why would you think that?
Because you sent me some of your photos, and we can go through them right now, one by one.
Oh my God!
That's only a very small amount of photos I've taken in my photography career.
They weren't bad photos. I'm just saying they weren't fucking like you should not hire a person to protect you.
He hires a person to protect him because he's taking photographs of scantily clad young ladies.
Yes, and he had one that was fucking hot, and then he had another that was homely as shit, and I literally called her homely, and he was like, "What? Well, I mean, she's okay." And when I say homely, I don't know if you guys know what homely is, but he can send a picture.
Oh well.
Yeah, I'll text a picture right.
Yeah. By the way, you are going to another conference When? Soon?
I did this week.
Oh, great. How?
Maybe we got new pictures of them. Maybe we got some new ones. But I'm just saying that one girl was fucking homely. The other girl, he had one girl that was like in multiple shots, and she was a hot girl.
Okay.
She was Asian, and again, I would say this: like he is a good photographer. I would say you're better than me, definitely. Certainly. Like I don't try to be a photographer, so I don't have that. But at the same time, there were some background that like probably there were certain ones. But maybe like we could go through it. Like, to analyze.
By the way, before I lose
The
track,
conventions are not easy. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
Tell your
no,
story.
you were going to say conventions aren't easy. I mean, make your point. It's important. Yeah, conventions aren't easy places to take photos, I take it, or something like that, right?
I do my best.
Up against this table, like, so it's pretty much like not like they're not posing. These were all posing pictures.
You posed
so it's
them.
not like he was coming out behind them and taking a picture. I'm just sorry, real tight.
Sometimes it is like that. I do my best to find a place that's a wall or something. But
I asked him. Here's the thing. I asked Real Tech to come say. I was like, okay, if you're that good a photographer, then can you come take a picture of my fucking dogs? He's like, well, dogs are hard because they move a lot.
Well, her dogs don't move.
They're animals.
Yeah, her dogs don't move. Her dogs.
My dogs are fucking like 18, 20, and 14.
Yeah, they're all on the couch all day.
Okay.
So they're pretty like still life. So that being said, just to make sure that we've got time with everyone, including
he needs to talk to George, or he's going to die.
Well, I was going to say,
please speak to him now.
Get your story.
Mark,
Get your story
he
before
wants
you
to
lose
speak to you,
track.
but I'm telling you.
Yes,
if he didn't talk to George now, he's going to die.
Well, the story is remembered. It's about photographic background. George says, just on another call.
Oh, shit. He's fucked.
I was going to ask him about his...
George broke his fucking arm.
Yes. Oh, yes. So let me put a teary-eye here. Teary-eyed emoji to respond. I was going to ask him how much time of his that we have, because oftentimes he's calling from work. And Mark, just out of curiosity,
do you think how many times he asked anybody else? Has he asked Real Tech how long do you have?
The first thing I asked was Sammy Romero.
You fucking brought me on to cover fucking Chicago Boys' idiotic fucking stupid decision. And did you say how long do you have?
Well, I know you've got forever, honey, in a sense. Now she's been through hell. She was through hell. She was through hell.
That.
Yeah. So we acknowledge that. So you're not at work, are you, Mark?
No, not at all, Douglas. No, I had a couple things. If I didn't have a chance to ask tonight, I could do it next show.
I would like Mark to ask right now.
Yes. And by the way, Real Tech is sending out some of these photographs.
I think we need to get a serious conversation going.
Right.
Mark, like if we can't get
anyhow, some things
back,
to get out of the way, and then Mark will ask his questions. Some things to get out of the way in terms of what I had been talking about, as Real Tech had mentioned. When it comes to photographs, just the environment that impacts photographs. Understand that whenever you're taking photographs, always be aware of your environment and what's in your environment.
Can you also make them look as good as his son does? Because here's the thing. Yes. Everyone needs to know this. I have offered to do all his shit for fucking free. Put him on a fucking podcast. All I needed was his son to take a photo of me the way he takes a photo. He's like, that's me. That was last week. And I'm like, that wasn't you last week. He's like, no, it was. And I'm like, he's like, that's just how my son does it. I'm like, okay. And if your son can take a picture of me looking that fucking good, I'll do whatever you fucking want.
Sounds good to me. I'll
you already know. I've already told you that.
I don't remember that. I don't remember.
You're like, I don't know if I can arrange that because he's doing so.
Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna have to say now. Sadly, yes, it's because he definitely is a kept young man, and he is, after all.
Like, if he wants, either he keeps you and we stop donating.
Well, that can't happen, unfortunately. I can't be adopted. That would be a bit twisted.
Well, then he can be like, hey, you know what? This one bitch, I don't fucking know her. We blindfolded her to bring her here, but let me make some good pictures of her.
But when it comes to pictures that are taken, there was this one guy and this is very similar to photography, videography. This one guy gave his announcement on YouTube that he was running for president. So, George, how long do we, now that you're back, how long do we have you tonight? What's your job
See, Mark,
schedule?
you just got pushed the fuck out because of George.
No, I'm remembering the questions later. So, George, how long do we have with you tonight?
Thank you so much, Douglas. It's nice speaking to you. I've got about 10 minutes, actually.
Only 10 minutes? And then what?
Damn, man.
Yes.
That sucks,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I do apologize.
All that fucking working takes so much time.
So we have to have you.
English of you. It's so English. It's so fucking English of you. Just be like, you give the best.
So George,
fucking
you're
No, I'm finishing and then I will shut the fuck up. But I want to say this to you, George. It is so English of you to give the best fucking version of something. It sounds so fucking good, and then you're like, oh, you get a little taste, and then it's done.
That is funny.
Thank you. But Douglas, I've actually come on just to say hi to you and to everyone else, and to just to let you know, this week I will be publishing a lot of posts on Facebook, and I'll be tagging yourself.
Excellent.
Only if that's all right with you. And so I wanted to let you know that, and I will contact Sarah Rachel Adams this week. I'll give her. I'll probably send her an email later on.
You mean
Probably
Christine
today.
Joanna Hart? You mean?
Am I getting them mixed up? Oh,
Yes.
God, yeah. Do you know what, Douglas? Earlier on, I was saying I keep getting these two women mixed up. One's got satanic ritual abuse as their initials. It's not that one. It's Christine Joanna Hart. And
Yes.
sorry.
It's good you remember that, because I can assure you that even though you're gonna tag Douglas, he's not going to read the post, and he loves you. He loves you more than he loves me or anyone. He's still not going to read the post. He will put a smiley face, a check, love, a heart. He's not going to rip shit.
These were excellent posts recently there, George. Excellent posts, yes.
Yeah, that's what he'll put, and he will not have read shit.
And so tell us, so you're going to be tagging a lot. What else in the 10 minutes that you have, does that mean that you're working throughout the rest of the show time, essentially, as far as you know, and you won't be able to join back with us at all? Just curious.
No, I do apologize, Douglas. Okay. I won't be able to today, unfortunately. But this Wednesday, I will have some free time, and I may be on for the first hour, the first opening hour of the show. I may be.
Understand on Wednesdays we bring on Marina Sarin, though.
Oh, of course,
that's the woman that he pictures her, you and her body. I just want you to understand that, George. I need you to understand that is what is going on.
So Brooke is outrageous. Don't listen to her.
It's not outrageous. It's completely truthful. That is what's going on. He loves George as a man. He's a man crush on George. Everybody knows it. It's completely obvious. It's fine.
So the few minutes he has remaining, let's let him emphasize what he feels is important, dear Brooke. So George, take over for this.
I'm not gonna come over the first hour because Marina's gonna be on there, and then you might have a fucking orgy.
So George, do take it away for several minutes.
No, thank you. Yeah, just a quick response to Brooke. Brooke, it's no secret. Everyone knows I love Douglas.
Yes,
I know. At least, that's what I love about George. George is
I have had women tell me, don't speak to Douglas. It's all because they're jealous.
Yes.
I love it. So George, that's the cool thing about George. George has gotten so much more open with me, and Douglas is like, I do coke, I suck boys' blood. Don't say that.
These women tell me what to do. Yeah. And it's not just, I'm not talking about my wife, I'm excluding my wife, but all these women in my life tell me what to do, but I don't listen to them, and I listen more to Douglas. So this is the jealousy.
You can have a boy crush without having sex, is what I tried to say. I'm like, that's why he's like, a boy crush on George.
It's what he has. What he has an infatuation with is what he has learned, honey.
Yes.
So, yes.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So he probably like you and Marina's body too. I don't fucking know. Actually, if he saw my body, he'd probably like you and my body. And then Marina's body. And me and Marina fucking have sex.
Let him talk for the last few minutes that he has. I mean, it is important, darling. So, George, what else do you think we should be paying attention to now at this point?
Oh, thank you. Well, I actually, after I posted that my recent post on the 1,000-year Reich in exile, their extent on the moon and their presence on the moon, I saw the very next day, the BBC news broadcasting company actually published a post saying that, NASA are now saying that they are going to make colonies on the moon by 2030, within the next decade. And I was
good fucking luck.
I have no idea how they're going to accomplish that when at the moment there is no way of them doing so technologically, but also how they're going to actually do that when they know fully well. I mean, these people that these amateur footage that I had, that recent video I published, it was one that I created, and it was just a collage, a collaboration of all these amateur footages. And these are people with probably the real tech geek probably knows knows it, is more familiar with it than I am. The Nikon or Canon.
Nikon.
They use
Nikon.
They use Nikon. Well, it's kind of hard. Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to pronounce it, but it's Nikon. But yeah, they use it. Hold on, let me just say really quick. They use Nikon because of the fact that, especially because of the lenses, they don't use the same type of coating that Canon uses. So that's why the Canon has the lenses are white, because it has more coating that's more reflective. So, and it makes the materials more lighter. But if they use it in space, it basically will fry the lens. So now I'm finished. And the camera.
Right, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, because if people on the ground can see these things from up there, from the ground, from down here, that of course NASA knows fully well what's up there, and that's why we've never been back to the moon. That's probably one of the factors why, one of the major reasons why.
George, did you see? I don't want to interrupt you. I'm going to do it really quick because I need your time. Did you see what they did this week in the U.S.? Like they invade, like Area 51 is obviously a huge alien fucking thing, right? You know that. So they invaded and took over two fucking of the major guys there. Like they invaded with, I think it was at 14 to 18, like a SWAT FBI agents. Took everything they fucking had. So my point to that is, why do that? It is either because these are people that in the guy, like they're publishing it now, they're like, I don't know what I had, like my lawyers saying I'm probably not going to back, but like I don't know everything I've ever published, like I don't know what I had, nothing secretive or like like disclosure, like shit that they would come in for, and they came in and like they did that. So my point is this: why do that?
Because it might reveal more about the 1,000-year Reich in exile. These people have evidence that they aren't even aware of. So when these people when they do collect this kind of evidence, they wind up pointing towards.
They don't even know what they've been.
They don't even know what they're amassing. They'll think it's all aliens, but it's 1,000-year Reich in exile material. And
somebody said that in the post. Somebody said that post. Like they don't even know that they have. It's in the background.
Yes.
Like and of course you couldn't get the background anymore because it's all fucking gone. But
yes. There we are. So George, take over from there.
Yeah, thank you. And the Department of Defense refers to them as exotic material. So that's what the material that they possess is referenced as exotic material, and that is what they're in the possession of. And you've just reminded me, Brooke, when you mentioned Area 51, I was reviewing Douglas's video on Satan's Crusaders, where he references the Presidio military base as being the original Area 51 during World War I. And that's what I was going to do a post about this week. I'm going to look into it even deeper. It's the fact that it was established in 1776. Is that correct, Douglas? It was 1776 where they
1776.
Yes.
That's that's the founding of our country.
Yes.
That's the establishment of the Constitutional Republic. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Go on, George.
Yeah, thank you, Douglas. And then that's what I was going to do a post about, and it's just because this explains why so much of the Roswell material craft, many of the documents, was sent to the Presidio military base. Yes. And these are the documents that Douglas has, what he collated under the Department of Defense as a research librarian. This is the documents he was collating as when he was assigned liaison status to.
I love how you say collated versus he fucking just read shit that he wasn't supposed to.
Sorry, no, from memory. I'm not reading anything. Yeah.
Now I'm saying you say he collated it, and I'm like the word in English would be he read shit he wasn't supposed to.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry, I communicated with you. Yeah, so that's exactly what he had to do, because he had to make sure that the document he was destroying was the correct documents.
Yes.
And that is the reason.
And in the case of the Roswell documents in particular, I was simply collating them because the commandant of the Presidio military base wanted to review them. And in other words, they weren't slated for documents destruction as many other documents were with the Roswell documents, but definitely it was something that I was not supposed to see definitively. So anyone who thinks that it's a conspiracy to make Douglas see them is they don't
There was
understand.
one conspiracy. They knew you were going to fall in love with this motherfucker. And they were like, we're not going to get rid of, what do they call them, gizzards, or what did you call them?
Haggis, yes, Haggis.
Haggis.
Yes.
Haggis could have been done away with fucking 100 years ago, but they were like, we need him to fall in love with him.
Yes,
It was the same with those documents regarding the 1,000-year Reich in exile as well. Those were not documents that Douglas was assigned to destroy. They were being heavily guarded. Is that correct, Douglas? They were being heavily surveyed or surveillance.
I will confess to you, at this point in my life, you remember better than I do. When it comes to that, it was.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
They are in love. They will always be in love.
Yeah, I mean, thank God if
And
it weren't for
Hawkins
George
will.
Knight.
And you know what? You know what I think?
Yes.
I think that motherfucker, the church's set guy, what's his name?
Aquino, yeah.
He created the Hagen shit.
Yeah.
He is Scottish. He has Scottish blood in him.
He does.
He's bonding you. He's bonding. Bonded.
And he also admitted that, like Douglas has talked about, and there's a great transmission going back, I think a year or two ago with him and
shit,
Peter.
that's why I'm fucking here. I'm like, why am I fucking here? I'm Scottish.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Brooke. This is important actually because
So
Douglas
transmission
and
years
Peter
ago.
Moon.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and with Peter Moon and Douglas, they were discussing about the origins of the name Aquino, and Aquino has been on interviews saying that it is originally Filipino. So the name Aquino he's got Scottish blood in him, and he's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, don't worry. Just go on. Just go on. Ignore
it. Yeah. So there is a great.
Yes, just go on, George.
You don't know Filipino. I'm just speaking Filipino to you.
Yes, he's just being Filipino. She's saying some Filipino shit. So go on, just ignore it.
Thank you. Yeah, no. So there's a great transmission. I've actually got that saved as well, where Douglas and Peter Moon go into extreme detail about that, and it's something that, Douglas relays from personal experience what Aquino actually relayed to Douglas. So it's very important. I'll have to publish that or get send it to Douglas.
You know what you're trying to sound like though right now? It's Ian West, because Ian West keeps saying, I'm publishing it all. Just look at it.
Oh no, yeah, he's a pioneer.
Yeah.
Nothing like that at all. Don't listen to
No, after you and I talked last time, remember how you were like, and then that's when I wrote down that actually Markesh had to hear my shit. But I was like, I talked to fucking Ian West. I was like, by the way, you're fucking saying a spider fucking bit me, and that's what the fuck the reason is, and there's GMO in it. Where the fuck do you get this shit? You're writing it? Because that's what I wanted to know. Like, because you said, like, is he writing? I was like, give me your shit. So then he pulls up a fucking Bible ×4 in front of me on his own video camera. He's like,
there's volumes of shit that he wrote. Yeah.
But it's not all these volumes of shit. He did forward me some shit that was not shit he wrote.
Understood, yes.
But my point is, what my point?
We'll let George finish his, honey.
George, I'm gonna let
minutes. So
George is George wanted to ask this. He asked, "Does he have shit?" And I wanted to let George know because George asked this last time, so I wouldn't have to explain it. It wouldn't take longer if he wouldn't interrupt.
Okay, sorry.
All I wanted to let George know is that he said, "I've got all this shit about it. Anybody wants to fucking have it? Got it." And then he sent some shit, and then it's all like.
Got it, honey. Yeah, I mean, honestly, George, finish off what you were going to say in the few minutes you have remaining.
Okay.
Yeah, because
never mind.
With Ian West, cutaneous leishmaniasis is a third world nation disease. It's only because it is an exotic. It is from a hot climate. So he's obviously integrating or contracting it from people who he is,
right.
Basically, he says he's seeing a bunch of
that's what we've agreed on.
Black African escorts.
Thank you. So whatever he's publishing is giving you false information. It's nothing. It's been very well established. It's easily vetted. It is verifiable, and there are many. I've actually looked into that in a very short matter.
Because he goes into the cutaneous, and we could go into it further, but there's 3 different types of it, and
but still, I mean, all of that is simply blather.
But my point to that is this. The fucker is crazy as shit, and he has no fucking idea what he's talking about, but he is so fucking high all the time. He's spending out, we think we're up with
Yeah,
Douglas.
yeah, he's up for days. Yeah, but
He's up for
look,
days.
let George
He
finish
occasionally
because he has to
finds it.
leave. George has to leave. So George, do finish up, and then I'll give Brooke her time. So
Yeah.
I'm never giving me my time.
yeah. So
Because Brooke,
yeah.
sorry,
Go
Douglas.
on.
I would love, Brooke. I would love if I could go back to my old job. I'll be having all this time for free because won't be having to start work at 3 in the afternoon. Right now, I have to go to work.
I would love
I
to
would
take
it.
Douglas off and have
When you say
I
go
would
back to your old
love it.
job,
That's
you're
what
not
you-
talking about being a bartender, are you? You're talking about
No, this is what I'm saying. If I was still in that job role, I'll have so much free time to speak to Douglas during this period of time because it's not till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's when Douglas sends the transmission.
I would never speak to Douglas. He speaks
UK
to me
time.
till 8 a.m. I would appreciate you saying I would love to speak to Brooke until 8 a.m.
Well, Brooke, it would be to both of you. I would love this. I would love to have all this free time.
I would love to hear your
more than
voice
anything.
because it's so beautiful.
Then,
You
yes.
can say shit and it sounds like he says shit and it's bullshit, and you say it and it sounds good.
There we are. And so George, and so you were also speaking about something before you were taking on the Ian West sideshow. Was there something else you wanted to say about anything? And I believe Real Tech really had a great point when he was talking about Nikon and the frying of the lenses with the other companies, etc. Anything you want to bring up in, anything you want, but in the few minutes we have with you.
Oh yes, Douglas, and just another post I'm going to be doing is on the internment camps of the Executive Order 966.
Okay.
9066. So I will be doing a post on that as well. That was very important because that was going back to the Second World War and it going into Nikola Tesla.
What was the date again? 966.
That was the executive order was 9066. Yes.
Yeah, 906.
Yeah.
1966, 9066. So and that was also to do with the axiom wash as well. I just wanted to quickly bring up with you. I was telling Eric, my colleague, about that because the same question I've been asked several times by multiple people that I'm acquainted with. They've asked me, well, how come we cannot catch up with the German technology? How come we can't catch up with it? But now, knowing full well about the axiom wash, the denazification process, the engineering social program that they conducted, that makes far more sense. And now Eric was like, that makes a lot of sense why now we can't catch up to the Third Reich. And then
Wait, are you saying that you believe there are people under Ukraine too?
No, of course not. Don't pay attention to her. I can explain that to you later privately, what she's
Okay,
referencing.
so it's just a thing. I've heard that's why we're fighting
Well,
Ukraine.
here's another thing to check into. Here's another thing to check into. Basically, what she's talking about is she had a talk with one of our fans, and one of our fans is convinced that Putin is the savior, and he's trying to save all these people who are being enslaved under Ukraine, and it's just very bizarre. And it's something that he said he had kind of astral contact with Putin, and this was also what the murderer of John Warrington's parents said. His own brother said, I had psychic contact with Putin before he killed his mother and father. So there's some real mind control going on here via the internet, that these men just have open minds and their brains fall out. They get occupied by essentially
Internet, or like Peter Mainland say astral.
Yeah.
Like Peter Mainland and I both agree that it can also be astral, but whatever.
Well, Harp is probably taking it to. Then we're in Eric Cregan territory, where Eric Cregan says they're building mind control facilities in Antarctica.
No, I just mean that.
I'm not talking to you. I was talking to Real Tech about that.
Okay.
Now, before you go, George, I want you to look up something. Understand that the way that the Third Reich was able to demonstrate to the Allies their power was in 1949 when they did a premature triggering of Die Glock. The Bell Bomb was triggered in 1945, and that's when part of La Palma collapsed into the sea. So look up the 1949 collapse of La Palma, and that's when, of course, the Americans realized that if it collapsed any further, then it would go 15 miles inland and just wipe out the coastal United States, which is basically all the United States.
Can I just ask you both? Like, this is something I haven't understood. I need it before George goes because he explains it well. I do not understand. This is the one thing. Third Reich, we've got 1,000-year exile, right?
Mm-hmm.
They fucking are supposedly fucking underground and not fucking even maybe human. And looking, according to Douglas, what the fuck is going on? Like, When did they come up?
Well, just understand that one way they were able to
No,
get.
I don't. I need George.
Yeah, George will answer on another day because George has to go. But before George goes, just remember that La Palma has been slowly sliding into the ocean in 1949. In 1949,
what's thousand year right?
So yeah, we'll get to that. He understands that, honey, and I'll explain a bit, and George will explain a bit later when he's back. But just so people understand, in 1949,
so disrespectful as a thing. I swear to God, if I had a male voice and a swinging dick, you would be like, "I'll fucking explain it."
In 1949, in the Canary Islands off the West African coast, you had a volcanic eruption that broke loose a slab of rock the size of a mountain.
That's not what I mean.
And because of that, as it's been slowly sliding into the ocean,
we've already been there, Douglas. That's not what I'm talking about.
So,
I mean, what was the 1,000-year right? Period.
Yeah, I got it. He will explain
we
that
just
to
responded.
you. Yeah,
we'll talk
yeah,
about
yes. He'll be talking about that to you later. So, George, you take care, right? You're gonna take off now, or yeah?
Yeah, I will. No.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having me on. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure speaking to you.
Yes, thank you. And so, bless you, dear George. With that, we have the other two gentlemen who are with us. And just so everyone understands, when it comes to how the 1,000-Year Reich relocated itself, they had to conduct a demonstration of their power. And the demonstration of their power was with this very large slab of rock the size of a mountain that was taken out of the Canary Islands off the West African coast. They belonged to Spain. Spain was, of course, an ally of the Third Reich. And though they claimed neutrality, they very much had divisions fighting on the Russian front. And Francisco Power was put into power by Adolf Hitler. And he was a victory, of course, that was permanent. He was in power till the day he died. And, of course, another thing that our man was trying to look up before was exactly how he threatened the United States with certain magnetic missiles. I'll look that up for him because, of course, that's something that I haven't dealt with in a long while. And Real Tech Geek is also putting up something about Nikon Leica. Oh, do me a favor, Real Tech, and have that sent to our man, George. Put that into his private messages, please. And
Sure.
as for the thank you, and so for your question, dear Brooke, just to make certain that I understand it, is just certainly it's the term. You're confounded by the term, in essence, or the very existence of the breakaway civilization, or both. Which is it, or is it both? And if she doesn't wish to acknowledge that, then we'll find out. She says, obviously, we'll leave the call up. Okay, thank you. So she's withdrawn. And I hate to say it, but good riddance. Oh, my God. So, such being said, gentlemen, anything you wish to say before I take off into the, shall we say, monologue for tonight? Certainly, I appreciate the photographs that were shared by Real Tech Geek, and these photographs are fine, and they are
they're more rough edits, really. Just edits on my phone, and the one was like just a picture.
Hey, motherfucker! Don't ever fucking say that again to me.
Oh, what?
I swear to God, you fucking say good fucking riddance. You better fucking riddance. Like, don't fucking do it, and I mean it with a fucking passion. You want good fucking riddance? Tell me good riddance right fucking now, and I will never come back on.
Oh God, must we do this? Is that what you want?
And I'm not
Is
even.
this
He really was just joking around about that, though. Douglas is a great person. Doesn't mean any harm with what he was saying.
No, I heard him say good fucking riddance. I heard
Yeah,
him say,
no, but he was just more like just kidding around about it.
I don't need you to fucking defend fucking Douglas for me because I know fucking Douglas and I don't give a shit. Don't fucking say good fucking riddance to her.
Honey, the next time that I'm trying to describe something to George...
Remember how it was when you fucking blew the brains out and you saw that woman's fucking shit? Don't fucking say goddamn good riddance. Like the way you said that was fucking real.
Don't ever interrupt me again when I'm talking about something that I feel is serious to get across.
Don't ever fucking interrupt me again
So
either.
anyhow, honey, I will hang up on you now, and the stream will continue.
Don't ever call me back then. We will continue our never-ending not conversation then.
And
Goodbye.
that's fine. So if
That's
you
what
wanted to turn this all into a game of pride where you're
It's
so
not a game of pride.
pridefully locked into...
Good. I
I ended it with a nice thing, like I'm gonna keep the call up, but like I'm gonna go because if you had to go, George, I'm tired. I have about an hour and a half sleep, and then you, when you thought I was off the call,
that's no excuse for going off the rails. Your behavior, honey, is just wrong. Your behavior is not rational, and it's not socially acceptable.
Okay, that's actually not true, and you're trying to call me
sorry.
out. So
your
I'm
behavior
sorry.
is not rational. It's
like
not
you
socially
calling
acceptable.
Joe Ty bald or being like, I just want to make fun of people. You want to then say, okay, because I'm saying it's not okay.
I'm sorry, honey, but I've got complaints from people about you that.
How were you nice to me all that time, and you're like, good riddance.
You know, honey,
she's not here.
I took the time. I took the time to call you this morning. I didn't need to.
I didn't even take your fucking call.
But you did.
What am I getting? I did. So you call me. And
did I not call out of concern for you?
No, you didn't call out of concern. What were you calling out of concern for?
This morning. When I asked about,
think about it.
When I asked about your son, when I asked about other things that happened, and I listened to you as you said what happened. Is that not?
Because Peter Moon was not going to be on the call.
Honey, this is what makes myself conclude that you might very well be an asset. There's nothing that you're doing that's conducive. There's nothing conducive.
People may want to hear the fucking truth.
To the show,
it's
if
fine.
you just continually
you know what I think about everybody? Douglas Dietrich is a great fucking person. This is what I think about him.
Honey,
I think he's a.
We are hanging up the call, and at that point, the stream continues, and the stream continues without Brooke. Now, whether I want to end the show early or not, of course, is up to myself, and I may very well do that because it is something that would at least allow me to get up earlier and then deal with things that I'm supposed to deal with, which I've been holding off for a while due to malaise. Obviously, the feeling of cold that I had. Now, the one thing that we can all agree on is that it's very hard to communicate with Brooke on the program, and that's unfortunate. So whatever she has to add is unfortunately balanced out, and it's balanced out by her negatives. So now Troy Bellamy says, chill out, you guys have great topics and info, let's all get along. And, you know, that's appreciated. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. Obviously, I was trying to communicate, but she insists on interrupting and overriding. There can be no communication where somebody is just insistent on shouting repeatedly. So there's no communication to be had. And so whatever contributions that she's contributed financially certainly aren't worth that. They pale in comparison with whatever time she's had. She's not taken advantage of it in a constructive way. And in the end, it really does not help. It is what it is. And worse yet, I really don't think she's an asset. I think that though that's still up in question. Certainly, her behavior is simply intolerable either way. So all of that being said, gathering myself here, I would say that I can go a bit into history that I could not while she was talking. The important thing to remember is that in 1949, in the Canary Islands off the West African coast, you had a volcanic eruption that broke loose a slab of rock the size of a mountain. This was a demonstration of power. It is still slowly sliding into the ocean, but it was calculated at that time that if 100 cubic mile slab breaks loose again and slides into the ocean, it would cause a half-mile high wall of water to race at 500, that's half 1,000 miles per hour, across the Atlantic Ocean towards the North and South American coasts. Now, if that were to happen today, well, whatever was left of the U.S. coast east of the I-95 would be washed away in 9 hours, as that wall of water washes 25 miles inland. Now, due to the shape of the North American continental shelf, the largest wave would hit the Virginia Beach area. So all of this is something that led the Americans recognizing that the 1,000-year Reich in exile had to be allowed to continue its exodus. And with that, unfortunately, I'm getting messages from people, did you leave? They don't understand that the call is not the show. The call is not the stream. The stream is completely independent of the call. So it's, they don't get that, and they're talking to each other. And hopefully they all work that out together. It's such that, with our man Realtek, he's, saying, oh, sorry for the stress. Well, not his fault. Now, all right, we had during the time of the era of Vietnam, a war within a war. In 1967, just months after I was born, because I was born in October of 1966, the NBC journalist Frank McGee spent nearly a month living with soldiers of the 101st Airborne Division in Vietnam. And of course, he was particularly focused on the experience of Black African Americans. Now, there was another journalist at that time who was interviewed. He was conducting interviews, and he integrated his own experience into these interviews to provide context. And it was in People magazine, circa 1987, that Wallace Terry, who was probably a black journalist with Time magazine during the time of the Vietnam War, well, by 1987, he recalled the words of Martin Luther King Jr., saying, in his famous 1963 speech at the Lincoln Memorial, he said he had a dream that one day the sons of former slaves and sons of slave owners would sit at the same table. That dream would come true in only one place, according to either Martin Luther King Jr. or Wallace Terry or both. I believe it was Martin Luther King that Wallace Terry was quoting. He said that came true on the front lines of Vietnam. In other words, that you had forced integration. But that was not really the case at all. Now, of course, there were some positive elements to it that might have been experienced. You had these positive depictions of race relations, but they're really all the more remarkable when compared with the domestic racial situation in which urban riots had at that point come to be expected every summer. And such violent incidents were not lost on members of the 101st Airborne overseas. So when asked about race relations in his unit, one of the men that Mr. McGee was focusing on was a black staff sergeant. And when he was dealing with the black staff sergeant, I believe that individual's name, if I can recall it, let me do a bit of thinking here. I think it was something Larry, and I don't remember exactly what Larry's full name was. I might have to dwell on that for a moment. Of course, it's always disconcerting when somebody is just insisting on hijacking a transmission. And that doesn't happen often. That certainly happened tonight. Obviously, there's no place in the world for someone to act like that. Just beyond unreasonable and irrational and just purely offensive. And in the end, there's humor, and then there's just asininity, something that doesn't go anywhere, where there's... and I think that, my tolerance with Brooke was certainly, I did my best. There's only so much you can have. Honestly, most people did not like her at all. And they were, there's a difference between a female touch and something that's disturbed. It's not conducive to communications in any way, shape, or form. Now, that being, I'm going to try and look up this interview with the Negro soldier, and I found it. Platoon Sergeant Louis B. Larry, African-American from Mississippi. 40 men, both black and white, under his command. And Louis B. Larry, She's got me so I can't even speak straight. Sergeant Larry was basically asked about race relations, and he stated emphatically, "There's no racial barrier of any sort here." And that was an assessment that was echoed by the men in his command. He said, "I see all the stuff on television. I say, what the devil is this? I am confused, and I am sure a lot of other people are confused, because I refuse to believe that people can't just live together." Yes! That's the sentence. Now, they put in the word just twice. Just this would be, if this were in print, I would have to add an SIC in parentheses, because sic, the Latin word, means so. It means that you're printing it exactly as it was printed in the original. You're reprinting it exactly as it was printed in the original. And what it says is, because I refuse to believe that people just can't just live together. I guess he could have said that. Because I refuse to believe that people just can't just live together. Okay, double emphatic there. Now, there were other comments that led the journalist McGee, who conducted this interview, to see things in a positive light as well. To quote his T, "The American Army is fully a generation ahead of the American public in its handling of the races. What the Army has achieved is what America, despite bigots, Negro and white, hopes someday to achieve: the elimination of race as a factor in human existence. Nowhere in America have I seen Negroes and whites as free, open, and uninhibited with their associations. I saw no eyes clouded with resentment." Yeah, probably because they were all clouded with pot. I mean, honestly, can any of you listening believe it was really that simple? True, black and white soldiers formed close bonds of friendship in Vietnam, especially on the front lines, or they would do so there more than anywhere else. However, McGee's claim that the military had eliminated race as a factor of human existence is far too rosy. It reflected the belief of many white liberals that racial discrimination was a personal issue between whites and blacks, and not the result of a social structure that systematically discriminated against African Americans. And in fact, throughout the war, black soldiers charged that they were disproportionately assigned menial duties, denied promotion to the rank they deserved, and unfairly targeted for punishment. A 1970 Army study of the 197th Infantry Brigade, the 197th Infantry Brigade reported that black soldiers frequently complained that white NCOs always put black soldiers on the dirtiest details. So, despite accounting for 11% of the total troops in Vietnam, black African Americans represented only 2% of the officer corps. L. Howard Bennett, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Civil Rights in the Lyndon Johnson and Richard Nixon administrations, noted that black soldiers often complained that they are discriminated against in promotions, that they will stay in grade too long, that they will train and teach whites who come in and pretty soon their trainees pass them by and get the promotion. Unquestionably, African Americans were disproportionately punished. A 1972 Defense Department study found that they received 25.5% of non-judicial punishments and 34.3% of courts-martial in Vietnam. Not surprisingly, given these numbers, African Americans were overrepresented in military prisons. In December of 1969, they represented 58% of prisoners at the infamous LBJ, the acronym of which was spelling out Lyndon Baines Johnson, the President of the United States, but actually stood for the Vietnamese term Long Binh Jail, near Saigon. Black African Americans also complained that they were disproportionately drafted, assigned to combat units, and therefore killed at proportionately higher ratios in Vietnam. Statistics from the first 3 years of the war have proven these complaints to be true. Black African Americans represented approximately 11% of the civilian population, yet in 1967, they represented 16.3% of all draft days and 23% of all combat troops in Vietnam. This was the year after I was born. In 1965, the year before I was born, Black African Americans accounted for nearly 25% of all combat deaths in Vietnam. By 1967, again the year after I was born, slingshotting back between the time I was delivered from between my mother's thighs, this percentage had dropped considerably to 12.7, but the perception that blacks were more likely to be drafted and killed remained widespread for obvious reasons. For one thing, it would get their young black asses out of the ghetto where they would riot, is what the logic seemed to think, or where the logic seemed to lead. Eventually, the racial tension and violence that had convulsed the home front during the summer of 1967 erupted in Vietnam. In large part, this was because of the inability or refusal of military leaders to address adequately complaints of racial discrimination, but there was a potent domestic factor at work as well. The assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. in April of 1968 was the catalyst for rioting in more than 60 American cities, and it challenged the belief that racism and discrimination could be ended through personal relationships and peaceful protest, both at home and in Vietnam. Now, in May of 1968, the journalist Donald Mosby traveled to Vietnam, where he spracketh to a number of black soldiers about King's assassination. He reported that many soldiers had no intention of allowing things to stay the way they were when Dr. King was murdered. Some soldiers had responded by embracing the Black Power movement. Now others formed organizations like the Minority Servicemen's Association, the Concerned Veterans Association, Black Brothers United, the Zulu 1200s, De Mau Mau, named after the Southern African terrorist movement that was killing whites in Rhodesia and oh my God, what was it referred to in those times as the South African Protectorate? They used to have a special name for Angola. At any rate, you get my point. Also, there was the Black Liberation Front of the Armed Forces, ostensibly to represent the collective interests of black African American soldiers, but also to protect themselves as a militia against all the whites with guns around them. Now, black anger over King's assassination was compounded by the response of some white soldiers. When news of the Dr. Reverend King's death reached Vietnam, there were numerous reports of white soldiers hanging Confederate battle flags outside of the barracks in celebration. There were at least 3 confirmed cross burnings. In response to complaints from black soldiers about the flag raisings, the United States Army and Marine Corps briefly banned them, but the ban was overturned when Southern politicians objected. Incidents of racial tension were uncommon in the early years of the war, but following the Dr. Reverend King's assassination, they became just a weekly, actually, from the records that I dealt with, a daily occurrence. Tensions tended to be noticeably higher on rear-line military bases, in the rear with the gear and the beer, and no enemy directly facing you. The only enemy you had was each other. On August 29th of 1968, hundreds of black prisoners overwhelmed prison guards at Long Bin Jail, captured the stockade commander, and set the mess hall and administration building on fire. Now, the riot at the Long Bin Jail, the largest prison race riot in American history that didn't even happen on American soil, is the most publicized of thousands of racial incidents reported in South Vietnam between 1968 and 1971. On November 23rd of 1968, the Philadelphia Tribune wrote of large-scale battles between black and white soldiers in service clubs in Da Nang and Long Bin. In late 1968, the journalist Zalene Grant reported that racial incidents occurred at the nearby China Beach recreation area and in Da Nang clubs and dining halls on an almost daily basis. He concluded that the biggest threat is race riots, not the Viet Cong. Now, in the time we have remaining, which I'll check into in but a minute here, going to take care of something here. And anyhow, so then we have this going on. Let's try something. Incoming messages, of course, from this individual. Okay, press the denial button here. Go through here. Press A. Okay, now hopefully this works. Let's try this. Now here we have third Japanese cabinet minister resigns, well, in a month, resigns in a blow to the prime minister. Okay, here we are. Let's see if we get the message coming in. Should be an incoming message any minute now. And if it doesn't come by, I'll have to press the button again. For all of you out there, apologize for, here we are. God damn it. This goddamn thing. Really, with all the other stress and tension I have to deal with. The last thing I needed was some bullshit like this. Okay, so here's what I have to do. Okay. Okay, so I'm just checking out something here. Alright, and pressing the... Okay. There we go. Alright, so that takes care of that. Okay, so... Alright then. Now that that's taken care of. Alright. One more thing to do while I'm on air, of all things. Kim Jong-un, here's another one, took his daughter someplace. Now get back on track. Now, oh, yeah. In terms of what I just did, I had to transfer money out of the PayPal into the bank account because, of course, that was contributed by the dear Brooke Gibson, who I gave all credit to, but couldn't have her withdraw that from the PayPal account, which conceivably she could do. And that's hopefully she's not so petty as to contest that, because of course I'll just file obviously a defense. Other than that, it's simply something that she brought to this point on her own. There's no choice I had in it. If she's going to stand on pride like that for no good reason, when there's nothing to be proud of, it's just not there. Sorry, Brooke, I had to transfer the money out of the PayPal. I can't trust you like that. You're trying to block. There's no need to do that. I'm not going to be contacting you unless you reach out, which is fine by me. You're welcome to reach out, but I'm not seeking an apology, mind you. I'm just seeking a change in behavior. Your behavior is intolerable. It's unacceptable. So as for you saying, but what you said and think of me, what was it I said and think? There's you can't stand on some ground that I'm seeing the best in you and all that stuff when you're behaving completely out of bounds. Now, I can take it as a humor when you say, Douglas is a piece of shit, it's a terror. There's a certain humor to be had in this for a limited while, but it's obsessive. And it's obvious, of course, that you're definitely an asset at this point. There's no other... I mean, you may not be, but I have to assume that you are. So you're just too disruptive. There's no one who would be normal that would be disruptive like that. It's essentially what you were assigned to do. So that being said, concurrent viewers, let's take a look at that, see how we're holding up the numbers. Go back into the settings, refreshment of that. And she says, thanks, was not the enemy, will not ever be, not going to be a non-friend friend, message received. It's like, you called it. Honestly. It's kind of like Peter Moon going up to Chicago, right? It's something that didn't need to happen. You didn't need to go there. Says, good luck then, don't contact me, you are mean. Honey, you're a fucking cunt. You spend all day shouting and swearing, and it's intolerable. It's you shout, you swear, you scream, you don't allow other people to talk. It's at the end of the day, you have no right to be on someone's show. It's not sane behavior. It's not even social behavior. If you were on a road, you would be guilty of road rage, where you're just crashing into people, smashing into crowds. This is the equivalent of that. It's beyond irresponsible. It's essentially criminal. If you were on any regular show, like I'm talking about broadcast, like terrestrial broadcast, meaning radio, do you think anyone would have tolerated you calling them a piece of shit repeatedly and just going on and on with that? I can take it as humor. But then again, after a certain point, you can't. It's just too redundant and repetitive, and it's just in the end, it's insane. The behavior is truly just get help, get counseling. You're welcome to contact me again, but not promising any response. Such being said, so now that that's taken care of, and we transferred that amount of money, I'm going to need about another 100 or 200. $50 from a number of you each will help us make the rent, help me make the rent. Use the term us, it's just that no one else will be carried on the show without me. So it's the rest of Team Dietrich rides on whatever I allow. So when it comes to the racial incidents that I was talking about, again interrupted by Brooke because I had to deal with something before she could potentially hijack what she had contributed, and I do need that for survival's sake. When it comes to the Long Bin jail incident, the largest prison race riot in American history, which didn't even take place on American soil, it's the most publicized of thousands of racial incidents reported in South Vietnam between 1968 and 1971. Many of these reports, which I personally destroyed. On November 23rd of 1968, the Philadelphia Tribune wrote of large-scale battles between black and white soldiers in service clubs in Da Nang and Long Bin, in which, like I said, by late 1968, the journalist Arlene Grant was reporting that racial incidents were occurring at China Beach, which they made a television series of, recreation area, and in Da Nang clubs and dining halls, on what he testified was basically a daily basis. And as I said, the most important conclusion to be reiterated is the biggest threat is race riots, not the Viet Cong. In other words, the enemy the Americans had was each other. Now, in September of 1969, Time magazine's Wallace Terry who had spent more time with black soldiers than any other journalist and had previously reported on the positive nature of black-white relations, finally woke up from his drug-induced stupor and came out with a decidedly bleaker assessment. There was, he said, another war being fought in Vietnam between black and white Americans. The beginnings of the race war that would continue here on the home front. Now, he asserted that racial incidents on American military installations in Da Nang, Cam Ranh Bay, Dong Tam, Saigon, and Bien Hoa had become commonplace. Now, the situation raged completely out of control, kind of like Brooke Gibson. And it did so, how do I express this if memory serves me? I do remember that official military reports reveal that among members of the 3rd Marine Amphibious Force at Camp Horn in Da Nang, there were at least 33 incidents of racial violence in the 2 months between December of 1969 and January of 1970. Racial violence was occurring almost daily. And the racial situation deteriorated as the war dragged on. In October of 1970, the U.S. Army's Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel, General Walter T. Kerwin, noted, "In the past year, racial discord has surfaced as one of the most serious problems facing Army leadership." Now, conditions were obviously much worse in the Marine Corps, which reported no less than 1,060 violent racial incidents in 1970. And you can imagine how many went completely unreported. The journalist and retired Colonel Robert D. Heinel Jr. concluded circa 1971 that racial conflicts were tearing services apart. Now, by the way, Ian West says, "What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not trying to block you. Some weird name popped up and it wanted to translate a call. I figured it was spam." Let me tell him I am not speaking about you. I am not, how do I say this? Speaking, I'm not addressing you. There we are. Addressing yourself, Ian. See what the other communications that Brooke causes? It's like, it's just repercussions, right? Repercussion on repercussions. So, as she says, she's trying to block. There's no need for that. She says, "Don't contact me." Okay, well, you're welcome to contact myself. So there goes Ian. He gives us this slice. Oh, there we are. Oh, that's cute. As for Realtek and all the rest, they do what they do. Live streaming, going back to that. Christopher Keaton says, "Did Brooke leave?" No, she was kicked out. So let me express that. No, no, she was evicted. Evicted. There we are. Though, like I said, she's welcome to reestablish contact if she can behave herself. There's just for her to be upset with what I said, it's like, what do you expect? I mean, oh my God. Good riddance is mild compared to how other people would react. It's one of these things that just, there has to be some common sense in a person's behavior. There's no sense of borders or boundaries. There's no sense of boundaries with Brooke Gibson. There's maybe there is in a certain sense, but not much. It's oh God, believe me. Anyhow, when it came to these services being torn apart, eventually military leaders were forced to take notice. However, they largely focused on the responsibility of black soldiers for these incidents. The actions of white soldiers were all but ignored. While the black troops' complaints of discrimination went unaddressed throughout the war. And certainly there was no point in bringing them up by the time of Apocalypse Now, in which you had the impression that everyone serving on the front lines for America and Vietnam was black. That didn't really do much to balance out the picture. It was overcompensation. In late 1969, Deputy Assistant Secretary Bennett drew up recommendations that acknowledged that ignoring complaints of racial discrimination contributed to racial tension and violence. But military leaders ignored his recommendations, and when Bennett's successor, Frank Render III, reached similar conclusions, he was promptly fired. Even when blacks' complaints of discrimination were received at all, they were often not taken seriously. Of the 534 received by the Pentagon's Office of the Inspector General in 1968 through 1969, only 10 were deemed legitimate. Equally troubling, another study commissioned by the Army found that between 1966, that infamous year in which I was delivered into this world, and 1969, commanders had failed to report 423 allegations of racial discrimination. In other words, the reports were not filed. And you can imagine what never went reported. Well, that journalist McGee was right to highlight black and white friendships as an important element of the soldiers' experience in Vietnam. It was far from the real story. Military service in Vietnam remained, as Terry later reported, a place of discrimination. One could leave the United States, but one could never leave its racial heritage behind. So this brings us to a little bit of an analysis of black and white in Vietnam. At the height of the Vietnam War in 1969, John Lee Hooker recorded a song titled, "I Don't Want to Go to Vietnam." It's kind of like I don't want to be buried in a pet cemetery. You could use the same tune. And in that song he moaned grimly, "We got so much trouble at home," before adding simply, "We don't need to go to Vietnam." But the black American soldiers already in Vietnam, trudging tirelessly across the country's saturated rice paddies, or creeping through its elephant grass and sticky airless jungles, were understandably more explicit in expressing themselves. Wallace Terry, the Vietnam correspondent for Time magazine between 1967 and 1969, taped black soldiers airing their anger in the summer of 1969. And throughout the recording, their rage is what's tangible. Now, speaking about his teammates, one black soldier declares, "What they had been through in the bush, plus what they have to go through back in the world," meaning back home in America, "they can't face it. They're ready to just get down and start another civil war." While another added, "Why should I fight for prejudice?" And when the journalist Terry inquired, "Tell me what you think of the white men should be called," there was a chorus of "Devil! Beast!" that erupted from the group. Although President Lyndon Baines Johnson himself predicted that the Vietnam War would create a political nightmare, he neglected to foresee the racial one. The ongoing domestic conflicts between black and white Americans were reflected and exacerbated over in Vietnam, principally because the very apex of this increasingly unpopular war, between 1968 and 1969, coincided explosively with the rise of the Black Power era in America itself. In these years, there was a surge of interracial violence within the U.S. forces in Vietnam. Discrimination thrived, and, as in America, a racial polarization arose out of this tension. Black soldiers embraced their culture as well as the emerging Black Power politics and all its external symbols, ultimately of which was born Black Panther, which of course started in World War II as the name of a particular unit, and then turned into a character that represents black empowerment to a cosmic scale that, well, was taken beyond anything anyone ever really conceived. Now, of course, I can't resist looking in the chat room. Of course, I'm obligated. So Brooke says, laugh out loud when I wrote, Christopher Keaton said, did Brooke leave? I said, no, she was evicted. She says, laugh out loud, she quit. It's your fakeness. No boundaries with your fakeness. You are right. Then Christopher Keaton gives us the sweaty laugh. Then Brooke says, I called you out. We'll not do fake. Of course, so it won't be long before she's out there pushing the party line. So Christopher Keaton says, Brooke, you hold up the monologue with too many questions. Just watch the past shows for your answers. Well, we'll see her probably in a matter of minutes, and she'll be up there regurgitating everything that they say. Same crap over and over again. And it is what it is. So taking a look at the time we have remaining, 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Well, time for me to earn my pay. All right. Now, how do we go on about this? Now, in point of fact, the war in Vietnam was America's first racially integrated conflict. Black soldiers had fought in all of America's preceding military engagements, but only in segregated units. Although President Truman put pressure on the United States Armed Forces to integrate in 1948, and that means integrate all branches of service, as well as race, units fielded in the Korean War were still divided by race, as well as separate service branches, which were competing with each other quite wastefully for budget allocation. Now, prior to 1967, racial animosity had been negligible within the United States Armed Forces in Vietnam because the black men stationed there were professional soldiers seeking a permanent career. Generally, if there were racial slights, they were simply quietly ignored by these career men. On his first exploratory trip to Vietnam in the spring of 1967, the aforecited journalist, Mr. Terry, well, I can tell you one thing. Today, whenever he speaks of it, Terry concedes that he sensed democracy in the foxhole. Now, I'm pronouncing the foxhole with an F-A-U-X because it was a false hole in terms of how he misrepresented it. Same mud, same blood. No, bullshit. The blacks called themselves Bloods as if they were brothers. And they were fighting a completely different war from that of the whites. And oftentimes both races were simply there to fight each other. Because within a year, that same mud, same blood Terry, glad to see there were no Martians among us, his feelings had been transformed. You know, when I use that term Martians, that comes from the time Ronald Reagan was spouting about how we were all fighting as a united front. Oh yes, the blood that stains the beaches is all red. Does that mean the enemy too? No, somehow that seems to escape. Now, as for Terry and his transformation from propagandist to a journalist, it was at the beginning of 1965 when there were about 23,300 U.S. servicemen in Vietnam. By the end of 1967, this number had jumped to a phenomenal 465,600, the result of Project 100,000, initiated by Lyndon Johnson in that year of my birth, 1966. This dramatically increased the number of American troops in Vietnam by dropping the qualification standards of the draft. Many black Americans who had received an inferior education and consequently had evaded the draft thereby discovered, like Muhammad Ali, that they were now eligible. Of the 246,000 men recruited under Project 100,000 between October of 1966, the month as well as year in which I was born, and June of 1969, 41% were black. Although black Americans represented only 11% of the U.S. population. With a bitter irony, the other group that Project 100,000 condemned was the poor, racially intolerant white man from the southern states of America. Dixieland. By the way, for those of you who heard that sound right now, he's asking a question. Yes, I closed the call to stream in peace. Stream. And somebody's asking her a question inside of the chat here. And let me see. I have no idea what... it's probably Ian West asking her something. Somebody said, Brooke, where'd you say you were from again? Honestly. If anyone thinks I wanted to do that to her, come on. What choice did I have? That's like, I took it well beyond reason, what she was dishing out. Your average man would have been just outraged from the very beginning. I'm sorry, her behavior was unacceptable. By the way, when I say I'm sorry, I just don't mean her. Not sorry to her, mind you. Though in a sense, I feel sorry for her. But rather, it's not sorry to the audience either. It's mostly just, God knows, I'm just sorry that this had to happen, that she had to bring it to that point. So somebody answered her. She is from South Carolina. Yes, there you go. It's our man Ian is trying to figure out who this Isabel is. Isabel was asking him to translate. Apparently, he's talking to him in a foreign call. well, he had foreign listeners for a number of years, according to himself, so that would make sense. Isabel's probably from West Africa, is what I would surmise. Now, while that's going on, somebody's typing. We'll find out who it is soon enough. I don't know why I'm relieved Brooke hasn't blocked me. It's one of those things where I don't, honestly, I'm open to further communications. So then he was saying, oh, never mind, there's some new domes. That's deep underground military bases in West Virginia and Virginia. There we are. Okay, such is as it is. Back onto here we are. Another message coming in. So here we are. Yes, it's one of these things where Sammy says she needs to know when to give you the floor. I mean, it's just common sense that if you're hosted, it's, and though I called her Executrix producer and tried to give her as much leeway as possible, it's like, what can you do after a while? There's just, I'm sorry, she took it way past all reason. It's, again, when I use that term, it's like, sorry that the universe is like that it throws up this flotsam and jetsam of humanity that floats to the surface and then sinks again. Now, in a country riddled with institutional racism, the draft boards were naturally infected. In 1967, there were no black Americans on the boards in Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Louisiana. In fact, Jack Helms, a member of the Louisiana Draft Board, was a grand wizard in the Ku Klux Klan. In one fatuous outburst, he described the NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the highly respected and actually quite conservative black civil rights group, as a communist-inspired, antichrist, sex-perverted group of tennis short beatniks. Although in a poll, circa my birth year, my natal annus, meaning birth year in the Latin, 1966, although a poll taken that year established that 3 out of 4 black Americans supported the draft, go figure, probably because, as I said, to a black man raised in America, Vietnam was a vacation, as I explained to Brooke before. By 1969, 56% of the black American population opposed the Vietnam War within 3 years. In 1967 and 1968, the years in between, indignation against the war accelerated among both black and white Americans. Some thought the draft was simply a covert mode of genocide instigated by the U.S. government, while others watched aghast as monstrous sums of money that could ease the impoverished black community, such as Watts in Los Angeles, site of the famous Watts riots, after which, as our man Mr. Peter Moon had said, they changed the name, were pumped into the war machine instead. The Black Panther, not King T'Challa, but the real one, Eldridge Cleaver, denounced these repellent contradictions of budget allocation, stating that black Americans are asked to die for the system in Vietnam. In Watts, they are killed by it. Again, a good reason to change the name. That way his quotes become irrelevant. The perception that the Vietnamese were parallel sufferers of white colonial racist aggression also flourished in the late 1960s, and was reflected in a comment made by Muhammad Ali on the televisual program Soul. That was the title of that series. They want me to go to Vietnam and shoot some black folks that never lynched me, never called me nigger, never assassinated my leaders. Before his murder in 1968, the Right Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. also damned America's foreign policy. He charged the U.S. government with being the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, and urged those against the draft to seek the status of conscientious objectors. Although the image of a white hippie tentatively depositing a flower in the barrel of a rifle is one of the most potent icons of anti-war sentiment from the 1960s, Black Americans also fought against the draft. Groups such as the Black Panthers and the SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, denounced the war. Black Americans burned their draft cards in public, and one man escaped to Canada exclaiming, "I'm not a draft evader, I'm a runaway slave." Robert Holcomb, one of those interviewed in a work entitled Bloods, and that was the journalist Terry's oral history of the war by Black veterans, published under that very title, describes how, after being hounded by the FBI, he was sworn into the army in manacles. Like other young Black Americans, he diagnosed the Vietnam War as an attack on minority people being used to fight each other. Now, Robert Holcomb perhaps personified what Terry describes today as a different breed of black soldier entering the battlefield in the latter half of the 1960s. Terry adds that these hostile black recruits were veterans of the civil rights movement or the urban upheavals, the riots in the streets. They were being told by judges, "You'll either join the Marines or go to jail." That's the choice that's all too often been offered, which is why the military is full of people who otherwise belong in jail. In 1969, during a conversation with the journalist Terry, whose book titled Bloods I'm referencing at the moment, a black naval lieutenant stationed in Vietnam also characterized these black men forced to fight in Southeast Asia as a new generation. He added, "They are the ones who ain't going to take no more shit." God, I could say that about myself with Brooke, huh? Now, in the aftermath of Martin Luther King's assassination on April 4th of 1968, Black Americans rioted in more than 100 American cities. But in Vietnam, many white soldiers flagrantly applauded his murder. At Cam Ranh Bay, a group of white men wore Ku Klux Klan robes and paraded around the military base. At another compound, the Confederate States flag, so symbolic of racial persecution, was hoisted for 3 days. Don Brown, a black staff sergeant in Vietnam, overheard a white soldier protesting that King's image was always on TV. Now, a moment before that same aforecited black staff sergeant, Sir Don Brown, granted the man a lesson in when to use that word and when you should not use that word, a physical lesson. A white soldier said, "I wish they'd take that nigger's picture off." Now, the Right Reverend Dr. King's demise was, of course, a pivotal incident in the 1960s because it represented the switch from the nonviolent civil rights movement to the more militant and aggressive Black Power era. James Hawkins, a black soldier in Vietnam, understood that much. He said, "Dr. King's death changed things. It made a lot of people angry. Angry people with weapons." So at this stage, with the extraordinary increase of mostly reluctant troops, black and white, to Vietnam, covert and overt racism was now rife. The fledgling black American conscript was expected to endure the sight of the Confederate States flag painted on jeeps, tanks, and helicopters, and sometimes encountered menacing graffiti such as, "I'd rather kill a nigger than a gook," scrawled on the walls in the latrines, the military shithouses of American bases. Other grisly practices, such as cross burnings, were uprooted from Alabama and Mississippi to the war theater of Vietnam, and some commanders tolerated Ku Klux Klan claverns on their bases. Young black soldiers also discovered that white soldiers, notably at Da Nang, repeatedly refused to pick up exhausted black soldiers in their jeeps, and that army barbers were not trained to cut black hair, although the merest hint of an afro was penalized. In Terry's recording from 1969, one black sailor describes how, when they caught a brother with an afro, they just took him down to the brig and cut all his hair off and throw him in jail. All these beast motherfuckers walking around with their hair looking like goddamn girls, and we can't wear our hair motherfucking 3 inches long. White officers were either sympathetic to or simply disregarded white soldiers who printed "fuck the war" or "peace" on their helmets, yet black Americans were disciplined for comparable offenses. Like if they had something written on their helmet such as "fuck this imperialist bullshit." One black soldier was ordered to remove a "Black is Beautiful" poster from the inside of his locker. Now, the post exchanges, the PXs, the military grocery stores, if you will, supply exchanges, and libraries on the bases did not stock black hair products, tapes of soul music, or any books on black American culture and history. Magazines such as Ebony and Jet were also scarce, as one black private grumbled, "Every time a soul brother over here gets an Ebony or Jet, there's a waiting line of at least 30 to 50 soul brothers waiting to read it." Terry once stated, "If blacks can account for up to 22% of the dying, they should at least have 22% of the jukebox or the music on an armed forces radio." Yet, black American music was neglected by the armed forces radio network and in the enlisted men's clubs in preference for country music. Now, again, Terry, who wrote this book that was so pivotal in blackifying the presentation of Apocalypse Now, he was recorded as laughing while commenting, "I find it amusing to see a Vietnam movie and the white guys are popping their fingers to black music. That just never happened. This is revisionism." In fact, Terry Whitmore, another man, the author of his work entitled Memphis Nam Sweden, yes, that's the title, make what you will of it, subtitled The Story of a Black Deserter, of which you may recall my telling Brooke Gibson there were many. In fact, they were the majority of deserters. He witnessed a minor riot in the Freedom Hall Post Exchange at Da Nang after the manager of the beer garden, irritated by the number of black Marines socializing there, promptly withdrew all soul music from the jukebox. But such incidents weren't confined to land. Off the coast of Vietnam, on the USS Sumter, Captain J.S. Hugeter also banned the music of The Last Poets, whose recordings included When the Revolution Comes. The affronted black sailors subsequently signed a petition, a fight erupted, and they were charged with mutiny. Dissension over music resulted in a multitude of other brawls, and Jet magazine reported that a white officer was killed in Quang Tri after ordering black soldiers to turn down their music. Now, military justice in Vietnam was also rarely racially impartial. Black servicemen were frequently sentenced to longer terms than their white counterparts. And once inside a military prison, black Muslim inmates were refused copies of the Quran. During this period, One black Marine pointed out, "The Corps says it treats all men just one way, as a Marine. What it actually has done is treat everybody like a white Marine." But, most disturbingly, black Americans were dying at a disproportionate rate, and this only inflamed their indignation. As one black private remonstrated, "You should see for yourself how the black man is being treated over here, and the way we are dying. When it comes to rank, we are left out. When it comes to special privileges, we are left out. When it comes to patrols, operations, and so forth, we are first." Now their predicament was aggravated by a weakening in the chain of command. Many of the very young, naive white officers were incapable of diffusing the racial tension, and, at times, white privates informed their superior black officers, including Alan Thomas, that they weren't going to take orders from a nigger. But, as the Naval Lieutenant Alan Thomas informed the author Terry, the Blood's author, back in 1969, these black soldiers were the ones who ain't going to take no more shit. The black Americans who were drafted from 1967 to 1970 called themselves Bloods, and many were influenced by the teachings and politics of Stokely Carmichael, the Black Panthers, and Malcolm X. So Terry himself has explained they would wear black amulets, they would wear black beads, black gloves to show their identity and racial pride. Some wore slave bracelets made out of bootlaces and walked with black power canes, sticks with the nub carved into a clenched fist. To offset the oppressive ubiquity of the Confederate flag, these soldiers flew black flags from their patrol boats and jeeps. Another group of black servicemen who were followers of Ron Karenga's U.S., or United Slaves, created a flag that asserted in Swahili, "My fear is for you." The DAP, that's a complicated ritualized handshake that changed from unit to unit, really, was also common among black personnel in Vietnam. Black privates, and officers too, acknowledged each other in public with the Black Power salute. One black soldier, drained by the tense racial atmosphere in the enlisted men's clubs, commented, "Chuck's," well, that's their euphemism for a white man, "Chuck's all right until he gets a beer under his belt, and then it's nigger this and nigger that, and besides, to be honest, Chuck ain't too much fun, you dig?" Indeed, by the late 1960s in Vietnam, black and white soldiers were socializing in separate bars and clubs. They segregated themselves. In Saigon, the black servicemen congregated in the Con Hoi district, and sometimes protected their preferred venues with signs that warned, "No rabbits," meaning white soldiers, "allowed." And to increase their racial solidarity, some black troops also started semi-militant bodies. Blacks in Action, the Unsatisfied Black Soldier, the Jujus, and the Mau Maus were just some of these groups that supported each other and studied black history and talked about events in America and were willing to support each other in an enlisted club over black music. If they wanted something in the post-exchange, they would collectively request it. The tension between the races, however, was not tamed before it erupted into violence. Now, I keep returning to this because it's so pivotal, and because, of course, it's been obviously a stressful night. Honestly, I was hoping that we could have fun, just basically kind of take it easy in a kind of conversation that would, well, occupy the time that Peter wasn't here, an opportunity, but no. No, it just couldn't be allowed to happen. Now, white officers who didn't offer lifts to black Marines were attacked. There was a major riot at the principal military prison, the Long Bin Stockade, in October of 1968, when I was 2 years old, almost to the day, and a critical interracial clash on the Kitty Hawk aerocraft carrier in October of 1972, which I had a young lady on once, the ex-wife of that man who was set to plagiarize my work once she died because he knew she would stand in court against him, Debbie Meadows West. God bless her, and a prayer to her hearing me in heaven. Her father was on that aircraft carrier and almost died. Also at China Beach, some white soldiers started flinging rocks and abuse at black servicemen. Soon, the two racial groups were nervously facing each other with loaded weapons. However, most assaults involved only a few participants, generally in a deserted corner of an army base at night. Such conduct was wholly advocated by members of the Black Panthers in America. Kathleen Cleaver, the wife of Eldridge Cleaver, urged black soldiers, "Right inside of the U.S. imperialist beast's army, you are strategically placed to begin the process of destroying him from within." Huey Newton, the founder of the Black Panther Party, also suggested that black army personnel turn their weapons on white officers. Fragging was the term used to describe either wounding or killing an officer by rolling a fragmentation grenade into his tent. But both black and white soldiers were involved in this, and only some of these attacks were racially motivated. A few black soldiers chose to desert, and while some, like Terry Whitmore, were smuggled through the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR, through to Sweden, most fugitives hid within Vietnam. By 1971, about 100 deserters were known. There were countless others, orders of magnitude more. But about 100 were known to be living furtively in a district of Saigon nicknamed Seoul Alley, beside Tan Son Nhut Airport. Understandably, however, some of the young black troops cracked. Robert Holcomb recalled in the book titled Bloods, this black soldier had taken some drugs and he just sort of went crazy. A lot of his anxieties and hostilities came out. He got an M16 and he sprayed a sergeant, killed him and 2 others. The Viet Cong were quick to detect and exploit the racial conflicts within the American forces. They dropped thousands of propaganda leaflets on the battlefields. A typical one read, "If you go AWOL," meaning absent without leave, "because you don't want to fight or because you can't put up with the army racism, the NFL," that means the North Vietnamese front line, "will get you out of the country." But authentic images of U.S. policemen beating black civil rights workers were also scattered across the war zones to undermine the black soldiers' morale. Now, more recently, Wallace Terry has recalled that, bizarrely, the Viet Cong sometimes screamed, "Go home, soul man!" at the black soldiers during combat. And Brown, who was interviewed in Terry's book titled Bloods, described how, to play on the sympathy of the black soldier, the Viet Cong would shoot at a white guy, then let the black guy behind him go through, then shoot at the next white guy. Other black servicemen, including the deserter named Whitmore, reported identical cases. But the huge number of black soldiers killed in action and the maltreatment of black prisoners of war was ample proof that the Viet Cong and the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army, were simply manipulating the racial discord within the American ranks. Amazingly, however, it was in these very war zones that the antagonism between black and white infantrymen could dissolve. As the black soldier James Hawkins admitted, "In the jungle, you don't think in terms of black and white." And another said, "When I'm out in the bush carrying a grenade launcher, no white man is going to call me nigger." And Arthur Woodley, a black long-range patrolman who was interviewed by Terry for this book I'm sourcing, explained, "No matter what his ethnic background is or his ideals, you start to depend on that person to cover your ass." In fact, Woodley himself rescued a wounded member of the Ku Klux Klan in his unit who had been discarded by his white teammates. The man was forced to re-examine his bigotry, and throughout the war, there were other examples of white men whose racial prejudices were shattered by the selfless acts of black soldiers. Although, in 1969, one black lieutenant commented somewhat cynically that the threat of death changes many things, but comradeship doesn't last after you get back to the village. The disparity in interracial hatred at the rear army bases and in the war theater itself was immense. Initially, white army officials reacted aggressively to both the potent exhibition of black unity and to the racial turmoil within the U.S. Army in Vietnam. They ordered crowds of black servicemen to be broken up. A few symbolic gestures, such as the DAP, were banned. Numerous soldiers were disciplined. And the more radical militants were presented with dishonorable discharges that subsequently disqualified them from financial aid back in America. Ultimately, however, the military authorities were compelled to confront the deepening crisis. And in 1969, General Leonard Chapman conceded, "There is no question we've got a problem." Now, surprisingly, and to its credit, the Army responded with impressive speed and instigated myriad reforms. It investigated and addressed each field in which discrimination and prejudice had thrived, from the post exchanges to the dearth of black officers. Mandatory watch and action committees were introduced into each unit, and more recently, as I've been able to confirm, the U.S. military authorities make it clear to their top officers that racism can cost you your career. I call it the last civil rights movement. It started in the armed forces in Vietnam, and it spread into revolts on the high seas on certain ships, and then to Air Force bases in the States, and Army bases in Germany. By the way, I'm quoting Wallace Terry there. In fact, in 1972, Wallace Terry was hired by the U.S. Air Force to examine parallel racial predicaments in Germany. And today he is adamant that Colin Powell would not have become chairman of the Joint Chiefs had it not been for those black kids protesting in Vietnam. You can draw a direct line. Let me check into live streaming. And Brooke checked out. I didn't want it to be like that. Good God. Anybody who's listening, you've got it on record right then and there. There's no way anyone can call me unreasonable. I took far beyond what I should have taken. Just sad. Now, despite everything I've said, or because of it, although the defiant black servicemen in Vietnam at the end of the 1960s created a robust and I'd call it a positive legacy for the next generation of black soldiers and sailors, it was, of course, forged at a price. If they survived their tour of duty, they returned to a frigid, indifferent America, the country for which they had risked their lives. Sadly, the extraordinary unity that Terry had witnessed among the black soldiers in Vietnam crumbled. And he himself was forced to say, "They didn't come home together. They went to different cities, and they returned at different times." 40% of black veterans suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, compared with 20% of white veterans. And in the early 1970s, Richard Nixon's policy of benign neglect was dismantling the progress of the civil rights movement. One black veteran with an administrative discharge said bitterly, "I've got friends who've robbed liquor stores who can get jobs easier than me." Arthur Woodley had enlisted in the U.S. Army to escape from my environment and get ahead in life. On his return to America, he worked sporadically in miscellaneous jobs throughout the 1970s, but when interviewed by Terry for the book titled Bloods, which I'm sourcing right now, in the early 1980s, he was unemployed. He had, in fact, recently met, quite by chance, a South Vietnamese man he had befriended during the war and who was, years later, residing in Baltimore. And he angrily reported, "He's got a business, good home, driving cars, and I'm still struggling. Living in America in the 1980s is a war for survival among black folks, and black veterans are being overlooked more than everybody." So, as we rethink the Vietnam War, as we all did through Rambo, the white American, we have to grapple with the racial implications Rambo never presented when he rehabilitated the Vietnam vet. Kenneth Loren Burns is an American filmmaker, known for his style of using archival footage and photographs in documentary films. In a 2017 interview, Ken Burns went out of his way to contrast the Civil War, the subject of one of his previous documentaries, and the Vietnam War, the subject of what was then his latest documentary, which had just finished airing on PBS. And to quote his T, "Nobody's going to sentimentalize Vietnam." Well, Ken Burns may not sentimentalize Vietnam, but he continues to whitewash the role of race in the conflict. Through vivid archival footage, a powerful soundtrack, and detailed interviews with American and Vietnamese soldiers, Burns's film immerses viewers in several horrific events of that war, including the massacre of over 500,000 civilians at My Lai. Yet while Burns makes no pretense to romanticize the Vietnam War, he overlooks the deep racism inextricably intertwined with the American war effort. This allows a romantic narrative of 20th century race relations to persist in his documentary. Race is not often mentioned in discussions of the Vietnam War, but as with the Civil War, racism was deeply embedded in the conflict. The atrocities committed against non-white civilians in Vietnam both fueled and reflected the racial violence experienced by non-white citizens in these United States. And like the Civil War, curators of the war's memory have ignored contentious issues of race in favor of creating a national narrative of reconciliation. And that's a problem, because we cannot begin to address the racial troubles plaguing our nation today without accurately remembering the way that America's wars have fostered racism in this country. Although American intervention in Vietnam was not motivated primarily by race, racial ideology permeated justifications of the escalating conflict. The racist attitudes of senior American policymakers and military commanders profoundly influenced the way the war was fought on the ground and from the air. General William Westmoreland, who commanded American forces in Vietnam between 1964 and 1968, proclaimed, the Oriental doesn't put the same high price on life as the Westerner. In 1972, President Richard Mulhouse Nixon privately expressed his belief that nobody would care if these little brown people were slaughtered and castrated by the North Vietnamese forces. This racial conflict, for that's ultimately what it was, extended into the military experience itself. White soldiers, many of whom were poor Southerners, began to exercise their sense of racial superiority over non-white soldiers in Vietnam by donning Ku Klux Klan robes and the Confederate flag. At home, the violence of the war reinforced and perpetuated deep-seated racial conflicts. By 1969, 56% of black Americans opposed the war into which they were disproportionately drafted. And protesting that draft, Muhammad Ali famously proclaimed, "They want me to go to Vietnam to shoot some black folks that never lynched me, never called me nigger, never assassinated my leaders." It's a reiteration that I think bears repetition. White politicians responded by warning that such activists would breed internal wars, and create a Saigon offensive in our country here. Black ghettos were looked on as, well, insurgency. Black insurgencies, in the same way communist insurgencies infested South Vietnam. Think tank experts proposed quelling the unrest with a military-style counterinsurgency effort. And when white Southern soldiers returned home, Nixon was quick to appeal to them by simultaneously denouncing anti-war activists and propping up Southern white pride with the dog whistle rhetoric of law and order and states' rights. The most lasting consequence of these racial cleavages was the blurring of lines between foreign and domestic threats. In short, the Vietnam War and the debate over its memory helped to legitimize a backlash against movements for racial justice. Films that have memorialized Vietnam, from The Deer Hunter to Rambo to Forrest Gump, a favorite of dear Brooke Gibson, have all whitewashed this connection. But a 1972 documentary titled Winter Soldier forced Americans to confront it, providing an example of how Americans can and must grapple with the roots of white supremacy in that war. That film portrays a gathering of American veterans who offered testimonials about war crimes committed against Vietnamese civilians. In that film, soldiers described the war's systematic dehumanization of the Vietnamese people. United States soldiers perpetuated a racial animus against the entire Vietnamese population, including those who opposed the communist revolution. GIs were conditioned to treat all Vietnamese as beasts of prey. One white veteran in the film describes witnessing the disembowelment of a Vietnamese woman, replicating a demonstration his superior officers had done with a rabbit in basic training. The film proves how these sentiments had roots in both earlier wars of American imperial conquest and the Jim Crow South. In an effort to understand how he could kill Vietnamese people with such ease, a Native American veteran in the film recalls watching spaghetti westerns as a child, knowing that he was supposed to root for the cowboys, not the Indians. A black veteran, on the other hand, vividly recalled the connection between the atrocities against non-white civilians in Vietnam with violence against non-white Americans at home. He so testifying that They're after the Vietnamese because they are racist. My first sergeant was a Ku Klux Klan man. These testimonies in the film force viewers to confront the Vietnam War as a continuity of America's long history of racial violence. As time passed, however, efforts to promote national reconciliation increasingly erased racial conflict from our national memory of the war. The Vietnam Veterans Memorial, designed by my half-sister, Maya Ying Lin, completed circa 1982, exemplified this very shift, wherein, for the best of intentions, she honored the approximately 58,000 United States soldiers who died in that war that our government admits to, while omitting the millions of Vietnamese, including American allies, who perished in that conflict. Many Koreans, not ethnically Korean Americans, but Korean nationals, fought in that conflict and died. Their names aren't on that wall. She did say they weren't allowed in her defense. Her memorial, however, also erases the connection between the war abroad and the racial subjugation of America's non-white soldiers at home. In his poem titled Facing It, published circa 1988, Yusef Kumanyakai attempts to challenge this erasure of racial violence in the national memory of that war by lamenting how my half-sister Maya Ying Lin's wall has rendered himself invisible. His poem refuses to capitulate to a form of national solidarity that covers up the racial violence of the war abroad and perpetuates systemic racism at home. When Ken Burns talks about the Vietnam War, he once again unwittingly shifts our focus away from the politics of race. In furthering efforts to reunite the nation, he neglects the critical role that race played in fueling the social divides he aims to bridge. But this is a mistake, because any professionally honest historian's origin story of white power activism in these United States exposes that the Vietnam War created America's modern white power movement, which started with a declaration of war. The Turner Diaries is a widely circulated novel among people on the far right, and there were evident similarities between what happened on the January 6th terrorist attack on our capital and what happens in that book. Even as monstrous self-published political novels go, The Turner Diaries is a stylistic wasteland, written under a pseudonym by the white supremacist activist William Luther Pierce. The Turner Diaries tells the story of a racist terrorist on a revolutionary crusade against the United States government and liberal American society, referenced as the system. It est today's deep state. Now, said book is more than a novel because of all the different places it has shown up throughout the life of the white power movement. To elucidate, The Turner Diaries is a book that is deeply important to the white power movement, not because it is a good novel, but because it answers a really important imaginative question for this movement. How could a small fringe movement hope to achieve what it set out to do in the 1980s and has been trying to do ever since, which is to violently overthrow these United States, the most militarized superstate in the history of the world? In the novel, they talk about this as the problem of a gnat trying to assassinate an elephant. And what the Turner Diaries lays out is really a program of sabotage and guerrilla warfare, including a lot of mass casualty attacks, and eventually leading to the genocide of all people of color on earth, all Jewish people, and everyone who is non-white throughout the world. So it really does lay out this profoundly violent vision of how they might go from a fringe movement to holding a white homeland, to overthrowing the United States, to achieving an all-white planet. It's a monochromatic vision, befitting its role as a kind of how-to manual for kickstarting a race war. The book is written in concrete, simple prose, nearly devoid of figurative language. A Jewish shopkeeper is murdered. Black teenagers are assaulted. Journalists are assassinated. Federal buildings are bombed. On page after page, an orgy of violence unfolds, all narrated in flat, declarative sentences, building to a nuclear holocaust and the cleansing of the earth of all non-white peoples. There is only one real, recurrent metaphor: cancer. Pierce thusly writes, and I read from his book, which I have a copy of, "But there is no way we can destroy the system without hurting many thousands of innocent people. No way. It is a cancer too deeply rooted in our flesh. And if we don't destroy the system before it destroys us, if we don't cut this cancer out of our living flesh, our whole race will die. Most white Americans hardly ever see a black or a Jew, and they act as if there's not a war going on. They seem to think that they're far enough away from the things that are plaguing other parts of the country that they can keep on with their same old routine. They resent any hint that they may have to halt their pursuit of pleasure and affluence long enough to cut a cancer out of America that will surely destroy us all if it's not eliminated soon. But it's always been that way with Bubas Americanus." The belief expressed here is that the majority of Americans are soft and insulated, ignorant of a long-running war, and that revolutionary racist terror is the only remedy for an American society suffering from a terminal cancer of liberalism and tolerance. This conviction may seem obscure, and the Turner Diaries mere fiction, but it has been at the core of decades of white supremacist organizing and violence. The white power terrorist group, named The Order, was a group active in the early 1980s that carried out the killing of the Jewish talk radio host Alan Berg. The Order kept a stack of them, these copies of the Turner Diary, in the bunkhouse when they were training people. They distributed the book at paramilitary training camps. People traveled and sold the book. Timothy McVeigh traveled with this book in his car and sold it on the gun show circuit before he bombed the Oklahoma City building. So there be things in the Turner Diaries that predictively programmed real life. There is a string of huge mass casualty attacks, but there is also an attack on the Capitol building that is not a mass casualty attack. And this is an important distinction, because there's one way to look at what happened in the opening month of yesteryear and think, okay, the bombs didn't detonate, the Molotov cocktails didn't ignite, the person who had a military-grade weapon did not seem to fire that weapon. It was not a massacre. It was not a bombing. The fatalities were remarkably low. But it did show how vulnerable our Capitol building is. And so the other way to read this is that this was never meant to be a mass casualty attack. This was meant to be something else. Because the attack on the Capitol in the Turner Diaries, it's not to augment the biggest body count it can. It's supposed to be a show of force that awakens other white people to the cause so that they can be recruited. The most important thing to understand about what's going to happen to the radical far right next, in relationship to mainstream conservatism, and in regard to mainstream American politics more broadly, is that this is an opportunistic movement, which means that even though Trump seems to be able to indict these people, it does not mean he has the power to call them off. It is not at all clear that Trump is in command of this as a force. The thing that pushes them to war and violence is the belief that they cannot achieve what they want through mainstream politics. Trump does not necessarily change that belief in any way. At least insofar as we're talking about the white power contingent of the people who marched on January 6th, it's not at all clear that they're interested in political change or even in political activity, particularly. They're interested in mobilizing political discontent in order to wage a war on democratic institutions. So one part of our conversation, of course, should be about President Trump's accountability, about what this means for the Republican Party, about responsible action by Republican lawmakers. Certainly that's an important set of conversations, but it's not at all certain that that's what these activists are interested in. One thing the Historical Archive make us clear is that white power activists seek violent action whether the government in power validates it or not. The January 6th insurrection was not a maneuver to dictate the future of the Republican Party. This is a movement to instigate civil strife and bring about civil war. It's the violent rise of white supremacy manifest from Vietnam. The Vietnam War led to January 6th. Because if we really want to grapple with racism past and present, those of us who oppose white supremacy need to face the fact that America's wars have played a central role in fostering the violent racism that we confront today. The genesis for the rise of the modern far-right movement lies in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, when disaffected white veterans returned home to little celebration and a country being transformed by the civil rights movement. Thus did the modern white power movement really begin as a response to the aftermath of the Vietnam War. Now, drawing on networks of active duty service people, white power groups have ever since equipped themselves with stolen and black market United States military material, including rockets, grenades, and mines, and developed sophisticated criminal enterprises for counterfeiting, illegally modifying weapons, and more. In real-life episodes that read like something straight out of the Turner Diaries, which had already become something of a movement Bible the year it was published, circa 1978, white power activists targeted people for violence, murdered leftists and critics in the media, and robbed banks and armored cars. As a Department of Defense librarian, I was ordered to research Truth and Reconciliation Commission's precepts amassing evidence of their subversive activities on behalf of the New Left when I came upon a terrorist act perpetrated by the radicalized right, the episode of a meticulously planned assault on Greensboro, North Carolina, in 1979, where a caravan of neo-Nazis and Klan's gunmen opened fire on a leftist demonstration and killed 5 people, 4 of whom were card-carrying members of the Communist Workers' Party. Armed to the teeth and coordinating their actions by CB radio, a caravan of white power activists drove up to a crowd of demonstrators and, in the ensuing tumult, calmly proceeded to pick them off with their firearms, killing 5 people and critically injuring 10 before fleeing. At the trial, the white power activists presented themselves as honorable and wronged Vietnam veterans who had acted out of self-defense, sincere anti-communism, and a desire to protect the white woman in their group. Despite multiple trials, not a single one was ever convicted. One of the shooters said at the Truth Commission in 2005 that he killed communists in Vietnam, so why shouldn't I kill communists here? This is, of course, why the enemy has always called me communist. Now, being ordered, as I was, to eventually destroy these documents, yet, if you look up these incidents, you can find out everything I tell you to be true. These men were all set free and declared national heroes for killing fellow Americans. They were above the law because they're veterans. That means a veteran can kill you and say you're a communist, and he'll be set free. He can kill your parents, your children, say they were communists, and be set free. A veteran is above the law. And everybody cries for Rambo. They call me baby killer. They call me baby killer. Did I mention? Yeah. A lot of these were card-carrying communists that died. One of them that died was a child. A little girl. But hey, she was hanging out with communists. No one paid a price for that white girl dying. This represented a profound shift to me, and it should to you. With Brooke Gibson distracting me constantly, I couldn't even get to these serious subjects. In fact, like she says, She was compelled to prevent me from getting too serious. Let's get serious. This is a collapse of all kinds of different distinctions that we like to think about. What these men did then, in 1979, that they were still bragging about openly in 2005, collapses war and home. It collapses enemy and fellow civilian. It collapses different kinds of enemies. And it also collapses time itself. There be no peacetime and wartime. It's perpetual war. And the more I have observed this movement ever since, the more ideas like this keep emerging. Today, in the aftermath of that particular incident against a demonstration organized by anti-racist protesters led by members of the Communist Workers' Party in Greensboro, North Carolina, circa 1979, and approaching half a decade after the fatal car attack on anti-fascist protesters at a Unite the White Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. My circumstantial research of the Greensboro massacre, from its instigators' rigorous planning to their cynical legal defense, which got them off without even so much as a slap on the goddamn wrist or any community service, rings both uncannily prescient and horrifyingly repetitive. Understand what I said about Charlottesville and the satanic sacrifice of Heather Heyer by Sol Invictus, the Aquino connection, the man who ran on the satanic libertarian ticket, the man who basically drank goat's blood in public, was bragging about it. This was a man who gave the order for Heather Heyer to be sacrificed, and a cultist carried it out. He himself did not spend a single day in jail. Again, you people have your heads so far up your ass, you're not even aware of the connection. Now again, Augustus Sol Invictus ran on the libertarian ticket in Florida. He's an Orlando area attorney, since relocated, who has an enormous following among the white nationalists because of his street credit from his Aquino affiliations. Invictus himself headlined the ill-fated Unite the White Right's Charlottesville rallies. It was the white nationalist leader Richard Spencer who credited Augustus Sol Invictus with writing the first draft of the Charlottesville Statement, which Spencer himself said should be compared to the Port Huron Statement in 1962. Among the key tenets of that statement are that Jews are an ethno-religious people distinct from Europeans. Whites alone defined America as a European society and political order. The so-called refugee crisis is an invasion, a war without bullets, taking place on the battlefields of race, religion, sex, and morality. These are all the culture wars the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency fixates on. It goes on to state, at stake is Europe's very identity. We oppose feminism, deviancy, the futile denial of biological reality, and everything destructive to healthy relations between men and women. You know, like woman's lib and the ability to abort. And leftism is an ideology of death and must be confronted and defeated. Now, this man ran for Senate in 2016. That's the time he publicly killed a goat and drank its blood in a pagan ritual. This was a Libertarian Party ritual. Dwell on that, you idiots, and understand any member of the Libertarian Party is another baby-raping Satanist. Adrian Wiley resigned as a party chairman in 2015 to protest Augustus Sol Invictus's candidacy. At the time, Wiley flat out stated Invictus is a Satanist who wants to start a second civil war. Well, all those allegations have held up ever since. Now, Augustus Sol Invictus was running the website called The Revolutionary Conservative. In other words, the radicalized rightist, which describes itself as an alternative to Breitbart and Fox News, and promotes a violent uprising. The website's mission statement, which Invictus himself wrote, reads, "The conservative media outlets believe that compromise is possible. It is trusted that, should we simply continue to educate the public, the system can be changed. It was pamphleteers like our colonial forefathers who made possible the first American Revolution. We aim to do likewise in preparing our fellow Americans to declare themselves independent from the globalists, the leftists, and the international financiers. May God help us in our task. May we conquer or die." Now Invictus runs for office as a Republican. And he was given reinstatement to Twitter by Elon Musk, simultaneous to Donald Trump. If that doesn't tell you what you need to know about where we're at, nothing will. Now, I'm just... how do I say this? Why is it that I can't have a night of support? Moral support from people who claim that they're here to help. Why is it that someone like Brooke Gibson is assigned to myself to attack myself relentlessly? It's because I'm the only person who can deliver you from this. Because I'm the only person who knows what I'm talking about. Obviously, racism isn't new in this country. But after Vietnam, they believed the government and the politicians betrayed them. To be clear, the Vietnam War didn't turn people into racists or make this country more racist than it already was. It didn't need to. Rather, it created the cultural conditions that galvanized these racist groups and helped them organize around a common cause. A lot of these groups were at odds with each other for various reasons. But the binding narrative of Vietnam that brought all these elements together was that it was an act of betrayal, somehow perceived as an act of betrayal of the white race above all others, the white male. More than that, beyond, over and beyond, and above all else, as always. The culture was deeply split by Vietnam, as it is today. And that gap was never really bridged. It simply remanifests today. So these racist groups took a revolutionary turn and united around the idea of toppling the government. At the same time, you had all these people with military training who were desensitized to violence and full of rage and hatred. So they obtained weapons they knew how to use, started a network of paramilitary camps, and reframed their struggle as a broader race war against these United States. The Vietnam War changed the white power movement. The origins of the white power movement trace to the aftermath of the Vietnam War, when various racist groups, skinheads, Klansmen, white separatists, neo-Nazis, militiamen, and others united under a common banner and took the movement in a violent and revolutionary direction. Anti-government sentiment created by the Vietnam War helped consolidate and radicalize the white power movement in ways we have never fully understood. The Vietnam War narrative works first of all to unite people who had previously not been able to be in a room together and to have a shared sense of mission. So, for instance, Klansmen and neo-Nazis after World War II had a very difficult time aligning because Klansmen tended to see neo-Nazis as enemies, the people they were confronting in World War II. But after Vietnam, they see common cause around their betrayal by the government and around the failed project of the Vietnam War. So that's one function. Another function of the Vietnam War is to provide a narrative that shapes the violence itself. And this is partly material in that veterans who are trained in Vietnam War boot camps come back and create boot camps they create boot camps here at home to train other white power activists. People who did not serve in Vietnam War combat even use U.S. Army training manuals and other kinds of paramilitary infrastructure to shape white power violence, and they even choose Vietnam War era issue weapons, uniforms, and material, and even obtain stolen military weapons to foment activism. America's white power movement coalesced after the Vietnam War. This is our Viet Cong here in America, the white supremacists. They're the tunnel people that we need to send tunnel rats in to exterminate. Because believe me, they have every intention of exterminating us. Yourself included if you're not a white male. Immediately after the Vietnam War, a bunch of activists on the extreme right-wing fringe, who previously were at odds with each other, found enough common ground to get together into the same social movement. Groups like neo-Nazis and Klan groups had been really warring before this moment. But the Vietnam War created a sense of common enemy. The sense of a common enemy in that instead of the communists, the gooks, it was all non-whites, including women, which is why female Viet Cong are forever vilified in every film. It was understood as this profound government betrayal, where people had been left to fend for themselves, where a corrupt state had not backed up soldiers with enough power to win the war, meaning they weren't allowed to exterminate the Vietnamese race. And I should be clear that that narrative, that understanding of the Vietnam War as genocidal frustration, is not at all just on the fringe. That's kind of our mainstream narrative of the war, is one of betrayal of our troops, our wonderful, wonderful troops. The blessed men whom we called baby killers, simply because they were. Who felt betrayed by us because we would not allow them to exterminate a foreign race. But this movement, taking that victimization, figured out how to opportunistically weaponize that story. Get this through your goddamn heads, people. That's the stock ticker in the background. These men sold you a bill of goods. All American veterans weaponize their victimization. All American veterans weaponize their victimization. They do it so they can kill everyone who's not a white male. Of course, it's not as simple as veterans being radicalized during war and returning home to foment violence. And it's not just veterans, although veterans and active duty troops have had an enormous impact on the level of violence white power groups can carry out. A lot of people are brought into this movement. In every way but race, we're talking about a considerably diverse social movement. This is men, women, and cult-indoctrinated children. This is people from every region of the country. We're talking about rural, urban, and suburban people. We're talking about a variety of class and educational backgrounds, felons and religious leaders, civilians and active duty troops. It's really a very large and complex groundswell. A broader historical pattern explains why so many white people are ready to graft white nationalist ideas onto all that post-Vietnam pessimism. In the aftermath of wars, the pattern in American history definitively manifests an uptick in white nationalism or white separatism. If you look at the surges in Klan activity throughout its life, from the late 1800s forward, the best predictor for a major surge in that kind of action is not economic need, anti-immigration fervor, populism, or any number of explanations that people have sort of pointed to. The best predictor for rises in clan activity is the aftermath of warfare. So when I first learned that, I wondered if I would find a story about veterans coming home and continuing the violence of combat. But it turns out that phenomenon of increased violence after warfare is much bigger than veterans, and in fact runs across all of American society. There is scholarship that proves that the surge in violence actually appears throughout American society in all genders and age groups in the aftermath of warfare. Everyone is more violent after warfare. All of our measures of violence, not just among people who have served, but across age groups, across gender, all of those measures go up after wars. So instead, what we're seeing is that these groups have figured out how to opportunistically mobilize after warfare, because that's when they are able to gain purchase among a whole bunch of people who have this propensity for violence. It's out of this environment that you get someone like Timothy McVeigh, who bombed a federal building in Oklahoma City in 1995. Obviously, there's something more fundamental going on here. And you might think it could be as simple as the state unleashing all this violence during war, and then it's unable to control it afterward. But I myself know for a fact that that's not the whole story. Understand that I worked with the man who made it happen, the Vietnam War veteran Michael Aquino. This was the man who created the nightmare we're living today. The thousands-year-old cult of the kings of Edom has absorbed white nationalism. White nationalism is now the ideology of the cults of chaos. They seek an end to the world in which white males will become gods on earth that can recreate everything from fuck bunny women to kinder whores in the image that turns them on. If you look at the 20th century, especially the second half, there's hardly a time when we're not at war in some place. Aquino understood this. So there's this perpetual engagement in state violence. And we should expect that violence to reverberate throughout society during and after war. But Michael Aquino took the white power movement and turned it on the state. Foreign wars, like racial violence at home, are recurrent features, one might even say defining ones, of the American story. And it be most notable that spikes in domestic white supremacist terrorism have regularly followed the close of major military hostilities. From the Reconstruction era, the Reconstruction era Ku Klux Klan, to the activities of the Second Klan in the 1920s, that decade into which my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was born, to the violence against the civil rights movement in the 1960s, that decade in which I myself was born. It has been documented that after each war, veterans not only joined the Klan, but also played instrumental roles in leadership, providing military training to other Klansmen, and carrying out acts of violence. These militants presented their activities as essentially reactionary, aimed at rolling back gains in minority rights. But they also, in most cases, understood them to be a kind of vigilante supplement for preserving the hierarchical social order of the militarized American nation with which they identified. From the late 1970s onward, however, this attitude changed. Unlike previous racist violence, a new strain of white militancy emerged after Vietnam that was not conservative at all. It envisioned overthrowing the state and entertained the idea of founding an all-white homeland and participating in outright genocide. This new ideology proved so effective at attracting adherents and fostering coalitions that it can be seen as constituting a new social movement. White power. Over and against the attitudes and positions designated by the terms white nationalism, white supremacy, or even the racist right, white power have come to represent something far more specific. A radical, well-organized movement of hardcore militants on a mission to turn the nightmare dystopia depicted in the Turner Diaries into a reality. What triggered this shift? The precipitating event was the Vietnam War itself, not just in terms of what individual veterans experienced, but also what that war came to mean. Unlike America's previous large-scale 20th century wars, with their set-piece campaigns against opposing armies in uniform, Vietnam was an asymmetrical conflict waged against irregular forces, a morally ambiguous proxy war, where the distinction between civilians and fighters was eroded from the start, with territory being won and lost in an endless churn. A consequent fetish for body counts as an alternative metric of military success encouraged a unique kind of brutality, one that suited Aquino's cults of chaos. Meanwhile, anti-Vietnamese prejudice ran parallel to a remarkable amount of racial violence within the only recently integrated U.S. armed forces. But the most distinguishing characteristic of the Vietnam War was that, by any standard, it was a defeat. The fantasy of the United States military as unstoppable, and of the American soldier as a triumphant warrior, was dealt a profound humiliation by a non-white, non-European army made up of soldiers whom many Americans were inclined to hold in contempt as racially inferior peasants dressed in black pajamas. To explain this defeat, many Americans, veterans and civilians alike, embraced a narrative about that war that helped the United States recover its sense of honor at the cost of reality. A kind of homegrown Dokstoblegend. Dokstoblegend. Stab in the back myth that people kept attributing to Hitler and the Nazis talking about the November 11th criminals who surrendered to the Allies, while the Germans still fought in the field. Vietnam became the story of the American soldiers' betrayal by military and political leaders and of the trivialization of their sacrifice. A story that mapped to the dramatic demographic changes, political turmoil, and economic downturn of the damnation decade of the 1970s. This crucible of factors led some veterans to embrace left-wing ideologies. Like, well, the man who married the heiress to the Heinz ketchup fortune. What the fuck was his name again? He ran against George Bush Jr. Kelly, wasn't it? Kerry. John Kerry, I think. That, of course, made him the target of the militants, who then claimed he was never in Vietnam. Just like they claim I was never serving in the Gulf. Given all of this, the few who went left, went progressive, went Buddhist, sought peace, those were the loners. The terminally unique individual exceptions. Because for everybody else, Vietnam helped to create a movement inspired by feelings of defeat, emasculation, and betrayal, and by social and economic changes that seemed to threaten and victimize white men. Sammy Romero was trying to find the word for it earlier, of men showing up in Los Angeles waving flags and banners to intimidate and agitate. These men were promoting white grievance. That was the term he was looking for. Given the white right's affinity for all things military and its ongoing ties to active duty soldiers, effectively all active duty soldiers, the stage was long ago set by Michael Aquino and the cults of chaos for a newly radicalized, empowered, and emboldened white power extremism. This extremism had resonances with earlier versions of white extremism, but it was also distinguished by an emphasis on violence that was concerned with far more than merely supplementing the power of the American state and upholding a racist social order through barely legal, yet implicitly condoned, vigilanteism. Instead, these extremists turned to outright illegal violence in what they saw as a military campaign to redeem what the state had failed to accomplish, both on the battlefields of Southeast Asia and against the civil rights protests back home. Key figures in this movement were indeed veterans, but its appeal traded on much more than veteran status. Whether they had served or not, activists took from the war a tangle of testimony and potent narratives, as well as a set of uniforms, weapons, and political rhetoric. Primarily, the Vietnam War allowed men to take on the role of the soldier as an all-encompassing identity. A shared story about Vietnam outweighed the historical reality of the war itself. But as for the turn against the state, when all of these American veterans, these soldiers for life, declared, "You are the enemy," the tax-paying electorate that the United States government you pay taxes to support so that it can protect you with police, social networks, what you need to survive as you get older, medical care, through the Democrats, of course. They declared war on all of that. I was there to see it. I was there for the opening shots, people. I was there with the man who commanded this army of angry white men. Under the command of Michael Aquino, the turn on the state happened in 1983. The real turn against state power in the white power movement happened in 1983 in the middle of the Reagan administration. This was after people initially felt emboldened by Reagan's election. Michael Aquino made certain it happened at the Aryan Nations World Congress, which was a meeting of many different factions of the white power movement. And the thing that's important about this turn on the state, against the state, is that it's openly anti-statist for the first time in the 20th century. This was the secondary purpose of the Wewelsburg binding ritual Michael Aquino performed to bind myself as his acolyte, the man who would be the Antichrist he hoped me to be, because he could only be the Arbinger. When he conducted the overnight ritual on my birthday eve night through to my birthday, October 19th through October 20th, in that year of 1983, or 1982, the year before, when another ritual was conducted on the same day. Certainly by 1983, when he conducted the Wewelsburg working, this was how he bound the Aryan Nations World Congress he thought I would someday lead. Prior Klan mobilizations had really been organized about maintaining the status quo, or maintaining what historians would call systemic power, which is to say state power and all of the other kinds of power that are bound up in state power. So if you think about the Klan in the 1920s, that decade into which my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother was born, which is the example that most people are familiar with, it's very overtly and properly nationalist. It was out in the mainstream. It was very social. It was very overt. It was purported to be for America. And their slogan indeed was 100% Americanism. So fast forward to 1983. At the time of the Wewelsburg magical binding ritual, on my birthday eve day through my birthday. And we're looking at something completely different, directly resultant Aquino's orders and his binding spell on the white race of America. This is now a coalition of united racist groups that is openly anti-government, that is focused on a transnational white nation and that is using texts and ideologies that call for an apocalyptic confrontation with everybody else. Michael Aquino conducted the Wewelsburg Castle ritual not simply to bind, but to break loose a national brand of treason. He made the white race of America traitors, determined to destroy the Union, the Republic, the constitutional entity we call the United States. He declared war against the government he had sworn to serve and protect against all enemies, foreign and domestic. But he said the government had turned against him, that the government was now the enemy, a domestic foreigner, comprised of other races. He was determined to destroy, to expunge the Filipino from himself. What animates this rise in post-Viet War violence is the million-dollar question that I've just given you the jackpot of. No one else could tell you this but Douglas Dietrich. And I alone can deliver you from the threat. I am plagued by people like Brooke Gibson who say, I want to help, who even contribute some money. I do my best to host her, but she's not a gracious guest. There are limits to tolerance. And in the end, whether she's an asset or not, she serves their purpose. I will not be surprised if she parrots their party line. I would hope she doesn't. I'd be open to communication in the future. I fear she is not. She certainly blocked me on Facebook. I'll try and get her a timestamp of this episode as she wanted on the Alcoholics Anonymous part. Through any of the men who communicate with her, I doubt she'll be blocking them all. And I hope she maintains communication with all of them. Such being said, aside from the million-dollar jackpot answer to the question that only I can deliver an answer, because in the end it's rhetorical, nobody else out there that you could possibly listen to even has the awareness by which to ask the goddamn question. Only I can ask it, and only I can answer. No one else has the knowledge or the background to be able to ask, let alone respond. Another way of answering looks at warfare as the state monopoly on violence. The state has just mobilized all of this violence and now is going to exercise its hold during the war. And then, when it releases it, there's all this violence amped up, and it's no longer so tightly controlled. Another reading has to do with a ricochet effect. And in the case of the Vietnam War, this is particularly tangible because the war is prosecuted through and characterized by incredibly efficient technologies of killing that very quickly become available to American citizens, like semi-automatic weapons. And the war is prosecuted in such a way that the lines between enemy and civilian are particularly blurry. And because of that, there's a lot of overflow back home. Okay. Trying hard to motivate myself. Always sad about a loss. Now that overflow is not limited to extremist violence. The 1980s are also when we see a huge paramilitary culture. People are going to paintball courses, reading Soldier of Fortune magazine, and playing laser tag. And all that stuff is also about the ricochet effect of the Vietnam War. It's just one that was much less deadly by false appearances. And what I can tell you about, having worked with the Department of Defense while they were creating your internet, I can tell you about the white power movement's early use of the internet, its abuse thereof, via the military. In what ought to be the most powerful rebuke to conventional wisdom, white power activists, far from their stereotype as hapless hillbillies, emerge in fact as sophisticated operators, far ahead of the curve in their use of communication technologies, as gifted upon them, under orders from Michael Aquino, by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, through the malign grace of the late Michael Aquino himself, so that they could trade in child porn without any observation from federal law enforcement agencies, and thus enable the white power movement pioneered some of the early internet social network connection that we see now as early as 1983, 84, with a series of computer message boards that were password protected and not decrypted by the FBI for several generations. It was called LibertyNet, and it was founded in 1983 for libertarians. 83, 84. LibertyNet was a series of computer message boards that put forward everything from common ideologies of the movement to personal ads to connect activists with one another and romantic and other kinds of social relationships to hit lists of targets for the movement violence. The movement matched that kind of activist with distribution of funds to buy computers. So there was a targeted effort to distribute the movement's resources around the country so that everyone could get onto these early message boards. When, in 1984, the aforecited Grand Dragon of the Texas Knights of the KKK, who led campaigns against the Vietnamese refugee fishing communities, former U.S. Army helicopter door gunner Louis Ray Beam Jr., set up LibertyNet as a secure online message board for white power activists, it cannot be overemphasized that it represented one of the very first instances of computers being used for social movement organizing. And the white power model of propaganda and image management, which mobilizes and coordinates violent terrorism while also coyly disavowing all responsibility for acts of lone wolf violence, is as much 2015 Charleston or 2017 Charlottesville as it was Oklahoma City in 1995. You see, the white power movement and paramilitary America has changed during the Obama and Trump administrations. With the death of Michael Aquino, there's been a de-evolution. One of the things that has happened just in the last few years, ever since Aquino died, is that this has moved from being a niche story about political extremism to a movement that has become really important to how we see the mainstream. Many people thought that they were living through a real progress moment of American history. And we had this idea, even as historians, of a post-racial moment, or a colorblind moment, or a multicultural moment. And what his story shows us is where overt racism went during the time that we thought of as peaceful and race neutral. And that instead we were looking at this submerging and resurging story. The sea change with the death of Aquino. You see, the history from 1979 to 1995, that year of the Oklahoma City bombing, demonstrates that there were several attempts to understand and stop white power activism. There were major trials. People were calling attention to this gathering threat, trying to organize and counter-protest. But despite all these efforts, all those efforts, there wasn't a decisive stop to the violence. There wasn't really a decisive stop to the organized movement either. Thusly, history shows us that this is a movement with flexible ideologies that is capable of going underground when there is pressure and then reemerging when there is not. It would take a real change in how people think about and write about and confront this kind of activism for there to be anything like an endpoint. You would have to accept my narrative of the cult of the kings of Edom. Because white extremism is now the mainstream. This happened with the death of Aquino. His movement went cosmic, open, public. Understandably, a lot of people experienced the Trump administration as a sort of cataclysmic change from what came as before. But it's important to remember that what seems new is not necessarily new. A lot of people expressed shock at the confrontation in Charlottesville circa 2017. But that was similar to my aforecited Greensboro shooting, and to many other episodes that just aren't known to the public. The real question is, why are we still astonished by this at all? What has happened between 1979 and Charlottesville that made us think this is new or any different? One of the reasons I need to educate the public on the history of this movement is so that we can see it as a coherent, coordinated movement with deep roots and not as the scattered actions of a bunch of lone actors. Ergo, the relationship between Trump cultists, who are not white power types, but who were nonetheless at the Capitol alongside people who self-identify as such, bears analysis. What the relationship is between the people who were there simply to protest and exercise their First Amendment rights and the people who were there to cause violence is going to be a matter of very, very critical work over the next few years. That interchange between fringe and mainstream is something that is not very well understood, and it's something that will be really important to what happens next. During the chaos of the Capitol on January 6th, it was impossible to miss the flags and symbols. Taken together, they allowed for a kind of brisk vexillology, the science of flags, of the American right. There were the Trump 2020 flags, of course, and, as has been widely noted, one rioter brandished a Confederate States flag in the Capitol building itself, a historical first. Some people waved thin blue line flags, meant to express support for the police and people who worked in law enforcement, even as they squared off with police officers and killed them and looted their bodies. But there were symbols and signs that branded many of the rioters as part of more fringe cohorts. The orange hats of the Western chauvinist Proud Boys, the banner of the 3%er movement, a far-right militia group that sprouted up in response to Barack Obama's presidency, the Kek flag, popular among alt-right types on sites like 4chan and meant to invoke, rather mock, the Nazi war flag, a broken elder sign, no ward against the anti-gods. When broken like that, like the peace sign, nothing but a broken and inverted crucifix. Then there was the Gadsden flag, that serpent, do not tread on me, which has been repurposed by a slew of different neo-Nazi and militia groups. The most conservative, credible estimates has officially acknowledged evidence that white power mobilized some 25,000 hardcore supporters in the 1980s, with 150,000, nay, 175,000 people buying its literature, donating to white power groups, and attending events. Likewise, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands participated in militias in the 1990s. The John Birch Society, in pointed contrast, reached 100,000 members at its 1965 peak, the year before I was born. If you think about membership in the white power movement, it's helpful to think about a set of concentric circles. In the center are people who are violent, radical actors, and people whose lives are entirely contained within this movement. Those are the people who indoctrinate their children at home using curricula written by white power activists. They go to white power churches. They marry other people in the movement. They have extended family and marital relationships within the movement, etc. And then outside of that is a bigger circle of people who are still very active but less politicized. So those are people who might go to a Klan rally or regularly read Klan newspapers and who make financial contributions. Outside of that is a more diffuse circle of people who don't themselves give money and might not go to a rally, but who regularly consume ideas and materials. And that circle, it is certain, is even more populous because it's very easy to consume this content online now without being directly tied into the movement. And then outside of that is the circle that we really have to pay attention to, where somebody might not read something that's marked as a conspiracy theory or content brought to you by your local Ku Klux Klan chapter, but they might agree with some of the ideas that are in those texts, especially if those texts are not presented in a straightforward way, or if they come as to them through family relationships or social relationships. Just think about Facebook forwards, or things people say in a group chat, or things that are circulating sans any citation or facts. That outer circle is really the most important because these ideas then very easily move into the mainstream, and those people in that outer circle can immediately thereby be located and pulled toward that radical center of action, where they'll ultimately be deployed as assets. Now, I'm happy to say my numbers have gone up with the monologue very well, and I appreciate that profoundly. I need your help. I need $100, $200 really to be safe before the end of the month. Donating half $100 will help immensely. Please make certain to donate into my PayPal account as displayed on screen, Douglas D. Dietrich. I had to empty that to make certain that Our Lady Brooke Gibson would not withdraw what she had contributed. So sad about her. And anybody who knows me knows I didn't want it to be that way. I'm going to try and reach out for somebody to give myself a break for a few minutes. Let's see if I can bring on the Real Tech Geek, who's the only person I know who might be awake at this time. He's probably not. Probably won't get anything. Or at least it's ringing. There we are, good sir. Thank you so much for trying to communicate with myself earlier. I'm sorry, I just had to get into monologue or I'd never get started. I'm hoping you can break me for a few minutes. Is that possible?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Great. So if you take over for a few minutes, I'll be back as soon as possible. The stage is yours. Can you handle that, or do you want to take a few minutes to get yourself together?
Yeah, I can handle it.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm going to go mute then, and the stage is yours, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. I hope your evening was eventful. So, we have a lot of people listening right now. It says 29 are listening in the chat. Not bad at all. Douglas was talking about, this is quite interesting about the victimization and, in many ways, say, encroachment of veterans. And it's true. I mean, it can be true, but I actually want to talk about pop culture because I was just thinking about it. And I'm just sitting here editing my pictures from the events. My account is Real Tech Geek Photo, so on Instagram. So if you want to see some of those things on my stories and stuff. But Jason David Frank, I woke up and I saw the news about that. Just surfing Instagram, and well, he committed suicide, and this is now a second time in a month that we've lost someone, a influential, and I understand, and I'm pretty sure that many of you people that listen to Douglas' show grew up in the 90s listening and watching Kevin Conroy, who died from cancer, and now Jason Different Frank, that was the Green Ranger and the White Ranger for the Power Rangers, and apparently it was suicide, like I just was said, and it's just, I didn't know that Kevin Conroy had cancer. He was sick for years, and I didn't even know that he was a homosexual. I didn't know at all. Not at all. But it's just growing up with that, and I didn't watch the Batman anime series as much as a kid. I was too young. I grew up more with watching, which I know plenty of you, at least somebody has to watch, of course. Grew up watching Batman Beyond, and I love heavy metal. I love the vibe of Batman Beyond. I love the futurism Batman Beyond. I love it. And of course, Kevin Conroy voices an older Bruce Wayne. But since he has passed away, I have started to rewatch all the episodes of Batman the Anime Series. I did watch a lot of it when it came on to Blu-ray, and I kind of stopped. But I did watch it all before once. There's DVD copies. on DVD, but it's it's Emergency Awesome said that it is the greatest TV shows of all time, and yes, I understand it's animation, but American animation, Japanese animation, it really has broken the fourth wall. It really has. But
Wow. What are we talking about?
I'm talking about these celebrities that are just dying off like really crazy now.
Wow. What's that got to do with the animation? What happened? Oh, Green Power Ranger? Was it the Green Power Ranger killing himself?
Yeah, I'm really sad about that. So.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, the first movie I ever watched in a theater was the Power Rangers. Oh. So it's when I was a kid.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. By the way, I'm very sad about what happened with Brooke. I don't see how I could have handled it any other way. She, of course, has blocked me on Facebook. She did request that I had earlier. She had earlier requested that I had timestamped what I said about Alcoholics Anonymous. I will give you that timestamped link later, and hopefully you can get it to her. As for I take it after I drop the call, so I could go on with the stream. I take it that Mark and yourself and her continued speaking for a while longer. Was that the case?
I was trying to speak, but she just wasn't saying anything.
Wasn't saying anything.
I don't know. She was typing something and said she was typing.
Oh, she was typing to me, likely. But go on. Yes.
And I was talking for a while. I waited maybe like 5 minutes actually. I waited, and I just hung up.
Okay.
I thought you just ghosted everybody and just bounced. I really thought. Yeah. I mean, and I wouldn't blame you. Okay. Happened to go through an ordeal like that. I don't know. I would have done the same thing myself. I mean, I'm. It's something I probably would have considered doing because it's just too much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
I wasn't too fond of her at first, but I like her. I like her a lot.
I mean,
I do.
I don't want to certainly disparage her in terms of a campaign against her, but I think she did that herself. It's kind of like, oh my God.
Well, she definitely was swimming with the bottle. So,
Is that what you feel was going on? That she was altered?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, is there any coming back from that though? From what she's done on it, then I mean, certainly. Well, if you're able to give her that that time-stamped episode link that I'll send to you in
sure.
private messages. Let me see now.
Sure.
Okay, are you on private messages on Facebook? Or I forget. Are you?
I am.
Under Real Tech Geek, or you privately, I'll try and remember.
No.
I know you don't want to use. Okay. So you'll have to tell me privately. Maybe you could send me whatever name you're under here. Are we friends on Facebook?
I did message. I don't know. I did message you once.
Okay, that's right. You did once, but I don't recall. We could do this over the. We can send me in the text here on Skype or you can send me a message on Facebook. Do me that. Send me a message on Facebook, which I'll give you my Facebook link. Facebook link.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you. Send me your Facebook link. It'd be a lot easier for me.
Okay, so let's give that to you here. So give me a second here, and I'll get that up for you. Here we are, and here we are. Go back to the call. And, okay, make certain that we open the text box, just so people understand. It's, right now, here we are. So, don't ignore what it says. Yeah, ignore what that says about you're temporarily blocked, and you should be able to, send me a message there, and then I can send the text to you later. The, timestamped link, and hopefully you can get that to her. And if you get that to her, tell her she's welcome to reestablish communications, that, I'm not seeking, it's no point in saying I'm not seeking any apology. She would take that as an insult. But there's a true defensiveness about her in that regard. The whole idea, like, when I said good riddance, for instance, it's like you were trying to tell her, was it you or Mark trying to say, oh, he's kidding. This, for somebody who could dish out joke after joke, oh, like Douglas is a piece of shit, it's a terror, she surely can't handle it. I mean, it's like...
yeah, you were kind of, I said that, yeah, you were kind of just kidding around about it, though. You weren't really necessarily, like, I mean, from what I was
and I wasn't. I mean, as you can understand, there was a real
being sarcastic.
Yeah, there was a real
but somebody that just jokes around all the time. I mean, you can't. You're right. Yeah. And take a fucking joke.
Yeah. Thank you. It's how would I say it? It's just it just is what it was. It's sad. And it's why can't I just have someone who's like supportive? It's not like I'm saying they don't need to question what I'm saying or mention times where they disagree or something like that. But obviously,
yeah, I'm supportive of you and everything, and I question the World War II stuff. But I'm very open minded about it, and a lot of history is pulled under the rug. It really is, and a lot of things I've learned from you that no one ever talks about it. Yeah. And some of the stuff. Some of the stuff with you is a prophetic dream. It takes a while for it to really kick in. For it to really to come out there. Like to think about the Russian. Joseph Stalin making a monkey man army.
Yes.
Like I just randomly found out about that another time. Took about a year or two afterwards, but it's. I'm open-minded about it.
Thank you.
But definitely, like I said before, hell no, I do not believe the Russians beat the Germans. No, hell no. Hell no.
Thank you. Yeah, very important.
Never.
Never. And certainly with let's see now what I can try and.
But I don't know, man. I would have flipped down on her a long time ago.
Thank you. Yes.
No, really. I was, and I was warning, and then in many ways, I was gently trying to warn her that before you hung up and switched the call, that you're pushing too much with him. I don't know what you're doing, but a person can only take so much before they just blow up on you. Yeah. You really want that?
Yes.
I would just blow him. I would just tell her to shut the fuck up a long time ago and hung up and block. I mean, I don't have time for foolishness like that too much. I mean, over time, and especially constantly with the insulting, I can't. I went through enough of that.
It was a bit extreme, yeah.
Yeah, of course it was. I mean, I don't mind being roasted and fucking joking around and stuff. I used to get really mad about that, but. Yeah, it can. Yeah,
it definitely. How would I say it? It's just. It was one of those cases where I guess I could say in her case, you give an inch and she takes a mile. There was that element, as well, and it was just again just sad and then so I'm hoping that if she was on something that she comes down and maybe is willing to reconcile at some point, but I'm not going to bank on it.
Yeah, maybe she's just on something.
Yeah, I mean, we can hope.
Some lines.
Yeah,
maybe do some lines.
Yeah, I doubt it was that because I think that's pretty expensive. I mean, she does have the kids and the dogs. I don't think she's got. I mean, that would be the coke would be heavy. I mean, that would be that. I mean, that's
Ewigkeitsszonntag.
Yeah. Ewigkeitsszonntag. What is that? Oh, right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, for a little amount of powder.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying English, but it's very expensive.
Yeah. And
a dime bag. So.
Yeah. And so in terms of Okay. I guess what I can do is try and go back to monologue in a few minutes, but so you can talk a little bit more if you wish. I mean, God knows. I mean, yeah. One thing I would say, she doesn't give anyone any chance to talk. It's just
No. Well, yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you.
No worries. Go on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, nothing would compare to her. What are you sorry about? That's nothing. It's like when you said, "I'm sorry for these stresses." You're not the one who caused them. You said that in the chat, and that's appreciated. But oh my God, it was no fault of yours. Yeah, you said, "Well, I'm very sorry for the unwanted stress," and it's like, oh my God, well, no fault of yours. And so, yeah. So apparently, what about Mark? How
I don't know. He just disappeared. I don't know. The guy's very
mercurial.
Yes.
Yeah, the term is like a will-o'-the-wisp. Yes. So
mercurial. Okay.
Essentially, when I shut down the call, she was still on, you were on, but she kept typing, was not paying attention to you, and then you just kind of hung up, and Mark had apparently hung up pretty much when I hung up the call. Poor fellow. And as for then when she said, "I'm trying to block you," and then I read that out loud, and Ian West took that as my talking to himself.
Yeah.
You noticed that? Oh, you saw that?
Yeah, of course I saw that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that guy just pops up sometimes. This is
That's cute almost. It's like
yeah.
And
yeah.
So that being
I was trying to talk about camera equipment in the space, and she was trying to interrupt me also, and I wasn't going to allow it. I'm trying to talk about something that I'm an expertise in, that you're asking me about. I was not going to allow it, so I was very stern about letting me talk.
Yeah. And of course,
then she's trying to dominate. I'm sorry.
Go on. No. Yeah, by all means, please.
Yeah, then she's trying to dominate. Just Mark and I just having a small talk about coffee, and she wants to dominate the conversation about something like just it's about coffee. It's very, very asinine.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's just sad. Oh my God.
I don't know. It's a problem. It's a problem with. I had a problem with my girlfriend the same way. It's ex-girlfriend. It was an ordeal just sitting down trying to watch a movie or a TV show in her apartment. She just wouldn't stop talking. All the time, maybe in the movie theater, didn't want to talk much, but
so. Yeah, there you go, and it's so sad, and it just is what it is, and we'll see what happens. But we'll move forward without any plans concerning. There's no plans to be made really concerning her. It's all up to her whether she wants to reestablish contact or not. But it's just
no. I hope so. I hope she calms down. She's out of it, and we can talk again and stuff because I do like her a lot, and I've talked to her on my own. And, I let her have the floor and. Ramble on and talk for like 10, 15 minutes. I don't mind. I don't mind listening to somebody's.
I understand that she once really vented with you, just kind of like let loose because she was thus needed to. So I appreciate the fact that you allowed her to do that. And she does do that with people, and it is kind of obviously we all give her leeway because she's female, and we try to be sympathetic. Of course, that is kind of exploitive in its own way. There is kind of like an addictive exploitation there that she takes to an extreme. So, but all that being said,
yes, and she's very good at definitely very good at making you forget what you're saying.
It's almost like she was assigned to do that, and and she said, "I'll make sure that we follow up on it," and then she doesn't do that. I don't count on her to do that. But oh my God, let's see what time we have left. Okay, so we got about an hour and a half left. T-Tank Berry says, "Support Douglas Duane Dietrich. These things too shall pass." Thank you, T-Tank. Definitely appreciate it. Love you dearly, dear brother. Wonderful human being. definitely appreciate the fact that you were awake. And so you were saying the other day you paid for the price for being awake so late when you went to see your doctor the next day, and did a physical. I mean, oh my God, if I'd known you'd been scheduled for an appointment, I would have insisted that you had gone off to bed. But so the next day, were you able to, I mean, how did it impact you?
Oh, I was dizzy and stuff a lot.
Jesus. Oh.
And I was carrying a bunch of camera equipment with me, and I had to, it wasn't simple as just going directly to the convention, because they were not doing any will call, like pick up a badge. Because last year, people were waiting in a line more than an hour with that. I mean, there was still a line, but it wasn't so bad. So I had to go there first, and then I have an ordeal with my Uber and Lyft. It's not working for some reason. I had to get a car or walk there, or it was a lot for me. And I just wasn't. I didn't stay too long. I just couldn't do it. Just went home.
Oh my God! Was this at the Comic-Con conference or whatever?
It was. It's called Anime NYC.
Okay, and this is what you got the COVID test for, so you could attend.
Yes.
Oh my God!
And
why didn't you let me know? I would have insisted you had gone off to bed. And what are you doing up so late tonight, for instance? Why are you up so late tonight?
I was just editing pictures.
Okay.
And looking at the stock market and stuff.
Okay.
Mostly just editing.
Yeah.
I'm getting tired. I'm going to go to sleep soon.
Okay, good. You did that.
And, not yet. My wife is not here, but soon enough I will.
Okay.
So what else were you talking about?
Well, that was the most important thing to cover between yourself and myself. The most immediate thing for me was to cover what exactly happened with three of you when I dropped the call, when I essentially hung it up, and apparently the three of you were still left on the call, and that was kind of odd. But when it comes to what I was talking about earlier, I was talking about the Vietnam War and how it basically was the foundation for the white power movement as we understand it today. So it is something that obviously is intimately connected with Satanism and expansion in the military with the Vietnam War. All of this, ultimately, the big connecting factor was Michael Aquino, who pretty much gamed the world. And I explained that in depth tonight. It will be time-stamped, so you can review that at your leisure. Of course, I would recommend it. So I'll talk a bit now probably about how service in the final hour kind of changed where we're at. I mean, let's take a look at this. There was, when I started off in conferences over at the UFO field, when I was involved with Brian William Hall and the man who trademarked his name, and Lorien N. Fenton and all these people with these crazy conferences that had very few people. Well, there certainly was, a number in the beginning. And then, of course, I couldn't take advantage of it because I had people actively operating to make certain I had nothing to sell, as I related with Peter the other day. And he, couldn't get it at first. He finally had to be made to get it when I was, telling him. He asked, what was it like at your first conference? Did people respond well to that speech, the Satan's Crusaders? And, of course, I'm trying to tell him how popular it was. We had 210 days, and I am trying to tell him I could have made money to help support myself, but the asshole, Olaf Phillips, who said he was going to reproduce the DVDs, produced none of them, of course, and so I was unable to sell to anybody. And then the 200 people wanted the DVD, and none of them were able to buy any. So it was I was left in poverty. This is the kind of sabotage that he was assigned to produce. It's
what year was that?
Oh God, it was 2011, 2012, that period of time. And,
you just gotta have another one and have it recorded and put on DVD.
Sure, we'll do that sometime, maybe soon or something. But right, when I was
I
bringing that
mean,
up, as I was trying to
that's
tell
yeah.
Peter, because he asked, how popular was it? I was trying to tell him, well, 200 people wanted to buy the DVD, and I couldn't give them anything, and he's trying to say, oh, I don't want to hear about that, because I'm bringing up the Olaf Phillips thing, and he's like, oh, he thinks I'm like diverging. Or like, tripping. He thinks I'm tripping off something that has nothing to do with this question. And I had to force him to understand, no, this has directly to do with answering your question. 200 people want the DVD and none of them could purchase it. Shows you how popular it was, right? You know what I mean? Then he finally gets it, okay? And then it's like, but anyhow, the issue with the constant sabotage, we want to give her the benefit of the doubt, but it's
Yes.
easy to understand that with Brooke Gibson, you can understand why it's just very suspect what she does. A lot of things. It's just it's almost unnatural that since the point is, for instance, I called her in the morning and I spoke with her for an hour or so. And, because you can't help but speak with her for an hour. When you call her, this for a fact, you can't get away. Because, she'll take it and she'll run with it, right? That's what she does. So I called her and just letting her know that Peter would not be with us tonight, that I was going to call her. And, this could have just gone so smoothly. I mean, she had, for the first time, forever to talk, right? She had forever. We had the whole show. And then and then she turned it into this confrontational showdown. It was like, so, it's hard not to believe that that's programming. It's like there's no sane reason for what she did. So that's sad, and it's just tragic, but we'll find out and see if she wants to.
Yeah, she always was very just confrontational about having Peter always on the show and everything.
Yeah. And then here she had it to herself. And apparently Peter and her were copacetic. They had a talk. I was very glad about that. And then it comes down to her confrontations with myself. It's just, and then by the time it got to George is here for 10 minutes, and she's just not letting George talk, right? She keeps intervening, and then I keep saying, well, let George talk. And of course she keeps saying, oh, that's because you're gay and you have this crush on him. And it's just, it goes on and it's like, okay, great. It's like you hear it once, it's funny. How many times can that go on, right? It's like there's only so much you can juice that. So much juice you can get out of that, right? And then then it became, when she just says, I'll go now, and I think I have a right at that point to say, oh, good riddance, yes, but no, oh well, there you go, it is what it is. So but when I was
and then
go on.
Oh yeah, and then it was interesting her saying about like one of the girls that took pictures of was homely. A
little jealousy there. A little jealousy there, perhaps.
Maybe, but I think she's talking about the one that was in Tomb Raider.
Okay.
With the gun.
Okay.
She's 16 years old. So
yeah, there you go.
She's not fully adult yet.
Yes, she's
not matured. So
yes.
And a lot of she's very talented in her cosplay and her makeup and everything, and she has been posting a lot of pictures of different photographers from New York Comic Con, and it was fantastic. But the thing is with people with the costumes is that she makes everything. She's like a lot of these people make their own costumes.
Yes,
like they spend like 50 hours, 500 hours.
Oh yeah,
they spend months making this.
Yeah,
it's just to go for some of them. Some of them are not like a they constantly going to the conventions. Some just like will go once a year. I know a lot of people like that, and they will spend like 500,000 hours. I mean, I'm over exaggerating, but making that for the whole year of like Dragon Con or San Diego Comic Con. So I understand that maybe the person is homely and they don't look the greatest and all, but you're not understanding about the dedication, what they do with their costumes.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah. No.
So
I mean,
I'm not offended. I'm not offended at all. You know, who I choose to photograph is my choice. You know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy my ticket. You know, I'm the one going there. I'm the one with my camera equipment. You know, but you know, it's just nobody has an artistic eye, and it's understandable.
Yeah.
And you should judge my pictures just by a couple pictures, you know. And like I was saying that I have I got tens of thousands of pictures.
Yeah.
You know, and I have old work, I have new work, and and I can compare and contrast to what the old stuff was good or bad, and the focus and the understanding. You know, it's a lot. It's a lot when it comes to learning focus, camera focus, and settings, and it takes a lot of time. And I'm not offended what you said, and none at all. But it's a situation of you're not going to know about these type of things unless you're in the shoes of that person.
Yeah.
So.
Well, definitely. All I can say is, unfortunately, she chose to make herself another stress factor, and I just don't need that. Honestly, again, at one of those original conferences, and this was before the gang stalkers went into full force and started attacking every aspect of me, trying to claim everything I'm saying is a lie. And that, of course, is to protect the biggest lie of all, that America won World War II, which you say you're skeptical about, but you have the book, right? You certainly have the book, The Roswell Deception. Do you not?
Oh, I don't have the book.
Book. I would recommend you read it, and then we can see what you say after that. But in terms of...
okay.
Yeah, when I was just selling some DVDs or had some other stuff that I was just even autographing T-shirts at the People Love My Signature when it was at one of these conferences, I was approached by a military couple. Of course, these days, probably military people wouldn't want to be caught dead being seen next to me, because they probably buy into all that disinformation, and which is the purpose of all that propaganda. But no great loss. The source of most of our problems in this world, under this system in which they've been indoctrinated to serve basically a standing satanic army. But anyhow, one of them, they were approaching my signing table as this young couple. There was this guy standing straight and tall in army fatigues. He was with what I presume to be his wife. And she was holding a baby in one arm and hauling a toddler with the other. And they both looked to be about 2 years out of high school. And she started to cry. And when I asked her what was wrong, she said, "My husband is shipping out again tomorrow." And I turned to him and said, "Wow, your second tour?" And he replied, "No, sir, my 7th. I mean, that's when my heart really, really just churned in my stomach. I mean, this is not a republic. This is an empire. These are like legionnaires, like the Roman legions, who just were sent to other countries and they served there till they died in some cases. This is what we were dealing with. Again, this was around 2012, 2013. So it's in that context I'll try and explain to people in this final hour how the draft reshaped America. Now understand, I try to tell people I'm pro-draft. Of course, this draft that we had at the time wasn't handled right. It was something that hit the underprivileged as opposed to those in power. And any draft should be universal so that it doesn't do that. And I've tried to put that into perspective too. But it's up to you. If you want to hang out and talk, interject. If you wish to interject anytime you wish, go ahead.
Okay.
Let's go through the final hour. I'll just try and...
Okay.
Yeah.
I did want to say that, you're right, that they are like legionnaires. Yeah. And it definitely is an empire. See, England... from what I know of, with saying that they were an empire in many ways. Like it hurt the public image. So maybe that's why they don't do that. But so when I was in LA, I had a driver that was a Navy policeman or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he also was doing the other, I guess, Black Ops stuff. He was kind of going in and out, kind of saying that. And but he did say that he did a lot of things that he didn't sign up for, and he wanted to get out as quick as possible because of that. Such as, of course, patrolling around Somalia and things, with the coastal pirates.
Mm-hmm.
And I did ask him, did you go to Djibouti?
Mm-hmm.
And he said that if he didn't have some type of injury or something,
mm-hmm.
It was like some type of grenade injury.
Mm-hmm.
He would have ended up there, and it would have been a lot worse for him, actually, psychologically. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want to go too much into it because he was driving us
mm-hmm.
to Laguna Beach, and I didn't have an accident, so.
Good point. Yeah.
And another thing too, he is 7th generation Mexican American.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Very interesting.
And by the way, just I can't resist this now that we brought now that I happen to think about it. When it comes to Brooke Gibson, what made tonight so ironic? Well, people can take a look at my photograph that's embedded in thumbnail of live stream tonight. Obviously, I look exhausted. It's meant to convey that. It was Germany's Day of the Dead today, so I should emphasize that bit of history so that people understand what that's about. So it's known as Totensonntag, the Sunday of the Dead, and it's a Protestant religious holiday in Germany and Switzerland, commemorating the faithfully departed. It was yesterday, really, by now. And the Protestant Holy-Day of Totensonntag, sometimes referred to as Ewigkeitsszonntag, or Ewigkeitsszonntag, with that very strong S, Eternity Sunday. It marks the last Sunday of the year according to the Liturgical Calendar, and it's also an important day of the year for remembering the dead and honoring departed family members. So there was a bit of, shall we say, communion with the dead that was ongoing yesterday. Again, it's the last Sunday of the church year, the Sunday before Advent. And in 1816, Totensonntag became a regional religious holiday in the German kingdom of Prussia. And that year, the king of Prussia demanded a Lutheran holiday for honoring the dead. King Friedrich Wilhelm III originally wanted an occasion to remember the soldiers lost in the War of Liberation, which was fought in 1813. And the king also wanted an annual day when he could mourn his late wife, the Queen of Prussia, who died in 1810. And generally, Lutheran churches across the rest of Germany began to observe this holiday, and it became effectively national. These days it's more cultural, honoring the dead, and everyone is theoretically doing that in Das Vaterland, the fatherland. But as it is, when it comes to today, it was, gray is the color of Germany, the national color, and I was appearing in gray. The photographs are grayed out for a reason. So both the promotional banner and otherwise the image embedded in thumbnail of live stream have that gray affect. And I was already feeling that malaise I talked about with that chronic common cold that I've been suffering the past several days, where it's just been kind of like not impacting me in any particular way other than the fact that you're not 100%. And, so I already showed up exhausted. Then the whole thing fucked up with the Skype not kicking in. And then she took it. Then she took it down from there. It was like predictive. talk about a dream like prophetic, kind of, yeah, I was entering exhausted and just kind of, and she took it to like a different level of exhaustion.
Yeah,
Interesting.
well, like the other thing with you and John Warrington and his brother, I got to choose one to have sex with, like.
Oh, right.
About?
No, that was. What did you make of that? How did you understand that? What did you make of that?
I thought you were just joking around, but I don't know why she was going so much into, just so much into hardcore of that. The emphasis, it's like my mother, thinking that every man is gay now.
Interesting.
Calling me, she called me a faggot. The dude that's married and got a chick on the side. Yeah, call me a faggot in my own home, man.
I'm so sorry. That's awful.
Yeah, well, that's why I got rid of her.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I never ever come back.
Oh my God, I understand. I mean, I understand. It's just, look, I understand that you were concerned, that you were trying your best. I mean, honest to God, it's kind of like, well, we had that going on here with Brooke. I mean, look at her. She's calling me on my own show. She's calling me gay and everything else, which obviously I'm not taking offense against because that just looks defensive. There's no point, but, it's like, how many times is that joke going to, emerge? It's, but it's like, oh my God, it is what it is. Look,
yeah.
God, that's sad. Jesus. So everybody pray that she comes to her senses and hopefully there's some kind of, rapprochement, but we can't bank on anything like that. It's just been really hard. I mean, there's no need for her to make life even harder. Life is hard enough, and yet all of these women that you'll notice that I am involved with outside of escorts, they're all determined to make life as much harder as possible, as much as they possibly can. It's not a good track record, and it's just so fucking sad. There's no purpose for any of it. There's no need for it. It's and these are the ones who, like everything I said about Judith Ager, I never said she was assigned. She was never an assigned asset. Just the
one in Hawaii, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
What happened with her?
What do you remember?
I don't remember much.
Okay. It was she kept quote unquote trying to get in serious with me, then trying to sever, and during the period of time that she had severed, I had slept with Lena Shea, which she then retroactively rationalized means I betrayed her, which, I mean, the woman's married, for God's sake. I betrayed a married woman is how she's rationalizing it, and then just use that as an excuse. This is the part that our dear Brooke wanted timestamped, where I said, look, you get these people in AA like she was, and they get addicted to self denial. And so she became kind of like interested in me and found myself refreshing, and therefore if I'm giving her any pleasure, then she has to deny herself of it because it must be addictive and therefore unhealthy. So it's like, you can't win. And she always wanted to hear the most outlandish things about Lena, who had an extraordinarily active sex life, was very sex addicted. I made the mistake of just relaying it to her because I was letting her know, well, obviously if she's having so much sex with so many other people, I'm not involved with her. It wasn't like I was morally judging Lena Shea at all, but obviously I wouldn't have a steady relationship with a woman who was that sexually active with so many other people. I would hope that would be obvious, but Judith kept wanting to hear about it, and it kept laying the blame at my feet, like like somehow I'm driving this woman to have all that sex, or something. It just didn't make any sense. And again, it was a case where they started off as friends, and then turned into mortal blood enemies, and then but then in the end, they all have this thing where they all unite against myself. This is the, crazy part about all these types. Judith Ager got together with V, and they could both claim that to each other that, oh, did you sleep with him? No. No, did you? No. And they're both lying through the teeth. And, I cross-referenced with both of them and found out with both of them, they both said this to each other. And I'm like, Why? Because that makes you somehow seem lower, or somehow that you degraded yourself. It's like, I don't care because it's so stupid, but it's like, obviously they both slept with me, or they wouldn't get together so they could both claim to each other that they didn't sleep with me, because I'm the only common factor between them. You get my point? That's the stupidity.
Yes.
It's like, Jesus Christ. But there's something just seriously wrong with all these people. So there we go with that. At any rate, so
That's a lot, yeah.
yeah, and I know you've been through similar things in the past. You get what I'm talking about. It's just,
Oh, yeah.
honestly, look, I'm never going to be a misogynist because I've been mistaken for a woman too many times and suffered accordingly. But everything from people pinching my ass to one guy who really cut loose with a punch to the face. That I killed him, but that's not the point. He did that because he thought I was a female and he could get away with it. But when it comes to the shit that it's a miracle I don't become misogynist with these experiences I've had. I mean, with Judith, her last episode, which let's take a look at live stream here. We could actually find that last episode probably quite easily. Let me see if I can, I don't know if you're near the computer or if your cell phone can see it if I share a screen. I presume it can, yeah.
Yeah, on my phone.
Yeah, okay, so let's take a look at this. I want to, don't want to lose that. Let me see, whenever I turn on YouTube, there's always something that attracts me in terms of something I might want to watch later. Okay, let's see now. Let's try and...
Yeah, it's a lot of, I think it's like 100,000 hours is posted 1 minute every day. I mean, every minute on YouTube, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that's pretty impressive. Okay, so let me go over to the channel, go over to live, and should be able to find it. So let me go share screen, and here we are. Start sharing. Okay, so you can see the cursor moving around your icon here. And for anybody who ever wants to hear this, it was the last time she appeared on my show. Judith Agert basically told me, and this was not the last time I brought up her face and mine together, and just as a point of, it was her birthday or something, I think it was. And I brought that up there. There was... but it was like, let's see now, if we keep going down, we'll find it, because it was an episode that Lena Shea changed the illustration on because she had the pass, into my channel. It's amazing what I do. I give people these, woman, I'm always seeking adult supervision. Trying to give some woman, I'm trying to always arrange for a chick takeover. I just want a chick takeover so I can pay attention to other things in life, and I can have a chick help me manage other things in life that I don't normally manage very well. That's why. And so I wind up giving these ladies passwords to my account and everything, and then they abuse it and they do stupid things. And they, in Lena Shea's case, she went in and changed the illustration from when Lena Shea was on. So I think this is the episode. So we're talking about March 22nd, 2020, for those who want to know, 2 years ago. And
beginning the pandemic in America.
Yeah, social distancing, Douglas Dietrich, Judith Agert. And so, again, it's one of those shows cut in half by the constant attacks on the channel. This one, Judith Agert was certain that we were thrown off by Lena Shea, that Lena Shea went in there and cut the transmission, which may well have happened. I mean, the more I found out about that cunt, the more it made sense. So in this episode, she directly threatens me on air and tells me that, my son will cut you to pieces with his machete. Her son is like this kind of real back to nature type who like lives in the forests of Hawaii on Kauai Island. And she said, he'll chop you to pieces with his machete and bury you in the taro root yard where no one can find the remains.
Just empty empty threats.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like I found it even offensive. It's just like, I have nothing against her son. I've got nothing. It's just the point that I'm making is that Peter Moon was quite right in saying that my envelope of tolerance is just too wide. See, that's the point with also
Yes.
when it comes to Brooke Gibson. It's just my envelope of tolerance is anyone who listened to just tonight alone knows my envelope of tolerance is just too wide. I just take what she says and I'm not saying anything really back. I'm not protesting. And then she gets totally offended and creates an ultimatum on good riddance. I mean, it's insane.
She was offended about something else too, which I don't know. I didn't listen to the Sunday show. I mean, Wednesday show. I was really busy this week, so I don't know what happened or why she was screaming or having a meltdown or something. I don't know.
Was she? Was that like against me? She does that so often. I can't remember.
I don't know. I don't know. She was just mentioning that. I don't know. I have to go back to listen to it.
Okay. Yeah. But in this case.
In this case of I have a high tolerance too, and I always try to respect for people. But in this case, when if somebody started calling me a faggot on my show, oh no, you gotta
go. Thank you. I mean, and by the way, this has nothing to do with defensiveness or like it's just come on, a name calling is name calling. Now that's not what she was doing. She wasn't, Brooke wasn't calling me faggot.
No, but she's being very, very repulsive.
Thank you. It just gets, after a while, it starts off like
monotonous.
She pushes limits and then she just keeps going. So for those who want to hear the last time that Judith Ager was on with me, but she's threatening me with her son's going to chop me apart with a machete, I'm just saying, yes, I love you. I mean, basically saying I love you on air and all this stuff. And then it's like, it's really just, my tolerance is just too high. I have too much of a tolerance for outrageous behavior. Well, that's why we tolerated Jameson Reese for far too long, right? It's just...
was he on for 2 years? I don't remember.
It feels like 2 years. It felt like 2 years. It was about maybe a year and a half at the most, but it felt like 100. And yeah. It's just and everyone, their behavior was at one point or another just too outrageous. But by that I mean the other weirdos who were affiliated with him. So
Dominic Shake,
and the other idiot Daniel Arola,
and the black dude that is a Muslim.
Oh God, not Derek Talley. You're thinking of Abdul Kadim Haq from really long time ago.
Well, I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you for a very long time, a decade. So
and they're also chicken shit. With Abdul Kadim Haq, he had originally told me he felt that a factor in his parents' death was that they drank so much Faygo. By the way, have you ever even heard of that shit?
Yeah.
God, you're kidding. When he said that, I was saying, what the hell is Faygo? I never even heard of this shit. What the hell is Faygo? For those of you...
It's a Spanish drink.
No,
it's mostly...
you're thinking of
something like that.
Yeah, you're thinking of something else. There may be an alcoholic drink named Faygo or some kind of Spanish drink but no, the Faygo I'm thinking of, then you haven't heard of. Again, this requires a little bit of a screen share here. So let's do that.
Okay.
Screen share again. And, okay. Why isn't it working? Here we are. Good. Okay. So let's look up Faygo, the infamous Faygo. And, all right, so right now we're getting gay or shit like that, but, okay, here's what we have to do then. We have to do, what the fuck is this shit? Allow them to access my location. Okay, I'll get out of that by closing this window and opening a completely different search engine.
There's no need for that.
Yeah, Faygo drink. Okay, there we are. Faygo is spelled with a Y. Okay, Faygo. Fay, by the way, F-A-Y. Does mean gay. That does mean gay when people use that. Let's take a look at some images. And this is like, it's like, think of neon phosphorescent industrial effluvia. And you wonder where it all goes. Where does the phosphorescent, glow-in-the-dark, lightly radioactive industrial effluvia go? When they're not using it in like cooling areas for nuclear reactors or something. It goes to make Faygo, which is like these incredibly repulsive. It's like drinking, I am told. You've ever had the hard candy Jolly Roger? It's like a liquid Jolly Roger. It's like a liquid Jolly Roger. And there are supposed to be 50 flavors, one for each state in the Union. And it is the trademark drink of Insane Clown Posse, which you're familiar with them as a rock duo, perhaps?
Yes.
So, and here's a nice guy with the Insane Clown Posse get up. He's got Do Dope. Do Dope.
I want more on crappy music.
Yeah, yes. They.
I mean, they are like the original meme.
Yeah.
No, seriously.
Yeah, thank you. No arguments. I'm not going to defend Insane Clown Posse. And so they love this Faygo shit, and they spray it all over each other and during these campaigns and all that shit. And so what we have now is like with the Faygo drinks is like he said his parents likely died with this as a factor, that they drank Faygo all the time. And I can easily imagine that being a factor. So when he brought that up and I brought it up on air, he went into this deep denial mode. This is Abdul Qadim Haq back when he was a Muslim. He went into this deep denial mode because he said, basically he didn't want to get sued. And this is so insane, so stupid, so chicken shit. First off, it's you're full of yourself to think that Faygo would even sue you. And secondly, it's like, nobody cares. I can say I've had friends who all died drinking Faygo. Faygo would probably take that as a big advertising plus. That's people who drink Faygo obviously want to die. Oh God. So so all that being said, there you go. Aside from all of that, what else comes to mind before I go back into the draft? I'm just, I'm glad we're maintaining numbers and people have heard us. We went through a lot tonight. It's amazing that people rallied for the monologue, and that's deeply appreciated. I thank you all. Yeah, and I do want, our friend to stay with us if he wants. Obviously, go to sleep if you want. Like you said, you're tired. And you're, anytime you want to drop off, just say goodnight. And other than that, I'll try during the remaining 45 minutes to kind of give people a start on how the draft changed the United States. It obviously was profound in its impact because it wasn't handled right. So think about the draft card. Basically, it said this, a single sentence, greeting. It really started that way. For those of you who don't know, if you got a draft card, it said, greeting. You are hereby ordered for induction in the armed forces of the United States. Now, in 1967, months after I was born, more than 300,000 American men opened envelopes with that statement inside. Now, there's few pieces of mail that ever incited the same combination of panic, anticipation, and resignation as a draft notice. Those words that I've just recited, greeting in the singular, not with an S, greeting, singular, you are hereby ordered for induction in the armed forces of the United States. Those words struck terror in the hearts of many recipients. Others found them almost comforting after years of waiting for the selective service system to come calling. So, the Vietnam generation came of age with the threat of military service hovering in the background. Although the selective service called relatively few men between the end of the Korean War in 1953 and American escalation in Southeast Asia in 1965, the year before I was born, the draft had been in almost continuous operation since, how would I say it? I think it was since before the United States joined World War II. Now, during that time, selective service, under the leadership of General Louis B. Hershey, faced little public criticism. In fact, Hershey had shaped it into a venerated institution. It was like what proved you were a loyal American male, or even a real man. And although most men may not have wanted to dedicate 2 years of their life to active military service, draftees generally acquiesced to Uncle Sam's wishes. Now, after President Lyndon Baines Johnson mobilized ground troops in 1965, draft calls tripled. And with each passing year, more men faced conscription to fight a war with whose goals and methods a significant number disagreed. Now, stories of privileged men finding ways to beat the draft began to circulate. Newspaper articles with headlines like, "Young men dream up some ingenious ways to avoid the draft," and "Avoiding the draft is becoming the favorite sport among youth," horrified Americans who believed military service should be an equal obligation of male citizenship. At least as portrayed by reporters, these men were almost always middle class, with seemingly all American families. Now, critics at the time, and since, have identified the selective services system of deferments as the main cause of military inequity during the Vietnam War. Although the Department of Defense did not keep records on the socioeconomic status or racial identification of service personnel beyond whether they were African American or not, which is how I was able to sling the statistics that I did about race, there's no doubt that men with fewer resources were less likely to obtain deferments than those with more. As a result, they were more likely to be drafted, serve in combat, and subsequently die in Vietnam. Long Island's war dead, for example. And remember, Long Island is where Peter Moon and the former managers, another attempted chick takeover, which I was trying to encourage. I wanted her to take control over a part of my life, and thank God I had to change all my passwords or she would have deleted everything. It just shows I can't be vulnerable like that anymore. But Long Island, where she's only a few minutes drive from Peter Moon, think about their war dead as an example. And their war dead hailed overwhelmingly from only working class backgrounds. But why? How is it that the selective service, which had used deferments during both World Wars and the Korean War, allowed the situation to become so bad that by 1967, the year after I was born, fewer than half of Americans polled believed that the draft operated fairly? Well, for the answer to that, one must look to the goals of Cold War liberals, both Republican as well as Democrat. The deferment policies that created such havoc during the Vietnam War were the direct outgrowth of Washington's desire to fight communism at home as well as abroad. Now, deferments are a necessary element of any such system of selective military service. If a nation does not require all of its citizens to participate in the armed forces, then someone must decide who goes and who stays. Deferments allow those with skills needed on the home front to exempt themselves from their military obligations because, especially during the upheaval of war, they ensure a viable domestic economy and stable society. Factories, hospitals, and schools, for example, can operate only when fully staffed with skilled employees. Farmers and agricultural workers maintain necessary food supplies. In theory, deferments should be limited only to those considered more valuable to war aims as civilians than as soldiers. But the nature of the Cold War, the Third World War in effect, but never declared, especially early on, complicated things. Defeating communism was more than a military endeavor. The home front became a crucial site of defense operations. Americans believed that triumph over the Soviet Union required a prolonged ideological, technological, and economic struggle. The circumstances of the Cold War, therefore, ergo, granted the Selective Service System license to use deferments as a tool of social engineering. Now, the original General Hershey believed that all able-bodied American men had the obligation to serve the nation, but he began to advocate a definition of service that included civilian pursuits, particularly in science, mathematics, and engineering. Throughout the 1950s, the perception that the United States was in danger of falling behind the Soviets caused national panic, especially after the USSR successfully launched its Sputnik satellite in 1957, which I think Realtek would be able to deconstruct as the biggest hype the human race has ever experienced. Just a piece of shit, literally space junk, with a transmitter on it, put into orbit, and basically, falling into disintegration from low Earth orbit very quickly. And just because they were able to shoot up such a simple piece of shit first, the Americans thought it was the end of the fucking world. That somehow they were bigger, better, brighter, smarter. At any rate, none of it was true. According to politicians and intellectuals, however, American superiority rested on outpacing Soviets' technological development, even though that was non-extant, again as Realtek can verify, both in the domestic realm and in the military sector. The Army's strategic plans for countering atomic attack depended on the invention of new weapons, while consumer capitalism required new products to buy and sell. The United States, ergo, therefore, needed a steady supply of men in STEM, S-T-E-M, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics fields. And by the way, I would be the first to insist we've got to expand that. Instead of fucking STEM, which is just this dead world. That's no different from communism. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics we need to extend that acronym, all in the uppercase, to STEAM. STEAM. Science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. Because without conceptual illustrators, without literature to inspire, without the art.
Without a new Renaissance.
Thank you.
Which I don't know when it's going to happen. But again, with Brooke, who, and I'm against war too, but if it wasn't for what happened with the 100 Years' War and, I'm sorry, I'm going a little ahead of, I forget which type of war it was, but I know
with all the wars. But go on.
with all the wars, yeah, of course. But coming out of the Dark Ages and then all the issues that Europe was going through with the Borgia popes,
yes,
the Borgia family,
yes,
like that's what dawned and created the Renaissance.
Yes, thank you.
Out of war.
Yes, thank you.
No, and that's what China, the Republic of China, was going towards.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the United States always meddling with different people, different countries' affairs, got communism.
Yes.
Thank you. It's the same thing with Ukraine, right? I think that there was a democracy there, and the United States took it out. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure about that. But
well, just in brief, what happened there was the fact that Ukraine had a democracy, and they had one of the largest navies in the world, the Soviet Black Sea Fleet that they had inherited. They had the third largest nuclear arsenal on Earth, which, of course, with the Soviets' arsenal that had been left behind, they were more than capable of defending themselves. And the Americans, the United States, Great Britain, all sided with Russia and said, you got to get rid of those nuclear weapons and your enormous navy. Give them all to the Russians, and we promise the Russians will never attack. And so they gave all their nuclear weapons to Russia, leaving themselves defenseless, under a guarantee of protection from NATO. And NATO, of course, never made them a member of NATO. They said, oh, well, we can't make you a member after completely disarming you. They wanted them to be reabsorbed by the Russians. They had every intention of it. As I explained in depth before, the Americans were insane. They thought that without a massive Russian empire to succeed the Soviet Union, that they would have a power vacuum and there would be chaos. And they couldn't have that. So they were trying to give Eurasia over to Russia. They created the nightmare we have now. That's the meddling you're talking about. So the Russians can't be trusted to, the paper that they signed the agreement on that they wouldn't invade the Ukraine is obviously nothing but toilet paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
So learning in college that it was the Weimar Republic that sent all the communists that were in exile, like
Vladimir Lenin. It was the Kaiser, actually, in World War I. The German Empire, under the Kaiser, dispatched Vladimir Lenin to basically foment revolution behind Russian lines because they were the enemy engaged in war with the Germans, and they needed to close the Eastern Front so they could turn all their attentions to the West. Vladimir Lenin lived up to his bargain. When he took over Russia, he made certain to surrender all those areas to Germany that the Kaiser demanded. In fact, I can show you. Let me, did you send me a message in private messenger? If you haven't, I'll have to give it to you here in chat. I can send you an image.
Yeah, sure. I can send, I need to send something to you, yeah.
Either way, I can send it to you here. Give me a second here and I'll dig it up and I'll just enter it here for you. I can always re-enter it in chat for your later perusal again. But let me go over to the, let me see the correct file. And that would have, let me see, a new folder here. No, not that one. The Douglas. Okay, got to go over to Douglas. And, all right. So, here we are. Let me get this over to you. And this is what Vladimir Lenin surrendered. So, this is what I said must be reinstigated in the future. This is, so, by the way, they're talking about Cancun. Oh, interesting. Okay, great. And
yeah, the DP review forms, the form breaks down and explains everything why they don't use Canon lenses.
Got it. So you may have... Okay, thank you. Yeah, this is what, of course, Brooke kept interrupting when you were bringing that up.
Yes, I don't know why. I mean, it's not.
She can't help herself.
Something
she can't. Yeah, she can't help herself.
Yeah,
it's just one of these things where she just she's suddenly very compulsive, at times. So
yeah, my friend is the same way too. Sometimes I just hang up on him. He just won't stop. Sometimes.
Yeah, I get it.
Let me talk. So. So yeah, talking about Sputnik, yeah, if the Russians were so smart and beat the Germans, then why the hell would they need German scientists to make their nuclear bombs?
Of course.
Same thing with the Americans.
Yeah, of course.
They both were going crazy over getting Germans scientists.
Yes.
Operation Paperclip.
Absolutely.
You know?
So
and it's a disaster anyway. Because in 1957, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
In the town of I looked it up before. I don't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Russia had a first nuclear meltdown in the 1950s, and not many people know about.
Yes, that's right. Well, there were plenty of nuclear meltdowns in Russia. Some of them quite devastating. All of this, of course, hidden from the American public. This is just disgusting what they did to cover for Russia, and I'm frankly sick of it. And it's something that really has to stop. And the fact that they're still doing it, because all over YouTube, it's all you find is this pro-Russian bullshit about World War II, and it's like, God, can't you guys give that up by now? Looking at what's going on, how insane must you fucking be? But at any rate, I put a map there in the chat box for you, and what this map will show you is the Europe, very simplified. This is not exactly the Europe that I want, but this is the Europe that I had said before. Back in 1989, I was saying that by 1990, Europe would rebalance, and it would have to rebalance with a Berlin-dominated Warsaw Pact. But all of that eastern territory that you see, Estonia, the Baltic republics, Latvia and Lithuania, Belarus and Ukraine, this was all surrendered by Vladimir Lenin to Germany. So that was historically, and you see Moscow way up there in the corner, so it's still far enough away from Moscow, but that was the breadbasket of the pale of settlement of many of Europe's Jews. This was what Lenin was glad to get rid of, and he turned it over to the Germans under the Kaiser, and then they had to surrender it all again after World War I was declared over with the Versailles Diktat. Was one of the conditions was that Germany surrender those eastern territories. So just understand that this is something that should be returned to Germany, and that this is something that the Russians under Vladimir Lenin surrendered. And that was part of the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, which people can look up. Brest-Litovsk, Brest is spelled B-R-E-S-T, and then hyphen, then Litovsk, L-I-T-O-V-S-K. And that's obviously a Polish name, Brest-Litovsk Treaty. And so under the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, the future of Europe should have looked like this anyway. If it had simply been maintained and the West had retained the West and allowed Germany to retain the East, we wouldn't have any of the problems that we had with World War II. There would have been no World War II. We wouldn't have had the problems that we're facing now. But instead, the Americans were trying to push everything back into the Russian sphere of influence. They honestly thought the Russians were invincible. This is why they didn't side with the Ukrainians when the Russians first invaded. And it took Ukrainians defending themselves to finally force that change of heart. So
How the Russians are invincible.
I know
People
they're
that were hundreds of years
bullshit.
agricultural.
It's bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Yes.
Obviously, the Mongols conquered them, so it's not like they're unconquerable. The Mongols proved that, and they conquered them with relative ease, coming from the other side of Russia. Yeah, so
And they're lucky that Tamerlane got very sick and died.
yes,
He was about to destroy them too.
yes, that's right. It's definitely. Yeah, they're high on their own fumes, their own propaganda, and they just keep rewatching it, and certainly the Americans keep watching it on fucking YouTube. So
yeah, and the other stupidity that I liked watching him before, but his name was Ozzy Cossack.
Mm-hmm. Oh God.
This idiot's a Putin lover, so I stopped watching him.
Oh, thank God. Yes, no, it's bad for your health, your mental health.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Russia's gonna. The way this map looks like, it looks pretty accurate with how Russia will look anyway.
Thank you. And
Who wants to live there? Like Canada, it's freezing.
Yes, thank
Yeah.
you. And again, I mean,
They're all drunks anyway. They're all dying.
By the way, no, it sounds simplistic, but it's quite true. I mean, what Realtek is saying, you have no idea. Mikhail Gorbachev had to invest money in investigating birth defects and retardation at birth that was caused by male sperm in Russia being just mutated by over-alcoholism. And that the fact that the average Russian male was on so much alcohol that at the moment of conception, their sperm was literally saturated in alcohol. So it was, they were literally giving birth to fetal alcohol syndrome babies from the sperm side rather than the mother's side. It was like the man who was just so sloshed that when he could get it up and ejaculate it, his sperm was helping to produce deformed or retarded children. So Russia's the only nation on earth that ever had to put money into that kind of research because they for one thing, Stalin brought back alcohol, which the Bolshevik Revolution under Lenin had put a prohibition on. The czars kept all their power by keeping everybody drunk. The original czars would award stocks in their vodka companies, which they had a state monopoly on. And so they manufactured bottles which, by the way, our man, Mr. George Knight has confirmed. He was a bartender. And yes, Russia's demographic crisis. There we are. Thank you. And so when it came to our man, George Knight, he confirmed that exactly like I said, whether under the czars or under Stalin, the bottles of vodka that come from Russia, real Russian vodka that comes from Russia, the bottles cannot be closed once you open them. Once you open them, the cap has to be disposed of. You can't use the cap again. It doesn't go back on. It doesn't reseal the bottle because you're expected to finish the bottle when you open it. If you can imagine that, you and I, or any normal human being, couldn't finish a bottle of vodka, in a day or a week. We'd be nursing that bottle for hopefully a month. But Russians will go through several. This is like, yes, it's like they make Scots and Irish look like teetotalers. It's like they drink the way you and I breathe. It's awful. So yeah, there's all kinds of problems that they've got. I mean, basically, we haven't even begun to get into it. But like our man Realtek has said, we need a renaissance. And obviously, what I said about STEAM instead of STEM, science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics, these fields. Well, the United States needs a steady supply of men in STEM fields to develop the state-of-the-art appliances and futuristic weapon systems that America, well, Western civilization so desperately wants for consumer capitalism and the warfare state. Now, in the aforecited General Hershey's view, the Selective Service was the storekeeper of America's manpower supply. He believed that the promise of deferments could be used as a tool to coerce or bribe men to go to college and enter occupations defined as in the national interest. In the words of one planning memo, the Selective Service could use the club of induction, the club as in like baton, to drive individuals into areas of greater importance. Now, this policy, known as manpower channeling, specifically defined these pursuits as service to the state on a par with military service. Now, the availability of deferments for men attending college and in professional fields ballooned. Occupational deferments increased by 650% between 1955 and 1963, the year my late sister was born. But men had to qualify for higher education and be able to pay for it. Since part-time students did not receive deferments, men could not take semesters off to earn tuition money or recover from academic probation. Eligible occupations skewed toward those with college degrees. Unlike during World War II, most factory and agricultural workers could not gain occupational deferments by the late 1950s. Such dispensations were reserved for scientists, engineers, doctors, and teachers. Even those deferments theoretically available to anyone really were not. Medical deferments, for example, were harder for poorer men to obtain. The doctors performing the cursory exams at pre-induction physicals often failed to detect health defects that would have guaranteed exemptions from military service. And if men did not have a record of private medical care, they had little recourse when declared available for service. So by 1965, the year before I was born, many middle-class men had come to expect deferments. Military service, to them, was for suckers who had made poor choices. Working-class men, of course, were not suckers. Rather, Great Society policies meant to strengthen the economy by alleviating poverty ended up targeting them for military service. Policymakers in the Kennedy and Johnson administrations began to focus on America's poor as the weak link between national strength and the promise of democracy. Secretary of Labor W. Willard Wirtz, a man who had 3 W's to his name, just like I have 3 D's, identified the Selective Service as an incomparable asset in locating men who could benefit from government aid. Virtually all American men underwent a pre-induction exam. Approximately 1/3 failed. Such reject A's were overwhelmingly from poor and minority backgrounds. In early January of 1964, less than 2 months after taking office, Johnson ordered the Selective Service, the Department of the Army, the Department of Labor, and the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare to address the problem. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara actively wanted the armed forces to be part of the solution. He firmly believed that military service could be used to rehabilitate men caught in the cycle of poverty. And he, along with Assistant Secretary of Labor Daniel Patrick Moynihan, argued that military training freed poor men from the squalid ghettos of their external environment. A paid vacation, yes? And the internal and more destructive ghetto of personal disillusionment and despair. Nothing like handing a man a gun and letting him kill anybody without recourse or repercussion to really boost a sense of self-confidence. McNamara wanted a program that would bolster national security by eliminating a source of social unrest and benefit American combat readiness by boosting the number of men in uniform while killing off the majority of the poor and uneducated in what he felt to be a kind of eugenics program, a betterment of the gene pool by killing off...
Yes, he's talking about
Yes.
McNamara's idiots or retards.
Yes, that's what he called them. McNamara's idiots. Sad. So sad.
Yeah, it really is. It's and these people, these men, I don't use that term retard either, but it really is sad because these men were I didn't even know about it until maybe last year or a year or 2 years prior. And these people were completely unfit for even holding a gun or even going to the bathroom. They just were not there and they were used as cannon fodder.
They were effectively unemployable. They couldn't find a job at McDonald's. Go on.
Yes, yeah, and it just that's a term. People like that, cannon fodder. You know, there's people that or like you were saying before with the having the black guy, the African American, in the front because they see them as expandable. You know.
Yes, expendable. But yes, go on.
Yeah.
And thank you.
And the children of people in this family should sue the government because they were being exploited.
Oh wow! How did that turn out?
I said they should. I don't know if they did.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's almost impossible to sue the goddamn government back in those days, but they should have. Yeah, and
the Japanese did. They got their money. They got their money.
Yeah, but that money was nothing compared to what was taken. I mean, the land of was priceless. That was taken from them, and everything they had was priceless. And what they got was a pittance in commemoration. It didn't do anything really. But thank you for your interjection there. Now, we'll probably return to this subject soon enough on Wednesday evening. I do want people to understand that basically all of this, of course, the decisive year was the year in which I was born, 1966. We'll get back to that year on Wednesday. Oh my God, forgive me. It was a hell of a long night, as everybody knows. I'll have a hell of a time stamping this. Obviously, I never ever really time-stamped that one episode where Brooke Gibson was first on, and that was kind of like a German holiday, and I, never really put a timestamp on that episode. Any timestamps to speak of, just a few. But certainly tonight I'll get the timestamps done. Hand them to our friend Mr. Realtech. Just send me a message through the link I provided you. And like I said, that map I did years ago for the Department of Defense, predicting Europe would have to restabilize in the manner in which I outlined. Obviously, it took till now, 2020, for Europe to begin towards that process of restabilization into the form that I feel is optimal for a strategic balance. And as our man says, Mr. Realtek, Russia's ended up going to be shaped like that anyway, probably a lot smaller, really, because Russia is just, it's going to just disintegrate into a wasteland of warlords and environmental blight.
Oligarchs.
Yeah. Yeah. Oligarchs they have oligarchs now. Rather, it'll be warlords more than oligarchs. the
Yeah,
oligarchs.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
worries.
yeah, warlords.
Yeah,
Yeah. Basically, all the predictions of which of course it can happen. I hope it does not happen. But with China descending back into